Chapter 1 System Binding Mission. Hello, your takeout has arrived, please receive it. Wei was delivering the last takeout order of the day in a certain upscale neighborhood. Wait a minute, a slightly mature female voice came from inside the house. Wei, why are you the visitor? Looked at Wei with some confusion. The reason why she knew Wei was because once the two had an unfulfilled relationship as lovers, when they were starting their own business. The spirited and ambitious young man, how could he be delivering takeaways? Long time no see. Uniquely smiled awkwardly. Are you working part-time? Yeah, let's talk again sometime. Still have to deliver the next order. Enjoy your meal. Wei ran away like a fly, leaving Li Ying in place with a confused face. MD big chicken legs, delivering a takeaway and still meeting a familiar face. Wei hurried home. Lying on the sofa of the rental house, Wei looked at today's results. Commission 386. Ran for a day. Not even drinking water. Only ran more than 300. I don't know if the method is not right, or just like this. It is also a way to make a living. When the business failed, leaving a mess of external debt, always have to slowly pay. Wei graduated from college, doing product development, encountered a product windfall, quickly earned the first bucket of gold, and then met the peer Zhang Guodua, an awesome sales. The two have a lot in common and fall in love quickly. As a result, Zhang Guodua made a bureau for Wei to drill, so that Wei was defeated. Then Wei began to set up stalls, delivery of takeaways to pay off the debt of the days. Wei also hated, but hate, and what is the use? But what's the use of hating? He's still not strong enough, and it's his own pillow, so he can't defend himself. Wei fell asleep on the sofa as he thought about it. Ding! Divine Hero Daily System Binding. Wei heard a voice while he was half asleep. What's that? A system? Divine Hero? Am I poor and crazy? Please spend $1 million to activate the system before 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds today. Wei sat up from the sofa. Asterisk. It's still true? Ding! Please host seize the time. It's currently 22:30 and there's not much time left for the host. Scratch that. Where did I get a million activations? The Divine Hero system also has $1 million threshold, so it looks like it's fate. Wei looked at his bank card balance, which was just over $100. Ding! Given that the host is too poor, the system opens a limited time cashback function. The time of use ends at 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds today. That's more or less the same. There's got to be a cashback. It'll be up to par soon. Wei grinned. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Bind the system first before considering anything else. More than $100 to buy something cashback is not practical. Buy also some small things. When the time comes or as a garbage thrown away, recharge the phone bill. This will not be wasted. Wei hurriedly operated and recharged $100 of phone bills. Ding! Consumption of $100, cashback of $200, has been transferred to the host tail number 5339 CCB account. Double cashback. This is faster. Return more first, then go buy the expensive ones, and you'll soon be able to complete the task. Wei quickly operated, soon to 500 yuan face value. The highest can only charge 500, or a little slow. First accumulated to 10,000. You can buy expensive things. Cashback will also be more. Go online shopping. Apple family portrait? Buy. Maotai? Also bought. Buy a few more sets. The big deal is to give them away later. After an hour of wrangling, buying, finally reached the target. Ding! Mission accomplished. The system is bound to the host. What? It's gone. Forget it. Let's go to bed. I can't run away. If I really want to run, I'll have money to buy so many things and return them. We'll have nothing to talk about for the rest of the night. Chapter 2 Breathe and you're rich. A ray of sunlight shone on Wei's face in the early morning. It's been a long time since I slept so solidly. Wei got up and hurriedly opened his phone to see a bunch of pending shipments before realizing that last night was not a dream. How come the system binding hasn't moved for so long? Forget it. First wash up and eat breakfast. There is still $1 million in cashback in the bank card, so you can have the luxury of adding a cup of soy milk. No wonder Wei was so stingy. It was true that after failing to start a business, this period of time, life was just so tight. Boss, 2 donuts, 1 sesame ball, and a cup of soy milk. Wei squeezed into an overcrowded breakfast store. It just happened to be rush hour, and Wei lived in a village in the middle of the city, so she was able to catch up with the morning rush. He was used to waking up early, and for a while, he couldn't sleep in. Ding! Divine Hero Daily System Binding Success. Wei sipped his soy milk and was almost sprayed by the sudden sound. Finally finished binding. System, introduce it. Ding! This system is the Divine Magnate Daily System, and as the daily needs change a lot, there is no fixed routine. The host has to figure it out on his own. Well, you still have to figure it out. Then you should tell me what functions it has now. Ding. The host currently has a binding package. Do I need to open it? Open it. You must. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've got the lying earnings gift pack. Breathe and you get money. For every breath, get $1. $1 for each breath. An adult is 16 to 20 times a minute. At 20 times, that's 200 an hour. 28, $800 a day. Not bad, but it's a bit far from being a godly man. Don't worry, host. This is a growth pack, not limited to upgrades. It could be a consumption upgrade, or it could be triggering certain events that could also lead to upgrades. That's more like it. This God host system leaves me with no next step to take. Forget it, it's better to deliver takeout. Being idle is still idle. Ding. In view of the host's positive and diligent spirit, the system opens a limited time function. The 9-second kill mall. The seconds mall app has been installed in the host's cell phone, and is closed for a limited time of 10 minutes. Shinwei instantly came to the spirit. It is true that the harder you work, the luckier you get. Hurry up and click on it to see what there is to kill in seconds. Entering the main page of the app, there is a description in it. Limited time to kill seconds. Countdown 09:45. Lamborghini Huracan, priced at 9. Deep Bay 1, price 9. Bentley Continental GT, price 9. Haichang Commercial Street, priced at 9. 1,935 lemongrass 10 cases, priced at 9. 10 cases of Romane Conti, 9. Dazzling no time to look slowly, all bought first. The key moment, the network does not work by a half a day to beat around the corner. My Apple family photo arrived. The first piece of the first replaced this 5 years ago cell phone. Ding. The host's purchased items will reach the host's hands in a reasonable manner. Alas, the Lamborghini didn't arrive at the point. Forget it, this city isn't too suitable for supercars, so I can only comfort myself in this way. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Shinwei liked to use the traditional piercing cell phone ringtone, which could also refresh his mind. Hello, is this Mr. Shinwei Chin? This is the courier company. There are dozens of goods that you need to sign for in person. Okay, I'm in the neighborhood. You can send them over directly. So many goods. Did the courier arrive together? Hurry home to see before you do. Chapter 3 Deep Bay 1. Just as he returned downstairs and took the stairs, a cloud of shadows crashed into him. Ugh yo, how can you be so ungrateful? A rough voice came out. Shinwei covered his nose and looked at the shadow. It turned out to be the landlord. Sister Wang. Sorry, got lost in thought. Xiao Qina, you don't go out to deliver takeaways early in the morning. What are you doing back in the rental house? It just so happens that I also have something to find you. Sister Wang, what's the matter? I'm in a hurry to go back. A courier has been delivered. Xiao Qin, your apartment has expired. You need to sign a new contract. I'm thinking of not renting it. I'll have to open up that floor and make a big set to rent. So, I'll move out in the next few days, and my deposit will be returned to me. The deposit will be refunded only after you move out and I see if there's any damage inside. You are going to redecorate. What damage can there be? Hold back bad not to give me a refund of the deposit. Okay, I'll tell you when I move out. Shinwei hurriedly went upstairs. Ding bell. Hello, is this Mr. Shin? This is the Deep Bay 1 sales department. Shinwei didn't show any emotion and responded faintly. I am. Hello Mr. Shin. The property certificate for the Deep Bay No. 1 large flat you purchased has been processed. May I ask when you're free to come over and collect it? Okay, I still have some things on my side. I will arrange a time to come over today. Okay, Deep Bay 1 sales department. Waiting for your arrival. Wish you a happy life. After saying that, the phone hung up. The corner of Shinwei's mouth was about to grin to the back of his ear. Just after being expelled from his home, he had a new place to go to. 10,000 times better than this one-room apartment. Ding bell. Hello, is this Mr. Shin? This is the Bentley 4S store. The Continental GT you ordered has arrived. The formalities have also been completed, so you can drive away directly. What time will you come over here? Okay, I'll come over later. Send me the address. The Bentley store in Chengdu is still relatively many. Have to ask for the address. Okay, the address has been sent to your cell phone. This site is waiting for your visit. Wish you a happy life. Happy, very happy. Lamborghini didn't get it. Bentley is not bad, and at this rate sooner or later I'll be able to get a Lamborghini too. After going upstairs and signing for a bunch of couriers and wine, I immediately took a taxi to the 4 store. As soon as he entered, a tall girl greeted him. Hello sir, how can I help you? I'm here to pick up my car. My last name is Chin. Hello Mr. Shin, the manager has explained. You wait a moment, I'll go get the information for you. This is my business card. Li Xiao, looks not small At this time a sales with Mediterranean and a woman with heavy makeup came over. Mr. 1. Take a seat over here. I'll go over here to get the picture book for you. Then he said to Chin Wei, Sir, give way. This side to see the car, just go see it. This seat is for VIPs to sit. Only sit here after the deal. How do you know I don't have a deal? Don't laugh. Go buy some clothes to wear. Your clothes are all white. Hasty. Didn't think to buy clothes. Let people dog-eared. At this time Li Xiao walked over. Sister Gao. This is Mr. Shin. He's here to get a car. The manager explained. Get a car? Have you verified people's identity? Wrong person. You can't afford to pay for it. Oh, Xiao Li. At this time the Mediterranean Sea spoke. When did your Bentley store grade so low? Anyone can come to get a car. Forget it. I still do not buy. Baby, let's go. That's right. I don't want to drive the same car as someone like that. Baby, let's go next door to Rolls-Royce to take a look. Wait, Mr. 1. I'll kick the man out right away. This man must be a liar. Give me a few minutes. Xiao Li. Mr. Wang is a customer who really wants to make a deal. You don't want to block our store's way of wealth. Hurry up and kick the person out. Chapter 4. Dog Eyes look down on people. Sister Lu. This Mr. Shin is really here to get the car. The manager side gave the photo. I check. Li Xiao whispered. Look at Li Xiao's appearance. I know that usually not less bullied. Check what? Take out the ID card to show me. No, ID cards can also be fake it. Hurry up and go. Do not block us. Chin Wei is speechless to this woman. Directly called the manager just now. Hello, I'm in your store, but the employees of your store want to kick me out. Come over and take care of it. Okay, Mr. Shin. I'll be right there. A middle-aged man wearing glasses quickly ran in from the doorway. Manager Zhang. This person got our customer information from somewhere, ran here to cheat on a car, and offended my customers. Hurry up and kick him out. The one called Sister Lu said. You shut up, Mr. Shin. I'm sorry that this happened. I just happened to go out to do something. Sister Lu looked surprised and then said, Manager Zhang, look at what he's wearing. Is he someone who can afford a Bentley? Don't let him fool you. Xiao Lu, you can leave. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. As a sales, don't be a dog's eye. You can never imagine what image the customer will appear in front of you. You will affect the reputation of our Force store. Manager Zhang, this Mr. Wang is my customer who wants to buy a car now. If you fire me now, he won't buy it. Sister Lu hurriedly looked at the Mediterranean Sea. Yes, if you want to fire her, you are slapping my face. I won't even buy a car from your family in the future. Mediterranean Sea didn't let her down and stood up for her. Mr. 1. I'm sorry, this is our internal adjustment. If we have to rely on offending customers to keep them, our store won't be able to do it. Manager Zhang said. Good enough. Let's go. Mediterranean walked out with his arm around the heavily made up woman. Sorry Mr. Shin, I made you laugh. Manager Zhang said. It's okay, you did a great job. I wouldn't know how to handle it if I had to. Chin Wei said. Li Xiao, give the information to Mr. Shin, then take Mr. Shin to get the car. Okay, Manager Zhang. Chin Wei and Li Xiao came to the parking area. Li Xiao also wanted Chin Wei to stand and take pictures with the car. Chin Wei refused. After getting into the car, you look at Li Xiao and ask, do you have time? Li Xiao was flabbergasted for a moment, then blushed and said yes. Yes, good, then let's have dinner together, and then go shopping with me. Then I'll go ask for a vacation first, Li Xiao said and went to find Manager Zhang to ask for a vacation. After Manager Zhang approved the leave, he looked meaningfully at Chin Wei on the second floor, revealing a hint of a smile. After Li Xiao got on the car, she asked, can I go home and change my clothes first? No, I just like you wearing this set of clothes. OL plus black silk. Mana what else to change? Boom, boom. The GT was still on the side of belonging to the family car, and didn't make much noise. Chin Wei soon brought Li Xiao to Wanxiang City, brand name stores or this side of a little more, directly into the Armani men's clothing area, picked a set of casual clothing to change into, then casually threw a few sets at the front desk, said to Li Xiao, you pick some too, as a gift for you. No need, Mr. Shin, I'll just take a look. Pick it, it's fine. If you don't, I'll take whatever I want. Li Xiao eventually didn't resist the temptation and went into Chanel to pick a few sets of women's clothing. In the end, Li Xiao picked 100,000 clothes. Chin Wei added up to a few tens of thousands of dollars. Armani men's clothing is cheaper. Who let Chin Wei prefer a low profile? After going out, Li Xiao looked at Chin Wei with a touched face. Thank you, Mr. Shin. I gave you a gift, but you're still so polite to call me Mr. Shin. Then what should I call you? Li Xiao looked at Chin Wei with a questioning face. Do you have a boyfriend? No, Li Xiao replied with a blush. Then call me brother, along with my last name. Shinny looked at Li Xiao with a bad smile on his face. Okay, then I'll call you brother Qin. Li Xiao suddenly responded, blushing. You're so bad. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 5 Breathing Money for an Upgrade. Ding. The host fulfills the basic requirements of a godly hero with a luxury car and beautiful women, and is now upgrading the Breathe Rich level. Every time you breathe, you get $5. 5 yuan. A day can be more than 140,000. A month also has more than 4 million. It seems that this system is still very powerful. The days are not even finished. It is upgraded. Let's go to a hot pot, Qin Wei asked. Yes, brother Qin Wei can eat whatever he wants. Is it okay to eat you then? Qin Wei said with a bad smile on his face. Too fast, Li Xiao said with a red face. Then let's slow down a bit. Get off. Let's eat hot pot. After the two sat down, Li Xiao looked at the menu, casually ordered a few things and gave the menu to Qin Wei. Qin Wei accidentally touched her hand when he took the menu, and the other party quickly shrunk back without understanding the sound. TSK. How tender. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Are you afraid that you won't have a chance after coming out? Qin Wei looked at the dishes ordered by Li Xiao. Most of them are vegetarian. Girls still like to eat vegetarian a little more. Qin Wei's mindset has changed a lot, mainly in the bank card more than a few digits, according to the previous, but never dare to go to the restaurant. Go home and fry an egg to eat a little bit on the good. Come to a gout package. Point more than some seafood to eat. Qin Wei home is not coastal. From childhood to eat seafood. Can only eat some fish, shrimp. Have not realized seafood freedom yet. Have a small green dragon, Eastern star spot. King crab also have one beef and mutton platter, and a bottle of drink. I won't drink if I'm driving. Qin Wei felt that this was almost enough, and he couldn't finish it even if he ordered more and wasted it. The bones of not wasting money were still there. Qin Wei handed the menu to the waiter, and the other party immediately went down to the pager to prepare the dishes. When the dishes were served on a full table, the two of them began to move their chopsticks. Xiao, how long have you been working there? Qin Wei suddenly asked curiously. 3 days, brother Qin Wei. I just graduated and just found a job. It's only been 3 days. No wonder it's still so innocent. The two of them chatted as they ate. When they talked about fun, Li Xiao's overly large movements, revealing her white and tender skin, also made Qin Wei's heart flutter. After eating and drinking, it's time to go get the house. Open the car door. After navigating for a while, Qin Wei only foot on the gas pedal. The Continental roared and went away, as if celebrating Qin Wei's new life. Half an hour later, Qin Wei parked his car at the entrance of the sales department of Deep Bay No. 1, and when he entered, he saw a big-faced man coming up to him. Is this Mr. Qin? I'm the sales department manager of Deep Bay 1, the big-faced man said with a shy smile. Are you going to view the property first, or take a break? See the property. Been taking a break. Okay, I'll have someone take you to see it. Feng Ro, come over and take Mr. Qin to see the house. A black silk young woman with a plump figure and white flowers everywhere you look walked up. Bending over, she said softly, Mr. Qin, this way please. Qin Wei pulled Li Xiao, who hadn't reacted yet, and followed her up. The three of them swiped their cards into the elevator and casually pressed the number for the 8th floor. After pressing the password to open the door, Feng Ro said, Mr. Qin, your door opening password and AI face lock can be changed on the cell phone butler. I see. Qin Wei was slightly shocked as he strolled around this home that belonged to him, truly worthy of being a mansion that had been favored by many corporate bigwigs. It was said that the top 2 floors of the building were still bought by domestic real estate bigwigs, and there were also e-commerce bigwigs who came to clear the house to look at it. This place may not be the best, but it is the most capable of giving people a sense of accomplishment, trampling everyone underfoot, and no one can resist its charm. Standing in the window position, you can catch a glimpse of the endless sea view. There is a whole park downstairs, landmark buildings, everywhere proclaiming the identity of the people who live here. This side of Deep Bay 1 are all large flat, 1 floor, 1 family, balcony can be used as a runway. If you dream about it, I'm sure you definitely don't want to wake up. Chapter 6 Wind Blowing the Earth. Qin Wei had a feeling that he was dreaming at this moment. After all, such a trenchant house. He only spent 9. It was really too unreal. Slowly breathing a sigh of relief, he turned around and walked into the living room. To Feng Ro, who was greedily surveying the house with full eyes, he asked, Can I live in today? Do I need to go through any other formalities? Feng Ro hurriedly retracted her gaze. Mr. Qin, there is no need to go through any other formalities. The 3 complimentary parking spaces can be viewed in the cell phone manager. You can move in today. If you want to contact cleaning or change the furniture, you can contact me. I will help you arrange it on my side. This is my business card. Qin Wei nodded. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. I'll contact you if I need anything. Feng Ro regretfully glanced at Qin Wei, then at Li Xiao, before leaving. Phew, Qin Wei let out a long breath and pulled over Li Xiao, who inadvertently fell into Qin Wei's arms. Time to come back to your senses, Qin Wei said as he looked at Li Xiao playfully. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming. Is this brother Qin Wei's home? Brother Qin Wei, pinch me, let me try to see if it will hurt, Li Xiao said with a shocked face. Okay, then I'll pinch. Qin Wei gave a hard pinch to Li Xiao's arse. Ah, Li Xiao exclaimed in shock. Brother Qin Wei, you're so bad, Li Xiao said with a red face. LOL, this is ing called life. It feels so good to be rich. Xiao Xiao, stay tonight. Qin Wei looked at her with an expectant face. Li Xiao's face turned red. Okay, but I need to talk to my cousin first. I came here to live with my cousin. After saying that, she hurriedly went out to make a phone call. There is no such thing as a simple girl who can do sales in a Four store. Only the eyesight is higher than the average person. This series of shocks today had a shock that caught Li Xiao off guard, and also knew that if the opportunity was missed, it wouldn't come again. Qin Wei surveyed the house. Basically everything was complete. Directly a turnkey house. The matter of moving. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's stay for one night first and get used to the feeling of getting up from a house of several $100 million. When it was time for dinner, Qin Wei picked up Feng Rou's business card and called. Hello Mr. Qin, is there something you need? Feng Rou quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Manager Feng, do you have a team of chefs on your side who cook at home? Don't want to go out to eat? Yes, what kind of cuisine does Mr. Qin want? Sichuan cuisine, Qin Wei said after thinking for a while. Li Xiao seems to be a Sichuan girl. Okay, this side will contact it for you. It should be able to reach you within half an hour. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiao also walked in. I told my cousin, and the company went out for a group building. To come back tomorrow, Li Xiao said with a shy red face. Qin uniquely pulled Li Xiao into his arms. I called the Sichuan cuisine chef to come to the door to cook. Later after dinner, let's enjoy the night view. Qin Wei sniffed Li Xiao's hair hard, a light shampoo flavor. Li Xiao struggled to get up. On the strength where is Qin Wei's opponent, can only obediently lying in Qin Wei's arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reaching the small goal achievement of having a house and a car. Breathe and you'll have money upgraded to $10 a breath. Ding! Breathe and you'll have money upgraded to 10 yuan, rewarding you with a check-in system. The host can sign in every day, and anything is possible with the items gained from signing in. Qin Wei sat up at once. This godly daily system. It's true that there are constant surprises. Out of having money, now there's an additional check-in function. It doesn't say it's limited time, so it's permanent. Let's try today's sign-in first. System, I want to sign in, Qin Wei said in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 million yuan in cash, which has been deposited into the host's construction bank, 5,993 account. Your savings card with tail number 5339 has credited income 200 renminbi, 000,000, with a current balance of 201 renminbi, 352, 420, 93. Construction Bank, Chapter 7, Grass Branch Pendulum. Qin Wei opened his cell phone and looked at the text message. Li Xiao in Qin Wei's arms just happened to glance at this message, even more convinced that his decision is not wrong. Stick in Qin Wei's arms tighter. Although she was new to society, she knew a lot of things. A girl like her must find the right opportunity, and now Qin Wei was her opportunity. As long as she could grasp it, then she could soar to the sky. No matter what, her luck was still good. Just at the beginning of having this realization, she came across someone she could entrust her life to. Li Xiao was determined to get a good hold of Qin Wei. Soon the cook came knocking on the door to cook. After drinking and eating, he put his arm around Li Xiao and enjoyed the sea view on the balcony. Suddenly Li Xiao turned to look at Qin Wei and said seriously, Brother Qin Wei, will you think I'm too casual and then you won't want me? How could I? I know it's my charm that impresses you. In fact, Qin Wei didn't think that much in his heart. These few years all rely on the 5 girls to live. Suddenly rich, the mentality produces a change. See a good-looking girl to flirt, but not thought that much. Brother Qin Wei, I was a little curious about you at first, but as I followed you all the way, I realized that you are the person I want to wait for. I only beg Brother Qin Wei not to abandon me. I cannot want anything, just beside you. Brother remembered me, come to look at me, so that I will be satisfied. Thought it was a simple little girl. The result of this operation, comparable to Longjing Tia. Fool, I also fell in love with you at first sight. That's why I invited you to accompany me for a stroll today. But I can't give you any guarantees. It can only be said that I won't easily leave you behind. That's enough. Thank you Brother Qin. Qin Wei was called a deer in the headlights by this Brother Qin. Li Xiao also saw Qin Wei's thoughts and said Brother Qin, we've digested about as much as we can after we've eaten. Let's work out. Oh, how can the two of us work out? Qin Wei immediately became interested. Li Xiao said with a pretty blush, you'll know if you hug me up. Qinwei immediately wanted to princess hug her. Not this kind of hug, brother Qin, just hug my thighs like this, hands on my back kind of thing. Qinwei was instantly happy. I can't imagine that this little girl is playing so flowery. Li Xiao blushed and said I also saw it in the movie. When I was in college, I often watched it together in the dormitory. Xiao, you are trying to test my arm strength, waist strength and physical strength. Ah, brother Qin, Xiao is not heavy. Well, you'll see, give me up. Fly up, Li Xiao exclaimed. The master bedroom of the new house. Li Xiao snuggled up and rested. Qinwei felt a little guilty. He did not expect that Li Xiao, who acted so green tea, was actually an untouched girl. He could not wait to give himself 2 slaps. Qinwei lay aside, groping for the nightstand, suddenly remembered that he quit smoking, before the habit of a cigarette afterward, the latter because of bankruptcy, even quit smoking. Qinwei opened his mouth and took a bite. Brother Qin, what are you eating? Li Xiao looked puzzled. Qinwei pulled her into his arms. Xiao, what you just ate was to restore your strength, not the kind you think. Let's do it again. This time it's my usual level. Li Xiao was shy, red-faced, embarrassed and slipped inside the quilt. Chapter 8, Early Morning Sunshine. A ray of early morning sunlight sprinkled on Qinwei's face. Qinwei subconsciously rolled over and touched his hand to the pillow. It was empty. The comforter was cold. He opened his eyes, out of the room, seeing Li Xiao was serving hot breakfast on the table. When Qinwei saw this, he went over and embraced her and said, "It's not easy for your body to move around. Why don't you take a good rest?" "It's okay, brother Qin. I want to make breakfast for you. I still have some of those master's ingredients from last night. Hurry up and go wash up." Qinwei barfed and kissed her on the cheek. This kind of early morning was called early morning, before it was called morning. After having breakfast, Li Xiao insisted on going to work and Qinwei called Feng Ro to arrange for her to be sent to work. Deep Bay No. 1 has a famous car club, not only provides Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini and other top-name cars with one-click booking for traveling, but also enjoys Shenzhen and Hong Kong nanny car transportation to and from Shenzhen and Hong Kong. I haven't signed in today. Sign in and see what it is. System, I want to sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host. Get a body-quenching Dan. What's a body-hardening pill? The kind in novels? Yes, host. The body-quenching pill will adjust your body functions and expel impurities from your body, the wonderful effects of which still need to be observed by the host after taking it on his own. There won't be any side effects, right? The system produces absolutely fine products, absolutely no side effects. Hearing this, Qinwei ate it without hesitation. After a while, the body began to burn and black oil began to secrete all over the body. Qinwei saw this and hurriedly went to take a shower. After coming out, he froze when he looked in the mirror. Is this damn still me? Qinwei's own height of 175 now looked at least 185. There wasn't a trace of fat on his body, and there were 8-pack abs and mermaid line. The sunspots on his face from being out in the sun for a long time before were also gone. Qinwei lowered his head towards the bottom, and his face suddenly overflowed with a satisfied and proud look. Here know-it-all. After changing his clothes, looking at his current appearance of being thin in clothes and meat in clothes, Qinwei was very satisfied. At this time, Feng Ro's phone call came. Hello Mr. Qin, Miss Li has been sent to her destination. Okay, thanks for the hard work. Is Mr. Qin free in the evening? Feng Ro asked. Is there something going on? It's like this. The famous car club side has chartered a cruise ship in Shiko Harbor tonight, to and from Shenzhen and Macau. A lot of rich people in Shenzhen have been invited. I took it upon myself to ask for an invitation for Mr. Qin. Do you think it's convenient to go? It's fine. I also just wanted to meet the rich and powerful in Shenzhen. Okay, then I'll pick you up in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Qinwei wondered about the tycoons. I don't know if I'll meet an acquaintance, even though the acquaintances in the past weren't considered tycoons. But after all these years, there might be some who have squeezed into the group of tycoons. There's still time now. Find a moving company to move the things I bought before first. There are still some expensive wines. Ding. In light of the host's current ability, the system gifted the host with 10 cubic meters of system space to carry around valuable items. Living things cannot enter the system space, so please use it at the host's discretion. What a sleepy head. I was thinking that in the future there would be more and more valuable things and I wouldn't know where to put them to be safe. I'm relieved now, Qinwei thought. After moving in, Qinwei called the landlord, Sister Wang, to return the rent. Sister Wang came up panting, looked at the house, looked left and right, touched it up and down, and then said, Xiao Qin, how can you return this deposit? The walls are yellow and black, and the tiles on the floor are all black. I get these to a lot of money. Well, I should have known that will come to this trick. Although said that now have money, do not care about the thousands of dollars deposit, but people still have to fight. Sister Wang, You mean the deposit is not refundable, right? Chapter 9 Encountering a Netizen. Xiao Qina. You've lived in this house with wear and tear. The deposit is refunded to you, so you can make up the renovation fee to me. Qinwei has never seen such a shameless person, but it's common to rent a house and meet this kind of landlord. Okay, Sister Wang. I'll move first, and someone else will contact you later, Qinwei said and turned around. Hello, is this the 12,366 tax service hotline? I want to report the landlord of No. 9, Lane 14, Yuanxin Village for tax evasion and renting an apartment without invoicing. Qinwei called 12315 after making the telephone report call. Hey, hello, the landlord of No. 9, Lane 14, Round Heart Village. When I want to return the rent, find an excuse not to return the deposit. The deposit slip is still in my hand. Civilized people talk about literature and not weapons. The rest is left to these departments. Qin Unicorn kicked the gas and took off. At the intersection where he was about to arrive at Deep Bay No. 1, a Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly appeared, scaring Qin Yi to brake sharply. He almost crashed into it. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a female driver. Qinwei silently closed his mouth ready to curse. The female driver was also startled and hurriedly got out of the car to check. After seeing that she hadn't hit it, she walked towards Qinwei. Sorry, I was distracted for a while and didn't brake at the intersection, the female driver said. Qinwei looked at the female driver and looked a bit familiar. Wasn't this the single netizen with a baby on Douyin, Eileen, who seemed to be a 10 million netizen? When she used to brush Douyin, she could still often see that she was the one who made the short videos in this latter part of Haiti. It's okay, it's because I drove too fast and didn't think about braking at the intersection, Qin uniquely explained while sizing up this netizen. A short black dress with black silk with letters, and a small waist that was surplus to requirements. It looked full of flavor. Are you a resident living in the neighborhood? I'm in the neighborhood a lot and it seems like the first time I've seen you, Aaron asked with a wink. Yeah, just moved here yesterday. I'll meet you often in the future. Qinwei laughed. Since we might run into each other often in the future, let's add a WeChat. I've lived in this neighborhood for several years. More familiar, Irene said. Good, I just moved here. There are still a lot of places I don't know. Qinwei took out his cell phone and added WeChat. After the two added WeChat, they chatted for a couple sentences and parted ways. All in the neighborhood, come what may. Bentley plus living in the neighborhood to get into the eyes of these people. Although they still don't know each other's bottom line, adding a WeChat is always not a loss. The Sea Queen's base manipulation. After returning home and taking a nap, I received a call from Feng Ro. Mr. Qin, this side is ready to board the ship. I'm at your door. Qinwei got up and opened the door. Feng Ro was still wearing that professional outfit. Looking at Qinwei's topless body, her eyes went straight. Feng Ro had been immersed in her work since her divorce, and it had been a long time since she had seen such a real Rue body. I didn't expect Mr. Qin's body to be so good. He must usually work out a lot. Feng Ro laughed. I started working out last night. Haha, Qinwei laughed. Are we driving there? Miss Feng. Mr. Qin, I'm here to send you an invitation. That kind of reception. I'm not qualified enough to go. Feng Ro laughed at herself. That won't do. If you don't go, what's the point if I go and don't recognize a single person? Isn't it possible to bring a female companion? Sister Feng will be my female companion. Feng Ro did not hear the change in address and asked in surprise, is Mr. Qin taking me? Is it really possible? Feng Ro had always wanted to get to know more tycoons, so that her work would be better, but she had never had the chance to do so. This time, when she heard that Qinwei was willing to take her there in the name of his female companion, she was almost moved to tears. She was so moved that she almost had a sniffle and a tear. Of course, if you don't go, then I won't go either, Qinwei said affirmatively. Feng Ro was even more moved when she heard this. Then Mr. Qin, wait for me. I'll go back and change into a dress. Go on. It's still early. Qinwei nodded. Chapter 10 Boarding the Ship. Feng Ro was ruthless and took out 2 months' salary and bought a black deep V dress at a nearby mall. After changing, she came to Qinwei's house, and Qinwei had already changed her clothes. Qinwei looked deeply at the bottomless abyss for a few moments, and then said, it's not suitable for you to wear these to drive. Let me serve the beauty. Trouble, Mr. Qin. It's my fault for not thinking things through. Feng Ro apologized. Still calling Mr. Qin, don't you think it's a bit out of the ordinary? I can call you sister. Feng Ro's pretty face reddened as she thought about what Qinwei had just called her sister. Then I'll call you AD. You call me Sister Ro. Sister Feng sounds too old. Feng Ro playfully said. Alright, then Sister Ro. Let's set off. Qinwei said. This side was quite close to the pier, but it was impossible to walk there even if it was close. Not long after, Qinwei and Feng Ro had already arrived at the boarding gate. It was Qinwei's first time to take a cruise ship, so he was curious about all these things. Wei was curious about all these things. There were also some handsome men and women of all shapes and sizes boarding the ship one after another, and it was said that the organizer had invited some netizens in order to make the party less boring. After boarding the ship, Wei curiously visited the interior of the ship, feeling similar to a hotel. Feng Rou was also making introductions for Wei all the way. It could be seen that Feng Rou hadn't done much homework in this regard. Brother Wei, go and recognize the room first. The invitation letter has a relative room number. You can go to the room to rest first. The party will only start at 7 p.m. Feng Rou said. Wei looked at the time on his cell phone. It's only a little after 4 o'clock. It's still early. It's not bad to go to the room first. Then he nodded. Feng Rou brought Wei to the room, which had a bed and a table, belonging to a relatively small single room. Wei frowned and asked Sister Rou, what about you? I'm the female companion you brought up here. Apart from sharing a room with you, I'll have to go to other parts of the ship. Like inside the ship there are various facilities, a casino, and an entertainment area. There's a lot of people everywhere 24 hours a day yet. I'll just go out and make do. That won't do. Let's go ask the organizer what conditions are needed to change to a bigger room. After saying that, he pulled Feng Rou and went to the hall on the first floor of the ship. What? Do you know who I am? Immediately change a room for me, or else I'll make your ship unable to leave. Wei had just entered the lobby when he saw an inch-headed man with his arms around two women, yelling at the staff of the organizers. Sir, I'm really sorry. The rooms are all booked at the beginning. There are no other rooms to change. The employee said. Okay, wait for me. The inch-headed man viciously took out his cell phone. Young Lin, please wait. A woman in the crowd wearing a black cross v-neck slit long dress walked over, with a bumpy figure and a deep, bottomless gully. A stunningly beautiful face with peach shyness and apricot letting. The skin on her face was also white and tentatively snowy, glowing. With that, the employee explained the situation to her, and the woman waved her hand, telling him to leave first. Lin Xiao, these are all newcomers, uninformed and rather rigid. You're an adult. Forgive them. Miss Guan, you guys hosted it this time, and it left me very dissatisfied. The inch-haired man revealed a lewd look and said, Young Lin, the problem of the room, my side will help you solve it. If there is still dissatisfaction, this side will send some small gifts to show our organizer's apology. The woman said with a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. It's okay, people like me just can't refuse a beautiful woman's apology. Let's have another drink at the party and this will be over. The inch-headed man said. No problem, said the woman. She turned around and called an employee to help this Lin Xiao to handle the room change. Wait, we also want to change to a bigger room. At this time, a voice came out from the side. The one who said this was right in the middle of things. Wei. Chapter 11, Standardized Man. The woman turned around with a puzzled face. Turning to Wei, she said I'm sorry, the rooms on our side are all assigned. This young Lin's room was changed because our staff made a mistake. Wei approached and sized up the woman. Really not bad. White, tender, big, doing business first. We also want to change to a bigger room. Whatever conditions are needed. Wei said. The woman's eyes flashed a trace of displeasure and said there is a charity auction tonight. If Mr. can spend up to $20 million inside, my side can help you change rooms. After saying that, the woman turned around and left, and after taking 2 steps, she turned back and added, entering the charity auction house requires a capital inspection of $50 million. Scratch that, look down on who? Ding, storming back to the task. As a godly man, how can you be angry? When the host encounters an unexpected event, he can trigger a blitz reward. The prize obtained from the reward is random. Anything is possible. Ding. Blitz generated. Name, Guan Yu. Age, 26. Appearance, S. Body shape, S. Charm, S. Whether to develop or not, no. Favorability, 0. Comprehensive evaluation, S. Ding. Task, enter the charity auction and impress Guan Yu. Just as Wei was rambling, the system prompt rang out. Where do I go for capital inspection? Wei asked aloud. Guan Yu turned around and said with a hint of surprise at the entrance of the auction house on the 4th floor. There are people who specialize in capital inspection. Wei brought Feng Rou to the 4th floor, finished the capital inspection, and got the admission ticket to the auction. Wei brother, or not forget it, the boat inside's so big. Sister randomly find a sofa to make do for one night on the line. Feng Rou could not bear to say, after all, had to spend $20 million to change the room, even if it is not their own money. Feng Rou also heartache. Ding. Unexpected event generated. Name, Feng Rou. Age, 31. Appearance, A+. Body shape, S. Charm, A+. Whether or not to develop, yes. Favorability, 80. Comprehensive evaluation, A+. Ding. Task, move Feng Rou to increase her favorability to you to 90. System, how is this favorability calculated? Favorability 90 is intimacy. This favorability reaches the point where intimacy can occur. A favorability of 95 is loyalty, unconditional faith in the host. A favorability of 100 is die-hard loyalty, and can die for the host. This favorability is really a god weapon to get girls. Through favorability you can know a woman's heart. It's okay Sister Zoe, this small amount of money I can afford to pay. I don't want a big beautiful woman to stray outside the couch. I don't want a beautiful woman to be out on the couch, Qin Wei said with a smile. Ding! Feng Rou's favorability has increased to 82 points. How can this even increase favorability? Feng Rou's pretty face reddened. Then squeeze it. Don't go wasting that money. You have to find a big bed to squeeze. Don't worry about it. I just want to see what this charity auction is like. It's still early. Let's go to the venue and have a drink, said Qin Wei. Pulled Feng Rou and went to the venue. In the venue, the attendants were setting up the scene. There weren't a lot of people yet. It should be because it wasn't time yet. They were all still strolling around elsewhere. Right, Sister Zoe, what is the identity of that Lin Xiao just now? Qin Wei asked as he sucked in 2 mouthfuls of the stormy lemon tea made on site. That Lin Xiao seems to be the son of the Customs Bureau's second-level supervisor. After all, it's a party on a ship, so it's still more or less necessary to be concerned about the face of the people on the customs side. Second-generation government officials. Qin Wei nodded indistinctly. How are you here? At this time, a man's voice sounded next to him. Chapter 12 Pure Body Export Divorce Agreement. When Feng Rou heard this voice, she trembled slightly, revealing a frightened expression. Seeing this, Qin Wei hurriedly took Feng Rou's hand and asked softly, Sister Rou, what's wrong? Recognize? Recognize? Of course I do. I'm still his husband as of now. A pale man came forward. Pale, tall and thin, at a glance as a rich woman like the appearance of a white boy. Next to him was a group of young men dressed like cowboys following, eyeballing some small netizens. Nonsense, we have already divorced, Feng Rou said sternly. We are not divorced when the divorce lawsuit is still pending, the man said teasingly. Qin Wei heard this. How could he not understand what was going on? Holding Xiao Rou in his hands tightly, he signaled that she didn't need to be afraid. Sister Rou was brought up by me as my guide on the ship. It's just a normal friend relationship between us. Qin Wei turned to Feng Rou's ex-husband and said, normal relationship, hands still holding so tight. Don't worry, I've already taken the photos. I'll send them to the lawyer later. And this time, I'm sure I'll be able to net you out of the house. The little white man smiled smugly and hideously. When Feng Rou heard the words, her face turned white. She had worked so hard to earn money. Just want to hire a good team of lawyers to win this lawsuit. And now that this situation had occurred, her efforts felt like they were all for naught. After seeing Feng Rou's appearance, Qin Wei said to the little white man, this white brother, what's his name? Country bumpkin, don't even recognize me. I'm Wang Daming, who has millions of fans. The little white man had a proud face. Hello big white brother, listen to the meaning of it. It is you who are fighting the divorce lawsuit with Sister Zoe? Right, Laozi called Diming. You have a problem with your ears, is not it? We are indeed in a divorce lawsuit. I want to let this net out of the house, the little white man said furiously. Let us put it this way. You want to net Zoe's sister out of the house is no more than for money. You open a price, normal for divorce. Wang Daming sneered. I'm not just doing it for money, but I'm happy if someone is willing to pay for it. $10 million, plus the house she bought for me. I'll give you $30 million. The house stays and you net out, Qin Wei said. Yo, really got a rich second generation but, that house is not worth a few million. Wang Daming said happily. Let's go. There is a specialized legal service on board. Sign this net divorce agreement. After saying this, he took Feng Rou and left. After the formalities were completed, Wang Daming mocked at Feng Rou *******. Serve this rich second generation well. You can be far from worth this money in my eyes. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he left. Feng Rou looked at Qin Wei with tearful eyes and said, Wei brother, thank you. I will find a way to return the money to you. What are you talking about? As long as I can give you back your freedom, any more money is worth it to me. Qin Wei said softly. Let's go Sister Zoe. Let's go out for some air. Where garbage has stayed, there's always a smell of garbage. Qin Wei waved his hand in front of his face. But Feng Rou snorted and nodded. After the two came outside, Feng Rou told her story. She and Wang Daming met in a bar. Feng Rou had been working outside for many years and barely bought a small house in the area. At that time, she and her friends were drinking at the bar, and Wang Daming was a frequent bar dabbler. It is no money, and loved to come to the bar to play, so they go around rubbing people fixed table. Feng Rou was at first attracted by the appearance of a good condition of the person, and added the contact information. Chapter 13 Past Events. At first, Wang Daming showed unfailing thoughtfulness, and soon Feng Rou fell. It didn't take long to propose to Feng Rou. The two of them got married as a matter of course. After the marriage, Wang Daming proposed to add his name to the house. and pay for the house together. Feng Rou did not agree, because she felt that the two couples do not care about the name of the name. Wang Daming is not happy, slowly began to seldom go home, all day with a group of young people together to shoot short videos. Do net read. Suddenly one day, the accident happened. One day at noon Feng Rou had a cold, so she took leave early to go home. Just entering the door, I heard a strange sound coming from the room. Feng Rou gently walked over and saw through the doorway. Two fresh white flesh was writhing. Feng Rou covered her mouth with a horrified face, controlling to not let herself scream out. One is Wang Daming. One is actually Wang Daming's brother who grew up together. When the wedding also came to be the best man, Wang Daming violently turned around and saw Feng Rou outside the door, and hurriedly went out to pull Feng Rou who wanted to run. Then he knelt on the ground and begged Feng Rou bitterly, constantly admitting his fault. Feng Rou could not withstand his pleas, so she promised not to tell anyone, and then filed for divorce. After hearing about the divorce, Wang Daming started begging Feng Rou again and promised to concentrate on her from now on. Feng Rou's heart was softened, so she agreed with him. Wang Daming behaved very well after this, cooking and doing housework at home every day. Feng Rou also began to slowly forget that incident. One day when Feng Rou came back, Wang Daming had already prepared a good meal, even opened a good red wine, saw Feng Rou into the door, said to Feng Rou, today is our wedding anniversary of 1 year, let's drink a glass of wine to celebrate. Feng Rou did not think too much and drank it. As a result, after drinking a cup, she fell asleep. After getting up, Feng Rou was lying naked on the bed, and there was a man lying next to her, Wang Daming's brother. Wang Daming was taking pictures with his cell phone by the bedside. When he saw Feng Rou wake up, he smiled and said, do you like the gift I gave you? Feng Rou instantly figured out that she was powerless. She could only curse with tears of blood in her eyes. You're shameless. Wang Daming teasingly said, don't worry, he didn't do anything to you. He's not interested in women. However, with these photos, I can let you out of your home. After saying that, he brought his brothers to leave. Wait, Feng Rou shouted feebly. Wang Daming stopped in his tracks. How much money do you need to leave these photos with me? Isn't it just for money that you're making me clean out my house? Wang Daming thought for a while and said, $1 million. I'll delete the photos in front of you. I'll give it to you. I don't want you to delete it. I want you to give me your cell phone. Feng Rou said breathlessly. Yes, transfer the money. I don't have that much money. You give me some time. I'll get it together. With that, Feng Rou made a phone call to borrow money, and after jacking up a few online loans, she gathered enough money to transfer $1 million. Wang Daming then handed over the phone to her. Feng Rou used all her strength to smash the phone to pieces, then fiercely said to Wang Daming, divorce. Wang Daming snorted coldly. If you are willing to leave your home, I will agree to divorce. Otherwise you can go to sue for divorce. After that, he took his brother and left. After that, Wang Daming went around saying that Feng Rou cheated on her and was caught in bed. When Feng Rou heard the news, she was in tears all day long, and her family also called to question her. If she was really netted a divorce, it would confirm the fact that she was cheating on her husband. That's why Feng Rou has been working hard to make money all these years, just for the sake of this breath. Chapter 14, Talisman Gift Pack. Now that everything had been resolved by Qinwei, her reputation was preserved. Instead, it was Wang Daming who had netted the family. After hearing this, Qinwei gently hugged Feng Rou. It's alright, Sister Rou. Now that you're free, in the days to come, you should live for yourself. Feng Rou backhandedly hugged Qinwei. Thank you. Otherwise, this kind of nightmare days, do not know how much longer to live. Ding! Feng Rou's favorability has reached 92. Congratulations to the host for completing the unexpected event. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've been rewarded with 10 billion Chinese dollars for the blitz. Ding! Congratulations to the host, over completing the mission, triggering a double blitz, and getting a reward talisman gift pack. Ding! Your savings card with tail number 5339 has credited income 10 billion renminbi yuan, with a current balance of 1017-135-2420, 93 yuan. Construction bank, 10 billion, paying $30 million in exchange for 10 billion. That smells good. Qinwei looked at the string of numbers on it and was in a very comfortable mood. My money isn't that good. First go back to my room and study this talisman gift pack. Qinwei thought in his heart. Although it was said that there were more than $10 billion, that $30 million paid still made Qinwei very uncomfortable. Mainly because it was given to a scumbag. Sister Rou, let's go back to our room and rest for a while. Come back for the party at 7. Qinwei said with a smile. Good. Feng Rou collected her emotions. After returning to his room, Qinwei sat on the sofa to study the talisman gift pack. System, open the talisman gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've received the lucky talisman *1, bad luck talisman *1, hundredfold cashback talisman *1, eye of perspective talisman *1, 5 Thunderbolts Talisman *1. The talismans have been placed in the host's carry-on space, and can be taken out and used with a single movement of the host's mind. Ding! So many. It's really a gift pack. Shinwei clicked on them one by one to see the introduction. Lucky Talisman. The user will be extremely lucky within 1 hour. Bad Luck Charm. The user's designated object will be accompanied by bad luck for a day. The kind that pisses on the thighs and farts out of the sky. The 100 times cashback charm. Can be used on a certain purchase. After using it will be 100 times cashback to the user's account. The Eye of Perspective charm. The user will have the ability to see through for 3 hours. Please use with caution. 5 Thunderbolts charm. As the name suggests, the user invites 5 thunderbolts to strike the corresponding designated person. Powerful. Use with caution. After pondering for a moment, Shinwei planned to use a bad luck talisman for Wang Daming to try first. Use the bad luck charm. Object Wang Daming. Thinking of Wang Daming's appearance in his mind, the bad luck charm slowly hid its traces. Wang Daming, who was on the deck with a group of netizens in the process of shooting a short video, suddenly felt a cold wind coming and shivered. What's wrong, Brother Ming? A junior asked when he saw Wang Daming's appearance. Nothing, I'll go to the restroom first. You guys shoot first, Wang Daming said. After Wang Daming finished speaking, he suddenly came to a stop and felt like running to the toilet. There was a puddle of water in front of the toilet. Wang Daming accidentally stepped on it and slipped forward. And at this time, a fat figure just came out of the women's toilet. If Shinwei was there, he would surely be able to recognize that this was his previous landlord, Sister Wang. Wang Daming, while falling, grabbed his hand to the side, grabbed Sister Wang's collar, and ripped it off in a smooth manner. Ah! A howl that shocked the world and sobbed the gods came out from the direction of the toilet. A large number of people quickly gathered. Old mother is so old. You still dare to molest. Today you do not give me an explanation. Just wait for the police to arrest you. One huffed. Chapter 15 can't hold it in. Wang Daming's face turned blue. He could barely hold it in already. And then he encountered this. Hurriedly apologizing. Just begging to be spared. Does saying sorry help? You stripped me of my clothes and now I'm being seen naked. Sister Wang huffed and said. Wang Daming clamped his legs and said with difficulty, then what do you want to do? If you don't let me go to the toilet, let's come out and then discuss it. What toilet? You do not give me an explanation. Do not want to go, Sister Wang said while tugging on Wang Daming's clothes. Just then, a strange noise came out from behind Wang Daming, and with it came a foul odor. The surrounding people quickly dodged away, looking at this pants-pulling netizen with a disgusted face, and some people even already opened their cell phones and were recording. Tomorrow's little hot search would have Wang Daming's share. Sister Wang also quickly loosened her hand, covering her mouth and nose with a disgusted face. Don't think that I will let you go. Just wait. I know that you are a small netizen. You can't run away. After saying that, Sister Wang also pulled the torn clothes and ran away. Wang Daming couldn't care less about the eyes of the people around him. He hurriedly ran into the toilet and just sat down and started to have a torrent of diarrhea. Suddenly a shattering sound rang out. The toilet was broken. Wang Daming stuck his butt into the debris. Immediately blood flowed out. Help! Someone help me! Wang Daming's friend heard what happened at the door of the toilet and came over just in time to hear Wang Daming's cry for help. He rushed in a hurry, but the floor was too slippery, and it heavily hit Wang Daming. Wang Daming instantly fainted. Later, he was called an ambulance by a passerby and sent to the hospital. Fortunately, the ship had not yet sailed and was still able to go to the hospital. And on the way to the hospital, the ambulance driver actually driving, directly drive the car into the sea. In addition to Wang Daming, all climbed up from the sea. Poor Wang Daming, just pitched Shinwei $30 million, actually less than an hour to the death of the spring. It was already some time after Shinwei and Feng Rou heard the news. Shinwei was a bit shocked. He didn't expect the bad luck charm to be so powerful that it directly molded people to death. Luckily this bad luck talisman is powerful enough, otherwise that $30 million would have been suffocating. Shinwei thought, what goes around comes around. It deserves it. There's less scum in the world from now on. Feng Rou said angrily, brother, let's go out. The party is about to start. Feng Rou turned back to Shinwei and said, is there any program in this party? Shinwei asked suspiciously. There's nothing special program. It's just some entrepreneurs and so on. Say earth some, like some chambers of commerce, recognize, embrace, create affluence together and so on. When the time comes, there will be some well-known entrepreneurs with heavier status who will go on stage to speak and so on. Will Xiaoma come? Locally speaking he has the heaviest status. Right. It may also come, because not only entrepreneurs, there will even be some representatives of families and so on coming over. The heritage of those families are relatively thick and long, not comparable to these thuggish entrepreneurs nowadays. Feng Rou pondered for a while and said, Sister Rou, you know so much. It seems like you've done a lot of homework, Qin Wei said with a smile. Because we have a deeper cooperation with the famous car club. They have more or less heard of this kind of gathering. Feng Rou playfully spat out her tongue. Let's go. Let's go to the venue to eat and drink. Getting acquainted with any entrepreneurs and such is not for me. Qin Wei now had a system, so he didn't need to start a business or anything like that. The venue was brightly lit and crowded. Feng Rou entered the venue on Qin Wei's arm. There are quite a lot of people. Qin Wei looked at the guests in the conference hall who were talking loudly and casually stretched his waist before he began to survey where the place to eat was. He then turned to Feng Rou and said, Sister Rou, you go do what you want to do. Don't mind me. I'll wander around. Qin Wei knew that Feng Rou had come here for her own career, so of course he wouldn't tie her to his side. Chapter 16 Zheng Weiguo. Okay, thanks brother. I just met a few clients as well. I'll go say hello. After Feng Rou left, Qin Wei started eating. The food was not bad for a venue organized by rich people. A pretty girl wearing a white dress skirt saw Qin Wei from afar, her eyes full of surprise. She was about to walk toward Qin Wei, but was blocked by a steady stream of people who came to greet her. Can only stop later to find Qin Wei. At this time, the lights began to adjust, gathered above the stage, and began the speeches of these entrepreneurs. During this time, Qin Wei didn't stop eating and drinking until he heard a name. Qin Wei stopped moving his hands, his eyes glaring at the stage. He only heard the person on the stage say, let's invite our beautiful entrepreneur Zheng Weiguo to speak on the stage. MS. Zheng Weiguo is a beautiful entrepreneur who has gotten a lot of achievements in the field of science and technology in recent years. Everyone applaud and welcome. Hello everyone. The so-called beauty entrepreneur is everyone's favorite. The little lady can't afford this title. Zheng Weiguo laughed at herself on the stage. Our company's team gave me this opportunity to stand here, so I'm very grateful to my team. Of course, I'm also grateful to my seniors for their support so that we can have this kind of result. Thank you all so much for your support, Zheng Weiguo said aloud. Really? Isn't there someone we should be thanking that we're missing? A voice came out from under the stage, and a path was made through the crowd, from which Qin Wei stepped out. A hint of surprise flashed in Zheng Weiguo's eyes. Of course, there are too many people I have to thank. Everyone's time is precious. There's no way to list them all. Next it will be the next entrepreneur's turn to speak, so I won't take up any more of your time. Saying that, she walked down from the stage. Just as Zheng Weiguo came down from the stage, a man went up and draped a jacket over her. Then the two of them walked over towards where Qin Wei was. Qin Wei, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. Zheng Weiguo and the man walked over head-on. MS. Zheng, hello. I didn't expect someone like me to be able to get on this boat, did I? Qin Wei spoke in a very indifferent tone. At first, Qin Wei didn't have too many complaints when he turned into that situation. He just felt that his ability was not working, but when they really met, they would still be uncomfortable at the bottom of their hearts. Qin Wei, we've known each other for more than 10 years anyways. There's no need for you to be so cold, Zheng Weiguo said with a smile on the surface. Secretly, she was thinking, how did he qualify to get on the ship? Didn't she say he was delivering takeaways and doing odd jobs? Zheng Weiguo retrieved her thoughts and then introduced the man next to her. This is my boyfriend, Lu Huai. Lu Huai glanced at Qin Wei and didn't greet him. Seeing that Qin Wei didn't even look at him, he was instantly a bit angry. Mr. Qin isn't from Deep City, right? Lu Huai asked. No, I'm from the countryside, from the same town as MS. Zheng. Qin Wei nodded. Oh, so it's an old hometown. Lu Huai swept away the depression from earlier. Confidently, he pulled out his business card and handed it over. Qin Wei glanced at the words on the business card. It turned out to be the president of several companies. Is there anyone who prints business cards like this now? He directly chose to ignore it. Qin Wei, how did you get up here? This is not a place where just anyone can come. You have to have an invitation. You can't be sneaking up here to find me, Zheng Weiguo said with a wry smile. Chapter 17 Liang. I was the one who brought him up. A pleasant and melodious voice rang out. The crowd looked over, only to see a woman wearing a white dress skirt, showing off her charming figure. Her long black hair was coiled up high and fixed with a crystal butterfly stand, and her sparkling crystal high-heeled shoes lined up those long, thin, and white jade legs. The surface of the skirt was decorated with crystal clear diamonds. An elegant small shawl, elegant and noble, giving people a kind of feeling that can be viewed from afar but cannot be blasphemed. Qin Wei could see the person coming, and it was Liang, whom he had met at the last takeout delivery. Liang walked over and smoothly took Qin Wei's hand. Go, it's been a long time. You've succeeded in your career, so the deceased are coming to ostracize you? Liang stared at Zheng Weiguo and said, Xiaoying, don't you even call me cousin anymore? I heard that you have found your real parents, and now you want to leave out our adoptive relatives? Zheng Weiguo also said unwillingly. That's not true. We are of similar age and grew up together. I once didn't call you cousin either. What? Feeling like you've come up in the segment, you've started asking me to call you cousin? Li Ying also responded strongly. This Shura scene attracted the attention of many people, and slowly more and more people gathered at the side. At this time another pleasant and familiar voice rang out. Xiaoying, Guagua, you guys should stop being so tit-for-tat. The crowd has been attracted to you. Come over for a drink together. Guan Yu walked over from the crowd. Li Ying snorted coldly. Let's go. Pulling Qin Wei, she headed out. Walking to a corner, Qin Wei asked Ying, I didn't expect you to be here. It's me who didn't expect you to be here. 2 days ago, you even came to my house to deliver takeaways. Today, you've changed your image at this high-class reception. Li Ying huffed with her waist crossed. Qin Wei scratched his head awkwardly. It was also unexpected that the three of us would meet like this. Qin Wei, Zheng Guagua, and Li Ying were all from the same town, and they met at an examination center at that time. Not the same school. The three of them met after the examination and went for drinks. At that time, Qin Wei and Zheng Guagua looked right at each other, and the two of them briefly talked about a youthful love. At that time, Li Ying has been following the side of the two of them. Later, when high school started, they all went to different cities to study, and slowly lost contact again. It wasn't until after they graduated from college that they met up again in the same city. It's still the same as before. Qin Wei and Zheng Guagua got together, and Li Ying is still with us. Later, after Zheng Guagua made Qin Wei become nothing, Li Ying did stand firmly beside Qin Wei, accompanying him. The two often ate together during that time. Basically Li Ying invited Qin Wei to eat, because she knew that Qin Wei had no money. The companionship during that period of time did allow Qin Wei to alleviate a lot of negative emotions, and then revitalize himself to find a job. Qin Wei was also attracted to Li Ying, but knew that in his own situation, it was basically difficult to turn around and live an ordinary life. He chose to leave, changed his phone number and moved home. Lost contact with Li Ying. Why did you lose contact without saying anything at that time? Li Ying looked at Qin Wei with two eyes. Qin Wei smiled awkwardly. Let's not talk about this. I just heard Zhang Guagua say that you went to look for your biological parents? Li Ying was picked up by her adoptive parents in a forest not long after she was born. She had often heard her talk about it before, and said that her adoptive parents had treated her very well, better than even her biological ones. She was happy to have met such foster parents. She had no intention of going to her real parents. Chapter 18, The Auction. They were the ones who found me. I have no intention of finding them. Li Ying proudly hummed. My real father is the contemporary head of the Li family in Mordor. At that time, they were hiding from their enemies, so they put me in the grove to go, and by the time they turned back to look for me, I had already been carried back to my hometown by my adoptive parents. They were looking for me until last year, when I went to Magic City on business and met them. I looked a lot like my real mother, so they started contacting me, doing identification and such. Qin Wei smiled slightly. Congratulations, you found your real parents. They told me to go to Magic City. I don't want to go. I want to stay here. After all, I've been over here since I was a kid. Li Ying looked at Qin Wei with a wide-eyed look, and added, and you're here too. Qin Wei was flustered by the look. Qin Wei, can you tell me how you've been living these past few years? Living my life to make ends meet. A very boring experience, and not much to talk about. Ding! Breaking news generated. Name, Li Ying. Age, 25. Appearance, S. Body shape, S. Charm, S. Whether to develop or not, no. Favorability, 95. Overall rating, S. Ding. Task, promise Li Ying that you will tell her about your experience. 95 favorability. So Ying already has feelings for me to this extent? I always thought it was just a friendship from childhood. Instantly Qin Wei's eyes turned tender as he looked at Li Ying. Okay, then I'll tell you in detail about the years I've been working odd jobs. Qin Wei softly told the experience of these years. Li Ying listened with heartache and held Qin Wei's hand tightly. Time flew by. It was already 2100 hours, and the ship had already sailed. It's almost time. Let's go to the auction and take a look. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the contingency. Ding. Congratulations to the host, triggering the sudden attack reward. 95% of the shares of Shenzhen International Cruise Ship Motherport Company. Qin Wei didn't have too many surprises in his heart. Could this company still be as fragrant as $10 billion? At this time, the cell phone beep sounded. It was sent by Feng Ro, saying that she was drinking and chatting with some female entrepreneurs, so she wouldn't go to the auction. When she was just at the venue, Feng Ro saw what happened around Qin Wei, and understandingly she didn't choose to come over. Qin Wei didn't say anything when he saw the message, put his cell phone in his pocket and went up to the auction house with Li Ying. At the entrance of the auction house, Qin Wei took out the card he got after checking his capital and entered the auction house. When Li Ying saw it, she pouted. It seems that your experience is still hidden. Qin Wei smiled and didn't say anything. Qin Wei laughed and didn't say anything. After entering, he found that it was a theater place that had been converted into an auction house, and there were no private rooms like the ones in the novels. Qinwei and Liang picked a seat that wasn't in front or behind. The auction started, and the first one to be auctioned was a painting and calligraphy. This piece of calligraphy and painting is Tang Yin's evening chui drawing. The value is evident. Without further ado, starting price, $15 million, $16 million, $18 million, $20 million. There was news circulating before that this painting was going to be auctioned. I didn't expect it to be on this ship, Liang said. Are you interested? Qinwei turned his head and asked. I'm not interested. My father in Mordor is interested in this. That news was also told to me by him. Qinwei pondered for a while and asked how much is the highest valuation of this painting? It seems to be 28 million. An expert estimated it to be between 22 to 28 million. Not more than this price. But the collection of this industry, it is not certain. There is no fixed valuation. Chapter 19, bought from my old man. $30 million. Qinwei slowly raised his card. Liang looked at Qinwei with surprise, but then didn't say anything. This man has his reasons for doing things, and if not, there's still me. The host excitedly picked up the wooden hammer. $30 million once, $30 million twice, 30,000, 31 million at this time. A person in the front row raised the sign. It is Lu Huai. Also turned back to look provocatively at Qinwei. $50 million. Qinwei once again ignored him. Lu Huai was full of pride and wanted to raise his card again, but was stopped by Zhang Guogui next to him. Zhang Guogui knew Qinwei. If he exceeded the value by too much, Qinwei would give up on bidding. At that time, Lu Huai will not be able to steal the chicken and lose the rice. This time Zhang Guogui was really wrong. Now Qinwei has more than $10 billion in his card, and with the divine greatness system in his back, what he wants is no longer based on value. $50 million once, $50 million twice, $50 million three times. Sold. Tang Yin's evening chui painting was won by buyer number 36. Qinwei, sell this painting to me, just at the price you got back from the auction. I'll take it to my dad. Liang wanted to help Qinwei pay for this in disguise. No need to sell it, it's for you in itself. What's the point of talking about a sale when you're giving a painting to your future old husband? Qinwei said with a smile. Liang's pretty face blushed. Who is your future husband? Annoying. Then she pondered. How did Qinwei suddenly get the hang of it? Did he know that I've been secretly in love with him for so many years? Now auctioning the second piece. The Han Dynasty Royal Family Special Gold Armor. Starting price $50 million, $56 million, $58 million, $60 million. Qinwei saw Lu Huai raising his sign, and after a moment of thought, he raised his sign. $70 million. Lu Huai looked at Qinwei slightly anxiously. He got the news that this might be an ancestral golden armor. The family had made it imperative for him to get it. $100 million. Qinwei raised his card and shouted. $110 million. Lu Huai was anxious. Zhang Guogui shook his head without a trace. Still not in the right frame of mind, showing his desperate want and falling for Qinwei's scheme. $110 million once, $110 million two times, $110 million three times. Deal. Lu Huai glared fiercely at Qinwei. Itself $60 million can be taken. Now spend more than $100 million, just because of this Qinwei. Next up for auction is a bottle of wine. Limao from 1935. Starting price $5 million, $6 million, $6.5 million. Qinwei was flabbergasted for a moment. Was this wine so valuable? There were 10 cases of it piled up at home. $7 million. Liang also joined in the bidding. Do you want this bottle of wine too? Qinwei asked. My adoptive father loves to drink, and he'll be very happy to buy this wine back. Liang said excitedly. $10 million. A man with a tiger's back in the front row said slowly as he smoked a cigarette. Liang still wanted to shout the price, but Qinwei held down her hand. A friend of mine has a bottle of the exact same. When the time comes, I'll ask him to give it to you, so give this one to them. Liang nodded okay. A goodwill of 95 was something that would be unconditionally trusted. Next was the auction of some treasured items. Qinwei looked at them and there was nothing he wanted, so he lowered his head and chatted with Liang. This is the finale treasure of this auction. The staff member walked out from behind the curtain, holding an exquisite little box in both hands. Liang, who was originally concentrating on breaking fingers with Qinwei, instantly sat up straight. Spirit Recovery Elixir. An elixir produced by a master that can get rid of all diseases. The host's eyes were fiery for ordinary people. It can be considered rare in the world. I'm afraid everyone here has only heard of it and have never seen it once. Its value is unimaginable. The starting bidding price is $5 billion. Chapter 20, Spirit Recovery Pill. $6 billion. Does this kind of elixir really exist in the world? How does this world feel like it's become metaphysical? Qinwei thought in shock. His own 10 billion won't be enough to bid on it, so let's see what's going on. Liang beside him looked at the stage with a fiery face. Do you want that Dan too? Qinwei asked. My adoptive mother hasn't been in good health in recent years, and when I see something about health, I keep an eye out for it. But this Dan is too metaphysical. I don't have the strength to be able to take it yet. If it's my father from Mordor, he would have the strength to take it, Li Ying said regretfully. The bidding on the field had already gone up to 20 billion. This kind of divine medicine that could get rid of all illnesses could basically be said to have no upper limit. It's fine. Let's take your mother along to the hospital for a checkup and to condition her body. Although Qin Wei had a system, he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to get this similar divine medicine, so he could only comfortably say so first. Li Ying leaned on Qin Wei's shoulder after she hummed. In the end, this medicine was auctioned to $38 billion. Previously, it was said that it was for a charity gala, and the entire amount auctioned would be used for charity. And with a large amount, there might not be any charity left. But this wasn't under Qin Wei's control either. He was merely here to join in the fun. Xiaoying, do you know about this mastery way? Qin Wei asked. I have heard from my father in Mordor. After all, I couldn't access such high-level secrets with my civilian status in the past. This mastery way is a recluse in the Kunlun Mountains, and is said to have a divine medical skill, and helping people depends on his mood. Otherwise, give more money, he won't help you heal, Li Ying said in a playful voice. Then why would someone put out an elixir for auction in this place? Qin Wei said in disbelief. It should be that on this ship, someone had crossed paths with Mastery Mai and got it. Regardless of this, let's go pay the money and get the painting back. Good. Qin Wei nodded. The two of them walked to the trading room, and inside was an acquaintance doing the work of collecting and delivering the money. Guan Guan, how come you're the one doing the chores? Li Ying jumped over and pulled Guan Yu and asked. There's no such thing as chores. Someone has to do them. Guan Yu laughed. Guan Yu laughed. You also shot something. What is it? I'll help you handle it first. It's that painting of Tang Yin. Qin Wei shot it. Guan Yu said with a surprised look on her face. That big grudge that cost $50 million to auction turned out to be you. Guan Guan, I don't like it when you say that, Li Ying said with a pout. Fine, fine. It's not the great grudge seed. Guan Yu hurriedly begged for mercy. Then she looked at Qin Wei and pondered. She thought it was an ordinary rich man, but she didn't think it was a friend of Li's daughter. Looking at the signs, Ing seemed to like him. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the unexpected. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the Blitz reward. Spirit Recovery Pill *10. Spirit Recovery Pill? A $38 billion elixir. The system is so powerful. System, is this Spirit Recovery Pill the same as the one from the auction? Ding! If the system produces a product, it will be of high quality. Please be careful with your words. Don't compare it with that kind of trash. Bull! With this arrogant look, Qin Wei silently gave the system a thumbs up. Miss Guan, do you still remember our agreement? Qin Wei looked at Guan Yu and said. What agreement? Li Ying looked at Qin Wei and Guan Yu suspiciously. This Mr. Qin said he wanted to change to a bigger room, so I told him to get the qualification to enter the auction before coming to say that he wanted to change his room. Guan Yu said helplessly. Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry, the room is indeed full. There is no way to change it, and my side apologizes to you for my previous behavior. Chapter 21, Casino on the Ship. Then Qin Wei should share a room with me. My place is a big room with 2 bedrooms. Li Ying suddenly spoke up. Qin Wei's eyes lit up as he pretended to say, that's not too good, is it? Inwardly, he was secretly delighted. Then let your companion go to my place and you stay in your room. Qin Wei told Li Ying about Feng Ro's existence and some of her experiences. Even the fact that she had just met a scummy guy was also said. So Li Ying knew about Feng Ro's existence. No need. I think we haven't seen each other for a long time and desperately need a night to catch up, Qin Wei said with positive intentions. Li Ying's pretty face reddened and spat. With that, Qin Wei went to send a message to Feng Ro. Feng Ro, who received the message, secretly sighed and replied back. Qin Wei, let's go to the casino. There's a casino on the ship, Li Ying said in a playful voice. Aren't we going to Australia Island? Wouldn't it be better to go to Australia Island to play? Qin Wei said doubtfully. It seems that Mr. Qin didn't carefully understand the flow of this party of ours. This boat will only take an hour to get to Ao Island. In that case, it's rather meaningless. That's why it will first go out to sea and make a big circle before arriving at Ao Island tomorrow morning. Then dock for a day and return the morning after, Seki Yuki said from the side. In that case, then it's indeed time to visit the casino. Let's go. Qin Wei pulled Li Ying and was about to leave. Li Ying turned around and Guan Yu said, Guan Guan, let's go together. I won't go. I have other things to take care of. Have fun, Guan Yu said with a smile. Qin Wei and Li Ying got the waiter to lead the way, and immediately afterward, an extravagantly luxurious and opulent hall was reflected in Qin Wei and Li Ying's eyes. Qin Wei went to the reception desk to change 1,000,000 chips. After all, it is to play. 1,000,000 right to take out the entertainment. He took half of the chips and gave them to Li Ying. Li Ying didn't pick it up. She wasn't interested in gambling. She used to follow Qinwei and Zhang Guogui to play mahjong, but she just stayed on the side, never got on the field, and didn't want to get on the field either. It's still like before. I'll just watch you play. Li Ying pushed back. Qinwei understood her, then nodded and headed for a croupier. As he approached, Zhang Guogui and Lu Huai were also at this table. Qinwei found a seat and sat down. He planned to see how the two games were played first. Lu Huai said contemptuously, "Don't occupy a seat if you don't want to play. Do you have no money and need me to lend you some?" Qinwei ignored him, took out the chips and put them on the table, and asked the dealer, "What is this game?" The dealer explained with a smile on her face, "This is blackjack. Starting with 2 cards, you compare your cards with the dealer, and whoever is closest to blackjack wins. If you exceed it, you lose." "Okay, then I buy a copy of the card. 10,000. Shay, bet 10,000 shouting so loud, "I think you'd better not bet. Keep it to go back and buy lollipops to eat," Lu Huai said with disdain. Hearing Lu Huai's mockery, Li Ying was about to storm out immediately. Qinwei pulled her back and said to Lu Huai expressionlessly, "I can smell the smell of a dead rat from a long way away. So it's you talking. I know there is a dental hospital is not bad. Is my friend opened? Do you want me to give you a recommendation? Go to cure your bad breath?" As the words fell, Lu Huai was about to shoot up. Qinwei smiled faintly and said without any ripples, "Why? Do you have any other unspeakable secrets that you want to express to me? It's not impossible, but first wait for me to finish gambling when I'm free." Chapter 22 Perspective Charm. Buffed. Li Ying laughed out from the sidelines, and the other people on the betting table couldn't help but laugh a little. Lu Huai immediately jumped up. Zhang Guogui hurriedly pulled Lu Huai's sleeve. "Let him calm down." Lu Huai's face turned red beside him, seemingly furious. The gambling game then continued and the cards began to be dealt. Qinwei was dealt 2 cards, a jack and a 2. This kind of card is actually very dangerous. If you want a small one, you still have to keep asking for it. If you want a big one, it will directly blow up. Qinwei chose to ask for a card. He opened it and saw that it was a 9, which was just enough for a blackjack. Then he waited for the card to be opened. Right after that, the lady dealer opened her cards. 20 points. Except for Qinwei, all the others were eaten by the dealer. But this kind of 1-for-1 can only be said to be playing to kill time. The second game, Qinwei bet 100,000. This time Lu Huai learned wisdom did not voice. Mouth is not as powerful as others, or not to provoke. Qinwei's cards were a 9 and a 6. There were only 15 points. Only 15 points. Qinwei decided to try to add a little, but the result is a Q. Burst, directly through the 21 points. Lu Huai's voice appeared next to him again. "I thought I had one once, so I thought I would raise my bet, but I lost my bet. If you're a gambler like you, no amount of money is enough to lose." Qinwei felt that this kind of play is not very interesting, pulled Li Ying up and said, "Let's go. This is not fun, and there is a dead rat here. The smell is unbearable." Li Ying obediently followed and got up. Qinwei and the two of them went to the place where they played dice and sat down. There were many dice playing tables here, so it wouldn't say that there were people crowding everywhere. At this time, Lu Huai and Zhang Guogui followed. "Wherever you go, I'll follow you. An ingrate like you will lose wherever you go. Following you will make money," Lu Huai said smugly. Qinwei ignored him this time. In his heart, he silently said, "System, I want to use the perspective talisman." Ding! The host has used the perspective charm, and there is still 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds of perspective time left. In an instant, a faint golden light flashed in Qinwei's eyes. When Qinwei looked around, he was able to see the style of underwear a person was wearing inside through a layer. Looking at it more centrally, the underwear was being seen through. What a great skill! Turning to look at Li Ying, there was a set of black lace style inside. The pair of white rabbits were squeezed to the point that they were a little bit out of sight. Good guy. I didn't expect Li Ying to be so material. All along she has been dressing very conservatively, either round neck or high neck. The clothes she wore also showed large, and had never seen her good figure. Even today's gown belonged to the conservative category, and the one inside looked to be on the small side. All squeezing the white rabbit painfully. "What's wrong with you?" Li Ying looked at Qinwei suspiciously. Qinwei hurriedly shifted her gaze and shook her head, then looked at the gambling table. "What's the point of coming to the casino without opening up?" Ding! The dealer who shook the dice crossed his arms, then opened them. "Buy and set. 4, 5, 6, big." When Qinwei came over, he was already ready to open, so he didn't play. The dealer started shaking the dice, and after that, he could place his bets. Qinwei used his penetrating eyes to look at the dice cup, and it was actually 3 4s, a leopard. He then wanted to directly bet on it. "Hurry up and bet. You bet on big or small. I have to go against you. Don't let you, the sweeper, drag me down to make money." Lu Huai's voice promptly stopped Qin Wei's mind from directly betting on the leopard. After thinking about it, Qin Wei first bet 100,000 big. Then the others also bet their chips one after another. Chapter 23, 3 fours again. Before the dealer was ready to gesture for a buy-in, Qin Wei bet another 200,000 for 3 fours. Qin Wei, you really don't know how to play, do you? You dare to bet on the leopard. Wait for your pants to lose. Ha ha ha. Lu Huai laughed excitedly. Brother, your hand on the leopard is probably hopeless. Look at the table, there are a few who bet on the leopard. The man beside him shook his head and lamented. Qin Wei shrugged his shoulders. It's okay, just play. Ding. 3 fours, leopard. The surrounding area was in an uproar, but there were more sounds of cursing. How could it be possible that such a difficult leopard could come out? The entire field began to clamor. Qin Wei grinned. A small win of 6 million. Lu Huai was looking at the 3 fours on top of the table with an iron face at the moment. It felt like it had never stung before. Xiaoying, we're lucky. Let's play another game. Qin Wei turned his head and said to Liang. Liang smiled faintly. I'll listen to you. If you want to play, you can play as many games as you want. What are you pretending to be 13 for? Didn't you just get lucky with a game of? If you have the ability, keep playing and see how many times you can get lucky with. Lu Huai sneered. The second game started. Miss Lotus was pressing the buttons on the side of the dice cup, which clattered and shook. Qin Wei's mind moved, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The lady dealer waited for the sound inside the dice cup to stop, and made a gesture of invitation. Everyone, please place your bets. As soon as the words fell, there were all kinds of bets, but most of them were focused on the big and small. The chances of a leopard are very small, except for some hot-headed people who bet randomly. Generally no one will buy a leopard. I'll bet on big, $2 million. Lu Huai even looked at Qin Wei provocatively after placing his bet. Qin Wei chose to ignore this sand sculpture. Before the lady dealer was about to make a closing gesture, Qin Wei once again pushed all the chips to the 3 fours on the leopard. Everyone was dumbfounded. He also bought 3 fours. I'm afraid this person is not a little cute. There was a chance of 2 consecutive leopards, but it had never been seen before that 2 consecutive leopards were the same. This is a smaller chance than buying a welfare lottery ticket. Ha ha ha, brain dead. 3-4 leopards in one game. Still want to come in a row? Look at your poor and unprofitable appearance. Lu Huai laughed out loud. I still don't know which brainwashed person just lost money and raised the bet here. Liang choked from the side. Humph. Lu Huai snorted coldly. He wasn't good at arguing with women. Ding ding ding. Buy in. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Ms. Lotus slowly opened the dice cup. 3 fours, leopard. Instantly the entire room fell silent. Then all sorts of cursing sounds rang out again. 3 fours twice in a row. What are the odds? The casino is cheating. Mud, is it cheating us? Some people even went to grab back their own chips. Everyone calm down. A man walked out from the crowd, surrounded by several security guards. I am the person in charge of the casino. My name is Du Chuan. This casino was set up by our Micromax company. There is no such thing as saying that there is cheating. If you all don't believe me, you can send a representative to inspect our gambling tables as well as our instruments. Du Chuan said. Then why would there be 2 leopards? If this kind of chance isn't cheating, how could this happen? A bald head shouted from the side. This can only be said to be a matter of probability. And as I said, you can get someone to check our croupiers and instruments. But if you don't check out the problem and still insist on making trouble, then don't blame us for being impolite. Du Chuan said sternly. Chapter 24. The gambling game. The people around slowly withdrew their hands that were about to grab the chips. These people all knew that there wasn't much need to cheat on this kind of thing. They just watched the uproar and wanted to get their capital back. Qin Wei saw that there was no more noise. Before squeezing back, just looked at the situation is not right. Hurriedly pulled Liang to withdraw. It's okay to squeeze yourself, but don't squeeze Liang. Since there's no problem, you can pay for it. Qin Wei said as he squeezed in with difficulty. He was the big winner in this wave. The dealer didn't have that many chips on the table and turned to look at Du Chuan. Du Chuan comprehended. This gentleman, there are more chips. It is inconvenient for you to hold them. I will help you change most of them into cash and transfer them to you. And you can leave some behind to continue playing. Do you think it is okay? Yes, change all of them. Don't play first. Wait until tomorrow when we go to AO Island to play again. Qin Wei nodded and said. Okay, what's the gentleman's name then? Remember to come to Army Gomez site to play when you go to AO Island. I'll give you a complimentary hotel room. Convenient for you to play and rest. Du Chuan is worthy of being the person in charge, gifting a hotel room. He can keep the person in his field to play. After all, for people who gamble, where to gamble is not gambling. Not to mention free accommodation. My surname is Qin. A single word way. Okay, Mr. Qin can just report his name directly when he goes to Micromax at that time. Have a good time, said Duchuan and left. Qinwei had almost finished playing and was about to leave with Li Ying. He saw Lu Huai, who had an iron face. Little mister. Lu, lost again. TSK, still have chips? Do you want to borrow some? Qinwei, you don't have to be complacent. Dare you to go to the stone gambling with me. Just the two of us will bet. Lu Huai shouted furiously. Gambling on stones? Qinwei looked at Li Ying in confusion. Li Ying explained. Gambling on stones is gambling on jade. And like this casino, it is also set up by Makomi. It's hard to attract rich people who are worth more to gamble in a normal gambling game. Those people prefer to gamble on stones. Qinwei's eyes sparkled as he listened, his penetrating eyes wondering if he could see through the stones. Let's go. It's good to see. Qinwei pursed the corner of his mouth with his hand. Gambling stone area. The area was subdivided into several sections of areas, each of which held a piece of stone. Some people were observing with magnifying glasses, and there was also a specialized area for stone decomposition, where stone cutting machines, grinding wheels and other equipment were placed. Xiaoying, those stones on the ground, are gambling stones? Qinwei had never seen it before and couldn't help but ask. Aha, those are. Li Ying nodded. Qinwei gathered his concentration and looked towards the stones to see if his penetrating eyes could see inside. A hint of golden light flashed in his eyes, and he could see that there was nothing special about this pile of stones. Could it be that the penetrating eye is useless? Qinwei was puzzled and walked to another area. Then he saw a stone bubbling with a green light, but it was a relatively small light, so he couldn't really tell unless he looked carefully. Then moving on to the next one, this green glow was brighter, and Qinwei's eyes just turned to see it. An even brighter golden light flashed in Qinwei's eyes, and suddenly the entire interior of the stone appeared in his eyes. A 2-finger-thick layer of stone skin was wrapped underneath an egg-sized piece of jadeite. Qinwei, dare you bet with me to see whose value is higher for the stone we open as the winner? Lu Huai said unkindly. What's the bet? Qinwei asked without looking back. Bet $1 billion, plus what the stone opens up. Of course, if you don't have the money, you can write an IOU and put your handprint on it. Lu Huai mockingly laughed. Chapter 24 Gambling on Stones. I can have just made $200 million out there, so I can still come up with 10 million. But do you have any? It's not like you're just shouting off the top of your head, thinking you're a guaranteed winner. Qinwei smiled at his words. My current company is worth $2 billion. I can also use my company shares as a bet. Zheng Guodua opened her mouth and said. Hearing this, Qinwei's eyes went much colder. Your company? Qinwei said coldly. Sorry, I only need cash now. The so-called assets and those, I don't accept. Humph. Zheng Guodua coldly snorted. If you two don't mind, let me be the notary? Du Chuan walked over from the side. I just heard that the two of you were going to bet against each other. And when I heard about the betting, the occupational disease of me was offended. And I can't wait to get involved. Du Chuan laughed. It would be great for Manager Du to come and be the notary. But someone proposed a bet and couldn't come up with it. So it looks like they can't bet either. Qinwei said. It doesn't matter. The asset class Mr. Xin doesn't want. We, Micromax, can have it, but we need some time to verify the value. Du Chuan smiled slightly. Lu Huai nodded to Zheng Guodua. We can go and verify the value, but you also need to come up with a bet for us to see. I'll give this bet. This is a black card from Hua Bank. You can take it and check. Li Ying took out a card from her handbag and handed it to Du Chuan. The name of the first lady of the Li family in Mordor is more than $1 billion. I believe in Miss Li. Du Chuan smiled and pushed the black card back to Li Ying. Zheng Guodua then went to verify the value of the assets with Du Chuan. Taking advantage of this gap, Qinwei and Li Ying went to take a look around. Qinwei opened his penetrating eye to look at one piece, looked at more than 30 pieces. There is no light. A disappointed expression. This gambling stone out of the chances of green is also too low. Right. At this time, a middle-aged man next to him said, Little brother, this area is full gambling wool. The opposite area is half gambling wool. Basically, the green has already appeared over there. So I'm just betting on how much green will come out. Qinwei raised his head at that and saw that there were indeed more people on the opposite side. And even from a long way away, he could see the light. What's the difference? Qinwei asked. He still didn't know anything about this and had never seen it before. There are 3 types of wool. One is full gambling wool, one is half gambling wool, and one is bright material. Full gambling wool is this pile on the ground. After it is extracted from the pit, it has not been cut or rubbed. Semi-gambling wool is the opposite kind. Those who are wool merchants, or people in the pit in order to sell the wool at a higher price, will choose some good performance of the betting stone cut, or rub aside. If you can get out of the green, it is a big rise, a lot more expensive than the full bet on the wool. Of course, if you cut did not get out of the green, that means collapsed, and the value of the wool plummeted, commonly known as the open window. There's also bright material, which is jadeite that has been completely solved out, but hasn't been processed yet. Qin Wei nodded, then arched his hand at the middle-aged man and said, "Thank you, big brother, for helping me answer my questions. It's nothing, it's all common sense. But little brother, who doesn't know anything, dares to gamble with someone for $1 billion? Very bold." The middle-aged man laughed. He was nearby when they set the bet just now. Qin Wei smiled without explaining. The two of them then arrived at the half-material area. It was true that every stone was radiating light. Only some were brighter and some duller. Chapter 25, he looks remarkably small. At this time, Du Chuan walked over with Zheng Guogua and Lu Huai. "Mr. Qin, the value has been verified. It's not as high as Miss Zhang said, but it's still enough for the bet." Qin Wei nodded. "Then let's start picking the stones." "Okay, the deadline for picking stones is 1 hour. If you don't pick a stone within an hour, you are considered to have admitted defeat. Good luck to everyone." Du Chuan laughed. With that, the two parties started to go picking stones. Lu Huai went straight to the half-material area, picked up a stone and went to pay for it. After Lu Huai spent $3 million on the stone, he said confidently to Zheng Guogua, "We're sure to win." Qin Wei would never have guessed that this batch of stones itself was sold by our family. Before selling the stones, we would find some experts to look at the stones and mark them well, so that it would be convenient for the clansmen to recognize the value when they gamble outside. This one is the highest value in the whole field. This time I'm going to win all of Qin Wei's money and make Qin Wei fall to the bottom again, Lu Huai said viciously. Qin Wei operated his perspective skill to look at the stone that Lu Huai had picked out, and it was indeed the brightest in the half-material area. There's no possibility of winning in the half-material area anymore, so we can only see if there are any stones in the full material area that can turn the tide. Qin Wei pondered. Then Qin Wei and Li Ying returned to the full material area. Li Ying was looking around with the stones. She couldn't read them, but she just picked up any stone that she thought was pretty, smooth, and didn't have so many pits and puddles. Qin Wei inadvertently swept over the human head-sized stone in Li Ying's hand. What caught his eyes was a red glow. It looked relatively smooth on the outside and didn't have many lines. This piece was probably the only one in the entire room that could compete with Lu Huai's. "Xiaoying, do you like this piece?" Qin Wei asked softly. "It's a bit smoother than the others and feels better in my hand, but I don't think you should just pick the one that looks good. You just pick it." Li Ying nodded and said, "Let's go with this piece. I believe you're my goddess of luck. How much is this piece?" Qin Wei asked the staff. "Hello sir, this piece is 300,000. The staff member politely replied. These stones were all clearly marked, not like other gambling places where one could haggle, so one could only pay obediently. After paying the money, they took the stone and went to the decomposition area. Inside the stone decomposition area, Lu Huai's stone is being demarcated by an expert. Du Chuan saw Qin Wei, also came over and said, "Mr. Qin picked a good stone. Right, now the first to solve Mr. Lu this piece. After solving it will be your turn. There's no hurry. Let's take a look at Mr. Lu's first." Qin Wei smiled. Qin Wei laughed. Zheng Guogua asked Qin Wei suspiciously, "Do you know Lu Huai's father?" "No," Qin Wei replied without looking at Zheng Guogua. "Then why do you call him Mr. Lu?" This time it was Qin Wei's turn to be surprised, and he looked at Lu Huai's lower body with interest, then looked back at Zheng Guogua and coughed. "He looks small." Li Ying laughed at the side. "Which one looks small? Are young and old?" Zheng Guogua heard this, then no longer pay attention to the two. At this time, Lu Huai's stone has been on the machine, began to decompose the stone. 10 minutes later, someone shouted out of the green, "Seems to be glass seed." The people in the gambling area, one after another, gathered around. "It is indeed a glass seed jadeite," an expert said. There are no more than experts sitting in the stone gambling area, and their main role is to assess the value of the emerald that is opened out. Lu Huai carefully held it on the table, and the experts gathered around to assess the value. Finally assessed the price of $40 million. Chapter 26, The Best Blood Jadeite. Lu Huai proudly looked at Qin Wei and said, "If you admit defeat now, I'll give you $2,000 for the ride. It should be enough for you to eat pig's feet rice for 2 months. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Qin, it's your turn to solve the stone." Du Chuan made a gesture of invitation. After the stone was taken up to the deciphering area, the experts shook their heads when they looked at it, and then drew a line right in the middle of the stone, meaning it was cut from the center. "Wait," Qin Wei suddenly spoke. He then walked forward and took the stone down from the stone cutting machine. "What? You're not going to cut the stone? Afraid of making a fool of yourself?" Lu Huai sneered from the side. "I'll rub this piece with the stone polishing machine," Qin Wei said. "Rub? Nothing comes out and you start rubbing?" The staff member rubbing the stone was confused. "Is it useful to delay now?" Lu Huai said disdainfully. The staff looked at Du Chuan. Du Chuan nodded. "Do as Mr. Qin says." After the staff fixed the stone, they began to rub the stone. As the gears roared, a red color slowly seeped out. Red, can't it be blood jade? An expert shouted excitedly. After rubbing out the red color, they started rubbing to other places that did not have red color. Half an hour later, the red stone finally revealed its true colors, shimmering red under the light. Then the stone was brought up to the evaluation table, where the experts assessed the type and value. It's confirmed to be a blood jade, or the very best kind of blood jade, a stone appraisal expert said. Although the size isn't very big, it's probably also assessed at a price, around 200 million. Another expert nodded and said. After hearing the price, Lu Huai's face turned blue, and Zheng Guoguo's face went a shade of green and white in thought. Qinwei grinned when he heard it and said to Li Ying, I told you that you would be my lucky goddess. Li Ying's pretty face turned red and she spat out her tongue and said, You're only saying this now. Why didn't you think so when you were hiding from me before? The bet between the two is won by Mr. Qin. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Du Chuan laughed. Wait, Lu Huai suddenly voiced out. Mr. Lu wouldn't be trying to renege on his debt, but no one has ever been able to renege on our Micromax's debt. Du Chuan narrowed his eyes and said. Lu Huai hurriedly said, Mr. Du, don't misunderstand. I admit that I lost the bet, but I hope Mr. Du can give me 3 days' time. I will gather enough 1 billion to redeem the company. This depends on Mr. Qin's meaning. If Mr. Qin is willing to receive the money 3 more days late, we won't go for this bad guy. Du Chuan looked at Qinwei. Zheng Guoguo looked at Qinwei and said, It's me who has wronged you before. I am here to solemnly apologize to you. I hope you can give me a chance. Qinwei was unmoved. Zheng Guoguo looked at Li Ying again, shouting, Although we are not related by blood, after all, we are cousins who grew up together. Can you help me persuade Qinwei? A hint of hesitation flashed in Li Ying's eyes. Qinwei didn't want to make things difficult for Li Ying, and pulled Li Ying towards the outside. As he walked, he said, Manager Du, I'll leave this matter to you. If you can't collect the money after 3 days, I'm going to question the integrity of your Micromax. Zheng Guoguo and Lu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Huai said to Zheng Guoguo, Don't worry, I'll talk to my dad. $1 billion can be taken out easily. A hint of disappointment flashed in Zheng Guoguo's eyes and she nodded. Qinwei and Li Ying were already out of the casino area. Mr. Qin, wait. Du Chuan chased after them. Chapter 27, Kidnapping. Does Manager Du have any more questions? Qinwei asked suspiciously. What does Mr. Qin plan to do with these 2 pieces of jadeite? Du Chuan asked. Qinwei pondered for a while before saying, You've asked me. I really don't know how to deal with it. Does Manager Du have any suggestions? It's like this. We also have a jewelry industry in Micromax. Mr. Qin doesn't know how to deal with the jade. You can sell it to us. My side can give you an assessment of the price that the experts have estimated. Du Chuan said. That's no problem. Let's leave it to Manager Du. But I have a condition. I hope that if that piece of blood jade subsequently makes a necklace, you can sell me one. Qinwei said after thinking about it. Yes, I can make the call in this regard. According to the evaluation just now, the blood jade you opened is 200 million, and the piece of glass seed you won from Mr. Lu is 40 million. In total, it's 240 million. I'll go over here and talk to the leader. It should be in the account within half an hour. Du Chuan said. No problem. That's it. Qinwei nodded. Then he and Li Ying headed out. Just as they reached the door, Li Ying's cell phone rang from her handbag. Hey, Dad, right now? But I'm at sea. Alright, then I'll talk to my friend first. Qinwei watched her silently from the side. After hanging up the phone, Li Ying looked at Qinwei with a pair of woofy eyes and said, I have to go to Mordor. There's an urgent matter at home that requires me to go back. I can't stay here with you. Qinwei touched her head and laughed. Go ahead. I can go to bed earlier. But how are you going back? By speedboat? No need. There are helicopters on this ship that are specialized for emergency flights. I'll fly back over to Deep Bay first and then go to the airport. Li Ying explained. Qinwei revealed an expression that looked like that. Let's go then. I'll see you off. The two of them arrived at the helipad and communicated with the person in charge so they could go up. Before Li Ying got on the airplane, she rushed over and hugged Qinwei, reluctantly saying, It's so hard to see you. But you're leaving again. When you come back, you'll be able to meet often. Qinwei smiled faintly. Li Ying tilted her head and asked, You won't be out of touch again, will you? Of course not. Just call me when you're back. And if you're not back, you can also contact me on WeChat. Qinwei said. Only when Li Ying heard this did she let go of her hand and reluctantly boarded the helicopter. After sending Li Ying away, Qinwei planned to go back to his room to rest. The original room was given to Feng Rou, and Li Ying gave her room card to Qinwei before she left. Qinwei was now going back to Li Ying's room. In the corridor of his room, Qinwei had just taken out his room card when he suddenly saw 2 men at the end of the corridor, carrying a woman into the room in a hurry. The woman didn't seem to be very conscious. However, Qinwei didn't intend to mind his own business. In this kind of place, This phenomenon was also very normalized. Ding! Emergency event generated. Name, Irene. Age, 25. Appearance, A. Body shape, S. Charm, A. Weather to develop, yes. Favorability, 60. Comprehensive evaluation, A+. Ding! Mission, rescue Irene. Could it be that the one being carried just now is Irene? If she was rescued, did it mean that she was forced? Not being able to think too much, Qinwei quickly walked towards the room, pressed against the doorway and listened to the movement inside. There was no sound coming from inside. Suddenly the doorknob moved. Qinwei used the fastest speed in his life to run away, ran away for a distance, and then slowed down his pace. Pretend that you are just a passerby. Chapter 28 Rescuing Irene. The two men walked out of the room and locked the door before heading in the other direction. At this moment, Qinwei slapped his head. How could he forget to have perspective eyes? With a thought, Qinwei used his perspective eyes to look inside the room, only to see that the room was still neat and clean, with only a slim figure lying on the bed. Frowning slightly, her eyes closed tightly as she slept. Her hands were tied behind her back, and her mouth was strangled with a silk scarf tied behind her head to prevent her from yelling when she was awake. Looking down, a rope was also tied around the ankles of her long white legs. Qinwei began to look around the room to see which place she could enter from. The door to the balcony was left open, so he could flip in from there. The rooms above the ship were all sea view rooms, facing the sea directly. It wasn't difficult to climb in. Qinwei looked at the situation in the rooms next door and found that there was no one there, but there was no way to get in. He could only climb out of the window in the corridor and jump onto the balcony. Thinking and then doing, Qinwei stood at the edge of the window, looked at the right place, and made a vigorous leap to stand on the balcony. Qinwei breathed out and murmured, after eating the body tempering Dan, my body quality is much stronger. If I had done it before, I wouldn't dare to play like this. He then entered the room. Irene was still lying on the bed. Qinwei patted her face and found that there was no reaction. Qinwei first untied the ropes on her hands and feet, picked up Irene, and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the door, he heard a banging sound outside. Qinwei ran his penetrating eyes and looked outside. It was a young man and woman kissing like glue at the doorway, which just happened to be right in front of this room. The banging sound just now was caused by these two people who were too oblivious and didn't stand still. Trouble, blocked the door by these two in heat. Qinwei sighed helplessly, looking down the corridor to the other end. There were 3 people coming this way. 2 of them were the ones who had just kidnapped Irene in. The other one Qinwei had also seen before. The Lin Xiao who had just gotten on board and asked for a room change. After the 3 saw the couple kissing at the door of the room, their footsteps began to quicken. It was too late to think, so Qinwei smoothly picked up the sheet and tied Irene to her back. From the balcony, he looked at his room. There were 5 rooms spaced apart. Luckily, the balconies weren't too far apart from each other. Qinwei climbed out beyond the balcony, leapt, jumped to the next balcony, and in the same way, moved to the far side before leaping to another balcony. At the doorway, the trio had already walked up. Lin Xiao stood back while the other 2 pushed the couple aside as they opened the door. They then gave way, allowing Lin Xiao to enter. The other 2 followed them in and then casually closed the door. Lin Xiao went in and realized that the room was empty, and coldly said, "Where are the people? Didn't they say they had already gotten knocked out and tied up?" The 2 quickly searched the room, then rushed to the balcony to look out. At this time, Qinwei had just jumped into the room given to him by Li Ying with Eileen on his back. Another 2 seconds slower and both were seen. After the 2 didn't find anyone, they coyly walked back to Lin Xiao and said, "Lin Xiao, we're sure that the person is unconscious. I don't know how, but the person is gone. Then why don't you hurry and go look for it?" Lin Xiao said sternly. After Qinwei put Lin on the bed, he continued to slap her face. Still no sign of waking up. Solely just ignore it. It's fine if it comes out. Qinwei just cares about his mission being completed. Speaking of missions, how come there was no notification of mission completion yet? Is it because Aaron hasn't woken up yet? Chapter 29 Super Soldier Serum. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the contingency. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the Blitz reward. Super Warrior Serum *1. Qinwei was instantly energized after hearing the system beep. Super Soldier Serum? Captain America? Qinwei wondered. Ding! The Super Soldier Serum is a reference to the Captain America of the host world, produced by the system to maximize the development of the human body's functions. Ding! In view of the host's safety, the system's rewards will slowly improve the host's own strength, ensuring that the host can ensure their own safety as a free and happy god of the world. This system is so powerful. I have to find a place to try this Super Warrior Serum. Qinwei looked back at the still unconscious Irene, then turned around and left the room. Anyway, with the mission completed, she should be safe in this room. When she wakes up and sees me, I don't know how long it will take to explain. Qinwei thought as he opened the door and went out. Qinwei, who had nowhere to go, finally came to the deck inside with the sea breeze. There's no place to sleep again, so it seems that I can only look for Guan Yu to see if there's any empty room. Qin Wei walked towards Guan Yu's temporary office on the ship. Just after the auction, Guan Yu invited the two, so Qin Wei knew the location. Qin Wei walked to the door of Guan Yu's office, and just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard the sound of arguing inside. The spirit recovery pill that Master gave you, you just took it to the auction? You can tell me if you want money, a woman chided from inside. Senior sister, this charity auction itself was proposed by me and hosted by me. The only thing I can take out is that spirit recovery pill, and those children in the mountainous regions are truly too pitiful. I also want to do something for them, Guan Yu said helplessly. You are just too kind. There are too many poor people in this world. How can you save them all? And haven't you never wanted to break into the world in the name of Master? With you taking out the spirit recovery pill like this, now everyone knows that you and Master are not on the same page, he said with a tight frown. It won't be. I hid my identity and I was in charge of the entire auction. No one knows who took out the spirit recovery pill. As for those poor people, help those who see it, as much as you can, Guan Yu said helplessly. Humph, it's better that way, but even if it's known, it doesn't matter. It's not like Master's close disciple is a disgrace. The woman grunted. Alright, senior sister, I have my measure. If it's known that I'm Master's close disciple, I won't be able to make friends sincerely. By the way, is there something that senior sister has specially come on board to look for me? So anxious, Guan Yu winked and pouted. Master asked me to find you. Next month on Master's birthday, an exchange will be held. You haven't been back for a long time. Master asked you to go back and host it. The woman said. Good, then I'll finish up here, I'll go back. Guan Yu responded. Who? The woman snapped. Then with a flash, she came to the door, opened it and choked the person outside the door and threw him inside. Qin Wei only heard the word who before his eyes blinked and he was already thrown to the ground. What speed! What amazing strength! Qin Wei thought in shock. Mr. Qin, why are you here? Didn't you go to the casino with Xiaoying? Guan Yu looked at the person on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. What happened? How did I come to the ground in a flash? Qin Wei said as he coughed. Chapter 30, Willow Eyebrows. Guan Yu said with an embarrassed face, I'm sorry. My sister works as a bodyguard and has a bit of an occupational disease. Qin Wei waved his hand and said I came here to ask if you still have a room. I just wanted to knock on the door and was thrown in by this sister. After saying that, Qin Wei sized up the woman who threw him in. A tight sportswear? Those two big white rabbits were high and bulging, but her face was a child's face. A child's face is a huge XA. Qin Wei sighed in his heart. This is my sister, called Lu Mei. Guan Yu introduced. Humph. Lu Mei snorted coldly and then stopped looking at Qin Wei. Mr. Qin, isn't Xiao Ying's room for you to use? Why do you still need the room? Guan Yu asked. Something came up and it was given to someone else, Qin Wei said helplessly. Guan Yu pondered for a while and explained that can't be helped. There's really no room. The room itself is full. Many people already don't have a room to sleep in. Alright, then I'll go find a place to make do for the night. I won't bother you two sisters. Qin Wei sighed and said. Then he turned around and prepared to walk out of Guan Yu's office. Suddenly Qin Wei seemed to have thought of something and turned back to Guan Yu and asked that Lin Xiao who came on board and asked you to change rooms. What's his origin? He's the son of the customs supervisor, called Lin Sen. He's a philandering kid who wanders around all day. His father ignores him, but many people have to look up to his father, so they give him face. Guan Yu told in detail. He is also the number one horseman of the youngest member of the Zhou family in Guangqing. The Zhou family in Guangqing has an ancient martial arts family background. That's why he is so arrogant and domineering. Lu Mei suddenly interjected. Ancient martial arts family? Qin Wei immediately became interested. Guan Yu hurriedly pushed Qin Wei out. It's nothing. Anyway, if you're fine, don't mess with him. Qin Wei was hurriedly pushed out the door of the room. Guan Yu went back to Lu Mei and snapped, senior sister. There's no need to say these things to him. He probably won't be able to get in touch with those for the rest of his life. Humph. It's knowing that these ordinary people can't come into contact with that level for the rest of their lives, so it's okay to tell him, Lu Mei said with a cold snort. Speaking of the Zhou family, before they ran to Master's place, hoping that Master would form a marriage with their family, and Master refused. Otherwise, you might have married into the Zhou family. Lu Mei joked. Guan Yu laughed and teased, that's not necessarily true. Maybe it's senior's sister who will marry there. No way. The Kung Fu I practiced, I am destined to end up alone. Master won't ruin my cultivation. Lu Mei swore with conviction. Qin Wei, who was pushed out of the door, was still digesting the amount of information he just heard. Master, the spirit recovery pill, the ancient martial arts families. It turns out that the spirit recovery pill was taken out by Guan Yu, and she is still the shut-in disciple of Grandmaster Imai. Or those ancient martial arts families? It seems that I'm still among the people at the bottom. Thinking of this, Qinwei felt a little feverish as he got closer and closer to these worlds that ordinary people couldn't come into contact with. Then after pondering for a while, he walked towards the guest rooms. Walking to the door of a room, he hesitated for a while, but still knocked on it. "Who is it?" came a lazy female voice from inside. "It's me, Sister Zoe." The door quickly opened. "Wei brother, what's wrong? Come to inspect if sister has been messing around in your room?" Feng Rou snickered. Qinwei smiled awkwardly and said, "Sister Zoe, something has changed, and I have no place to go. I can only shamelessly come to ask you to sleep on the floor." Chapter 31, A Moment of Spring Night. "What are you talking about? This was originally your room. If you want to hit the floor, it's also by me," Feng Rou said with a smile, then gave way for Qinwei to enter the room. After Qinwei entered the room, he went to the locker and took out a quilt and pillow and spread them on the floor. "Brother, why don't you sleep on the bed?" "I'll sleep on the floor," Feng Rou said. "No need. There's no such thing as letting a beautiful woman sleep on the floor. I can't do such a thing," Qinwei said while making the bed. Feng Rou hesitated for a while. "Why don't we sleep on the bed together? This is the sea, so sleeping on the floor will be contaminated with cold air." Qinwei cheaply laughed and joked. "A man and a woman sleeping in the same bed. Sister Rou is not afraid that it's a sheep in a tiger's mouth." Ah. Feng Rou's pretty face flushed. Who is a tiger is still not certain. Qinwei saw the situation. "Also do not pretend to be reserved." Quickly jumped on the bed. Feng Rou escaped like a quick word. "Hurry up and sleep. I first go to take a bath," she said and went to take a shower. Qinwei lay on the bed pondering whether to take that super warrior serum now. However, the current environment was not too suitable, so it wasn't too bad for a while. Afterwards, he thought about all the things he encountered today, and was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even realize that the bathroom water had stopped. The bathroom door slowly opened. A figure of a lotus flower came out. Qinwei came back to his senses and looked at Feng Rou, who had just finished her bath. Although the bathrobe covered her figure, she could still see the perfect proportion in a vague way. Feng Rou felt Qinwei's hot gaze. Her face flashed a hint of blush, but also a hint of complacency. As if nothing had happened, she walked to the dressing mirror and sat down. Qinwei was half lying on the bed, his unbridled gaze sweeping back and forth over Feng Rou's body. Feng Rou turned around and climbed onto the bed, slowly crawling towards Qinwei, flirting as she climbed onto Qinwei's lap. "Is my younger brother about to turn into a tiger?" Unbeknownst to her, Feng Rou's inadvertent move was a huge temptation to Lin Qinshu. Qinwei glared with red eyes and walked towards Feng Rou. He tightly wrapped his arms around Feng Rou's thin waist, and the distance between their bodies tightened. Feng Rou also instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Qinshu, originally wanting to take the initiative, but in the end, she was unable to outlast Lin Qinshu, a robust man. Qinwei had eaten a lot of body-strengthening stuff during this period of time. Where would he be afraid of a challenge? The night was silent. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the two of them. Qinwei slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window at the sun slowly rising on the sea level. He looked down at Feng Rou, who was still sound asleep. Last night's battle was very intense, and Qinwei's physical fitness met a flower that hadn't been watered for a long time. It lasted until midnight. Qinwei tightened his arm around Feng Rou and thought that he hadn't signed today's sign-in yet. "System, I want to sign in." Ding. Sign-in successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired Henteing Villa No. 1. Henteing Villa? I think it's been on the hot search before, right? It's in a villa area near the harbor. It's said to have been in development for many years, and for various reasons, it was only recently developed successfully. It's not bad, right? If it's a villa, you'll have to find some butlers, maids and the like. Qinwei fantasized in his mind about the rows of maids welcoming him home at the door. Feng Rou's eyes trembled slightly and woke up, looking at Qinwei, who was fantasizing. "What is brother thinking about early in the morning?" Feng Rou asked as she stretched. Qinwei came back to his senses and looked at Feng Rou and teased to thinking about whether Sister Rou can let me have breakfast. Feng Rou immediately begged for forgiveness. "Brother, let me go. I'm now almost falling apart. I can't go to the island. I have to stay here to rest." Chapter 32, Welcoming Men. Qinwei heard some disappointment and said, "Okay, then Sister Rou will have a good rest. I will go out and get you some breakfast." After saying that, he got up and washed up. While washing up, he hummed a song, "How lonely it is to be invincible." Angry Feng Rou almost threw her pillow over. After washing up, Qinwei went out to give Feng Rou some breakfast. At this time, the boat also docked. The people on the boat also started to get off the boat one after another for a day trip. After seeing Feng Rou repeatedly confirm that she would not get off the boat, Qinwei gave up and prepared to go down for a walk by himself. Inside a certain room on the ship, a delicate figure suddenly jumped up from the bed. It was none other than Irene, who Qinwei had saved last night. Irene looked around with a puzzled expression, then lifted the covers to check her body, finding nothing abnormal. Then she began to recall the events of last night. Last night, she was on the deck with a group of netizens filming a short video of dancing. Then everyone went back to the lounge area for a drink, had a cocktail on the way, and then couldn't remember anything. Erin hurriedly pulled out her cell phone, and there weren't any missed calls on it. Just a couple messages asking if Erin had skipped her drink and run back to bed. Erin could not figure out how to fall asleep here, but there was nothing out of the ordinary, so she stopped thinking about it. Get up and wash up, ready to get off the boat to find a scenic spot to shoot some short video material to go back. Chinwei walked in a small alley somewhere on the Australian island, looking for some local snacks. Apart from gambling, AO Island still had other charms, but most people went straight to the casino once they arrived. At this moment, somewhere inside the ship's room, Linson was sitting on the sofa with an anxious look on his face, and the two men from last night, one of them walked out from the bathroom. Linson, after looking at it, none of the videos in these people's cell phones captured that part. What to do with them? In the bathroom, two men and two women were sitting on the floor blindfolded with their hands and feet tied. These were netizens who were with Erin, pairing up to shoot short videos on this. After Irene couldn't find them, Linson drugged and tied these people back to their room. Linson said with an annoyed look on his face a warning, "Throw them out." The men nodded, then turned and went into the bathroom. "Wait," Lindsay suddenly shouted. "Pull that highest over. Give me to go to the fire. MD, the whole night. Sleep is not good." The man heard and was a bit tongue-tied. "Lin Xiao, this." Linson hurriedly jumped up, kicked over and growled, "MD, I told you to pull people, so pull people. After you're done, I'll let you have some fun too. Just deal with the end of the hand. You can't even do this well. How can you follow me to serve Zhou Xiao? Remember to get some medicine and feed it in first. I don't have the strength to force it." After saying that, he laid down on the bed. The man hesitated for a moment before going to carry it out. After bringing the man to the bed, he silently retreated out of the room to go, standing guard at the door of the room. Another man returned at that moment. "What are you standing at the door for? That woman has news. Hurry and go in and tell Lin Xiao," said the man, and wanted to push the door in. The man quickly stopped him. "Don't go in yet. Lin Xiao has just started that thing." The man then told his companions about the incident just now. What? Isn't that a transsexual?" the later man said with a shocked look on his face. "Lin Xiao didn't seem to know about it. That's what I wanted to tell Lin Xiao, but he scolded me." The man had a hard look on his face. Ping, do you think we'll really get ahead if we quit our jobs here and follow young Lin?" the man asked his companion who came behind him and asked. Chapter 33, Brother Panther. The two were originally waiters on the ship, and because they saw the room change incident, they knew that Lin Xiao's identity was not simple. Then they went to Linson together and spoke the words that they wanted to follow. "Brother E, what are you talking about? Weren't you the one who suggested going together to follow Lin Xiao at that time?" Ping said in shock. Gui hitched his head and sighed. "It's only been one night. Killing, kidnapping and drugging again. I feel like we won't be able to follow for long before we have to go to the police station." Ping frowned a bit and said, "Now that we've followed and done so much, I'm afraid we can't pull out now, and we might even have to face Lin Xiao's retaliation. Ordinary people like us can't afford to take revenge from these people." The two looked at each other before sighing. Lin Sen's shout came from inside the house. The two hurriedly pushed the door in. What met their eyes was Linson, naked, by the bedside, looking at the person on the bed in horror. "MD, it's actually a Runyao. Hurry up and throw him out." Gui and Ping hurriedly helped up the person on the bed who was writhing because he was fed medicine. After dealing with these people, Ping came back and told Linson that he had just seen that Irene had gotten off the ship. "I can't rely on you two losers. I'll make a call," Linson exasperatedly reprimanded. "Hey, Linson," a man's voice came out when the phone was connected. "Zhou Xiao, it's me." Linson revealed a fawning smile after hearing the voice. "I know, what's the matter?" "Xiao Zhou, I want to borrow your connections in Australia Island and help me arrest someone in Australia Island," Linson said hurriedly. Zhou Xiao asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Linson took the initiative to explain. "I was on this boat last night, and I accidentally pushed someone into the sea. It happened to be captured by a Netflix video. That netizen should not know yet. I want to find someone in a hurry and delete the video." The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds and then said, "I'll give you an address. You go to find Bao. Just say I introduced you. Just tell Bao about your needs. He will help you." "Thank you, Zhou Xiao." Linson nodded in place on the spot as if Zhou Xiao was right in front of him. "Hurry up and take care of it. The longer you delay, the more troublesome it will be," Zhou Xiao instructed in a deep voice. Linson hurriedly said, Yes, I'll deal with it now." After hanging up the phone, he led Gui and Ping to the address. The address was a small casino, and the three of them were overwhelmed by the scene inside when they entered. It was full of men, smoking and playing cards, and the table was full of cash, no chips. At this time, someone noticed the three of them, and came over and asked, "Are you here to play? Do you want to change cash?" Linson pretended to be calm and said, "I'm looking for Bao." The casino instantly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at them. Looking for Brother Pao? You don't have a lot of guts. You actually dare to call Brother Panther as Bao the person who just asked them sneered. Who's looking for me? A hoarse voice came out from the crowd, and all of them moved out of the way in unison. Between the crowd out of a man, wearing a black undershirt, full of tattoos. See the people, grinning, revealing a few big gold teeth. Just you looking for me? Linson raised his chin and ordered Zhou Xiao told you to listen to my orders and cooperate with me. After hearing Zhou Xiao, Bao's expression was slightly stunned as he said, so it's Zhou Xiao's people. I see. Afterwards, he turned around and ordered his subordinates, greet these friends, and bring them to my office when you're done. After saying that, he turned around and left. The surrounding people sneered and slowly approached Linson. Chapter 34, Another Emergency. Seeing this, Linson shouted, I am Zhou Xiao's man. How dare you? The surrounding people did not even pause for a moment, rushed up a burst of punches and kicks. Then they brought them to the front of Bao with swollen faces and bruises. Bao laughed lightly and said, why don't you ask me what my relationship is with Zhou Xiao? Just dare to dogfight in front of me. Right. I'm sorry, Brother Pao. Linson lowered his head and said with a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Bao crossed his legs on the table and asked how to say that I am also a friend with Zhou Xiao. His face I still have to give. Say it. What do you want me to help? Linson hurriedly got up from the ground and talked to Bao about the matter. At this time, Irene has already disembarked from the ship and is calling her friends' phones, but none of them can get through. How come everyone's can't get through? Forget it, they should all still be sleeping. I'll go for a stroll first, then also weave through the streets and alleys, walking to the same stall coincidentally with Qin Wei. Boss, have an egg boy. Two voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. The two of them glanced at each other. While Qin Wei's eyes were slightly surprised, Eileen's eyes were pleasantly surprised. You're here too. What a coincidence, Irene said in surprise. Qin Wei nodded yes. What a coincidence. Being tied up last night, how come you're like nothing today? Your nerves are so big, Qin Wei thought in his heart. Are you alone? Did you come on that cruise ship too? Irene asked curiously as she pointed in the direction of the parked ship behind her. Well, I still have a companion on the ship who didn't come down, so I came down to take a stroll by myself. Qin Wei smiled faintly. Erin opened her clear eyes and spoke. Why don't we join together? My friends don't know where they've gone, and I'm also alone. Qin Wei thought inwardly. Just kidding, you're a dangerous person now. What might happen with you? It's better to do more than less. Then, just as he was about to refuse, the system's voice came to his ears. Ding! Emergency event generated. Name, Irene. Age, 25. Appearance, A. Body shape, S. Charm, A. Whether or not to develop, yes. Favorability, 65. Comprehensive evaluation, A+. Ding! Mission, protect Irene until we return to the hinterland. Warm tip, risk factor 3 stars. Ha, yeah. The favorability has increased by 5 points. Is it because we met a friend from another country? This isn't the point. The point should be that there's an extra warm tip. System, this kind of unexpected event can be rejected? Ding! The system releases a task. The host can refuse to receive it. The system will randomly draw back the rewards that have already been given. Ding! The host is advised to accept the task. The system provides the host with a series of enhancement processes. If rejected, the process will be interrupted, and the system will fall into a deep sleep, and will stop using the system until the process is remodified. Although it's not much harm to Qin Wei to be drawn back to anything, and as of now, Qin Wei's system has fallen into slumber. Qin Wei's life is also too much better than before, but since the system chose me, then I should rise to the occasion. System, I choose to accept the mission. Ding! Given that the host has followed the system's advice and passed the test of his own courage, I would like to give the host the alertness skill. I hope the host can successfully complete the mission. Alertness, before danger arrives, the body will feel it. With this skill, it's a little safer. Chapter 35 Erin's Arrest. Hey, what are you gawking at? Erin reached out and waved her hand in front of Qin Wei. Qin Wei came back to his senses and said it's okay. Let's get together then. Both of you. Your egg babies are ready. The stall owner shouted. Qin Wei was a gentleman and paid the bill together. It wasn't much money anyway, so where are we going later? Erin asked as she ate. I don't have any place I want to go. I'm just wandering around. If you have a place you want to go, I'll just cooperate with you, Qin Wei said. Eileen blinked and said then let's go to the mall and buy something. Okay, Qin Wei responded. Qin Wei thought, if we go to a crowded place, it should be less dangerous. After eating, the two of them took a taxi to the shopping mall. Along the way, Qin Wei was absent-mindedly chatting with Eileen. How does this alertness feel? Haven't felt it before? Haven't dared to relax? Soon the two arrived at the mall. As soon as they entered the mall, Erin began to let herself go. Without paying attention, she didn't know where to go. Qinwei anxiously searched from house to house and finally found it in a luxury store. Irene was immersed in picking out designer bags. Qinwei could only wait at the door. After Irene finished buying, she turned back to Qinwei and asked, "Aren't you going to buy something? Come all the way here." "I don't have anything to buy. Just buy yours," Qinwei replied absent-mindedly. Eileen thought it was because Qinwei thought it was too expensive. After contemplating for a while, she picked a set of men's clothes and paid for them together. On her way out, she held the bag out in front of Qinwei. "For you." Qinwei froze for a moment and said thank you. "How much is it?" "I'll transfer it to you." "No need. Just take it as your payment for accompanying me shopping." Qinwei helplessly laughed. "Thanks then. Hold my things for me. I'm going to the restroom." Eileen handed her things to Qinwei. Qinwei nodded, then took out his cell phone and played with it. Scrolling through the messages, there was a message from Liang that she had already arrived in Magic City. There were also messages from Li Xiao asking when she was going back, and Qinwei patiently replied to each of them. Inside the restroom, Irene was washing her hands on top of the sink when a woman next to her suddenly asked, "Excuse me, do you have any paper towels?" "Yes." "Wait a minute." Erin looked down and pulled open her bag and was about to take out a tissue. Suddenly the woman next to her pulled out a spray and sprayed her. Erin collapsed after a trance. Seeing this, the woman rushed forward and put her arm around her shoulders, letting Erin lean on her shoulder. The two then went out of the restroom. Qinwei looked at the time. Why did it take so long to go? And sent another message to Erin, asking the other party if nothing had happened. The result was that there had been no reply. Qinwei sensed something was wrong and hurriedly ran over, running to the door of the women's restroom, just to see a middle-aged woman walked out. Qinwei asked, "Hello, have you seen a woman with long hair, thin, wearing a black dress and black shorts inside?" The middle-aged woman looked at Qinwei with a BT look on her face. Qinwei hurriedly explained, "That's my friend. She's been in there for a long time, and she hasn't replied to any of her phone calls or messages." The middle-aged woman said skeptically, "There's no one inside. I just washed my face inside for a long time. I even took a special look, and everyone was gone." When Qinwei heard this, he didn't know that something had happened. Quickly ran to the fence outside and looked down, looking around anxiously. Chapter 36, Knocked Out. Suddenly seeing the opposite elevator door, there was a woman supporting another woman. Qinwei took a closer look. The one being supported, wasn't it precisely Irene? Qinwei just raised his feet and prepared to run over. Then his figure paused and returned to the fence. He used his penetrating eyes to look into the elevator. Unfortunately, it was too far away to see clearly. Qinwei carefully distinguished the location of the elevator buttons and was able to roughly guess where the elevator buttons glowed. It was going to the underground floor. Then Qinwei rushed to the safe passage of the mall and ran the stairs down. The woman assisted Erin, took out the phone and dialed out, "It's done. Bring the car here." Wait a moment." A panting voice appeared behind the woman. Qinwei ran down with the fastest speed in his life. Even after taking the elixir that transformed his body, he would still be panting at the moment. "Little handsome, what's the matter?" The woman looked at Qinwei with a lazy face. Qinwei slowly straightened his body, finally slowed down. "What you're holding is my friend. Please give me my friend." The woman pretended to be surprised. "Oh, really? The one behind you also said she was her friend. Who do I have to believe?" Qinwei suddenly felt the hairs of sweat stand up, instinctively turned his head. Into the eyes of the baseball bat is getting bigger and bigger. It smashed hard on Qinwei's head. Qinwei stifled a grunt and fainted. The alertness skill was activated, but it didn't give him much time to react. "Sister Hong, what about this kid?" The man who had struck the muffled blow asked towards the woman. "Take him back together. Save him from waking up and calling the police. The police nowadays are not like before." Sister Hong finished her sentence and pushed Erin into the car. The big man also threw Qinwei in the back trunk. Then they drove back. Upon returning to the entrance of the casino, the entrance was filled with people dressed in white. "Sister Hong, something's not right. This group of people doesn't seem to be from our venue. Blocking the door. How do we get in?" the big man inquired. Sister Hong came forward and looked at them and said, "It's Mickey Mouse coming to look for trouble. Let's take the basement and lock these two up in the basement storage first. Then go up and take a look." The big man nodded and drove the car to the basement. After the two locked Qinwei and Erin in the basement, they went up. Inside the casino, two parties were facing off. One of them was Du Chuan, whom Qinwei had met on the ship. Ba was the first to say, "Manager Du is such a busy man. Why do you have the time to come to a small place like ours?" Du Chuan slowly drank a mouthful of tea from the thermos pot and said, "I've only just returned, and I've been arranged by Missy to deal with your business here." Bao pretended to be puzzled. "Oh, what can I have here that would bother Big Manager Du to come over?" Du Chuan waved his hand and said, Bao, we don't say anything in the dark. Your kind of illegal casino can't be opened. We, Micromax, As a company with the only casino on the island that has the right to legally operate, the government will have to take care of your kind of illegal casinos. You're kind of illegal. The government will have to fine us to deal with it. Our company should have already notified you many times. Since you're not willing to take the initiative to shut down, then we'll have to do it for you. Ah, Bao sneered. Then we'll have to see how big manager Du will make us shut down. Both sides instantly started to cross swords. Du Chuan waved his hand and said, notify the brothers outside. Block off the streets outside. Don't give the tourists to see these scenes. Smash this venue for me. After saying that, he calmly left the door of the casino. Chapter 37, Shot. Inside the basement, Shinwei slowly awoke and touched his head, which was sticky. MD, head's been blown off. Shinwei cursed. Fortunately, he had remodeled his physique before, so even if his head was broken and bleeding, he would recover faster than normal people. Shinwei shook off his head and looked at Erin, who was still unconscious next to him, patting her face. Hurry up and wake up. Eileen's eyes slowly opened. After looking around, she asked, where is this place? I don't know. I was at the shopping mall and saw you being taken away by someone. I ran over to save you, but I ended up getting knocked out as well, said Shinwei as he observed the surroundings. It was only then that Irene saw Shinwei's face, which was covered in blood from the head downwards. Climbing up, she said, are you alright? You've lost a lot of blood. Shinwei shook his head. Nothing's wrong. Let's think of a way to escape first. What kind of people have you offended? Why are you always tied up? Always? Irene said suspiciously. Shinwei didn't pick up on it and started to look at this underground warehouse. Oops, Erin suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Shinwei hurried over and asked. My limited edition bag is missing, Irene exclaimed. Shinwei was speechless for a while. Do people kidnap you and have to help you with your luggage? Hurry up and see how you can get out. After saying that, he began to feel his way out. Shinwei came to the door and pulled it violently. The door was a two-piece iron door with a chain in the middle, and in the middle of the chain was another lock. If you pulled it extremely, people would be able to drill out. And this iron door is a little old. Pull back and forth a few more times. The handle should fall off. This process will be a bit loud, and I'm afraid it will startle those people. I can only pull the door tight first. Let Irene go out first, and then come back to rip off the door handle. Shinwei's worry at this moment seemed a bit superfluous. The people above were already in the middle of a firefight. Sister Hong found Bao, who was holding a machete in the middle of the firefight, and said, Brother Bao, are you alright? Bao saw it was Red. Sister shook his head and said, nothing, it's all other people's blood. Red Lotus, let's prepare to retreat. There are still a lot of people rushing in one after another from micromechanics. They are outnumbered. Brother Panther, I'm going to get my gun out. Get the hell out of them. The big man beside the indignation said. Bao backhanded him a slap. MD, do you want me to die? You compare guns with others. Can you beat them? Besides, this situation is at most a mass brawl. Guns out is a terrorist attack. Then the world has no place for us to land. Makomi can't wait for us to pull out our guns, so he can legitimately destroy us. Right. I'm sorry, Brother Panther. The big man bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Red Lotus spoke up at this time. Brother Panther, that person who helped Lin Sen to capture back, how to deal with it? Deal with it? Lin Sen ran away as soon as he saw the battle. You two go and kill the man, then gather at the usual place. After Bao finished speaking, he started walking towards the back door. The two nodded at that and retreated. In the basement, Aaron had gone out. Shinwei was still inside, tugging hard on the door. After a few more tugs, he finally ripped off the door handle. When Shinwei came out, he ran out of the underground parking lot with Aaron. Red Lotus and the big man had just come down when they saw the two fleeing to the exit. Damn it! The big man saw it and pulled out a pistol and shot it. Shinwei's afterimage saw the two men coming down and hurriedly pushed Aaron forward. A gunshot rang out. Shinwei grunted and fell to the ground. Chapter 38, Betrayal. Then got up again quickly and escaped. After being pushed, Irene turned around to see Shinwei get down and up again. Before she could react, she was pulled by Shinwei and ran away. After the big man fired a shot, he still wanted to chase after him. Red Lotus hurriedly pulled him back and said, let's go. Don't waste your time if you run away. It's not like the two of them are concerning Brother Panther anyway. Let's hurry and withdraw as well. The big man angrily put away his pistol. Then he left with Red Lotus. After the two ran into an alley, Shinwei suddenly collapsed. Irene hurriedly picked him up and said in a shocked voice, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Shinwei fainted as he cursed inwardly. Irene found that the hand holding Shinwei's back was a bit wet, and after taking a look, she found that all the blood was reflected in her eyes. Help ah, there is no one to save us, Irene cried out. The surrounding people slowly surrounded. The scene shifted to Bao's side. Bao was sitting with his men in a private room, a dangling incandescent light that seemed dim and depressing. the light illuminates the shadowy side of Ah Bao's face. At that moment Red Lotus and Big Man also arrived. Brother Pao. The man got away. It wasn't solved, Red Lotus said with a lowered head. Ah Bao waved his hand. Running away is fine. It doesn't matter to us anyway. This time, it must have gotten the approval from above. Otherwise, the people of Micromax wouldn't dare to so blatantly. Ah Bao said with a twinkle in his eye. The big man said at the wrong time. Brother Panther, let me also go to their field to smash a pass it. Said also smoothly raised the gun on the hand. Horse a handle of. Old me how will have you so stupid people. Ah Bao face hate iron is not steel appearance. Bang suddenly the door was kicked open. A group of white-clothed men rushed in, directly taking out their guns and pointing them at Ah Bao's men. Before Ah Bao and the others could react, the guns were pressed against their heads. From the group of white-clothed people, a person walked out. It was none other than Du Chuan. Ah Bao, is there any other old place to hide now? Du Chuan looked at him with a playful face. Why do you know about this place? These people are all coming here for the first time. No one knows about this place except for a few of us old men, Red Lotus asked sternly. After asking, he suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at the big man. The big man also walked out obediently, grinning. Sister Hong, you're right, we're the only old people who know about this place. I was the one who told them. The big man's name was Su Feng, and he had followed Ah Bao for many years. It was the earliest group of people who followed Ah Bao. Ah Bao asked with a grim face, why are you doing this? Brother Pao, I've followed you for so many years. What have I gotten? This gun is all you guys have played with and don't think I don't know. You secretly submitted immigration with this Red Lotus, wanting to leave us behind and emigrate to a foreign country. Su Feng said hysterically. Ah Bao, using people is not like you are so stingy. Good things themselves accounted for all before it is the turn of the people below. So how do you expect the people below to be single-minded towards you? Du Chuan smiled at the side and said. Afterwards, he looked at Red Lotus and asked, this is Poisonous Lotus, right? I've always heard rumors about you, but this is the first time I've seen a real person. Red Lotus is a poison master. Itself is a pharmacy student, because when traveling was trafficked by human traffickers, during the period suffered a lot of inhuman treatment, was saved by Ah Bao accidentally. Since then it will be on Ah Bao dead heart. Chapter 39, Leopard becomes a dog. The whole person also changed. The origin of Poisonous Lotus's title was not just that she could use poison, but also that her means were poisonous. In her hands, basically no complete person came out. Humph, does Grand Manager Do want to try? Red Lotus snorted coldly. Du Chuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Not trying now, because if you just move your finger, that gun in front of you will go off yet. Ah Bao looked deeply at Su Feng and then turned his head to look at Du Chuan and said, worthy of being the person who broke into the mercenary headquarters to save the Shin family's Missy by his own strength back then. The Shin family's Missy is in charge today, and it's all thanks to you. I'm a leopard admitted. To kill or die as you wish. Du Chuan smiled and said, that's why I said you can't use people. At least you have to fight for a way to live for the people below you, right? Not a word. Can really have your. Ah Bao snorted coldly and said I'm going to die. Still care about their lives. Du Chuan took out his gun and pointed it at Ah Bao and said, you are definitely going to die. Because of you. This rat turd. This pot of soup in Australia Island has never been very good. Du Chuan was about to pull the trigger when the phone rang at an inopportune moment. Du Chuan took out the phone and Missy was displayed on the screen. Missy. Du Chuan picked up the phone and said, after saying a few words on the opposite side of the phone, it hung up. Du Chuan put away the phone and also waved his hand for everyone to put away their guns. Afterwards, he looked around and laughed. I didn't think you could still know someone from the Zhou family. The youngest master of the Zhou family called you to beg for leniency. You don't have to die today. After saying that, he turned around and left with his men. When they left, they took Su Feng with them. Ah Bao's phone also rang at this time. Ah Bao hurriedly picked up the phone. Zhou Xiao, it's me. Zhou Xiao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ah Bao, I heard Lin Sin talk about your situation, so I took it upon myself to go and negotiate with Shin Man. Zhou Xiao's self-initiative saved Ah Bao's life. If there are any dispatches in the future, feel free to command. Ah Bao said in fear. You bring people to Guangfu to find me. Leave the Australian island. This is also Shin Man's conditions. Zhou Xiao said. Ah Bao pondered for a while before replying, okay, my side will immediately go over. There's no need to be in such a hurry. I've fought with Shin Man for a week's time. Finish your business within a week and then come find me. Zhou Xiao said blandly. I know. Ah Bao knew that from today onwards, he would no longer be the wild wolf of the Australian island. In the future, he would be a loyal dog of the Zhou family. Ah Bao looked back at his usual brothers. They all avoided his gaze, not daring or wanting to look at him again. Ah Bao sighed and said, I know that I have treated you all very poorly, but I am now forced to leave the island and go to the Zhou family in Guangfu. Brothers who are willing to follow me should come together. After saying that, he walked towards the door. After leaving the door, Pao took a cigarette and held it in his mouth. A pair of jade hands next to him took out a lighter and helped light up Bao's cigarette. Bao turned around and saw that only Red Lotus had followed him out. Laughing to himself, he shook his head. At this time a dozen more people came out. Brother Pao, we are willing to follow you, the dozen people said in unison. Bao was instantly excited. Good. In the future, if there is a bite of food from me, Bao, I will never starve you all. After experiencing this incident, Bao only began to wake up. It was too selfish before. Let's go and settle one thing first, after which everyone will follow me to Guangfu. Bao thought of the phone call just now, where Zhou Xiao said that he had heard from Linson about the situation. This favor of saving his life was more or less related to Linson, so Bao planned to go first to take care of the matter that Linson had asked for earlier. It was also a way to return the favor to him. Chapter 40 Taking Rejuvenation Pills and Super Warrior Serums. Australia Islands Central Hospital. Qinwei was lying on the hospital bed, already done with the surgery, but because of the excessive blood loss, there was no sign that he was going to wake up yet. Eileen looked at him worriedly from the side. The doctor had just told her that it was the waist that was shot, and the bullet had pierced Qinwei's kidney, so he might not have as much energy in certain areas in the future. When this person was in danger, he was all about saving her out first, and blocked the gun for her again. The two had not even known each other for a full day, yet they were willing to take their lives to save her. No matter what you become, I will be responsible for you to the end. When Erin thought of this, her eyes all started to become determined, and then she fell asleep on the side of the hospital bed. Ding! Detected damage to the host's body. Is the rejuvenation elixir activated? Ding! The host's body function is damaged. Unable to give a confirmation signal. The system will automatically confirm for the host. Ding! The host has taken the spirit recovery pill. The current environment and state is suitable for taking the Super Warrior Serum. The system has given it to the host along with it. As the system's voice sank in, Qinwei's consciousness awoke. After taking the spirit recovery pill, it was as if every pore in his body had opened up, absorbing the spiritual qi between this heaven and earth. Qinwei was so comfortable that he almost screamed out, but what followed was another feeling. It was the Super Warrior Serum coming into play. The bones in Qinwei's entire body were slowly changing. It was as if the bones of his entire body were cracked, ground into powder, and reconstituted into a new skeleton. The muscles were also tensing, expanding, and condensing layer by layer. It hurt so much that every pore of Qinwei's body trembled. Qinwei wanted to scream out loud, but he couldn't, because of taking both the spiritual elixir and the Super Warrior Serum at the same time. It was only his consciousness that had awakened. His body had yet to awaken. Qinwei could then only be in pain and awake like this, until the day dawned faintly. The remodeling was finally over. Qinwei's consciousness also fell into a deep sleep. After a night of pain, an ordinary person's consciousness would have collapsed long ago. This sleep lasted until the night. Qinwei began to slowly awaken, and when he woke up, the ward was empty. Qinwei sat up and waved his arms, then went to the mirror and looked at his now transformed self. The whole person had swelled up a bit, because he had previously eaten a body-hardening pill that transformed his body so basically. On the outside, he couldn't see any difference, but internally it was already a qualitative upgrade. MD, sooner or later, this revenge must be avenged back. If it's not for the fact that nowadays there's still that unexpected event of escorting Irene back to the inland that hasn't been accomplished, it must go to the death to the end. Qinwei cursed angrily in his heart. At this time the door of the ward opened. You're awake. You can't get out of bed yet, Irene said as she came in and saw Qinwei in front of the mirror. Qinwei raised the muscles in his arm and said, I'm fine now. I can be discharged from the hospital. Let's go back to the ship, or the ship will sail away. Puff, laughed Irene. The ship left a long time ago, and today is the third day you've been in the hospital, Irene explained. Qin only faced shocked. I actually slept for that long. Yeah, the doctor said you would sleep for a week before waking up, and now it's only the third day and you're awake, Erin added immediately. Qinwei reached for his pocket and realized that his cell phone was gone as well. Seeing this, Erin said no need to look for it. There's nothing on you. You should have dropped it. And the doctor said that the bullet pierced your kidney. Don't worry. I'll help you find a good kidney source and get the best doctor to replace it for you, Erin said with self-condemnation and determination. Chapter 41 Australian Island Resident Card. Qinwei briefly froze when he heard that the injuries on his body had long been cured by the rejuvenation pill, and it had also been transformed even stronger through the Super Warrior Serum. Qinwei was just thinking of what excuse to use to reject her kindness. At this time, 2 more police officers came in. Eileen introduced. These 2 policemen are here to wait for you to wake up, to ask some questions. I've already been asked by them. After the 2 policemen came in, the older one introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is He. This is my colleague, Chun. We're here waiting for Mr. Qin to wake up. mainly because we want to find out what exactly happened. Once Qin saw the police, he started acting weak. After all, he had been shot, and now that he was alive and well, it was inevitable that something more troublesome would happen. Even so, the two police officers looked surprised to see Qin state when they came in. They were police officers. People who had been shot were often seen, let alone people who had their kidneys pierced. Hello, two officers? The matter is like this. Qin told the process of traveling with Irene as a companion, to her being knocked out and hijacked to go all the way. The two police officers looked at each other after hearing this. Then officer, he said to Qin, Mr. Qin, on behalf of the police of the Australian island, I would like to apologize to you. It is our negligence in our work for such a dangerous thing to happen to you in our place. The two men bowed to Qin. Qin didn't say anything because listening to the two men's words, there should be the second half of the sentence. He planned to listen before speaking. Officer, he then said, we have an unforgettable request. We hope that Mr. Qin can agree to it, and we will compensate Mr. Qin's losses appropriately. Qin probably guessed their request, which was nothing more than not to say anything that would affect the reputation of the Australian island, causing no one to dare to come back later. However, their concerns were relatively reasonable. No one would want to travel to a place where their lives were in danger. Qin turned to look at Aaron, who nodded helplessly. It looked like they had settled. Aaron, tell me, what kind of request is it? Qin said lightly. Officer, he said in a slightly embarrassed manner, we would like to ask Mr. Qin side not to publicize what happened on the Australian island. The incident was a complete accident, and the people who caused Mr. Qin's death have all been eliminated by our police. There won't be a repeat of this kind of thing in the future. I can grant you this request, as I am also someone who is rather afraid of trouble, and publicizing these things will not do me any good. Qin nodded and said, after all, he was aware of what happened, and it was entirely because Irene had offended someone somehow that people were persistent in looking for her and arresting her. Not a problem with the Australian island authorities. When officer he heard Qin promise, he brightened up and said with a smile on his face, that's really a big thank you to Mr. Qin. Officer, he was a very upright police officer. He didn't hold much hope. After all, people came out to travel, were beaten into the hospital, almost lost their lives, and actually asked the victim not to say anything about it. Think about it, is very excessive, and even wanted to fight for the victim. Now that Qin agreed so easily, he was a bit caught off guard. When Officer Chen saw his dilemma, he hurriedly pulled out a card from his body and said, the compensation is like this. Our Macau island has given Mr. Qin a resident card. With this card there will be no restriction on Mr. Qin going in and out of the Macau island. There are restrictions on ordinary mainland residents. Chapter 42 Self-Belief Taxi. This is not very useful to Qin. He doesn't have too deep a good impression of the Australian island. He can just come to play occasionally, and he won't think of coming often. The ones who often think of coming should be those who are mixed up in casinos and think of getting rich overnight. Officer, he also came back to his senses at this time, and took out a black and gold-edged card from his pocket. This is the second compensation. This card is Micromax's Supreme Black Card. You can use this card to use under all Micromax's properties in Australia Island. All free of charge. Officer, he said excitedly, you have to know, right now, Micromax's industries in the Australian island have already covered 80% of it. By owning this card, one could basically live their entire life in the Australian island without having to pay. Qin was also brightened up, but he was quickly relieved. Now that he was in possession of the Divine Greatness system, this kind of pension card was more or less a bit of a chicken rib for him, but it was still better than nothing. Qin casually took the two cards and threw them at the bedside. The two officers were slightly shocked when they saw them. That was a Supreme card. Did Qin not understand, or did he really not care? Qin looked back at the two shocked police officers and wondered, is there anything else for you two officers? Officer, he returned to his senses and said, nothing. Then I wish you two a pleasant journey. We'll leave first. With that, he pulled Officer Chen and walked out. After the two officers left, Qin stopped pretending and started looking for his own clothes. Irene took out the clothes from the closet by the door and handed them to Qin. Are you really alright? Do you want to stay for another 2 days for observation? Erin was worried. She was afraid that Qin was trying to be brave. After all, the injured place was too sensitive. Qin, on the other hand, was thinking about hurrying back to the mainland and completing his mission. His alertness skill sensed in the underworld that the danger wasn't over. The two of them quickly finished their discharge procedures, and all the expenses related to the hospitalization had already been given by the relevant departments. Even if they hadn't, Qin didn't need to pay. This hospital was also Makomi's property. Just take out that Supreme Black Card. The two of them walked out of the hospital together, and as soon as they were out of the hospital entrance, a cab slowly stopped in front of them. Qin suddenly felt his scalp tingle and his sweat hairs instantly stood up. he fiercely hugged Eileen and ran inside the hospital. The cab exploded instantly, and the impact of the explosion rushed the people at the entrance to the ground. Shinwei protects Eileen in front of him, taking his own back to the exploding car, and is also rushed to the ground. Officer He and the two men were driving away, when the sudden explosion made them rush back. Upon seeing the two Shinwei, they rushed forward to help them up. Mr. Shin, Miss Ai, are you guys alright? Officer He said anxiously. Officer Chen, on the other hand, went to help the others who were affected by the explosion. After Shinwei shook his head, signaling that he was fine, Officer He also went to help the others while calling for backup with his pager. Shinwei, are you really alright? Let me take a look. Aaron flipped him over with an anxious face. When the explosion happened just now, Shinwei protected her, so she didn't get hurt at all. Just some dust from the explosion. Shinwei looked at Aaron with a helpless face. What in the world had this done? What deep hatred? The bomb had gotten out. If it wasn't for being alerted in advance, it should have turned into carbon by now as well. Officer He waited for the backup to arrive, then quickly walked towards Shinwei's side. Seeing this, Shinwei was the first to say, Officer He, didn't you say this wouldn't happen again? What's the situation now? Chapter 43. Knowing the truth of the attack, Officer He looked ashamed and said, I'm sorry. It was a dereliction of duty on our part. Officer Chan and I have already applied to the top. The above has also agreed. The two of us will be responsible for accompanying the two of you on your tour of AO Island next. Shinwei waved his hand and said, no more touring. We're going to the nearest gate. Work hard to see you guys off. We're planning to go back. Hearing this, Officer He took out his walkie-talkie and reported to the inside. He then asked Officer Chen to bring his car over and send the two back. Shinwei glanced at the nanny car parked across the street before getting into the car. His alertness skills sensed that someone inside was watching this way. In the nanny car, Bao's men were inside watching this side. The junior brother next to him said, Brother Pao. It failed. They are now getting into the police car. Bao was still wondering about Shinwei's alertness. Why was he able to react immediately after the car drove into position? Was it a coincidence or was the man himself uncomplicated? And the explosion at close range didn't hurt him. It seems to be the latter. This Lin Sin should also not know that there is an expert beside this woman. Bao turned back and patted the shoulder of the younger brother who had just spoken and said, this does not solve the problem. The police will soon find me. We have to go to Guangfu first. The next thing is in your hands. The money has already been transferred to your wife's account. The little brother nodded his head with a firm face and said, Brother Bao, you go, just wait for my good news in Guangfu. After saying that, he got out of the car. Bao looked at his departing back. His gaze flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He then patted the driver's seat and asked him to drive. The car stopped on an intersection in a residential area. After a while, a woman in a red coat walked up to the car. The visitor was none other than Red Lotus. Pao leaned back in his seat, his eyes slightly open as he looked at Red Lotus. Red Lotus nodded. Bao then closed his eyes and instructed go through. The driver listened and drove to the gate. In the police car, Shinwei still felt a bit of palpitations, and the feeling was always there. This meant that it had never been out of the dangerous environment, but already in the police car. Could those people have disregarded the police to commit a crime? Then what exactly had Aaron committed that these people could be so reckless? Thinking of this, Shinwei turned to look at Aaron. Aaron was holding her cell phone and was watching the short video of her dancing that she had taken on the cruise ship a few days ago. She was thinking about how to edit it and which BGM to use. Shinwei threw his eyes onto Aaron's cell phone screen and suddenly saw something. With one hand, he snatched Aaron's cell phone. Aaron was startled by the sudden hand. She was about to angrily rebuke, but calmed down after seeing Shinwei concentrating on pulling the playbar of the video. After a while, Shinwei returned the phone to Aaron. It turned out that it was because of this video that Lin Sin was chasing after her. Shinwei guessed that Lin Sin should have intended to tie her up and untie the phone to delete the video, but it was ruined by Shinwei. Later, when they got off the boat in AO Island, Lin Sin was afraid of a long night and used his connections in AO Island to tie up Irene one more time. It was again sabotaged by Shinwei, so now he used a more extreme means, blowing up the man machine together. Thinking of this, Shinwei only slapped his head. If he hadn't sabotaged it, maybe the video would have been deleted by now, and everyone would be fine with each other. But there was also another possibility. Eileen might have been hurt in an unknown way as well. So at this moment, Shinwei did not regret that his outburst had complicated things. Chapter 44 Operation Rat Cleanup. Take a step and see what happens. He was thinking about whether or not to tell Aaron about this, what she would do after telling her, and whether or not she would get herself into a dangerous situation again. After thinking about it for a while, Shinwei still decided to tell her. She had the right to know, and she couldn't be that nervous all the time. Do you know why there are always people kidnapping you? Even shootings, explosions, all of these happen around you? Aaron looked at Shinwei suspiciously. She had also thought about this. At that time, she only thought that it was because she had bought something to show her wealth, or her popularity on the short video was so high that someone wanted to kidnap her for money. But it was only after she encountered the gun attack later and the explosion just now that she debunked her previous thoughts. Is that why? Chinwei pointed to the video on her phone. Take a closer look at this video. In the upper left corner, Erin took her phone and looked closely. At the top of the video was the third floor deck of the ship. A man and woman were arguing. The man grabbed the girl by the neck and suddenly pushed her forward. The girl fell backwards. Below her was the ocean. The girl fell into the ocean while the boat continued on its way. The result speaks for itself. The man looked left and right for a moment, just in time to see a group of people below taking video. With that, they ran off. Erin was in shock after watching the video. Chinwei gently patted her shoulder, signaling that she didn't need to worry. Actually, the video wasn't able to see Lin Sen's appearance very clearly, but no one dared to bet that the video was sent out from the account of a multi-million-dollar internet celebrity. Would there just happen to be a powerful technician who had HDized the video? Nowadays, in this online society, it spreads so fast, and with more people watching, public opinion is up. No one can escape the suppression of public opinion in society. When the time comes, any father who is an official will have to dismount. After Irene fixed her mind, she asked in a slightly trembling voice, did the man in the video do it? Chinwei knew that she was asking about a recent encounter and nodded. Then who was he? Erin gradually stabilized. I did meet him when I first got on the ship, with a dad from the customs department, but it shouldn't be his dad who gives him the bottom line. It's rumored that he's also the number one horseman of the young master of the Zhou family in Guangfu, and this Zhou family is what gives him his backing. Chinwei replied after thinking for a moment. The Zhou family's young master? A few days ago, I heard that our rat cleaning operation on the Australian island was aborted by him. Officer Chen, who was sitting in front, suddenly said, Operation rat cleaning? Chinwei asked doubtfully. I also heard it from my cousin who works at me. Gomez. Officer Chen sat up straight and was about to narrate. Suddenly thinking of something, he glanced at Officer He who was driving next to him. Officer He knew his concern and said to him, It's okay, Mr. Sheen and Miss Irene are also considered residents of the island. Everyone on the island knows about this matter, so it's not a big deal to talk about it. After Mr. Sheen got the consent, he started to explain, there are still many underground casinos in Macau Island, which do not meet the standard and have not obtained the certificate of conformity, and many of these people are the gangs involved in crime, and they are uneducated and do not have any capital. Then did the black casino, loan sharks and other work. Officer Chin drank a mouthful of water and paused to say, over the years, the Shin family and the people above the Migomi reached a consensus to create a safe, legal international city, the International Casino City. Then they started to unite with the local government of Australia Island to regulate underground casinos and loan sharks. Chapter 45 attacked, but these people, like rats, stabbed this nest and moved to another. The Shin family also coincided with the death of the old family head, and when the Shin family started to fight for this family head position again, the operation was temporarily put on hold. These rats began to take root again. Chinwei suddenly realized, I've heard of the Shin family, so huge and obvious family, most people should have heard of the change of dynasty, and in the end, it was Shin Man who inherited the position of the head of the family. Officer Chen continued, if it was not Manager Du, then now the Shin family head, it is not Shin Man. Manager Du? Du Chuan? Chinwei heard Manager Du and remembered the Du Chuan he knew on the ship. This time it was Officer Chen's turn to be surprised. You still know Manager Du? I've had a chance to meet him. Continue, Chinwei urged. Officer Chen withdrew his surprise and continued after Shin Man came to power. It took a lot of time to rectify the Shin family's internal affairs. That's why it wasn't until recently that the matter of the rats was brought out. Because in recent years, there have been more and more people visiting the island. But the island still hasn't reached the kind of safe, ideal city that was mentioned before. So the Aussie Island government has joined forces with Makomi to start this rat cleaning operation. This time, Makomi was very determined to completely clean out the rats, and called everyone who was outside back, and it started the layout a year in advance. All of us are very confident that we'll be able to clean up this group of rats. That's why we told you guys at the hospital that there will definitely be no more danger. As he said this, Officer Chen revealed an awkward smile. It was also inevitable that they would be embarrassed. Not long after they had said this, a cab blew itself up in front of the hospital. If it wasn't for Chinwei's alertness skills coming into play, there would be 2 more charred bodies in the hospital morgue right now. So what's to say that Zhou Shao aborted the operation? Chinwei asked. Officer Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I also heard that Operation Rat Cleanup was a small portion of our police force clearing out a small portion of the nests. The rest was handled by Mickey Mouse's people. It was said that Zhou Shao personally called and negotiated with the Shin family to bail out the rats and guaranteed that these people would not be able to set foot on the Australian island again. Chinwei was puzzled. Even the Zhou family doesn't have that much face to bail out so many criminals, right? Of course there is a price. Zhou Xiao promised to invest $80 billion to build a port in Ao Island and only take 20% of the shares. The remaining 30% is with the local government and 50% belongs to Micromax, Officer Chen explained. Qinwei fell into deep thought after hearing this. At this time, Irene was puzzled. Are these people worth $80 billion? Why spend so much money to keep this group of people? Qinwei was also thinking about this question. How many people could be made to sell their lives for him for $80 billion? Why did he choose to save this group of people? Officer Chen spread his hands and said, I'm not sure, but these people more or less know Zhou Xiao, and have all crossed paths. This point is also quite coincidental. Qinwei was puzzled even more after hearing this. Suddenly Qinwei's nerves collapsed to the extreme. Quickly dodge! Qinwei shouted. A dump truck was speeding over from the side. Officer, he was still puzzled by Qinwei's sudden shout. Bang! The car had already crashed into it, and the whole car was instantly turned into a piece under the huge impact. The moment the car crashed up, Qinwei kicked the door open and grabbed Irene and jumped out. Chapter 46 Shen Man. Qinwei rolled dozens of times on the ground with Irene in his arms before stopping. Irene also fainted in the tumbling. The police car, on the other hand, had turned into the shape of A under the huge impact of the dump truck. Even the car had been smashed into pieces, and the two officers inside should have been killed. Qinwei got up and was furious. Having known the two officers for a short time, but because of their implication, they were killed by this group of outlaws. Then he saw the figure that stumbled down from the dump truck. Qinwei leaned Aaron against a tree on the side of the road, and went after the truck driver. With today's physical prowess, he caught up with the truck driver when he had only run to the rear of the vehicle. With one hand, he grabbed the driver by the neck and pinned him to the ground. Who sent you? Qinwei snapped. The driver grinned. I dozed off in my sleep. Can't I? Qinwei's hand was gradually exerting force. The driver's face was pinched into a pig's liver color. Qinwei. Irene's cries brought Qinwei back to her senses. She had come to her senses, and after seeing the mess all over the place, she searched for Qinwei. Qinwei let go of his hand, stood up, and stomped on his knee, breaking the outlaw's legs. Ignoring his screams, Qinwei turned around and went to Irene's side. That was when the police car and ambulance came roaring in. Qinwei's two men, because they had jumped out of the car ahead of time, didn't suffer any injuries, just some bruises. The other two officers, on the other hand, were killed on the spot. Irene heard, lying on Qinwei's shoulder, cried bitterly. She muttered, It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Qinwei patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't blame yourself too much. I will avenge them. Eileen raised her head to look at Qinwei, whose eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared firmly ahead. She felt inexplicably at peace. At this time a police officer walked over. Both of you. Such a major incident has occurred over here that you are required to return with me to cooperate with the investigation. Qinwei nodded. Two policemen were dead, while the other two in the same car were a little bruised. This situation was truly unbelievable. At this time, another Bentley came by the side of the road. A man in a white suit got out of the car. After walking up to a police officer and saying something, he walked over in the direction of Qinwei and the two of them. Both of you, our family master has an invitation. Please follow me. Your family head? Qinwei queried. The visitor replied with a light smile. The only one who can be called a family head in Australia is our Shin family. Qinwei was puzzled inwardly. What is the Shin family head looking for us for? Although he was puzzled, Qinwei also got into the car with the mentality of if you come, then you'll be safe. If the head of such a big family was looking for him, he couldn't be looking for his waist. Moreover, the hospital report had said that he had lost one of his loins, although it had been repaired by the spirit-restoring pill. Qinwei didn't go for another checkup after recovery, so the report was still the original one. At this time, at the office on the top floor of the headquarters of the Micromax Corporation on the Australian island, a silhouette stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing a black one-piece open front long dress, with a tall figure, a white melon face, and a sharp chin that was slightly upturned. Under the curved willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of phoenix eyes, while the fine lines at the corners of her eyes revealed the traces left by the years on her body. Every part of her body was characterized by a heroic spirit, and she was Shen Man, the contemporary head of the Shin family, and her straight nose revealed the fact that she was a mixed-race child. It was rumored that she was born to the old master of the Shin family and his concubine, who was a foreign woman, so she had never been treated well in the Shin family. Chapter 47, Qinwei's past. But her ability was stronger than everyone in the Shin family. Even the old head of the family had said before he died that if he had been in the same era as her, then the Shin family on the island would have been inherited by her, and there would have been nothing left for himself. That was why the old family master was so determined to train her as the next generation's successor. However, there was a lot of opposition within the family, and there were even people within the family who used foreign mercenaries to kidnap her and make her sign to give up the Shin family's properties, and instructed the mercenaries to kill her after signing the papers. When the mercenaries kidnapped Shinman, Du Chuan was tricked into using the old family master's orders. Du Chuan was a man of the Shin family's old family master, and was sent by the old family master to guard Shinman when she was 8 years old. All along, he had accompanied Shinman as she grew up, and was someone that Shinman treated like a close elder. Later, when Du Chuan reacted, there was the story of the lone mercenary. Now behind Shinman is standing that Du Chuan who saved her back then. Missy, this side has found out the driver. It's one of Pao's people. It's certain that it's an intentional killing. Du Chuan held a document and reported, incomparable respect in his tone. Over the years, watching Shinman's growth, for what Shinman did more and more pleased, but also more and more awe. Shinman's lips slightly opened and said, Chuan uncle, said how many times, you call me Xiaoman on the line, do not need all day miss hanging on the side of the mouth. Du Chuan heard hurriedly said no, if I directly address the name of miss, the following people will also become unruly. I have to set an example. Shinman had a helpless face. What is the exact reason? Why is Chen Bao chasing after these two young men, even going so far as to kill a police officer? Du Chuan flipped through the document, which was Micromax's intelligence department in a very short period of time, finding out the whole story, even Qin Wei and Irene's life experiences, all of them were found out clearly. The intelligence section over there arrested one of Ah Bao's people who was following Ah Bao before. He said that it was a man named Lin Sin who found Ah Bao, saying that he was introduced to him by Zhou Xiao and entrusted Ah Bao to deal with that woman. At that time, when that Lin Sin went to find Ah Bao, because he was a bit dogged and condescending, he was even taught a lesson by Ah Bao's people. The exact reason was that the footage of that Lin Sin killing someone on the boat just happened to be captured on video by this woman. That Lin Sin was afraid that it would be posted on the internet and cause a flurry of consequences. By the way, that female is an internet celebrity with more than 10 million fans, Du Chuan added. Shinman turned around after hearing this and slowly walked to the office chair and sat down. It's the ship you came back on, right? Where's the other one? Du Chuan looked at Qin Wei's personal information. The other one is called Qin Wei. I had contact with him on the ship. He was betting against someone on the ship, or I did the notarization. Speaking of this, Du Chuan had an odd look on his face. I had thought that I would have the time to check him out after I came back, but I didn't expect to actually see his information in this situation. It's quite a coincidence. Oh, since you yourself wanted to check him out, that means he originally had points that interested you, right? Hearing this, Shinman also came to have a hint of interest. Du Chuan replied, on the boat, I felt that he has an extraordinary demeanor, and there is also the Misli family of Mordor by his side as a companion. The 2 gems we received 2 days ago were from his hands, and the $1 billion transferred from the Lu family has also been transferred to his account. Chapter 48 Lu family. Du Chuan paused and said, but the information here is a bit unbelievable. Qin Wei, the people of Qinjia village, Long Town, Guang province. After his parents went out to start their own business, he didn't know where he was. After being raised by his grandmother, who passed away when he was in elementary school, he was raised by the people of Qinjia village one meal at a time. Developed a tech product in his college days, a medical monitoring product that caused a sensation in the tech world at the time. It's a pulsar worn on the wrist, integrating Chinese medicine academics, through the pulse, monitoring a part of the body with an abnormality, precision to seek medical attention. I also bought it to use. Du Chuan smiled after continuing. After graduation, and his girlfriend Zheng Guodua started a medical technology research and development company, developed another bracelet with a therapeutic advice role. The function is to cooperate with the medical system. After getting the patient's consent, you can download the medical history in the bracelet, and then according to the wearer's physical condition, provide healthy dietary advice, healthy exercise supervision. Even if there is no disease, you can do a series of weight loss advice through the data transmitted back from the pulse device. And it is the most healthy and labor-saving weight loss process, because people who want to lose weight will give up because they are too lazy. With these 2 products, it instantly skyrocketed this company's market value. However, this Qin Wei only focuses on research and development, and otherwise trusts his girlfriend too much, and never asks about the company, only focuses on research, and the other business aspects, and socializing and such, are all handled by Zheng Guodua. Shenman snorted disdainfully. No surprise, should be swept out of the door. Du Chuan then said, indeed, here are the details. Zheng Guodua pulled back a lot of orders, but for a while, suddenly the chip out of stock, cannot be out of stock, resulting in a breach of contract, facing a lot of liquidated damages, and all the huge amount of liquidated damages, then signed the contract is very unreasonable treaty, but all signed. This Qin Wei also don't know whether it's simple, or too proud, think these things are small problems, from beginning to end also didn't blame Zheng Guodua, but instead kept Zhang Guoguo's company shares, sold all of his own shares used to compensate for the liquidated damages. Humph. Love brain. Shin Man's mouth disdainfully spat out 3 words. Du Chuan laughed and continued. After all the liquidated damages were paid, the money was spent, and he still owed the bank more than $1 million. Compared to those huge default payments, it is considered to have gotten through. Qin Wei then discussed with Zhang Guogua, letting her sell a small portion of her shares and use it to pay back the bank's money, leaving the rest to continue to do research and development and create new products. At this time Zhang Guogua began to flip. It turned out that everything is her and the Liu family to do the bureau, signed a contract of those companies, all the Liu family. Qin Wei sold shares, also by the Liu family took over. Even the chip shortage, but also the Liu family to the chip are monopolized. The Liu family promised Zhang Guogua that all of this money and shares would return to her in the end. It will also bring her into a more advanced circle. At that time, she won't have to go socializing every day with a gray face. Zhang Guogua was an incomparably vain person. She could live a bad life, but going out had to be the most talked about. What she wanted was for everyone to please her, not for her to please others. At that time for Qin Wei indeed a short time, also that she could not reach that requirement. The Liu family's only condition was to have Zhang Guogua marry into the Liu family, because the Liu family's second son, who was deeply favored by the Liu family's main mother, he was charmed by Zhang Guogua at a reception, which is why all these later things started. Chapter 49 9 Bulls and 2 Tigers. The end result was that Qin Wei accepted the reality despondently, ironically being driven out of the company he had founded. Later, Qin Wei was blocked by the entire industry. The Liu family put the word out, no company dares to want him, so he can only go to deliveries, to go to the construction site to help make money to pay back his millions of dollars of debt. Shen Man interrupted. Du Chuan said, what is the origin of this Liu family? Liu family is a small family with $10 billion. Their family is specialized in doing some business espionage. Experts also rely on this crooked way up home. The main process is to use various means to buy the top, with a series of operations to do a low that company shares, and then acquired over. Du Chuan replied. Shen Man nodded. Continue. Where is that Qin Wei's unbelievable place? I was about to say on my side. Du Chuan continued after a pause. In the last week, he suddenly paid off his debts, and he also owns the top property in Deep City, the house in Deep Bay 1, and a luxury car. The body image also seems like a different person. This is the unthinkable place. What kind of experience made him suddenly rich, or the kind of overnight wealth? Even our intelligence department can't find out the reason. Shen Man gently knocked on the armrests of the stool. After a while, said forget it, everyone has their own secrets. Cannot find out, do not have to go to find out, so as not to give birth to some unnecessary things. That truck driver now, how is it? Feng Kai police side called over. That driver balked at his own fatigue driving, did not see. It should be that Ah Bao promised him something, but when it comes to promises, there is a little bit more strange. Du Chuan once again showed a puzzled expression. According to the investigation, that driver is Ah Bao's person, fatherless and motherless, with a wife who is still pregnant. If Ah Bao promised a favor, it should be his wife and the child that is about to be born, right around the time of the car accident. But his wife died of poisoning in a dessert store. According to our people's return, the means was the practice of Red Lotus under Ah Bao. Shen Man pondered for a while. It should be that Ah Bao made a promise but didn't want to honor it. He is just selfish and self-interested as a person. Let the police tell the driver this news that his wife was poisoned by Red Lotus. Let them handle it. Uncle Chuan, take a look at this video first. He then picked up the tablet on the table and handed it to Du Chuan. Du Chuan took it and clicked play to watch it. The video was a section of the road surveillance video. It was the same section of the surveillance that happened just now when the dump truck crashed into the police car. In the video, at the moment when the car was about to hit the police car, the door flew out, and then a shadow was seen jumping out with it. The shadow rolled on the ground for a long time before coming to a stop, and it was none other than Qin Wei and Aaron. The speed at which Qin Wei leaned Aaron under a tree and then went after the driver flashed through the picture. Du Chuan looked at Shen Man with a surprised face. Shen Man seemed to know what Du Chuan was surprised about, so he said, this is the original surveillance video. It has not been processed, nor has it been turned on at double speed. Du Chuan pondered. It means that in the last week, something should have happened to his body, and his current stature seems to be a little stronger than even me. Shen Man was surprised to hear that stronger than Uncle Chuan? I thought he was just stronger than ordinary people. Du Chuan shook his head and replied, Missy is not a martial arts practitioner, so it's normal that she can't tell the difference. Qin Wei's instantaneous explosive power in the video should have the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, and I currently only have the strength of 9 oxen, which is still short of 2 tigers. Chapter 50 Zong Master Experience Card. Shen Man nodded. Although she didn't understand, she could still hear this kind of metaphor. I've already asked Xiaobai to invite them over. Missy is trying to pull him in? Du Chuan asked. After all, from the information, Qin Wei also changed recently, so for now it is the best time to pull him in. By then if his ability is known to the outside world, by then there will be more people pulling him in. The competition will be big and there will be no telling how he will choose. Shinman nodded and said now I can use less people around me. Like Uncle Chuan such a strong person is even more not. Although said now cultivated Xiaobai can for the relative ease of the current dilemma of using people. But he and Uncle Chuan then, or too far away. The world now, is slowly starting to become unsettled. 10 years ago, after Kunlun's mastery way came out of nowhere, many ancient families sprang up. The world is starting to become metaphysical, and families like ours that developed in the latter part of the world, without a trace of heritage, will soon be eliminated. Shin Man said worriedly. Xiaobai is just a bit stronger than ordinary people. Indeed at the present time, Missy's manpower in this area is too lacking. If I can rope in Qin Wei, I will be able to go out more assuredly to help Missy deal with the affairs outside. Du Chuan touched his chin and nodded. A Bentley was speeding forward on the road in Australia Island. Qin Wei was resting his eyes inside the car, completely unaware that his past details had been stripped clean. He was bargaining with the system. System, I didn't sign in for a few days. Can you make it up to me? Ding. The host has not signed in. It is considered that the host has given up signing in and will not make up for it. But I was in a coma for those few days. And the fact that I would be in a coma for so long was caused by you taking the Super Warrior Serum for me on your own. You have to be responsible. Don't keep quiet. It's fine for you to help me take the Spirit Recovery Pill. But your life was almost lost when you mixed it with the Super Serum. The host was in a critical situation and had to take the Rejuvenation Pill as soon as possible. The Super Warrior Serum was the system's way of monitoring the surrounding environment and the host's current crisis, and it chose to let the host take it. The stacking effect proved to be very good. I don't care. You're responsible for hurting me all night. It could have been less painful. Ding. Compensate the host for signing in once. Limited to 1 minute. The system looked at the fact that what Qin Wei said was quite reasonable and compromised, but it didn't completely compromise. Dog system, compensation and a time limit. I want to sign in. Ding. Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15% of Micromax's shares. The equity information has been put into the system space. I want to sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster Experience card. 15% of Micromax's shares. Ha, I'm one of Micromax's bosses now. Micromax has a market capitalization of hundreds of billions. How about a few tens of billions? But what is the Grandmaster Experience card? Qin Wei looked over the introduction. Master Experience card, you can summon a master from the rest of the world, and the summon character will follow your orders 100%. Experience time, 1 hour. This is good. I am feeling that this world is getting more and more interesting. Interesting world. Must have a certain ability to protect. Although it is an experience card, use it well. May be able to save lives. Inside the office on the roof of Makomi's headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. Family master. Something's wrong. At this time the voice outside the door rang out. Chapter 51, Meeting Shinman. Come in. A pleasant voice sounded inside the room. The female secretary stumbled into the door. Du Chuan said with a displeased face flustered. What a behavior. The female secretary stood up straight, bowed her head and said I'm sorry. Manager Du. No harm. What happened? Shenman asked suspiciously. Family master. The 15% shares of Micromax circulating in the market were suddenly acquired by a person, and the information of that person cannot be traced. It can only be seen that it is owned by a single person, not a company. Shinman frowned slightly. Missy, you personally own 35% of Micromax's shares. The rest of the shares are scattered in the hands of some patriarchs, and all of these patriarchs are in support of you. That 15% of the shares, even if they are taken by a person, it won't create any crisis. Du Chuan saw this and comforted. Du Chuan, why don't you know that this is a big thing? Although in recent years has stabilized the position of the head of the family. But Missy is too kind. All the people who have struck out against her and opposed her have not been substantially harmed. They have all been given a new way to live in retirement. As long as these people catch the slightest opportunity, they will jump out again. Du Chuan sighed in his heart. Let's hope so. Or maybe those uncles at home, younger siblings, are getting restless again. Shin Man sighed slightly. Don't worry, Missy, there is old Du. Even if he puts his life on the line, he will protect you. Du Chuan appeased at the side with a look of death. Shin Man looked at Du Chuan and smiled. However, the person who caused them to be like an enemy today was now slowly approaching their office. Knock, knock. Family master, Mr. Qin Wei and his duo have arrived. Xiaobai's voice rang out from outside the door. Shen Man nodded slightly in signal, and the female secretary went to pull open the door. With a professional smile, she said, the two of you have worked hard. Please come in. The family head is inside. The female secretary led the two into the office. After the two sat down, she went out of the office and closed the door. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, left after bringing the people in. Qin Wei saw Du Chuan, and the two of them had a meeting, so he opened his mouth to greet him. Manager Du, I didn't expect to meet you in this place. Ha ha, Mr. Qin, I was originally from Micromax. It's not strange to meet me in this place, right? Du Chuan said enthusiastically. Qin Wei nodded at his words and snickered. The hotel room sent by Manager Du has not yet gone through, but instead he came to your headquarters first. Du Chuan waved his hand and said, don't mock me for being stingy. Let me introduce you. This is our Shen family's eldest lady and the contemporary head of the family. Qin Wei noticed the legendary Shen man after entering the door, but out of politeness, he didn't stare all the time. Instead, he went to greet Du Chuan, who he had met once before. Only after Du Chuan's introduction did Qin Wei's eyes move to Shen man. Black long open skirt, straight sitting posture, feet crossed, crossing the legs to prevent light leakage, a pair of snow-white jade legs from the opening to emerge, slightly shallow v-neck, the tip of the iceberg like to reveal the abyssal gully, proving that she has a proud capital. With her white face, high nose, and traces of age around her large eyes, she let people know at a glance that she was a half-breed, but Chinese genes prevailed in her. Shen Man has been 36 years old this year, has not been married and has not had children. The years have only left shallow traces on her body, the whole a proper beautiful young woman. Chapter 52, mentioning hush money again. The rumored Shen family master. When I saw him today, I found out that the rumors were all lies. Qin Wei deliberately paused. Du Chuan and Shen Man were both stunned. The elegance of family master Shen, where can it be described with words? And next to them, Irene was already too excited to speak. Shen Man had been the richest woman in Xiangjiang, and all kinds of magazines had written all kinds of things about her all over the place, and she is the idol in the hearts of many women. Shen Man smiled and said, Mr. Qin is too kind. Like us, this kind of old woman, how can there be any elegance to speak of? Family master Shen is not old. She looks even younger than me, Irene hurriedly said. The crowd all laughed at that. Getting back to the topic, the first thing I want to do when inviting you two over is to express my apologies. The two of you have encountered dangers one after another in AO Island. It is because of our poor management. Shen Man said, it's none of your business. It's my fault. The trouble was all caused by me. Before Qin Wei could say anything, Aaron hurriedly explained first. Irene thought that if she hadn't taken a video of Lin Sin killing someone, nothing would have happened. Qin Wei wouldn't have lost a kidney, and the two officers wouldn't have died. Thinking about this, Irene's eyes began to redden again. MS. Irene, don't blame yourself too much. The two officers protected you and did their duty. They won't blame you in heaven. Du Chuan saw this and comforted. Irene nodded and slowly calmed down. Shen Man opened his mouth and said, our demand. We have also told you before. We hope not to tell you about the dangers we experienced. This will cause the community to panic about the Australian island, which will lead to no one dare to come. Of course, it also depends on whether you are willing or not. If not, we will not force you. If you are willing, the compensation will still count. After saying that, he stared at Qin Wei. Qin Wei also met her eyes at the same time. Then he said, I'm still saying that it's too much trouble and I won't go around saying it. And these incidents were all brought on by ourselves. So of course we won't blame you guys. If you want to compensate, you can call it quits. Compared to this card, I'm more interested in exchanging the privileges given to us for something substantial to give to the families of the two officers who were killed in the line of duty. As Qin Wei said this, he pulled out the black card of Makomi and placed it on the table. Seeing this, Aaron also took out the card from her bag. In addition, the two of us are willing to donate some money to the families of the two officers. Make a small contribution. I hope that Master Shen can make arrangements. Shen Man smiled and said, the card you guys take back. This is the compensation that belongs to you. If you donate, there is no need. We, Makomi, have a foundation that specializes in the martyrdom of personnel. The foundation contains a certain amount of pension for the families of the martyred personnel, as well as their offspring's study expenses, pension expenses, free treatment for illnesses, and everything else, all free of charge. We have rules that belong to us, so we can't accept donations from you too. The public officials of the Australian island have treatment that belongs to them. If they accept the help of the rescued person because they died in the line of duty, then there will always be some people who are unbalanced in their hearts, and then even the police will pick and choose who they want to save. Qin Wei was also able to think of this point, so he nodded and said, since this is the case, then I'll trouble the Shen family master. Family master Shen has picked us up all the way here. There should be something else, right? Chapter 53 Shareholders Meeting. Calling someone over from the place of the crime should not be just about this matter, as both officers had already said this kind of thing. Shen Man signaled Du Chuan with her eyes. Du Chuan understood and said, Irene, I don't think you've ever tasted our in-house desserts. Eileen's eyes were glowing when she heard dessert. Your company still has desserts to eat at work? Duchuan smiled faintly. That's for sure. Our company's internal desserts are still made by the Michelin chef on site. There are also other drinks. If you are interested, I will take you there. Interested? Especially interested. Aaron nodded frantically. There should be very few women who don't love desserts. Duchuan's suggestion successfully took Irene away. Irene wanted to ask Qin Wei to get up, but Qin Wei knew that this was Shin Man trying to sidetrack Irene. There was something to find herself alone, so he excused himself on the grounds that he didn't have a sweet tooth. After Duchuan took Irene away, neither of the two who stayed in the office spoke first. Almost a minute later, Shin Man couldn't hold her tongue and spoke first. Where is Mr. Qin currently employed at a high level? Currently jobless and enjoying life. Qin Wei answered truthfully. Shin Man's eyes took on an extra glow when she heard this. Then does Mr. Qin have any interest in coming to work on my side? Shin Man looked at Qin Wei expectantly after she finished speaking. Qin Wei felt puzzled. What kind of talent did the head of the Halochen family not have? Why did he want him to come and work over here? Can I know why? Shin Man knew what Qin Wei was wondering, and immediately picked up the tablet, clicked on the video, and handed it over. After Qin Wei watched the video, he knew what Shin Man saw in himself, his own reflexes, and that explosive power. Shin Family Master, based on this surveillance video alone, you fancy me? Would it be too hasty? Qin Wei looked at Shin Man after putting down the tablet. Uncle Chuan wouldn't be wrong. He said you're even stronger than him. Shin Man said as she looked seriously into Qin Wei's eyes. That's even visible. Qin Wei muttered in his heart. I'm sorry, Family Master Shin. I have no plans to work for the time being. Qin Wei shook his head and refused. Jokingly, with the system in place, going out to work was looking down on himself or the system. And it hasn't even been a good time to enjoy the various benefits of the divine magnate yet. It's just tied to work. Moreover, I have a share in Mi Gomez. I also work for myself. Eat my fill. $100 million a year. All the industries under Micromax. You can spend as much as you want without paying. And it's me personally recruiting you, not the company. You only need to listen to my instructions to do things. You don't need to listen to anyone. Shin Man opened the conditions and said. Qin Wei still shook his head. The conditions were indeed tempting. 100 million. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see this much money in their entire lives. Qin Wei only needed to work for a year to be able to have it. It was a pity that the person who encountered him was Qin Wei. Not to mention 100 million. 100 million. He wouldn't do it. It had only been a few days since he had encountered the system. In addition to the 10 billion or so in his bank card, in terms of assets, he also had several tens of billions. With so much money, he didn't even know how he was going to spend it now. Moreover, he was sitting on the godly hero system, and his wealth would only increase in the future. Right now he just wanted to enjoy life. If it's a matter of treatment, we can talk again, Shin Man said with some anxiety. Family Master Shin, it's not a matter of treatment, and it's not that I lack money. It's that I really don't have any plans to work for the time being. I want to keep time for myself and enjoy life. Qin Wei once again refused. Shin Man fell silent. She didn't know how to woo such a greasy person. Knock, knock, knock. Family Master, there is an urgent matter. Outside the door rang the voice of the female secretary just now. Shin Man sighed and said come in. The secretary pushed open the door and walked up quickly, and even glanced at Qin Wei after coming to the front. Speak directly. What is it? Shin Man saw her anxious look and didn't bother to drive Qin Wei out. The female secretary hurriedly said Family Master, Shin Chi is in the conference room with the shareholders and elders, saying that they want to hold a shareholders meeting. Shin Man's eyes stared. Was it really them? She remembered that 15% share thing just now. I know. Tell them I'll go over later. You take Mr. Qin out. Then call Uncle Chuan up. Shin Man said with some distraction. If they dared to hold a shareholders meeting, they must have come prepared. She needed time to think about how to deal with it later. A shareholders meeting? Then does he, the shareholder, have to participate as well? Qin Wei muttered in his heart. However, his identity as a shareholder was hidden by the system, so ordinary people couldn't find out about him. Qin Wei followed the female secretary out. At a restaurant somewhere in their place, he saw Irene who was eating and Du Chuan who was accompanying him at the side. After the female secretary walked up to Du Chuan and whispered a few words, Du Chuan's expression became grave. After greeting Qin Wei, he left. Inside the office, Shen Man was slightly frowning and thinking about something. Du Chuan pushed the door and walked in quickly. Missy was about to say something. After seeing Shen Man's expression, he closed his mouth and stood to the side. Shen Man came back to her senses and said, let's go. Uncle Chuan, see what they are going to do. Du Chuan nodded and followed Shen Man with a firm expression. Inside the conference room, Shin Chi was sitting in the center seat, his arms crossed in front of his chest, his back leaning against the chair. his 2 feet stretched out to rest on the conference table. That sitting position was the position of the contemporary family head, and he was sitting on it without the slightest intention of getting out of the way. Shin-chi was Shin-man's half-brother, 10 years younger than Shin-man. He had been brought to the West by his mother to be nurtured from a young age, and from the time he understood, he had been sent to school abroad to receive a Western education, so he never had the concept of elder and younger generations, nor did he want to have one. For this sister, he never considered Shin-man to be his family, and had never recognized her identity as the head of the family either. Suddenly the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Shin-man slowly walked in, creating a sense of oppression that pressed those who were sitting, not daring to raise their heads to meet her eyes. From the moment the door was opened, everyone's eyes were gathered at the doorway, but none of them dared to meet her eyes. Shin-man walked to the side of Shin-chi. Zhu's lips lightly opened and said, "There are no more rules." Shin-chi disdainfully responded, "This shareholders meeting is here to remove you from the position of family head and chairman of the board of directors, and I will take your place. So me sitting here is the rule. Even if what you say will come true, then I'm still the head of the family now. If you want to sit, wait until you succeed." Uncle Chuan. Shin-man looked at Du Chuan next to him, signaling him to get Shin-chi out of the way. Du Chuan quickly stepped forward. Shin-chi jumped up hastily when he saw Du Chuan. He said on his mouth as he walked, "So what if I let you sit one more time? Later on you will leave that seat forever." Chapter 54, debuting at a critical moment. After saying that, he quickly ran to the opposite seat and sat down. He was not afraid of anyone in the Shin family, only Du Chuan. Du Chuan's identity, although he was only a servant of the Shin family, but because of his special existence, and his force value, anyone in the Shin family wants to get his help, so no one dares to offend him, and they all hope that they can get his help when they rise to power. The only person left from the generation that followed the old family head to fight the world was Du Chuan. Back then, when Shin-chi was still a teenager, because he deliberately splashed Shin-man with sewage, he was taught a lesson by Du Chuan, and even hung inside a dark warehouse for a night. It was his mother, in front of Du Chuan, who begged bitterly for a night, and then Shin-man's heart was too soft to let Du Chuan release him. That incident became Shin-chi's childhood shadow. To this day, when he sees Du Chuan, he wants to run. After Shin-man sat down in his seat, he looked around at the people around him. Everyone was here. Most of these were still the uncles who had supported her before. None of them dared to look up at her now. Shin-man sighed in her heart, then said in a cold voice, "Uncles, opening the shareholders meeting is not a small matter. They have all traveled all the way back here, so if you have anything to say, just say it." The scene became very quiet. Then he heard Shin-chi say, "I have just said that this meeting is to remove you from the position of chairman of the board. The rules set by my father back then. The chairman of Micromax is the head of the family, so your position as the head of the family is being removed at the same time. Since we are going to re-elect the chairman of the board, let's follow the rules and vote again, with Uncle Chuan presiding." Shin-man said blandly. Du Chuan walked out and said to the crowd, "Old rules. There is a tablet on everyone's position. Everyone log in with their fingerprints, put the name they want to vote for, enter it, and the big screen at the back will update the data in real time. The high-tech voting method, logging on with your fingerprints, will show your identity and the percentage of shares you hold. Voting is by percentage of shares. The total was 100%, and whoever ended up with a high percentage was the winner." Shin-man also pressed her fingerprint to log in and cast her vote. The big screen showed that Shin-man 35%. The voting quickly came out with the data. In addition to Shin-man, Shin-chi's name also appeared. Shin-man's 35% hadn't moved, while Shin-chi's was gradually increasing. Very quickly, it surpassed Shin-man. It had been 47% and then stopped. During this time, Du Chuan also boarded to vote, and he also owned 3% of Micromax's shares. He had no choice but to vote for Shin-man. In the end, Shin-man's 38%, Shin-chi 47%. Shin-chi said triumphantly, "Now you can come down from that position." Shin-man looked at the crowd with disappointment. "Since you all think that Shin-chi is more suitable to lead the Shin family, to lead Micromax, I, Shin-man, respect everyone's decision." After saying that, she was ready to get up and leave. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open. "A shareholders meeting, how can it be without me?" A teasing voice rang out. Qin Wei walked in with large strides. "Who are you? Our Micromax's board meeting is not for anyone to come in. Call security to come in." Shin-chi snapped. "A board meeting? All the more reason for me to come then," Qin Wei said indifferently. Time went back to a few minutes ago. Qin Wei was about to leave with a well-fed and drunk Eileen. Ding! Unexpected event generated. Name, Shin-man. Age, 36. Appearance, S. Body shape, S. Charm, S. Whether to develop or not, no. Favorability, 60. Overall rating, S. Ding. Task, help Shin-man retain his position as the head of the family. Chapter 55, recognized an unfilial son. Just when I was thinking about not meddling in my own business, then came this. No. Chinwei seemed to have realized something. The system had just rewarded Micromax with shares, and now it had met with a change in directors. It feels like everything is planned by the system. Ding! This system does not have the ability to foretell, so please don't overinterpret it. I believe in you. Chinwei cursed in his heart. He carefully took stock of his recent experiences. It seemed like most of the things the system gave were things that could be used soon. Forget it, let's just finish the quest first. Chinwei asked Aaron to wait for him while he went to the restroom. He then ran in the direction of the conference room. He had just heard the female secretary say the location of the conference room, and it came in handy right now. Shinman froze for a moment when he saw Chinwei run in. She then stood up and explained, "I'm sorry, this is the person I invited here. He may have entered the conference room by mistake. I will leave with him here." Du Chuan also walked forward and said, "Mr. Shin, let's go. The board meeting is in progress here and Missy has just been dismissed." "Leave? Leave when you say leave? This place of ours, not just anyone can come in. Call the security guards. Arrest this person who broke into the boardroom and stole business secrets." Shin-Shi said with a cold smile. "That's it. Leave for what? The board meeting? All directors have to attend. I am also a director," Chinwei said carelessly. After Chinwei said, the scene fell into silence. A needle dropped on the ground can be heard. After a few seconds of silence, Shin-Shi's piercing laughter resounded again. "Ha ha ha. What kind of cats and dogs come in and say they're board members? If you are a member of the board of directors, I will call your father." "MD, where is the security guard? Called a few times and still do not come. All fired for a batch." Shin-Shi laughed in anger. Some shareholders also followed in shaking their heads and laughing. "I didn't expect to come over this time, but I also gained a son. But it's a pity that it's an unfilial son." Chinwei pulled out a document from his body and threw it on the table. "Someone recognizes this, right? Go verify it. Then that kid get ready to call his father." After saying that, he found a stool and sat down. Shenman's face blushed when she heard this. Shin-Shi called Chinwei's father. So wasn't that also her father? After all, the two were half-siblings. Shenman inwardly spat and shook off these wild thoughts. Du Chuan rushed forward and picked up the document. After reading it, he said excitedly, "There is no problem with the document. Mr. Chin is a 15% shareholder of our Micromax." Shenman was surprised after hearing this. She thought that the 15% shares of the circulating market were eaten by Shin-Shi and the others. She didn't realize that since it was in Chinwei's possession, she had just wanted Chinwei to come work under her hand. Now it seems that a refusal would be in order. Who would leave their boss alone and run to work for their own company? Shin-Shi's face changed. "Impossible. 15% of our shares are circulating in the market. It's impossible that they are in the hands of one person." An older shareholder came together and said something in Shin-Shi's ear. It was pushed away by Shin-Shi. "Call someone over for me? I want to verify this information myself. Who knows if it's you guys joining together to cheat me." Shin-Shi also knew that this information was true in 9 out of 10 cases, but he had been plotting for so long, and was not willing to have everything overturned just like that by someone who came out of nowhere. Soon came in a few people, with laptop computers, picked up the documents. After a meal operation, then they came together and said a few words in Shin-Shi's ear. Chapter 56 Ancient Martial Family. Shin-Shi's face became increasingly ugly after hearing this. "How's that? No more questions. Can I have a shareholder vote then?" Shin-Shi suddenly said this. "Mr. Shin, consider who you're going to vote for. Otherwise no one can guarantee that you'll have any accidents." Chinwei pressed his fingerprint and tapped towards Shinman's vote. Afterwards, he turned back to Shin-Shi and smiled. "Feel free to use any means you have. If I frown, I'm not your father." Chinwei said back to the matter of calling his father just now. After Shin-Shi gave a cold snort, he got up and left. The many directors, too, followed suit and left. Only the two old men remained in their seats. The two old men stood up and slowly walked to Shinman. Shinman said in a cold voice, "Is there anything else for the two uncles? Director Chin has finished voting. I am still the chairman of this Micromax and the head of the Shin family. I let you two down." She was in a rage. If not for Chinwei coming with 15% of the shares, her current fate is to be swept out of the house, or possibly die on the streets in a few days. The darkness of family infighting. She has seen too much of it. The two old men smiled bitterly and said, "Family master, listen to the advice of the old men. This stall, just give it to Shin-Shi. The you of today cannot fight him. Don't bother the two uncles. Didn't I win the fight now?" Shenman snorted coldly. Seeing this, the two men looked at each other and then said, "Doesn't the family head want to know why everyone suddenly turned against Shin-Shi?" Shenman did not speak and kept staring at the two men. The two old men sighed and said, it's just, I'm old bones. I won't get involved in these things. Children and grandchildren will be blessed by their children and grandchildren." After saying this, they explained the reason to Shenman. It turned out that Shin-Chi had gotten the support of an ancient martial arts family. The people from the ancient martial arts family had promised them, the directors, as long as one followed their instructions and chose to defect to them, they could choose one person from their family and go to the ancient martial arts family to practice their techniques. Those who practiced well could become the strongest in the world today. Those who do not practice well can also prolong their lives. These directors have already reached this age and this position. What could make them pursue, besides a longer life, was the future development of their family members. Those ancient martial arts families have also said that the world today is starting to change. Aura is gradually recovering. More and more ancient martial families will slowly come out. When that time comes, the world will not be one where money reigns now. Instead, the strong will be honored, the old man said with a worried face. Shin Man's crowd's faces also became grave after hearing this. Qin Wei, on the other hand, was thinking, no way, I've just realized wealth freedom. Now the world of cultivation has popped up again. The old man went on to say Shin-Chi has the support of the ancient martial family. It's better for the family head to give up this position. All of us who have watched you grow up since you were a child don't want anything to happen to you either. Two uncles, please forgive me for being disrespectful just now, but I am not going to give up. This family business is what my father has worked hard all his life to build. If I give it to Shin-Chi, it won't be long before the Mi Gomez will have to change its surname, Shin Man said firmly. The two old men also knew the reason. What did the ancient martial arts family see in Shin-Chi? Wasn't it this family business of the Shin family? After the two sighed, they arched their hands and left. Shin Man and Du Chuan both had gloomy faces, while Qin Wei was relatively unconcerned. After all, he hadn't touched that level yet either. Chapter 57, Martial Arts Ranks. After Shin Man and the two of them came back to their senses, they thanked Qin Wei. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your help. Otherwise I'm afraid that I would have been swept away today. Shin Man gave a slight bow. Qin Wei said unconcernedly, it's nothing, just a show of hands. I have nothing to lose anyway. Shin-Chi will not let us off easily when he goes back like this. I had wanted to leave Mr. Qin behind so that I could do my best as a landlord. Now it seems that it won't work. I'll have someone send Mr. Qin across the border back to the mainland right now, Shin Man said with a slight frown. Shin Man felt sure that Shin-Chi wouldn't give up so easily, and that he couldn't just listen to the two men's side of the story. He had to find someone trustworthy and go to double-check. Qin Wei didn't have a problem with it. Anyway, he had wanted to go back for a long time. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Manager Du, there's something I want to ask, Qin Wei said to Du Chuan. Du Chuan hurriedly waved his hand. Mr. Qin is now our benefactor. There's no need to talk about asking for advice. If there's anything, just say it directly. Good then, I'll be direct. I want to know about this ancient martial arts family and how the strength is divided, Qin Wei asked. I don't have a very clear idea about the ancient martial arts family. I only heard that it was a few hundred years ago when the Earth's aura began to lower and many martial arts families chose to avoid the world. And now that the aura has begun to recover, the people from those families back then began to slowly come out of the world. And because they were martial arts families from ancient times, they are called ancient martial families. And the division of strength, the person who taught Mr. Qin about his strength today, didn't tell you? Du Chuan looked at Qin Wei suspiciously. Qin Wei smiled awkwardly. I don't have anyone to teach. It's all chance. Du Chuan was shocked. Without being taught by anyone, one could have such a strong strength by chance. It is true that people are more angry than people. Du Chuan had practiced for most of his life to reach today's strength, but soon he was relieved. He had read Qin Wei's information before. There wasn't anything outstanding. If there was no coincidence, it would not have been possible to hide for so long. He then began to explain. The division of strength is mainly divided into Hotian, Innate, Grandmaster, and Grandmaster. These four levels. Each rank is further subdivided into Pre, Mid, Late, and Great Circle. Then which rank is Manager Du now? Qin Wei inquired after listening. I'm currently in the late Hotian stage. I don't know if there's any hope of breaking through to the great perfection in this life, Du Chuan said with a burst of self-deprecation. Qin Wei pondered for a while and continued to ask, then can you tell which level I am now? From the video from Missy's place, I can see Mr. Qin's explosive power. It should still be in the Hotian, but it's stronger than me. My guess is that Mr. Qin should be at Hotian great perfection. Du Chuan pondered for a while and said, why wouldn't it be innate? Qin Wei asked. After all, Du Chuan was also guessing, so why could he guess that he was Hotian and not innate? Du Chuan laughed. Mr. Qin, don't look at the difference between Hotian and innate. It's just a difference of one word. There is a world of difference here. Hotian is to develop the limits of the human body, while innate is already out of the human body, towards the development of the aura between heaven and earth. That's why an innate has true chi to protect his body. Basically bullets can't penetrate the innate's true chi. If Mr. Qin was an innate, he wouldn't have tumbled down from the car in such a sorry state. and the innate begins to be able to wield the aura between heaven and earth for their own strengthening. Just with the surveillance cameras on that main road, it can't be captured. Chapter 58 12 Hours Organization. Qinwei suddenly realized, arched his hand and said, so that's how it is. Thank you Manager Du for clearing up the confusion. Du Chuan waved his hand and said, it's not a secret, Mr. Qin, we're kind of destined to get along. It's also a bit strange to keep calling him manager and sir. If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Qin. You can call me Du Chuan directly. I'll call you Brother Du then. Qinwei laughed. Du Chuan laughed. Okay, Brother Qin. Cough, cough. Shinman deliberately coughed twice from the side. The two were chatting too obliviously, leaving Shinman hanging out to dry for half a day. Uncle Chuan, arrange for someone to send your Qin brother back, Shinman said and turned to leave. Before leaving, she also gave a slightly grudging glance at Qinwei. Qinwei looked confused. Qinwei and Du Chuan were in the company's cafeteria, and found Eileen, who had eaten and drank her fill and was half lying on a stool with her arms crossed. When she saw Qinwei, she immediately sat up from the stool, excitedly said, the milk tea here is so good, the pearls are especially big, I packed one for you, he said and raised the bag in his hand. There was not only milk tea inside, but also other desserts. Qinwei smiled and said, thank you for not forgetting me after eating. Didn't you go to the restroom? I'm afraid you didn't eat enough, and it took you too long to go to the restroom. If I hadn't been too propped up to get up, I would have gone to find you. Aaron beamed and said, I met Big Brother Du and got too caught up in the conversation. Qinwei didn't say what just happened at the board meeting. He wasn't the one who loved to tell the whole world about himself, and even if he said it, others wouldn't necessarily believe it. Let's go. Big Brother Du has arranged for a car to send us directly back to Deep City. Qinwei took the bag in Aaron's hand. Big Brother Du has called on. It seems like you guys are chatting well, Irene joked. Du Chuan also laughed at the side, and Qin brothers like a good friend. Change the name of the intimate point. Sister-in-law do not mind it. Du Chuan thought that Ai Lin and Qinwei were a couple. Ai Lin heard. A red face suddenly annoyed Ai, and he is not that kind of relationship. We know the time. Maybe not as long as you guys. That's my misunderstanding. I see Brother Qin all the way to protect you. Encountered so many dangers, suffered so many injuries, thought you guys are a very lovey-dovey pair. Du Chuan said in shock. Du Chuan's words spoke to Ai Lin's heart. Yes, just ordinary friends, not even ordinary friends yet, just met not long ago, but in times of danger, time and time again, he protected her. In order to protect her, collected all the injuries. On the contrary, she herself, except for a little skin, nothing happened. Just now, he was so anxious to clarify the relationship. Would it be too hurtful? Thinking of this, she hurriedly looked up at Qinwei. Qinwei walked as if she hadn't heard, minding her own business. Qinwei didn't think about that much. Protecting Irene was just a task issued by the system. He desperately wanted to go back, and was also thinking about going back to end the mission and get the reward. But right now, what he was thinking about was that mission of Shinman's. Isn't the mission completed? Why hasn't it been notified yet? Could it be that it's still not finished and there's a follow-up mission? Thinking about it, without realizing it, he had already walked out of the gate. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the contingency. Shinman. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the Blitz reward. 12 hours of organization. Ding! The system has rewritten the memories of the 12 hours organization personnel. The memory of the host has been their master. From founding to birth and death, the personnel information has been placed into the host's carry-on space. Chapter 59 Leaving the Australian Island. Qinwei was excited for a moment when he heard about the reward. He had recently come into contact with too many people and things. There was a dangerous and unknown world that was slowly presenting itself to him. He had also thought about whether or not he should form a squad. After all, one person's strength was always limited. But again, he didn't know how to start. Luckily, the system sent a pillow when he was dozing off. Qinwei was about to take a good look at the information. Du Chuan's voice sounded beside him. Brother Qin, the car is ready, so let's say goodbye here. Du Chuan arched his hand. Qinwei, who had returned to his senses, also arched his hand. Brother Du, frequent contact, if there is anything you need my help with, just look for me. Du Chuan's eyes glowed with excitement upon hearing this. He was waiting for these words. Good, ha ha, if you really need something to ask for a brother, don't push it. Du Chuan laughed out loud. Qinwei also laughed along with him, so he and Irene got into the car. After Du Chuan sent the two away, he went straight to Shen Man's office. To Shen Man, he said what Qinwei had just said. At least when there are any difficulties, Brother Qin is willing to help. Du Chuan said. Shen Man nodded and said nothing more. Uncle Chuan, have someone find out how Shen Shi got hitched to the ancient martial family, and have someone keep an eye on them. If there are any movements, maybe we can know in advance. Shen Man thought about it. It was better to arrange for people to investigate first, otherwise it would be too passive. Okay, I'll go and arrange it. Duchuan went out after saying this. Shinman stood in front of the window. Her face looked extraordinarily grave. On the cross-sea bridge of the Australian island, a nanny car was speeding along. Shinwei and Irene inside the car had different emotions on their faces. Shinwei was excited. He had just read through the membership information. The 12 Hours organization. There were just 12 people, 4 women and 8 men. Everyone was named according to the hour, and all of them were of Hotian strength. The strongest ones were even straight up to the innate. They were one of the top organizations in the world. In the past, before those ancient families came out, it was probably the strongest organization, and everyone specializes in a different ability. It's very comprehensive. Now they were all spread out all over the world, living their own lives, and some are on missions. The organization also had to make money. It was just that it didn't need everyone to go, and according to their abilities, the right people were selected to complete the mission. Shinwei had no intention of contacting them for the time being. It wasn't necessary yet. However, Shinwei felt in the dark that they should be needed in the near future. While Irene was on the side, her face complex, glancing at Shinwei from time to time. Noticing that Shinwei had his eyes closed, he leaned back on the stool. After a while, as if she had decided on something, Irene turned around and firmly looked at Shinwei and said, "Shinwei, I have something to tell you." Shinwei opened his eyes and looked at her suspiciously. "I want to tell you what's going on with me. To tell you, if two people want to be together, I feel that I should be honest about my past." Shinwei stared at her with wide eyes and a head full of questions. Together? Who was together? Suddenly he seemed to realize something and opened the quest interface of the unexpected event. Ding! Critical incident generated. To be completed. Name, Irene. Age, 25. Appearance, A. Body type, S. Charm, A. Weather to develop, yes. Favorability, 91. Overall rating, A+. Ding! Mission, protect Irene until we return to the hinterland. It turned out that without realizing it, Irene's goodwill towards him had increased to such a high level. Shinwei was about to open his mouth to explain. Chapter 60. Erin's past. Erin had begun to tell of her past. "I'd been married before, and I have a child, but those were lives lived under the influence of family." Speaking of the past, Erin's mood then fell much lower. "When I was 19, my parents' company suffered some changes. At that time, my dad's hairdresser knew about his situation, so he wanted to help my parents get through it. My dad is a stubborn person and was not willing to accept his help, but his hairdresser, however, treated him sincerely, secretly helping him. Later, when my dad found out, he felt that his father-in-law had been kind to him, but was unable to repay him, so he planned to marry me to his hairdresser's son, because his son is disabled, had a car accident when he was a child. Now he only has one hand, so few women are willing to marry him. When they do meet one who is willing to marry, they can't see it. When my dad thought of this way to repay his hairdresser, he was as good as possessed. He coerced me and even forced me to die. Eventually, I agreed to marry." Saying this, Irene began to sob. Seeing this, Shinwei reached out his hand and gently patted it on her shoulder. Eileen slowly leaned on Shinwei's shoulder and continued. "I've never been in love, and I grew up going to a girls' school. Didn't have much contact with the opposite sex, so although I was reluctant, I wasn't particularly repulsed. After all, like our ordinary family, it's all about getting by. It's just that what I didn't expect was that the day after I got married, my new husband died." Erin's eyes began to grow frightened as she spoke. "On the morning of my second day of marriage, after I woke up and washed up and went out, my in-laws asked me to wake him up for breakfast. I walked forward and called halfway through the day, but there was no response, so I called out to them. When my in-laws came in, they felt his nose and found that he was not breathing. An ambulance was then called. When we got to the hospital, the doctors said it had been dead for over 6 hours or more. After knowing the result, they said I killed their son and both of them hated to kill me. Later, when my parents found out, they came to the hospital and took me back. The doctor also gave an autopsy report later. He died of multiple organ failure, a problem of his own. There was no homicide, even if they knew the results. So what? They just think I'm a kleptomaniac and only want to believe what they want to believe as the truth." Erin laughed at herself. Since then, they began to have no dealings with my family either. It wasn't until 2 months later that I started not wanting to eat and vomiting regularly. My mom, being from the past, knew right away that I was pregnant. When I first found out I was pregnant, I even thought God was playing a trick on me. The man and I had only slept together for one night's time, and he hadn't even been on top of me for more than 5 seconds before he got me pregnant. My parents and I unanimously decided to get rid of this baby because I have a long life ahead of me. I can't let a child ruin my life. But I don't know where they got the news that I was pregnant with their son's seed. They actually blocked us at the entrance of the hospital and begged me so hard to let me give birth. The end result was that my dad also felt that I should give birth, as a way to give them both something to hold on to for the rest of their lives. I didn't want to, and even pushed for it with my death, but eventually I compromised. After all, it was a life, and a continuation of their family. It wasn't fair to me, of course, but there was nothing fair about it when I had gotten to that point in my life. I decided then that after the baby was born, I would kill myself, but I didn't have the courage, and they promised me that they wouldn't come back for me in the future. And the baby they took to Rice to raise, and I went over there when I wanted to see the baby. Slowly I got over it. Life is a long way. You don't have to get married and have children and retire. Since then, I've been living for myself, and I had no plans to get married again, or even think about falling in love again, until I met you. Aaron looked up into Chinwei's eyes as she finished speaking. Chapter 61 Overbearing Dragon Walking True Determination. Chinwei was a bit flustered by the look. Then Chinwei sighed and said, I was once hurt by the person I trusted the most and was closest to. At that time, I was only struggling and working hard for her future. It turned out to betray me without hesitation. I lived several years of my life being lost. Those days, I lived with the goal of that breath. I wanted to prove to everyone, and more importantly to her, that even if I was trampled underfoot, I could still climb up, even higher than anyone else. Until recently, my life changed, but so did my mindset. The experiences of those days wore down my pride. The exuberance that comes with youth. All of it. I can do the same thing now and stomp her down. But I also find it tasteless. I just want to live my life. Live it well with those who love me and those I love. And play the game. I said all that just to tell you that I'm not a person worth committing to for life. I'm not going to get married and I'm not going to commit. Anyone I'm with won't have a name. Eileen was silent. She understood what Chinwei meant. To put it in layman's terms, it was a scummy man who wouldn't get married, which meant that there would be many women in the future. Lin didn't say anything on the way. The car quickly arrived in the deep city. The two got off and each went back to their own homes. Irene got off the car and looked at Chinwei for a while, and finally turned around and went home without saying anything. Chinwei didn't regret what he just said. He didn't want to lie. He only wanted to do whatever he wanted in his future life. Doesn't want to be tied down by someone because of personal responsibility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the contingency. Irene. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the Blitz reward. Divine Grade Technique Hegemony Dragon Walking Technique *1. Chinwei, who had just walked downstairs, stopped in his tracks. Just now, he was still thinking about the completion of the mission. The system's confirmation of receipt was a bit delayed, but better late than never. Finally, he has his own gongfu. He talked to Duchuan about how to break through to the innate. Duchuan said that if you want to reach the innate or further up, you must have a gong method. A gong method was necessary to cultivate inner, true qi. Those who did not have gongfu could not break through to innate. This was because no matter how much you hammered your body, you would still be an innate. Chinwei tapped on the introduction of the gong method. Hegemonic Dragon Walking True Technique, a divine grade gong method. A very hegemonic cultivation technique. The practitioner doesn't need to sit in daily meditation to cultivate. The gong method will run on its own. And exercising dual cultivation can speed up the operation of the gong method. If one encounters one of the 9 phoenix body and practices dual cultivation with it, one's cultivation will increase dramatically. And if one obtains the complete 9 phoenix body, one can directly become a god. 9 phoenix body? Directly become a god? What is a god and what level is it? And what the hell is the 9 phoenix body? System, can you help me out? Ding. The host does not have enough authority and needs to complete more tasks issued by the system. After the host reaches 2,000 points, the mall will be opened, and the host can search for the information they want. Mall? Points? Good stuff. How many points do I have now? The host has completed 5 emergencies. 50 points for each. 250 points. You only have 250. Chinwei cursed. No more. No less. Just 250. 2,000 points. How long will it take to accumulate? The host doesn't need to worry. The portable service has been opened for you, and the points for subsequent missions will be gained by the host's lucky draw, and will no longer be fixed at 50. Will the draw be more than 50? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and you'll be able to get the best out of them. Forget it, let's just take one step at a time. Let's go home and learn the feats first. Chinwei quickly ran towards home. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't wait to take out his gongfu. After taking it out, Chinwei froze. System, how can I learn this technique? Even if I can read this text, I won't be able to practice it. Ding! The host can learn it through the system. Just deduct 50 points. The dog system that takes advantage of people's danger. Deduct it, deduct it. First learn the technique first. Points can slowly come to earn. and 250 points doesn't sound good. Ding! Deduct 50 points, 200 points remaining. At once, Qinwei's entire body tensed up and every pore under his skin quickly opened up. The body began to draw in a large amount of spiritual qi from heaven and earth. Qinwei was so comfortable that he wanted to moan. After this process lasted for an hour, the rate of drawing in spiritual qi slowly began to diminish. After another 10 minutes or so, it completely dissipated. Qinwei slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. After breaking through the innate, one could look into oneself internally. At the Dantian, there was a vortex, and with every revolution, it would separate out a single strand of true qi and fill the meridians of the body. When all the meridians were filled, it was time to break through to the next realm. Qinwei looked at his current body in the mirror. After being cleansed by the aura, his skin had also become white and translucent, and women would be envious when they saw it. The muscular figure hadn't changed much. After all, breaking through the innate was a breakthrough from the inside out. Qinwei pulled back his pants and looked down. Well, the length, width and height had also grown. Very satisfied. Just then, a sharp doorbell rang outside the door. Chapter 62, Feng Ro's Tenderness. Qinwei withdrew his smelly look and went to open the door. Just as the door opened, a silhouette darted and rushed into Qinwei's arms. Qinwei looked down and saw that it was Feng Ro who had remained on the ship after getting off that day. Feng Ro was still wearing the uniform she had met for the first time today. A slice of white skin was reflected in her eyes, and with black silk and high heels underneath, she looked at Qinwei and almost didn't hold on. Qinwei, after you got off the boat that day, I never contacted you again. I was worried to death. Feng Ro looked up as she hugged Qinwei and said, after Qinwei got off the boat that day, she went on to sleep, and when she woke up, it was already afternoon, so she thought of calling to ask if Qinwei had come back. As a result, she didn't get through until the boat was about to leave, and Feng Ro wanted to go down to find Qinwei, but she was too late, and the boat had already sailed. Later I heard that many people got off the boat and didn't come back up. Basically they went into the local casino, gambled their eyes and forgot the time. Feng Ro also wondered if Qinwei had too much fun, so he missed the boat time and simply didn't look for it again. But today, out of the blue, the news of mainland travelers, who were attacked by terrorists, shot, bombs and car accidents on the island of Macau. Feng Ro began to worry again, because these days also did not contact Qinwei. She wondered if the mainland traveler could be Qinwei. The whole day was spent in distraction, until just now. Feng Ro was notified by the property owner that Qinwei had returned. She couldn't wait to run over. Qinwei gently patted Feng Ro's back and said, I'm sorry, I was negligent. I lost my cell phone as soon as I stepped off the ship, and I still haven't gone to replace the card. Feng Ro asked the traveler who encountered bombs, car accidents and shootings was you? How do you know these things? This time it was Qinwei's turn to be surprised. Feng Ro loosened her hold on Qinwei and took out her cell phone and opened it to show Qinwei. Just today's news. The Australian island terror attack is everywhere. It's been hogging the hot search. Qinwei wondered, didn't you say to keep it a secret and not publicize this incident? How come it's suddenly known by everyone? He couldn't figure out what kind of operation Shin Man was doing. After carefully thinking about it, he felt that it shouldn't be Shin Man's side that said it. It might be other people with some purpose. Qinwei had a vague feeling that he seemed to have fallen into a conspiracy bureau. Only that the bureau didn't know who it was targeting and whether it was related to him. Qinwei shook off his head. Too lazy to think about it. Couldn't care less. Are you alright? Let me take a look. Are you hurt anywhere? Feng Ro looked at Qinwei's body in panic, suddenly realizing that Qinwei was not wearing a shirt. His muscles were clearly defined, and he was white. Looking at it, she blushed herself. It's fine. Aren't I fine now? Even better than ever. Sister Zoe wants to double check. Qinwei saw the blushing Feng Ro and teased. Feng Ro spat immodest, reaching out her hand. She was about to whack him. As a result, Qinwei instinctively dodged, causing Feng Ro to lose her footing and stagger a few steps forward. Qinwei quickly wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned in front of him. The two of them maintained their posture, looking at each other. Feng Ro thought of that night on the boat, Qinwei's valor, which she could never forget. At once, her pretty face was slightly red, and her watery eyes looked straight at Qinwei. Qinwei raised his eyebrows. This was what he was waiting for. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Feng Ro also blushed and avoided Qinwei's eyes. Chapter 63, The Plumber. 2 hours later, the two of them were half lying on the sofa, Feng Ro gasping for air on the side, but Qinwei was calm. With his current innate body, he really couldn't catch his breath with this amount of exercise. He was visualizing his own true qi. Qinwei's face that he had gotten the better of him even made the system, which had never experienced any mood swings, unable to resist the urge to hit him. Brother Qinwei, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. I realized that you've changed a lot. Feng Ro gasped and said, Oh, where have you changed? Qin looked back at Feng Rou and smiled cheaply. Feng Rou answered truthfully, your body emits an aura. As soon as I get close to you, I can't wait to push you down. And your skin has also become good. Feng Rou said while touching Qin skin. Qin also wondered after hearing this, if it was a problem with his gongfu, becoming more attractive to women. Moreover, he also realized that his self-control in this area had become much weaker. As long as he encountered a bit of temptation, he would be completely unable to hold on, and even show signs of losing his mind a bit. However, Qin himself didn't want to restrain this kind of thing, so what's done is done. Qin revealed a bad smile and said, I didn't even realize it just now, so let's try it again. After saying that, he pounced on it. Good brother, just spare me. One more time, I really can't move. Feng Rou begged bitterly. Seeing this, Qin let her go. At this time, Feng Rou spoke up and said, Brother Qin I've resigned from this side. Qin joked. What? Have you thought about the matter of me adopting you? He knew that Feng Rou must have other plans, but he also wanted to tease her. Feng Rou gently whacked Qin and ranted. Unorthodox. She then said, didn't I say that before? Then she said, didn't I say that I met some customers on the boat? Those rich women are now united together, opened a beauty organization, now invited me to help them manage. After all, this group of people, our 10 fingers do not touch the spring water people. That's good always have to step out first, right? Want to consider directly into the shares well, money-wise I'll pay for it. As the boss's wife to manage, will not be bullied, Qin said. Feng Rou shook her head, cupped Qin face with both hands, and said in a touched voice, no need, I still have some savings of my own, and the divorce agreement that you helped me with before, has also come into effect. I want to rely on myself. At least wait for me to first understand what that beauty organization is like before considering the matter of taking shares. Feng Rou spoke softly. Qin knew that Feng Rou didn't want to rely on him to realize the value of her life either. She had started to rejuvenate her life since she got that divorce agreement. Alright then, if there are any difficulties or if you need to use money, just look for me, Qin said as he stroked her smooth back. Feng Rou also wrapped her arms tightly around Qin waist. As long as you can think of me when you are free and come to see me, I am satisfied. Feng Rou also knew that being a canary was certainly the fastest way, but to be that canary all the time, yet she still needed to constantly improve herself in order to allow Qin to occasionally reside by her side. Qin turned around and pressed her underneath and laughed cheaply. It's better to choose a day than to crash it. I'll come to satisfy you right now. She knew she couldn't escape, so she just let go. Moreover, she planned to leave this place, and the next time she came back was unknown. With Lin Qinshou's charisma coupled with his financial power, there wouldn't be few women who would be attracted to her, so maybe the other party would soon forget about her. In that case, it would be better to cherish the moment. Feng Rou softly wrapped her arms around Qin neck, without the need for words. Qin had already put his face up. Chapter 64, The Infatuated Li Xiao. After an unknown amount of time, Qin was personally sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Feng Rou had long since left, and as she left, she kept looking at Qin with a sultry look. What she had just experienced had made her almost unable to walk. Feng Rou spat. Qin knew that he was going to leave and was still so unsympathetic. Qin was looked at and could only pretend to be tired and fall asleep. After Feng Rou left, Qin opened his eyes. He came back and only cared about being comfortable. He hadn't yet reported peace to the others. Before that, have to go out and replace a card. The cell phone was lost for so many days. Still do not know how many people looking for. The cell phone bought many before and put them at home. Just go directly to replace the card. After Qin changed his clothes, he went to the underground garage. His Bentley was dusty. Boom, boom. Qin drove off. The place where the replacement cards were made up was usually densely populated. It wasn't really convenient to drive. After parking the car in the nearby parking lot, he chose to walk there. Qin went in, took the number, and then looked for a place to sit. Looking at the number in his hand, there were still 5 seats in front of him. According to his previous experience of doing business here, he would have to wait for at least half an hour or more. He came here, so he could only wait. During the wait, Qin had an idea. There would always be some chores in the future, and some of the assets given by the system would need someone to handle them. Should we recruit a living secretary who specializes in these things? For example, washing the car on a daily basis, buying things, and so on. After all, as a godly man, you can't queue up everywhere and do everything yourself. After this idea popped up, the more Qin thought about it, the more feasible he felt. He was about to take out his cell phone and call someone to ask if there was a suitable secretary to introduce him. Only when he took out his cell phone did he realize that his card hadn't been replaced yet. He hadn't even finished his card yet, so he had to make a call. Qin originally wanted to use the ability of money in exchange for queue jumping in fast processing channels. he thought about it later. After all, he hated queue jumping in the past. No matter what method you use, as long as you jump the queue, you will be disgusted. Honestly, wait. After 40 minutes or so, it was finally Chin-Wei's turn. During the process of replenishing his card, he was constantly being sold packages, and Chin-Wei agreed to everything in order to be faster. After replacing the card, Chin-Wei sat in the car and opened his cell phone to look through the messages. Dozens of messages were bouncing around. There were Li Ying's, Li Zhao's, and Feng Ro's. There were also a few from a college friend. Li Ying was asking if Chin-Wei had gone back yet, and why he had ignored her for a few days. Then she said that her family had come to visit the elders, so she couldn't come back for a while. She said that her family had come to visit the elders, and she couldn't come back for a while, and she had to go with them to a place where there was no signal. The place had no signal, so she would be out of touch for a while, but she will be back soon. When she came back, she would look for Chin-Wei. Chin-Wei replied with a message explaining that she lost her cell phone, telling her to be safe and contact her again when she returned. Then tapped on Feng Ro's message. Feng Ro had already talked about the content of the messages before. Chin-Wei didn't read each one and replied, "The card is done. I can contact you now." Feng Ro replied with a good word in seconds. He clicked on Li Zhao's message again. Li Zhao's message was a bit larger. "Brother Chin-Wei, are you back? Brother Chin-Wei, why are you ignoring me? Brother Chin-Wei, I miss you. Will you ignore me? Brother, is there something I did wrong? Please, tell Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao will definitely change. Brother Chin-Wei, I sold another car today. The manager let me have the performance for your sake. Thank you, brother. Brother Chin-Wei, where are you? I miss you so much. I went to your place, but the property said you didn't come back. Brother Chin-Wei, are you back?" From the beginning of asking, to later questioning, to every day. Chapter 65, Kaiser. Chin-Wei was shocked. It hadn't been long since we met, and it didn't seem to be that deep of a relationship. How does it feel to be in love for many years, and then stick to him that kind of state? Did the book say that women have special feelings for first-time men? On the contrary, at that time, Chin-Wei just went from being a poor person to suddenly becoming a tycoon's mentality reversal. Only then did he have a revenge hookup with Li Xiao, and then a revenge possession. But later, after realizing that it was Li Xiao's first time, Chin-Wei felt guilty and at the same time developed a sense of responsibility that Li Xiao was one of his women. Chin-Wei didn't reply. Intending to find Li Xiao next, Chin-Wei clicked on that last message. It was from his college friend Li Yuan. It was a wedding invitation. It was also tomorrow night, with a banquet at the Yangcheng Hotel. It also said that a private room had been booked tonight for an early classmate get-together. Chin-Wei didn't have too deep interactions with this Li Yuan, only have to chat, but also classmates. There is no very good, nor do not want to be good. Chin-Wei replied, "Sorry, I lost my cell phone a few days ago and just got it back. I will definitely be there." The other side also replied with an arching emoticon. After replying to all the messages, he put away his cell phone and drove towards the forest store where Li Xiao worked. Li Xiao was sitting in the rest area fuming. She had been wondering if Chin-Wei only wanted to play around with her. After all, she had only known her for a day and had given herself to her. Was it fast, causing Chin-Wei not to cherish her? Because Chin-Wei has never sent a message to her, resulting in the past few days she is distracted. At this time a sales that was better with the fired sister Lu in the beginning came over. "Yo, soulful, so quickly abandoned by that rich second generation the person teased. Li Xiao knew she was here to mock her again. She didn't pick up the conversation, because these days she always intentionally or unintentionally came over to find out about the status of Li Xiao and that rich second generation. Seeing Li Xiao in this state, she was certain in her heart that 9 times out of 10, she had been abandoned. If she didn't grab a chance to come and drop some stones, how could she live up to her jealousy in the first place? What? Thinking that you've caught a kaiju in just these few days, and you're starting to bounce around? How many of those who work here don't have the aim of catching a trophy? Who do you think you are? Just working for a few days before you succeed in catching a trophy, and then go ashore to be a young granny The man laughed contemptuously. Chin-Wei quickly arrived at the forest store, parked the car and walked in. Just as he entered the door, he heard the salesman in a kaiju. Chin-Wei went over and asked, "Which Kai-Z?" Li Xiao and the salesman were startled at the same time. The salesman was concentrating on the sarcasm of Li Xiao, while Li Xiao was in a daze, so he didn't notice Chin-Wei suddenly approaching. Mr. Chin, you're here." Sales had a face of horror, bad-mouthing people to the rightful owner. After greeting him, he quickly ran away. Li Xiao was first startled, then she rushed into Chin-Wei's arms in ecstasy. Chin-Wei gently patted her back and said, "I'm sorry, I lost my cell phone a few days ago, and I wasn't in the mainland, so I couldn't replace the card, so I haven't sent you a message." Li Xiao shook her head in her arms. "I thought it was because you didn't want me anymore. How could it be? Losing you. Where am I going to find such a stupid silly girl? Qin Wei joked. Li Xiao raised her head and beamed. I'm not stupid. Fine. You're not stupid. Who was the kaiju that guy was talking about just now? Is it me? Qin Wei asked again about what just happened. He didn't hear all of it, just a little bit, and felt that it was talking about him. Li Xiao didn't want to cause trouble, so she said, it's okay, we don't need to care about her. As long as you didn't leave me behind, I'm satisfied. As long as you didn't leave me behind, I'm satisfied. Others can say whatever they like. Chapter 66, Buying another car. That won't do. You can only be bullied by me. No one else has that qualification. Qin Wei said in a domineering manner. Li Xiao instantly turned starry-eyed and looked at Qin Wei. Let's go find Manager Zhang. Pulling Li Xiao's hand towards the office area, the two walked into Manager Zhang's office. When Manager Zhang saw Qin Wei, he hurriedly got up and said, Mr. Qin, you're here. Qin Wei nodded and said, Manager Zhang, I also want to order a car. How long will it take? Manager Zhang's eyes lit up when he heard that. Which car does Mr. Qin want to order? I'll check if there are any cars available. Let's order the Continental. Order a color, and add all the options. Get it done as fast as you can, and I'll pay for it now. But there's a condition. Qin Wei paused. Hearing this, Manager Zhang hurriedly asked, Mr. Qin, what conditions do you have? Say it as soon as possible. I will do my best to meet the customer's needs. It's like this. When I just came in, I saw Li Xiao being bullied by her co-workers. I don't want to see the person who bullied my woman if I come in the future. What Qin Wei meant was for Manager Zhang to fire that person, and Qin Wei placed an order for the car. Manager Zhang glanced at Li Xiao, who whispered it's Xiao Yan. Manager Zhang showed a difficult face. Not that this Xiao Yan has any background, because he is a relatively upright person. Do not want to use such means to increase performance. Last time, he fired Sister Lu and didn't give face to that Mediterranean Sea, because he is an upright person. All are customers, and he only helps the reason. Qin Wei saw his difficulties and continued to speak. Let's get another Timothy, with the same configuration requirements as just now. The models of cars here are too few, otherwise there is no problem in ordering a few more. Manager Zhang, who was still struggling with his thoughts, instantly brightened up when he heard the second half of Qin Wei's sentence. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll go and calculate the price now, and I'll let Xiao Yan have a reasonable way out on her side. In the end, Manager Zhang was still defeated by Qin Wei's ability to pay money. What Qin Wei said made him think of jumping ship as well. He had always wanted to go into selling some high-end cars of different brands. The booking, landing one-stop kind, only he didn't have a clientele, or even a customer base, that could support his idea. So he had never dared to step out, and now he heard Qin Wei say that. He had a feeling that Qin Wei was not bragging, and that he was his nobleman, his only chance to jump out, and he wanted to seize it. 10 minutes later, Manager Zhang finished counting the money for the two cars. Mr. Qin, this side has finished counting. Both cars are more than 6 million. Wipe out the change. Just give 12 million. The car will arrive in a week. This side under the expedited. Qin Wei took out his card. Swipe it. Put Li Xiao's name on both cars. Okay. Manager Zhang took the card and went to the finance department. Brother Qin Wei, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Li Xiao was touched by the sound of her name on both cars and then tried to refuse Qin Wei's goodwill. Qin Wei touched her head and said, it's just for you. Of course I have to give you this car. You choose one and drive the other one to my side of the parking lot. But, it's $6 million. I still think it's too expensive. Li Xiao bowed her head and said, if you don't want them, then let them stay here and grow dust. I already have a car, and I can only drive one if I'm given as many cars as I want. Qin Wei deliberately got angry. Chapter 67, Su Weiwei. Then, I'll choose the car that's the same as Brother Qin Wei's. Li Xiao finally agreed. She also knew that Qin Wei had said this on purpose in order to get her to accept it. Qin Wei squeezed her small hand and said with a bad smile, if you think it's too expensive, perform well at night and repay me with your sincerity. Li Xiao blushed, then thought of something and said with clear eyes, Brother Qin Wei, can we do it some other time? I've come to that, and I promised my cousin that I'd accompany her shopping tonight. After Qin Wei heard this, he was slightly disappointed, but he didn't show it. Fool, I'm just kidding. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. At this time, Manager Zhang had already swiped his card and returned. Qin Wei's card had already been set up for secret free payment. He usually put it in the system space, so he wasn't afraid of losing it. After retrieving the card, he drove Li Xiao back, and Li Xiao got out of the car reluctantly. She was shopping with her cousin tonight, and Qin Wei himself had a class reunion to go to. Qin Wei drove the car towards the Sheep City Hotel. The Goat City Hotel was a local 5-star hotel because of its relatively high grade. Many family wedding banquets, international summits, and entrepreneurial exchanges were held here. In the past, someone had said, If you host a banquet and ask me to go, I won't necessarily go. But if you host a banquet at the Yangcheng Hotel, I'll definitely go. After Qin Wei drove in, he found a parking space and parked on his own. As a 5-star hotel, of course there are special parking attendants, but Qin Wei likes to keep a low profile. The kind of 13 that directly disliked the car to the front door of the hotel and then threw the key. Qin Wei did not bother to pretend. After entering the hotel, Qin Wei remembered that he had forgotten to ask Li Yuan what the box room number was. Qin Wei? Someone suddenly shouted from behind. Qin Wei turned to look. It was Su Weiwei, the former class flower of the university. Big eyes, shallow dimples, a black Chanel college suit, youthful and beautiful, setting off her snow-white skin and elegant temperament, and her slender legs were incomparably slim. Class flower Su, long time no see, Qin Wei joked. They were also relatively chatty friends during their college days, so they didn't look rusty when they greeted each other. You're making fun of me. You're still called class flower at your age. After so many years, why are you getting younger and younger? Su Weiwei smiled sweetly and said. Qin Wei looked at the smile in front of her, as if she had gone back to her college days. When he first entered the university, Qin Wei was attracted to this person with big eyes and snow-white skin. At that time, the university military training for 9 days. All the people are segmented tanned. Only she is still in the crowd white to shine. Qin Wei even moved to pursue her at that time. Only a lot of rumors stopped his impulse to pursue Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei, at that time, had charmed a lot of people in school, but she was ignored. Some men out of the can't get it to destroy the mentality. The women are jealous. They began to walk her rumors. Said she was aborted from high school. The university has been adopted. Often have a limousine at the entrance to the school to pick her up. All kinds of endless rumors. Although everyone knew that the truth wasn't always like that, people believed what they wanted to believe. With more people saying it, even if it was false, the impact would be great and it would deter many people. Many people who were interested in pursuing her began to back off, not quite daring to approach her. And that included Qin Wei. Chapter 68, Class Reunion. This era unleashed far more malice than goodwill towards beautiful, excellent people. In later contacts, Qin Wei slowly realized that Su Weiwei was a kind, cheerful person, and she didn't care about those rumors at all, and lived her college life sunny and cheerful every day. Qin Wei is also regretful. He is not regretting not pursuing Su Weiwei, is regretting why he should follow the rumors to suspect her, follow the malice of most people, released to such a kind person. But soon everyone graduated, and after graduation, they basically lost contact. If I'm not mistaken, you're also here for the class reunion, right? Su Weiwei's voice pulled Qin Wei back to reality again. Qin Wei grinned and said yeah, but I forgot to ask for the box number. Then come with me. I know which box. Please take us to box 666. Su Weiwei said to the waiter after she finished speaking. The two of them followed the waiter towards the box. Inside box 666, a group of men and women were laughing. The best mixer here at the moment would be class president Wu Mao. It's all in a big company in the international cruise ship Mother Harbor, becoming a manager. A man with a blossoming body, only a small man of 1 meter 6, and a pitted face said with a flattering face. Everyone knows about the cruise ship Motherport. You go to the harbor and take a look. Those ships are basically all owned by their company. After saying that, he also looked around the weak, detailed introduction of the company. Wu Mao heart and mouth said don't listen to Yili nonsense. I was just lucky to enter the company, and lucky to be the leader to see my hard work, only to be promoted, replaced by the students here to go, may be able to rise even higher, faster This is mentioned like modesty, holding up the students here. The implication was that you guys weren't even qualified to go to that company. Gu, Wu class president are in a high position Now how much annual salary Say out let everyone envy a figure with a dainty voice came over. The voice attracted the attention of everyone present. A slightly chubby figure, wearing a black bustier, and a short black skirt of the woman. The bustier under the hidden things, is trying to rush out of the heavy circle. Xia Xiaoyao, you're here too. Yili didn't hide his eyes, desperately drilling into Xia Xiaoyao's peaks. Xia Xiaoyao, a social flower in school back then, a relatively low-end kind, didn't have much prettiness, but had proud peaks, attracted many tend to rush to the older students. During the 4 years of college, the time spent in the school dormitory, only a few, the boys at that time, she was again disliked, disdained, again, the subject of sleeping at night, and even the subject of the 5 girls out, but the object of her intercourse. All of them are senior level, the same class and schoolmates, none of them can get her favor. Shortly after graduating, and then flamingly marrying the school counselor, it was rumored that she was now divorced. Class President Wu, you still haven't answered the question I just asked, Xia Xiaoyao said as she took her twin peaks and slammed them against Wu Mao's arm. Wu Mao's heart stirred. Xia Xiaoyao had, in the past, not infrequently appeared in his questions. He said, "Not much, the annual salary of $1 million or so. Here in the classmates a lot more powerful than me." Xia Xiaoyao eyes bright, to Wu Mao body closer. She learned a long time ago that if you want to live a good life, you have to pick the right people. That's why she picked seniors and even counselors during her college years. Chapter 69, Classmate Reunion, 2, because those people could enter the society at least a year or even a few years earlier than her. The development after entering the society would show whether or not that person was worth going deeper into. What she wanted to see was not just that person's family background. More than that, she wanted to know to what extent that person's family could give him help. After all, many families were rich and powerful though they said they were, but the rich ones might have several children. In the end, there was no telling which one would end up benefiting, and the powerful ones may not always be able to help their children. That's why fellow classmates and schoolmates she doesn't look for, the ones that are in sync with her, or later than her. Her youth couldn't afford to wait. Finally, after her careful selection, she chose the school counselor. According to her understanding, that counselor is the son of the director of the Board of Education. Come to the school as a counselor is just a transition resume, will soon go to the Board of Education work, and it is a first-tier city's education bureau. As far as today's society attaches importance to the level of education of children, the Secretary of Education's oil and water must be unimaginable, and in that position, the money do not dare how to spend, for fear of accidentally be reported in. She married over, as long as responsible for spending money on good, just married in the past 2 years. She did live a very nourishing, aside from not being able to be too high profile, her quality of life was greatly improved, but the situation didn't last very long, and her frequent appointments outside the house with other people to have a room were known by her husband, even dating to their matrimonial home. Her husband found it hard to accept and filed for divorce. She was so angry that she also went to report their family for corruption and bribery. In the end both lost. She didn't have much money left in her hands now, and desperately needed to catch one more kaiju for the rest of her life. Class president brother, it seems like you don't even have people's WeChat. Xia Xiaoyao pouted. The people present all got goosebumps when they heard this kind of voice. Wu Mao inwardly rejoiced. At first he had added Xia Xiaoyao many times, but he was not passed. Now that Xia Xiaoyao took the initiative to ask for it, it seems that tonight he can say goodbye to fantasy themes and get his hands on the real thing. The two quickly added WeChat, and the others also came over and added Wu Mao's WeChat. Although there was WeChat back then, it wasn't popular and not many people played it. So many people did not have WeChat with each other. Didn't Qin Wei also open a company and do well? At this time a classmate suddenly said this. The scene suddenly quieted down. The name Qin Wei had been pressing them down before, unable to raise their heads. When Qin Wei started his business, he quickly hit the ground running, and when they were all receiving their internship salary of 800 yuan, Qin Wei was already selling several $100 million a year. For many years after graduation, no one dared to mention the reunion. Reunions are all about comparing and showing off for each other, but because there is a ceiling there, going there is also a supporting role. So after so many years of graduation, this is the only class reunion, long ago closed down, and now he is so poor that he runs a takeaway. Yi Li said. A classmate also said, I think I heard that the company was bought out and he was swept away. Yes. The last time I ordered takeout or he sent it over. At first I didn't recognize it. I only recognized it when he spoke. Another classmate also swirled with gossip excitement, as if he ordered takeout and it was delivered by Qin Wei. He felt higher than Qin Wei. Let me tell you guys, last month I borrowed $500 from him and he didn't even have it. Ha Yi Li sneered and laughed. Those students who didn't speak, all looked at him with a look of contempt. Chapter 70 Mocking. The image of a person who was looking for someone to lend him money every day, mocking someone who had no money to lend him, was ironic. Moreover, Yi Li was very close to Qin Wei during his college days, basically taking classes and eating together. Yi Li's family condition is relatively good. Every day to tell people that his father is the real estate company boss. He told people every day that his father was the boss of a real estate company, but he ended up rubbing Qin Wei's meal card every day. Qin Wei was a relatively introverted person back then, or perhaps not much family since childhood, has been more focused on friendship, would rather eat half a month of instant noodles, or only eat a meal every day. He will also let Yi Li rub rice. Yi Li's family is really doing real estate, and is an only child, but his father should be trying to cultivate him. After graduation, he did not let him take over the family business, let him go out to work. He also does not go out every day at home to gnaw on the old man, or to find people to borrow money to live. I don't know if he will come. Li Yuan, did you ask Qin Wei to come to the party? Yi Li shouted at Li Yuan after laughing. Li Yuan, who was catching up with other classmates, hadn't been involved in their discussion, but had vaguely heard what they were chatting about. Called, should come. Li Yuan had just finished speaking when the door of the box was pushed open. Qin Wei and Su Weiwei walked in side by side. The pairing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman seemed like a beautiful landscape. Everyone present froze for a moment. Li Yuan was the first to react and greeted them. Qin Wei, I didn't expect you and Su Weiwei to arrive together. Li Yuan walked up and the two of them gently hugged. Qin Wei also laughed and said thanks to meeting our class flower at the entrance. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find this place. Many male students slowly recovered from their daze after seeing Su Weiwei and stood up to greet the two of them. At this time, Wu Mao's eyes also glowed after seeing Su Weiwei. Leaving aside Xie Xiaoyao who was squeezing his arm with his mountain peaks, he walked quickly. Weiwei, long time no see. Wu Mao revealed a smile that he thought was handsome. Seeing this, Su Weiwei slightly nodded. Class president, it has indeed been a long time. Not only him, Su Weiwei and numerous classmates had not seen each other for a long time. After graduation, there were basically no more people to contact. All were living their own lives on their own. Occasionally, they could only get together when they met which classmate got married. But Qin Wei and Su Weiwei never went there. Su Weiwei didn't want to go. Qin Wei had no one to call him. Yili received a sign from Wu Mao and asked Su Weiwei, class flower Su, do you have a date now? The moment these words came out, many male compatriots perked up their ears to listen to Su Weiwei's answer. Su Weiwei shook her head. The numerous male compatriots were relieved and even revealed a smile. How about you look at our class president? Annual salary of millions, manager of a large company, a proper diamond bachelor. Yili patted his ass and said. Wu Mao also looked at Su Weiwei, expecting her answer. We all learned later that the rumors about Su Weiwei in school were spread by people with a good intention. The limousine that came to pick her up every time was her dad's car. In high school, she went to a girls' school, which was still closed. Those rumors also went away. Now these male classmates all felt like they were good again, and were secretly deciding that they would take advantage of this reunion to perform better in front of Su Weiwei and try to win her heart. I'm not good enough for Diamond. And isn't this a reunion? How did it turn into a blind date? Su Weiwei laughed lightly. Wu Mao was secretly lost, but he quickly perked up again. He felt that the person here who had the most potential for future development as of now was himself, and he had an advantage over anyone else. Chapter 71, Pretending to come before the rightful owner. Li Yuan saw that if this topic continues, the scene will become more and more awkward. Hurriedly out of the voice said, all come together. Everyone into the seat. When it comes to taking a seat, everyone was polite, but except for the female students, none of them took a seat. It was as if everyone's thoughts were written on their faces, that they wanted to sit next to Su Weiwei. Qin Wei couldn't care less. You guys are willing to be licking dogs, but I'm not happy about it. He casually found a seat and sat down, next to a female classmate named Kai Wenshu. The two sat down and chatted happily. The 2 years in school is also more chatty people. 1 year over the Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone went back. She is far away from home, did not go back. And Qin Wei is nowhere to go back. Kai Wenshu and his roommates went out to get together, but also did not forget to pack soup dumplings for Qin Wei. Qin Wei was very touched. Seeing this, Su Weiwei also sat down next to Qin Wei. In this way, there is only one position left for the class flower to lean against. At this time, Yili opened his mouth and said, Class President Wu will sit here, and hurriedly ran to Su Weiwei's side and pulled out the stool. Wu Mao gave Yili a grateful look and walked over. Just as Wu Mao was about to take his seat, Su Weiwei said to Qin Wei, can we change seats? I haven't seen Wenshu for a long time either. I want to chat with her. Qin Wei heard Su Weiwei's meaning. She didn't want to rely on Wu Mao. She and Kai Wenshu used to be ordinary classmates, so there was nothing to talk about. However, Qin Wei was also unwilling to reject a beautiful woman, so she got up and switched places with Su Weiwei. Wu Mao stood still at a loss for words. Su Weiwei was so obviously avoiding him, making him embarrassed. Now it was neither a good idea to sit nor not to sit. In the end, he still sat down with a blush on his face. Xie Xiaoyao also ran to Wu Mao's side and sat down. This was the target she had temporarily locked in, and was attacking first until the next target appeared. Seeing that everyone was seated, Li Yuan told the waiter to start serving the food. During the seating, everyone was lamenting the fact that time flies like a shuttle and the years are unforgiving. Wu Mao was sulking. Yili could see it. He looked at Wu Mao and then at Qin Wei who was feasting next to Wu Mao. He felt that it was time for him to step in. Qin Wei, eat more. You usually run takeout, shouldn't have much time to have a good meal. Eat something full, the next time you eat so good. I don't know when it will be. Yili shouted, then added, no, tomorrow can also eat a meal. Li Yuan's wedding is tomorrow. Then remember to give the share of money. Ha ha ha. The moment Yili's voice came out, some students including Li Yuan and Su Weiwei frowned. Everyone more or less knew about Qin Wei's experience. They also all knew that he had failed to start a business back then and ran a takeaway with debt. But everyone didn't want to talk about this topic. A good class reunion was not a sarcastic party. The takeout didn't run. Quit. The food here is average. I shouldn't come next time. Qin Wei replied while eating. Snort. If you can't afford to eat, you can't afford to eat, and you dislike the food here. Yi Li sneered. Wu Mao also spoke out at this time. Qin Wei, one should be humble. This Yangcheng hotel is also under our company. If you say that, then you are saying our company is not under your company? What company are you from? Qin Wei asked as he put down the chopsticks in his hands. The corner of Yi Li's mouth sneered and hooked a little disdainfully. Wu Banchang is now the marketing manager of the international cruise ship Motherport. That's not a height that you, a delivery boy, can reach. Chapter 72. An international cruise ship homeport? Isn't this his company? Is this pretending to be the rightful owner? Time went back to 10 minutes ago, when Qin Wei followed Su Weiwei and the waiter on their way to the private room. Qin Wei answered a phone call. Is this Qin Dong? On my side is Sun Bin from the Deep City International Cruise Ship Motherport. The caller introduced himself. Qin Wei heard the name of the company before remembering that it seemed like he was rewarded with 95% of the shares of that company when he was on the ship. It's me. What's the matter? Qin Wei said back. Sun Bin immediately added. It's like this. You couldn't get through on the phone a few days ago, and the company was notified that you are now the major shareholder of the company. I need to report to you about the company's business situation. There's no need to report. Just do what you need to do. Just do everything as usual. Qin Wei was about to hang up the phone. Sun Bin hurriedly said, Qin Dong, then, I'll book a box at the Yangcheng Hotel, and I'll notify the management to attend and recognize the new chairman. Qin Wei thought for a moment and then replied, yes, I happen to be attending a class reunion at the Yangcheng Hotel anyway. Okay, then I'll go and notify now, Sun Bin said with delight. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Time returned to the present. Qin Wei didn't realize that even this Sheep City Hotel was his company's property, so no wonder Sun Bin would make an appointment here. He then faintly replied, oh, I've heard of this company. When Wu Mao saw his face, he was a little angry. Even if you have heard of it, you don't have to be so bland. How to say is also a big company. You a delivery of takeout on the shelves to pretend what it, takeaway you have not sent. That is not hobo? If you do not beg the Wu class president, let him introduce you to a job. After all, people are a manager. Just open a mouth, can solve your urgent needs, Yi Li said with a sneer. Our company's moving department side needs people for a long time. I can help you to ask. Wu Mao and Yi Li both spoke in unison. Enough, Su Weiwei coldly drank. You guys keep taking out to come and take out to go. Does it seem like you're so noble? At least other people, Qin Wei, are relying on their hands to work hard. In the same position, you guys don't seem to be much better than him. Su Weiwei angrily rebuked at the two. And you, Su Weiwei pointed at Yi Li and said, when you were in school, every day you ate and drank drinks. It was Qin Wei who swiped your credit card for you. Is this how you repay him now? Yi Li snorted coldly and didn't speak again. In fact, he and Qin Wei did not have any bad blood. Only last month with Qin Wei borrowed $500. Qin Wei did not lend him. He began to harbor a grudge. At that time, Qin Wei really did not have any money. If there is, also lent out. But he hadn't thought about the fact that every time he had asked to borrow money before, Qin Wei had borrowed it and hadn't asked him to pay it back. And he really hadn't paid it back. Just once he didn't borrow it. He broke into a rage and evolved into a deep hatred. Su Weiwei's fury shocked everyone, and even scared Qin Wei. No one had ever seen her like this before. At first, even when her rumors were spread to the school forum, they had never seen her get angry. Now because Qin Wei was being mocked twice, she was actually lashing out. Wu Mao also turned his face into a pig's liver color. He didn't expect Su Weiwei to react so strongly because of Qin Wei. Li Yuan also came out to round up the situation. We've all had too much to drink. Don't get angry. Come on, let's toast to our lost youth. Just as everyone stood up to raise their glasses, the door of the box was pushed open. Chapter 73, The Room Attendant. In walked two men. The man who came in looking for something. Mr. Sun, Wu Mao's voice rang out excitedly. He had seen Sun Bin before. It was during the company's annual meeting, and there were photos of Sun Bin hanging in the company. Wu Mao's face was agitated. At this time Sun Bin walked in. He was definitely looking for himself. After all, the only person in this room who is from their company is himself. Although it is not clear why Sun Bin is looking for himself, but it does not prevent him from pretending a bit. And after Sun Bin heard someone call him, he obediently looked in that direction. He then walked over with quick steps. Let me introduce you all. This is the president of my company, Mr. Sun Bin. Wu Mao picked his chin and said excitedly. Yi Li also foxed at this time and said worthy of being the president of Wu Ban. The big leaders know that he's here. They all came over to look for him. Xia Xiaoya was also ecstatic at this time. As long as the trend hitched a ride with this Sun president, then the rest of his life will have been settled. Wu Mao looked at Sun Bin who was getting closer and closer. smiled and took 2 steps forward and extended his hand. Sun Bin took 2 steps forward and extended his hand, but the two of them quickly walked behind him, leaving Wu Mao alone with his hand outstretched, messing up in the wind. After Sun Bin crossed Wu Mao, he respectfully shouted, "Qin Dong, sorry, I came uninvited." The other man also introduced himself and said, "Hello Qin Dong, I am the person in charge of the Yangcheng Hotel, Zhang Jiangwen." The moment the two men's voices came out, the venue was silent. Su Weiwei also looked at Qin Wei with a shocked face. It turned out that they were all here to look for him, and from the way they were addressed, Qin Wei was still their chairman. The one who was most shocked was Wu Mao, whose boss had been sitting next to him for a night, and he was still sneering at others. He also had to introduce his boss to be a porter. Xia Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with essence. It turned out that the biggest boss was right next to him. "How did you guys know the compartment I was in? Do all hotels have so little privacy for their guests?" Qin Wei said as he ate without lifting his head. Sun Bin's two men immediately felt a chill down their backs and hurriedly explained. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. It was me who took it upon myself to ask Manager Zhang to help me check which box you were in. And when Manager Zhang found out that there was only this one box for the classmate reunion, I couldn't wait to come over." Qin Wei put down his chopsticks and picked up the tissue on the table to wipe his mouth. The two men stood next to each other with trepidation, not daring to make a sound. "This will not happen again. Let's go. Go to your box." Qin Wei knew that the moment his identity was exposed, there was no need for this reunion to stay. If they stayed any longer, they wouldn't be able to chat as they wished. It would be better to leave earlier. After getting up and walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped again. Turning back to Wu Mao, he asked, "Manager Wu, tomorrow, you can help me ask if there are any more people in the handling department of the home port warehouse, and introduce me to them." Hearing this, Sun Bin probably guessed the meaning. He looked at Wu Mao with a stern gaze. "Are you also an employee of our company?" Wu Mao panicked and replied, "Mr. Sun, yes, I do not know the identity of Qin Dong. I'm sorry for the offense, Dong Qin." Qin Wei didn't say anything. If his identity hadn't been revealed, he would have been stomped on by them tonight. It was only because he was now Qin Dong that everything was reversed. Such a person. He didn't remember the love of his classmates back then, so there was no need for Qin Wei to do the same. Sun Bin took out his cell phone and dialed the phone. "Hey, it's me. You check if our company has an employee named Wu Mao. Now immediately check and then send the information to my cell phone." Chapter 74, Sister Tang Shan. The work efficiency over there is still very high. Just after Sun Bin's call was hung up, the information was sent over. Sun Bin read out the information. Wu Mao, room attendant of the Lost Dunes, joined 2 years ago, now on vacation. After Sun Bin read it out, the scene was in an uproar. Didn't he say marketing manager? How come it's a waiter? Pretending. Anyway, you guys can't ask for proof even if you say it. A group of people were whispering. Wu Mao's face was green and red for a while. He is indeed a waiter. Annual salary is not 1 million. Take some tips and so on. Annual salary has 100,000 or so. When he came to participate in the reunion, he specifically checked the current status and jobs of his classmates. There wasn't one that was more upscale, so he decided to pretend to be a marketing manager, and they had no way to ask for proof after saying that anyway. "Che, I thought it was really a manager, but it turned out to be a waiter." "Yeely, the wallflower," said disdainfully. Sun Bin looked at Qin Wei and asked what to do about it. Qin Wei did not answer. Straight to the door. After leaving the door, Qin Wei said to Zhang Jiangwen, "Manager Zhang, I have a classmate named Li Yuan who will be holding a wedding here tomorrow, so you can help take care of it. I shouldn't be there tomorrow, so help me with a gift and I'll transfer the money to you." After hearing this, Zhang Jiangwen said with fear and trepidation, Okay, I'll leave it here." Then he took the walkie-talkie and went to make arrangements. Sun Bin also said, "Qin Dong, with the gift of the matter to me to do it, as a token of my apology for disturbing Qin Dong's reunion." Qin Wei nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." Several people then arrived at the 888 box. This box was generally not reserved for the public, and was reserved for the management to socialize with. After Qin Wei entered the box, there were already more than 20 people inside, both male and female. One by one, they went forward to introduce themselves and greet each other. After Qin Wei greeted, he explained the situation, and would not interfere with the company's status quo and guidelines, maintaining the status quo, or Sun Bin in charge. Then he drank a few glasses of wine and left. After entering the innate, he didn't even feel like drinking anymore. Walking to the hotel lobby, he found Su Weiwei sitting alone in the lobby. "Why hasn't Su Banhwa left yet? Waiting for me?" Qin Wei walked over and joked. "Just waiting for you." Su Weiwei's clear eyes looked at Qin Wei expectantly. This time, Qin Wei froze. He just wanted to flirt with Su Weiwei, but she accepted his flirtation directly. Qin Wei came back to his senses, sat down opposite Su Weiwei and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Su Weiwei flashed her eyes and said, Do you still remember Tang Shan? Sister Tang Shan? Qin Wei muttered. In his mind, he recalled the time when he was in military training at the university. The school would arrange for senior sisters or seniors to come and visit the new students once in a while. At that time, there was Sister Tang Shan and a senior in our class, and that senior didn't come again after coming only once, so Qin Wei didn't remember his name. Only Ms. Tang Shan came every day. Sometimes she brought snacks, sometimes drinks. The first time Tang Shan came, she stunned all the boys in the audience. Dressed in a white gown supporting her slightly elevated slopes, the bright red pleated skirt appeared to make those long legs even whiter and more tender. Simple and without losing the great elegance. Charming and graceful. White jade face painted with light makeup, slightly arched under the small bridge of the nose, has a small mouth of glistening moist. And people talk, it is always difficult to close. That is, with a tender youthfulness, but also shows a mature charm. Chapter 75 Breaking News. Helping Tang Shan. No boy at that stage would be able to face such a goddess with ease, right? Sister Tang Shan has always taken care of the students in our class, not just during military training, but also during those years in college, and has always been present in our lives. Even when she went out for an internship, she would come back and bring us gifts. Overall, a kind, passionate, and beautiful girl. Remember the beautiful and kind-hearted Sister Tang Shan. It's hard to forget, isn't it? Qin Wei Moran lamented. Hearing Qin Wei's comment, Su Weiwei also couldn't help but show a smile. Then she put away her smile and said worriedly, she's having a bad time now. Her mother is seriously ill in bed, and her father is an alcoholic who drinks and gambles every day. Qin Wei did not say anything, waiting for Su Weiwei to continue. It's also hard for her job to support the family. She has to pay for her mother's medical treatment and medicine, but she also has to be robbed by her father to drink and gamble. Now her mother is sick in the hospital and needs a large sum of money for treatment, and his father, instead of providing her and her mother with help, is even asking her for money. Her father is now making her marry a gambling buddy. He owes the man a gambling debt and is taking his daughter to fill it. That man is older than even Tang Shan's father. Hearing this, Qin Wei interrupts Su Weiwei. Sister Tang Shan isn't a wooden head, so she's just at the mercy of her father? Su Weiwei shook her head. Her eyes sadly continued. She also resisted, rejected and refused in the beginning. Until recently, her mother was critically ill, in urgent need of surgery, and needed money, and her father's debtor promised her that as long as she married over, he forgave her father's debt and would also pay for her mother's surgery. She wavered, and she told me that all her life she had wanted her mother to have a good life, and now her mother needed money for an operation, and there was nothing she could do about it, so she should say yes to that person in order to save her mother. Su Weiwei paused and continued. Qin Wei, this reunion was something I asked Li Yuan to start, the purpose of which was to talk to everyone about Sister Tang Shan's situation, to see if we could raise some money for her together, so that she wouldn't ruin her whole life. But after seeing my classmates, I couldn't open my mouth again. Everyone is struggling for their own little family, not living very well. I worry that if I open my mouth, some students can't bear to refuse, thus causing more families to be burdened. Until I learned just now that you are the chairman of a large company, this kind of thing should be easy for you. Su Weiwei looked at Qin Wei with an expectant face. Qin Wei frowned and said, if it's because of financial problems, I can indeed help her. But if I help her this time, can she get rid of that father of hers? After this time, next time he will also use a different reason to force her to marry a 60, 70-year-old again, right? Su Weiwei fell silent. What Qin Wei said was not unreasonable. She sighed and said, 2 years after I graduated, my family's business failed. Now I'm also a laborer, and I've helped Sister Tang Shan as much as I can, but my ability is too limited. Then he looked at Qin Wei firmly and said, Qin Wei, as long as you are willing to help Sister Tang Shan, no matter what you ask for, I promise you. After Qin Wei heard this, his eyes were filled with consternation. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Weiwei thought that the chips she threw out weren't enough, and anxiously said, including asking me to become your woman, and lowered her head with a blush after saying this. Qin Wei looked at Su Weiwei with interest and smiled. Does Su Banhwa think too highly of herself? Or does she think lowly of me? Su Weiwei was at a loss for words. Qin Wei waved her hand and then asked, I'm now more curious as to why you were able to do this for senior sister Tang Shan. Su Weiwei looked at Qin Wei with complicated eyes. Tang Shan and I are lovers. What? That rumor is true? Qin Wei was dumbfounded. Back when he was still in college, there was a rumor that Su Weiwei and Tang Shan were. However, no one took this rumor seriously. After all, there were plenty of girls who played well together, so they couldn't all be. When he thought that the two top beauties were actually lesbians, Qin Wei beat his chest. What a waste! What a waste! This is not a waste. Ding! Emergency event generated. Name, Su Weiwei. Age, 26. Appearance, S. Body shape, S. Charm, S. Whether to develop or not, no. Favorability, 88. Overall rating, S. Ding. Task, promise Su Weiwei to help Tang Shan. Qinwei couldn't even walk away from the two Laris messages when he received the system beep. This system mission was basically given for nothing, because originally Qinwei had planned to help Tang Shan. Just for the fact that such a big beauty was going to be married off to an old man with buckled feet, he was not willing to do it. Not to mention that Tang Shan had taken care of him back then. Let's go. Let's go find Sister Tang Shan first. You haven't been drinking. You drive. Qinwei secretly vowed in his heart that he must break these two big beauties straight. Su Weiwei thought it was because Qinwei had agreed to the previous conditions, and with a red face, she took the car keys and trotted out. As for why Qinwei knew that she could drive, because when they were in college, the whole class went to apply for driving school together, and Su Weiwei and him were still the same instructor. The two drove towards the hospital, where Tang Shan's mother was now waiting for surgery. Both of them didn't speak in the car. Su Weiwei was blushing because of what she just said. Qinwei, on the other hand, was thinking about the contingency. Which level do I have to achieve to be considered complete? And there's no hint of mission progress or anything like that. Thinking about it, he suddenly remembers something and turns his head to ask the condition you just said. Is it true? No? Su Weiwei suddenly braked sharply, almost didn't throw Qinwei out. Turning back to stare angrily at Qinwei. Didn't you say that I think highly of myself? Naturally, it doesn't count. Qinwei revealed an expression that said, if it doesn't count, then I won't go. Get off the car. I'm going to call a chauffeur. Su Weiwei immediately felt annoyed. I'm going to call a chauffeur. Su Weiwei immediately felt irritated. She said. You can't make it work, she said, and ran towards the hospital with the car. Qinwei smugly said, that's fine, with such a good reward. I'll go up the mountain of knives and down the sea of fire. Since the two lilies have to be corrected, we have to start thinking of ways to do it. Fang Weiwei Su's own proposal to become Qinwei's woman gave him an entry point. Why didn't I realize you were so obnoxious before? Su Weiwei said through gritted teeth. I'm flattered. Qinwei laughed. The two soon arrived at the hospital and walked in. Seeing Su Weiwei's familiar appearance, she usually didn't come here too often. I haven't asked you what Tang Shan's mother's illness is? Qinwei asked. Su Weiwei replied nonchalantly. Uremia. Need to match the kidney source for a kidney transplant. Chapter 76 Lone Sharks. Qinwei thought for a moment on the road. He had the spirit recovery pill in his hand. There was no problem with eating one. He just didn't know if he should use it or not. After all, after using it, his body suddenly became better, and he was afraid that it would attract the attention of the hospital. After thinking about it, or decided not to use, can rely on the hospital to cure the disease? Do not need to be so unthinkable panacea. The two entered the multi-person ward, which was filled with people. At the very edge there, saw Tang Shan, who was sitting by the hospital bed, with her head lowered, a long hair hanging down in front of her chest, wearing a plain white dress, slightly soft. Shan, look who I brought here. Su Weiwei happily shouted. Tang Shan turned around violently, saw me and Su Weiwei come in. Surprised, she said, this is Senior Qinwei? Senior sister, after years of not seeing you, you still have the same elegance. The main thing is that you still haven't forgotten about me, Qinwei said with a smile. Tang Shan laughed lightly. I didn't expect to see you again on this kind of occasion. My mom just fell asleep. Let's go out and talk. Saying so, she pulled Su Weiwei towards the door. Tang Shan also asked her why she would come with Qinwei. Qinwei was the first to say, I asked Weiwei to bring me here. I heard that senior sister was in trouble, so I came to see if I could help. Su Weiwei looked at Qinwei with a complicated face. School brother is kind. Some small problems, I can solve them myself, but still, I'm very grateful to school brother for coming over, Tang Shan said with a faint expression. When Qinwei was about to say something else, he suddenly saw Tang Shan's eyes become frightened. Following her eyes, several gangster-like young men were walking this way, followed by two middle-aged men. A group of people came to the front and surrounded the three of them. Qinwei, Su Weiwei obediently protected Tang Shan behind her. The middle-aged man at the back walks forward, grinning, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Shan, your father said you agreed to marry me. Look, I'm here to pay our mom's medical bills. Tang Shan stands back, her whole body trembling. Seeing this, Su Weiwei immediately rebuked Shan's mother's medical bills don't bother you. Shan won't marry you. Oh, is that so? The middle-aged man looks at Tang Shan with his sharp gaze, and Qinwei takes a small step to block his view. Shan, why are you so confused? As long as you marry Brother Blade, you'll be able to rescue me and your mom, and your life in the future can be worse? Tang Shan's father shouted from the side in pain. Tang Shan pulled Su Weiwei away and was about to walk forward. She was scared, but her mother's illness couldn't wait, and besides, when Qinwei and the two of them hadn't even arrived, she had decided that as long as she could save her mother, she was willing to do anything. Qin Wei reached out and stopped her, smiling calmly. Sister, let me handle this matter. Don't worry, I won't delay your mother's illness. Su Weiwei also persuaded her. Shan, let Qin Wei handle it. I just brought him here to help. Tang Shan instantly froze when she saw Qin Wei's confident smile and nodded involuntarily. Qin Wei walked forward. This brother knife right. Is it convenient to take a step to talk? The knife brother did not make a sound. But the sight of the little brother cannot hold back. What do you count as something? Reach out his hand will beat a Qin Wei face slap. Qin Wei backhand slap. The little brother slapped flying, rolling on the ground more than a dozen times before stopping fainted. This was still the fact that Qin Wei had already suppressed his exertion. Nowadays, with his cultivation level, if he didn't control his strength, that slap would have killed him. There weren't many people in the hospitalization department at night, and the little brother who was slapped away didn't hit anyone. The nurse heard the sound and shouted from the other end, "This is a hospital room. Don't make noise here. If you want to make noise, go out and make noise." Su Weiwei and Tang Shan were also shocked. Qin Wei's seemingly thin body actually contained such a powerful force. Brother Blade's pupils suddenly shrunk, slapping his man unconscious. He seemed to be a practiced fighter. Those of them who were mixed in the Jianghu had heard of practicing fighters and had more or less bumped into them. They just hadn't come across such a powerful one. Where to? Blade's voice was trembling a bit. Qin Wei smiled faintly. He had planned to show his hand to deter these youngsters. He didn't expect which little brother would actually send him to the door. Go outside. Don't disturb the patients here. After saying this, Qin Wei led Su Weiwei and Tang Shan to go first. Brother Blade and his little brother hurriedly followed. When they reached the entrance of the inpatient department, they walked to a parking lot where there weren't many people at night. This brother Knife, I want to know how much money Tang Shan's father owes you? Qin Wei opened the door and asked. Brother Knife rolled his eyes and said $1 million with interest. I clearly only borrowed 200,000. How is it 1 million? Tang Shan's father rushed forward and grabbed Brother Knife's collar. The Knife brother face impatiently pushed him away. MD. Borrowed more than a month. Do not need interest. Was 2 million. I am now to give this little brother face. To give you exempted from the interest of 1 million. Qin Wei heard this also probably understand. Usury. It seemed that Tang Shan's father had lost a bet, and this process of borrowing money was all used to trap her father. Qin Wei pondered for a moment, then said, this 1 million I help him return. Bring the loan note. After hearing this, Brother Knife's eyes lit up and he hurriedly took out a piece of wadded up paper from his pants pocket. When Qin Wei reached out for it, Brother Knife dodged it. He had just seen Qin Wei's skill, and was afraid that if Qin Wei took it and didn't give him the money, he would be left empty-handed. Qin Wei also knew his concern and laughed disdainfully. If I really want to cheat, I can just get you down and snatch it from you now. Why bother? Brother Knife hesitated for a while, but still handed the note to Qin Wei, because what Qin Wei said made sense. They couldn't beat him if he really wanted to rob them. Qin Wei picked up the note and opened it to see a few crooked words inside. The total meaning is to borrow 200,000 yuan, 2 days to return, overdue interest any calculation. There is also Tang Shan's father's signature and handprint on it. This kind of overbearing terms can be signed. Tang Shan's father's IQ was also touching. Thinking of this, Qin Wei couldn't help but look at Tang Shan and her father. I don't know if he's his own son, but he's got the IQ to produce such a beautiful and smart daughter. After giving the note to Tang Shan, Qin Wei said to Brother Knife, give me your bank card number. I'll transfer the money to you. Brother Knife excitedly took out his bank card from his pants pocket again and handed it to Qin Wei. After Qin Wei got it, he took out his cell phone and transferred money without saying a word. It's transferred. Check it. There's nothing. You guys can leave, Qin Wei said without looking back. When Brother Knife heard the cell phone beep, he grinned and said, thank you, little brother. Afterwards, he gave a wink to one of his juniors and left with the others, leaving Tang Shan's father dumbfounded. Chapter 77, letting Tang Jianshan go to the Australian island. Qin Wei walked to the side of Tang Shan's two men and said solved. Now solve the next problem. Qin Wei glanced at a large tree not far away. He saw that Brother Knife had just made a wink to a junior brother, probably hiding there to eavesdrop. Tang Shan lightly bit her lips looking at Qin Wei with a complicated expression. Su Weiwei also frowned and scolded. Qin Wei, do you have so much money that people are stupid? If you give $1 million to someone so casually, that's loan sharking. We can call the police. Qin Wei smiled and said it doesn't matter. As long as I can help my sister solve her problem, it's good. Tang Shan's body involuntarily trembled a little. At this time, Tang Shan's father also came over. A fawning smile. This little brother should also be on my daughter. Right. So in order to wrestle a smile of the red face, a throw of the money, let me all breathtaking. Yo-ho, idioms are soaring out. Uncle Tang, I'm a good friend with my school sister. My school sister is in trouble, and I'm able to do what I can. That's why I stepped in to do a favor. Qin Wei said as if nothing had happened. Tang Shan's father rubbed his hands and said excitedly, Look, that $1 million is so easy to give. You also give me $1 million. No, 2 million, my daughter will be yours. Tang Si-shan. Tang Shan looked at him angrily. Qinwei signaled Su Weiwei with her eyes to pull Tang Shan away. But Su Weiwei ignored Qinwei and also looked at Tang Jianshan with an angry face. Qinwei could only speak helplessly. Uncle Tang, senior sister is not goods that can be bought with a few $1 million. She may be a girl that some people can have if they are willing to pay the price, but she is priceless to me. Tang Shan's expression that spewed anger after hearing these words had a hint of touching. Her eyes like clear springs as she looked at Qinwei. Tang Shan-san, however, stood at a loss for words. After all, people had just helped him pay off $1 million in gambling debts. Coercion didn't seem to work, and the only thing he could hold in his life was this daughter. Qinwei didn't wait for him to open his mouth, then continued, Uncle Tang, I also hope that my sister and her mother will live a happy and stable life, but you are now seriously affecting their lives, so I'm willing to offer a condition, so that you can live the life you want from now on. Really? Tang Mizhan swept away his party's frustration upon hearing this. Qinwei said with a pale expression, Has Uncle Tang ever been to Australia Island? Australia Island? Some images began to flash in Tang Jingshan's mind. When he was young, he went to the island and saw a city far more developed than his hometown, with red lights and drunkenness. It was from that time that Tang Mizhan became obsessed with gambling. Naturally, I've been there, Tang Jisan replied, coming out of his memories. Qinwei pretended to touch his pocket, but in actuality, he took out the Micromax Supreme card that Shin Man had given him back then from the system space. This card is Micromax's Supreme Black card. With this card, you can enjoy all of Micromax's properties for free. You can even apply for gambling money once a month. $1 million for you to use in the casino, and the money you win through the gambling money can indeed be your money, Qinwei said as he held the black card. Hearing this, the three people in the arena, with the incidental people eavesdropping behind the big tree, were shocked. Australia Island. Ah, that was a paper-drunk, high-spending city. With this card, you can actually survive in a city like that without spending money. The little brother behind the big tree rushed to call Brother Knife. Brother Blade, that fat goat actually gave Tang Mizhan a Micromax Supreme Black card. The little brother roared excitedly. Brother Knife on the other end of the phone wasn't sure about this and asked what's the use of that card. Brother Blade, that kid said that card can be in Australia Island all consumption free. Every month there is $1 million in gambling money. Our little brother ecstasy. Brother Blade was silent for a moment. Is it true or not? Is there such a good thing? The little brother then said, It should be true. I have heard of it before, and I can search for relevant information on the internet. Not far away in a van, Knife brother is sitting in it. Heard the words of the little brother, eyes glittering very good. You continue to listen. I'm in the vicinity. After the Tang see the mountain to tell me, we go to look for him. The little brother hung up the phone, and continued to listen with his ears perked up. Qinwei, no, such a valuable thing. How can we give it to him? Tang Shan hurriedly stopped. Su Weiwei also followed suit. Yes, this is too valuable. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to him? Although she said this, Su Weiwei was still incredibly touched inwardly. In her opinion, it was because of the conditions she offered that Qinwei was willing to help out, and any more Qinwei gave, it was because of her. Returning to his senses, Tang Mizhan hurriedly snatched the card into his hands, fearing that Qinwei would not give it if his unfilial daughter said a few more words. I'm going to Aodo, and I won't even come to you mother and daughter in the future. Fearing that Qinwei would renege, Tang Jinshan hurriedly said to Tang Shan and ran off in a huff. Qinwei almost laughed out loud when he saw this. This Tang Jinshan didn't ask if the card was real. If it was fake and lied to him, he wouldn't have traveled for nothing. No wonder he would sign that kind of IOU. When Su Weiwei saw this, she huffed and stamped her foot. How can you let him run away so easily? So valuable things, you don't hold it steady. Qinwei smiled and said it's fine. It's just for him anyway. As long as it can help senior sister solve her problem, it's fine. Su Weiwei looked at Qinwei doubtfully and asked, Look at how calm you are. It can't be a fake, right? Of course not. The card is real. Only there are still some restrictions. Qinwei shook his head. There must be some restrictions, or else just anyone with a card would be able to spend as much as they wanted Micromax, and it would still be free. Then Micromax would have closed down a long time ago. Each card was bound to personal information, so if one didn't use the card personally, it would be discovered by someone from Micromax and arrested. There's just one thing left to do next. Qinwei pulled out his cell phone under the puzzled gazes of Su Weiwei and dialed the number. The phone was picked up after only one ring. Xin Dong, noisy voices rang out from across the phone. Qinwei frowned and said, Sun Bin, are you still at the Yancheng Hotel? You find a quieter environment. Everyone be quiet. I'm answering Qin Dong's call. Sun Bin shouted at the group of people who were drunk and were singing and dancing. The scene instantly quieted down. Each returned to their seats. Shin Dong, you say. After the scene quieted down, Sun Bin said into the phone again. Shin Wei heard the opposite side of the quiet down, then asked, do you have a good hospital introduction? I have a friend's mother has uremia. Need to replace the kidney. After a few moments of silence on the other side of the phone, he opened his mouth with a strange face and said, Mr. Shin, we have our own hospital. A joint hospital in cooperation with the medical university. It's still one of the largest hospitals in the deep city. Chapter 78 Insight Technique. After hearing this, Shin Wei instantly knew why Sun Bin was silent. He was the owner of this company, and he didn't even know what industries he had under his own banner. Ha ha, yeah, almost forgot. Shin Wei hid his embarrassment with a laugh. Shin Wei then instructed, how about this then? Make arrangements to transfer the person to our hospital. Arrange for an operation as soon as possible. Okay, Dong Chin, I'll make the arrangements now. It just so happens that the person in charge of the hospital is also here. I'll let him handle it. Sun Bin immediately responded as soon as he heard this. After hanging up the phone, Shin Wei turned to look at Su Weiwei and the two of them. Tang Shan was already teary-eyed at the moment, and rushed up to hug Shin Wei after he hung up the phone. Shin Wei was startled by the sudden hug. After seeing the person in his arms, he put both hands in mid-air, not knowing what to do. Tang Shan didn't cry when her father wanted to sell her for money. She also didn't have much of an emotional upheaval when it came to Shin Wei helping her with her marriage and her father. It wasn't until now when she heard that Shin Wei had helped her mother to already arrange for a hospital and surgery that heavy heart completely relaxed. Before, Blade had said that as long as Tang Shan married him, he would give her money for her mother's surgery. But the hospital side of the problem has not been solved. Can only say that the surgery fee is given, also still have to wait. As for how long to wait, the hospital wasn't sure. So when she saw that Shin Wei had helped her solve this matter gently, her emotions were completely released. Thank you, Shin Wei. Tang Shan sobbed uncontrollably in Shin Wei's arms. Shin Wei's hand was immediately placed on her back as well. Senior sister, I didn't do anything either. As long as I can help you. Shin Wei gently patted her back. Su Weiwei walked over and took Tang Shan from Shin Wei's arms without a trace, blaring viciously at Shin Wei in the process. Shin Wei was dumbfounded. After a while, Tang Shan's mood stabilized, and the three of them headed for the hospital. As they walked to the door, Shin Wei's phone rang. The caller claimed to be from the United Hospital and had already taken care of the formalities, and now the car transferring the patient was almost at the door. Just as he finished speaking, he saw an ambulance parked at the entrance. This Sun Bin can do things efficiently, Shin Wei muttered in his heart, because Sun Bin specially explained that he was the chairman's family. These people did the formalities in a hurry. In the hospital, there was no obstruction, and they were directly pulled into the ambulance together with the bed and people. Tang Shan expressed her thanks to Shin Wei again, and then went with the car. Shin Wei and the two of them watched the ambulance go away. Then they also planned to go back. Su Banhwa, where do you live? Let me send you back, Shin Wei said. As if Su Weiwei thought of something, her pretty face flushed. Don't need you to send me. I don't live far away. Just take a taxi back. Call a chauffeur yourself, Su Weiwei said without looking back. Shin Weiwei was dumbfounded, not knowing why Su Weiwei was suddenly like a different person. Then he thought of something and suddenly realized. He flirted with Su Weiwei and said, Su Banhua won't want to renege on the debt, right? Su Weiwei's cheeks were hot and she was suddenly annoyed. I won't renege on the debt, but I didn't say that I would give it to you right now. I didn't say time when I mentioned the conditions. Delhi, legal society. I cannot use force. We are also verbal agreement. I can't help it if you renege on the debt, Shin Wei said helplessly with his hands spread out. At this time, a net car drove to the front. I won't renege on the debt, but I'm not ready yet. When I'm ready, I'll find you again. After saying that, he got into the car and took off. Shin Wei stayed where he was, a light laugh. He didn't take it seriously. Exchanging it with conditions is always not very comfortable. Moreover, Su Weiwei and Li Xiao were different. At first, he treated Li Xiao that way because he had accumulated too much hostility in his heart in recent years. He had a mob-like mentality and desperately needed to vent it out. Now his mentality is still more casual, and he still won't be so casual when it comes to treating the deceased. The chauffeur soon came to the front. Shin Wei sat on the passenger side and closed his eyes. Not far from the hospital, Tang Jianshan was walking quickly home to get his documents, when suddenly 7 or 8 people appeared in front of him, precisely Knife Brothers group. Seeing this, Tang Mizhan wanted to scatter his legs and run. Who knew that there were also 2 or 3 people at the back, stopping him. Brother Tang, where are you going? Brother Knife looked at him with a teasing face. Tang Jishan heart panicked, then thought of something, rushed to say, Brother Knife, that money I have paid off. The Knife brother listened to the laugh. The money is clear, but we are also considered a brother. Let brothers open eyes. Look at the Micronautics Supreme Black card is what kind of. Tang saw the mountain. His heart tightened, wondering how they knew. What supreme black card? I don't know. Tang Mizhan pretended to be stupid. Brother Knife slapped Tang Jishan's shoulder and said viciously, my little brother heard that the one surnamed Sheen gave you a supreme black card, letting you go to the Australian island to enjoy glory and wealth. Tang Jishan was instantly disoriented after being slapped by Blade. Knife. Brother Knife. Surnamed Sheen said that only I can use this card. He has greeted with that side. Even if you snatched the card over, you can't use it. Tang Jishan said with fear and trepidation. Brother Blade heard this, frowning as he stood in place contemplating. Maybe what Tang Xishan said was true. After all, such an honorable card could not have no limitations and be used by just anyone. A moment later, the Knife brother with a smile on his face looked at Tang Si Mountain voiced Tang brother. Since this is the case, that brother gang follow you together to go to the Australian island to see the world. In his words, there was no tone that allowed him to refuse. Tang Jingshan's eyes flickered. The current situation, it was impossible for him not to agree. These were all man-eating masters, so he could only agree first, and then think of something when he arrived to see what he could do. Okay, Brother Blade, I still have to go home to get my documents. Do you think I should go back to get them first? Tang Jisan said with a trembling voice, seeing that he agreed. Brother Knife immediately warmed up and wrapped his arms around Tang Jishan's shoulders. Don't I have a car here? I'll send you back to get it, and then drive directly to the pass. Tang Jianshan nodded, and the group of people got into the car and left. Qin Wei, who had returned home, laid down on the sofa and received a system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the emergencies. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've gained the skill reward. Insight technique. Ding! The skill has been automatically distributed to the host's body, and has been automatically learned. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've gained 500 points. When Qin Wei heard this, he felt that there was one more item stored in his brain, just like lifting his hand and opening his eyes in such an innate way. It is this point suddenly gave 1500 so much, from 2000 very close, to 2000 points. Can open them all. Think of this, Qin Wei are beginning to look forward to. Chapter 79 Irene in Danger. With regards to the mall, Qin Wei had always been curious as to what exactly would be inside. Qin Wei used his skill on the television set and information appeared in his mind. Sony brand television set 75 inches black factory date Chinese calendar 2023. Qin Wei used it again on the sofa. Stillerin, pseudo, imported sofa brand. Factory date Chinese calendar 2021 domestic made. Scratch that. Didn't Feng Ro say imported sofa when she came in to visit? How did it turn into a domestic manufacture? It seems to be a fake, but forget it. Qin Wei has no pursuit of these. Sort of a preliminary understanding of the insight technique. Basically can see the origin. Just do not know how much information if you look at the person. Qin Wei opened his cell phone and looked at the messages. There was a photo of Li Xiao sending shopping, a thank you from the hospital after Tang Shan arrived at the joint, and a thank you from Su Weiwei after she returned home. Liang hadn't sent any messages over, so it seemed that what she said about being out of contact for a while was really something important. But when it comes to the place where one would lose contact, it shouldn't be some deep mountainous forest. Qin Wei thought as he flipped through his cell phone. Unconsciously, he flipped to Irene's avatar. Looking at AI Lin's avatar, Qin Wei thought of her forlorn eyes when they parted that day. Thinking of this, Qin Wei suddenly remembered that AI Lin seemed to live in this neighborhood, but she didn't know exactly where. Qin Wei looked at the time. It was not yet 11 o'clock. It was a bit early to go to bed now. Go out for a walk. By the way, if you meet someone, you can try the insight technique that you just got. Only a few hundred meters away from Qin Wei's residence in a neighborhood. At this moment, Irene was wearing an ice silk nightgown, her hair draped over her shoulders, sitting on the floor of her home. Her jade feet were placed on the carpet without any restraint, her hands were wrapped around her knees, and her head was lying on her legs in a submissive manner. She was thinking about the words that Qin Wei said when they parted. Her heart that had been frozen all this time. It was hard for her to be subjected to Qin Wei's passion, and it was slowly melting, but because of Qin Wei's words, it stopped melting. Irene came back and took a shower, ate something, and has been thinking about this. Even the sky is dark. She did not get up to turn on the light. Suddenly the cell phone rang. AI Lin touched along where the phone was lit and picked it up. It was Wang Wen calling. Wang Wen was the netizen who had created a psychological shadow over Lin Shen. Aaron, where are you? An anxious voice came out of the phone. At home. What's wrong? Aaron was puzzled. Don't stay at home. Hurry and find a safe place. Go to the Public Security Bureau. Yes, just go to the Public Security Bureau. Wang Wen's voice was somewhat incoherent in its anxiety. When Irene heard this, her heart tightened and she asked, why? Wang Wen said with a sobbing voice, didn't you call us before and ask why we didn't look for you and the phone didn't work? And we all said we were drunk and thought you went back by yourself. That's why we didn't look for you. Actually it wasn't. Wang Lun paused, and after gathering her emotions, she continued, the truth is that we suffered a kidnapping on the ship, and even Bao, though I was outlawed by 1,000. Those people do not know what they were looking for, but I overheard that they were looking for you. Those who are not people come. We promised a few people they will not tell others, only to be spared. I thought about it for a long time these past few days, struggled with it, and finally decided to tell you. I don't want the same thing to happen to you that happened to me, so go find a safe place quickly. Erin heard this and remembered about the video. She felt guilty because she had actually indirectly hurt so many people because of the video she had unintentionally taken. Just when Erin wanted to say something, her cell phone ran out of battery and automatically shut off. It had been a long time since her cell phone had been charged. Erin went to fumble to turn on the lights with the help of the light shining in from outside the balcony when she suddenly heard someone pressing the code to her house. While she was still pondering who all knew her house code, the door had been opened. 3 silhouettes instantly rushed in from outside. One of them with a flying figure that didn't look like an ordinary person, and the moment they entered the door, they were already in front of Erin, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. The other 2 quickly searched the house. After not finding anyone else, they returned to the person who had choked Erin. Big brother, there's no one else. That man that Pao was talking about isn't there, one of them said. At this moment, Erin was already unable to speak without being choked, but it was limited to that, and not pushed harder to suffocate her. The person who was choking her looked at her with a fierce gaze, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth and grinning. Little girl, hand over your cell phone. Hearing these words, Irene realized that it was the people who came for the video again. Only this time there was no Qin Wei around to protect her. Thinking of this, Irene closed her eyes, and tears involuntarily flowed out of the corners of her eyes. The other 2 saw the cell phone in Ai Lin's hand and walked over to grab it. After pressing it for half a day with no response, they looked up and said, Big brother, it seems to be out of battery. The one who was called Big Brother glanced at the cell phone and said in a cold voice, then go and charge it. Delete the video first, and then settle the people. After saying that, he threw Erin, who was choking in his hands, to the ground, and Erin fell to the ground with a cry of pain. It's a legal society now. There's surveillance everywhere outside. You can't escape, Erin said through gritted teeth. The 3 men snorted when they heard this. One of them laughed cheaply and said, Chick, the surveillance equipment in this neighborhood will be disabled before we arrive. And it will be disabled for 2 hours. Another little brother looked at Erin up and down, and then said to the other 2, Big brother, we have 2 hours. This cell phone does not know how long it will be without power. This process, let's find some fun. After hearing this, Erin panicked and started backing away. The elder brother glanced at them and said in a cold voice, if you want to get it, don't leave too many traces. The 2 were ordered to do so and excitedly walked towards Erin. Cough, cough, let go of that girl. A voice rang out and the 4 of them simultaneously looked at the person standing at the doorway. The person who came was none other than Qin Wei. Qin Wei was also slightly embarrassed. The words he just shouted, the fantasies that appeared countless times when he was young, finally had the honor of shouting them out today. People are not in the middle of the second wasted teenagers. When Irene saw that the visitor was Qin Wei, the panic in her eyes suddenly faded and she looked at him excitedly. And then she thought that these 3 people were not ordinary people, and Qin Wei might be in danger. And her eyes began to flicker with anxiety again. The 2 little brothers also approached the big brother's side. Big brother, this should be the man that Abba was talking about. Big brother nodded and raised his chin, signaling the 2 to make a move to get the man under control. The 2 men walked towards Qin Wei at the same time. You guys don't mess around. I've already called the police. The police will be here soon. Qin Wei shouted to them in panic. Chapter 80, Irene returns to her heart. The 2 continued to walk towards Qin Wei as if they hadn't heard him. And when they were about to get close to him, they sprinted violently and lunged towards him. Qin Wei stretched out 2 hands, one left and one right, one person a slap. With a slap sound, the 2 fainted in front of Qin Wei. I've told you guys not to mess around. You just don't listen, Qin Wei said with a helpless face. When that big brother saw this scene, his pupils contracted for a moment as he looked at Qin Wei with a torch-like gaze. Although Qin Wei was already an innate, he didn't know any fighting techniques and would only use the simplest way. After Qin Wei slapped down the 2 men, he walked towards Erin and helped her up from the ground. Eileen looked at Qin Wei in a daze. She didn't expect Qin Wei to be so powerful, putting down the 2 men in just one shot. Are you alright? Qin Wei asked as he looked at the dazed Erin. Then his gaze moved down and saw the fingerprints on her neck. Qin Wei's gaze instantly went cold, his eyes like a sword as he looked towards his big brother who was still standing in place, and said in a cold voice, which hand pinched you? Now remove it yourself and I'll spare your life. Big brother is indifferent. At this moment he is also the whole body tense. In Qin Wei shot that moment, he did not see Qin Wei as what Cultivation but his Hotian 6 cultivation, also like Qin Wei liked to do a slap to the people knocked out. He now has Qin Wei as a formidable enemy. Do not dare to act rashly. Qin Wei retracted his gaze and turned his head to Eileen and softly said, you go into the room first. You can come out when I call you later. Irene nervously grabbed Qin Wei's hand, unwilling to leave. Seeing this, Qin Wei said with a smile, in that case, you go into the room and cover your ears with both hands, and count from 1 to 100 before you come out. No cheating. Read fast. Eileen was also amused by his latter sentence, and obediently walked into the room. The moment the door to the room closed, Qin Wei had already appeared in front of that big brother. The big brother was startled and was about to back away, but both of his wrists were grabbed by Qin Wei. Qin Wei looked at him with a stern gaze, grabbed his wrists, twisted them as if they were twists, and began a 360-degree rotation. Qin Wei ran his true qi, and every strand of muscle fiber in his 2 arms was twisting the twist. The elder brother's eyes were horrified as he roared in agony, true qi. You're an innate. Qin Wei let go of his hands and slapped him across the face. The elder brother's head turned in a 360-degree circle and he fell down. Qin Wei's slap contained anger and directly slapped him to death. Afterwards, Qin Wei collected the bodies of the 3 people into the system space. The other 2 people had already disappeared when they ate Qin Wei's slap earlier, only that Qin Wei's strike was too shocking, and that big brother hadn't bothered to sense the breath of the 2 of them. At that time, Qin Wei had already broken both of their cheekbones with the power of his flesh alone. After Qin Wei cleaned up the scene, he walked to the door of the room and opened it. Inside, Irene covered her ears and was counting with her back to the door of the room, already counting to 30. Qin Wei leaned against the doorway and looked at her with a smile. Irene also turned around like she sensed something. After seeing Qin Wei leaning against the doorway, she hurriedly got up and rushed into his arms. Eileen and just was pinched that moment to figure out, what is married or not? She now do not care. She as long as she can stay beside Qin Wei is good. Do not need every day. As long as the opportunity to be by his side is good. The 2 of them hugged, for a long time without words. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Irene looked up and down the hall, and didn't see the figure of those 3 people. Qin Wei had basically used his true qi in order not to dirty the place, exterminating the 3 from within their bodies, so there wasn't much blood out. Those 3 people had their hands broken by me and let go. Qin Wei knew what she was looking for. Irene looked up at Qin Wei and anxiously said, didn't you call the police? Why don't you let the police arrest them? Qin Wei stroked her head, laughing. He said that was a lie to them. I didn't call the police. Seeing the way they behaved just now, even if I had called the police, they would have been able to smooth things over, so why bother to do it multiple times? Aaron nodded plausibly, then asked, how did you get here? I shouldn't have told you. My home address? Because I'm telepathic. I sense you're in danger, and the closer you get to this neighborhood, the deeper the feeling gets. Laughing, he teased. The truth was that Qin Wei was wandering around outside and used his insight technique on people. Suddenly, he gained insight into a familiar message. Zhou family subordinate, which was the information of those 3 people. One of them was also a Hotian 6th level expert. Qin Wei quickly thought of Aileen. The only thing that had intersected with the Zhou family was that Lin Shen incident. It was very likely that these people were coming for Aileen. This Zhou family is getting more and more mysterious. The Hotian 6th level is just a subordinate in the Zhou family. I don't know what kind of strength the seat of the Zhou family must be. Qin Wei followed these 3, and seeing how smoothly everything went after they entered the neighborhood, he probably guessed that it should be the Zhou family that had used their connections. As for why he appeared so much slower than the trio, it was because Qin Wei didn't have an elevator card. They had elevator cards in their hands and took the elevator up. Qin Wei, on the other hand, could only watch with bated breath as they reached the 23rd floor and the elevator didn't move anymore before running out through the fire escape. Irene sniffed and also felt that what Qin Wei said was true. The telepathy that existed between them. It was true that women in love had 0 IQ, and they believed in this nonsense. Qin Wei wrapped his arms around Irene and looked down at her, his gaze hot and honest, as if the dawn was flickering with a palpitating, yearning light. Irene also looked at him with deep love in her eyes, and the aura between the 2 of them mingled at the moment, and then they slowly kissed together. After a few minutes of kissing, because Qin Wei's hands were getting more and more dishonest, Irene struggled and pushed Qin Wei away with force. Today, not today, Irene said with a red face. Qin Wei thought that it was because of what he had just experienced, and that Irene's emotions hadn't returned yet, so he let it go. Seeing this, Irene thought that Qin Wei was angry and hurriedly stammered an explanation. I came to that. When Qin Wei heard this, he revealed a dazed expression, but inwardly, he was really in the midst of a million horses. Wipe. So unfortunate. It's a relative interrupting again. This door relative came at a really good time. Because of this gong method, Qin Wei's control in this area was getting weaker and weaker. Obviously he had come with Feng Rou a few times in the afternoon, but now he was in a state where he was as horny as if he hadn't touched a woman in years. Come stay at my place tonight. I don't feel comfortable with you being here by yourself. You need to be by my side for me to feel at ease. Erin shyly nodded and went to pack her clothes. The two soon returned to Chinwei's place. So you live in Deep Bay No. 1. This is the most expensive house in the neighborhood, right? Erin exclaimed in a burst of surprise. Chapter 81, Night Meeting Guanyu. Chinwei shrugged his shoulders and said there's also a set of henteing villa. I forgot to collect it, so I'll go and take a look at it sometime. Irene's surprised little mouth couldn't close. When she first met Chinwei, she probably knew that Chinwei wasn't a poor man, but she didn't expect to be so rich. After visiting a circle, she went to take a bath and sleep. After all, she hadn't slept all day today, and had experienced these dangerous things, so once her tense nerves relaxed, she was sleepy. Before going to bed, she was still pestering Chinwei to tell her a story, a full child's personality. Chinwei also cooperated with the sight of the arm around her, told a few meat stories, after making her blush, and then rushed Chinwei out. After seeing her fall asleep, Chinwei went to the balcony, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Chen, it's me. After 2 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, a man's voice appeared. Boss, I've been waiting for your call for a long time. The voice contained suppressed excitement. Chinwei was a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm on the other end of the phone. After all, this was a memory that the system had added to them, not Chinwei's personal experience. But soon Chinwei adapted. Chen, there's nothing going on with the organization at the moment, right? Chinwei asked about the current movements of the organization. After pondering for a while, Tatsu reported it's all small missions. We can't all be idle, or else we'll all be idle and wasted by the time the boss needs us. Since that's the case, organize the personnel and have them return to the deep city to find me once they're done with the matter at hand. Chinwei opened his mouth and instructed. I'll inform them now. Everyone will definitely be happy to hear that the boss has summoned them, Chen said excitedly. After instructing them to be safe again, he hung up the phone. Chinwei, who hung up the phone, stood on the balcony pondering. The Zhou family currently has out some people with force value to Irene. The purpose of transferring the 12 hours people back is also because he wants them to protect Irene a little bit. Can't just stick with Erin all day long, right? Suddenly, Chinwei saw 4 glowing signboards on the floor diagonally across the street. Famous car club. Chinwei remembered Guanyu, and her sister who had a huge face. Right, didn't Guanyu say that her senior sister was a bodyguard? Thinking about it, he immediately sent a message to Guanyu. Last time on the ship, the two had exchanged contact information. MS. Guanyu, asleep? Chinwei's finger tapped at the screen. Guanyu on the other end, at this moment is wearing a robe, half leaning on the bed with a tablet computer. Do not know what is browsing. Hearing her cell phone ringing, she picked it up and was a little surprised to see the message from Chinwei. Not yet. Is Mr. Chin up to something? After Chinwei received the reply, he immediately wanted to send his thoughts in the form of a message. Then thinking about it, it was better to say it in person. Text was too cold. Do you have time to meet up now? There are some things I want to talk to you about. After sending it over, Guanyu didn't reply for a few minutes. Chinwei also felt that the way he said just now, some abrupt, looking for someone to meet in the middle of the night, inevitably will make people feel uncomfortable. He was just about to go inside to sleep when his cell phone rang. There's a bar across from our famous car club. See you there in 10 minutes. Guanyu Fong just received Chinwei's meeting information, and did freeze for a while, then thought of replying after finishing the work at hand, so there was a delay of a few minutes. 10 minutes later, in front of the bar, Guanyu was wearing a coat that wrapped around herself. It could be seen from the collar that what was wrapped inside was a robe. There was no change of clothes, and a coat was wrapped directly on top of the robe. The two entered the clear bar and found a seat. What's so urgent that Mr. Chin is looking for a weak woman like me in the middle of the night? Guanyu smiled and teased. Chinwei also smiled awkwardly and said, Indeed, there are some urgent matters. Let me ask you where your senior sister who is a bodyguard is working. Guanyu looked at Chinwei with a guarded look on her face. You're not interested in my senior sister, are you? Let me tell you, my senior sister is not an ordinary girl. She has sworn not to marry for life, and she has no interest in men. Chinwei smashed his mouth. Such a wonderful human being actually had misogyny. No matter. I have a friend who has recently encountered some trouble and wishes to find someone to protect her. Saying that, he told her about Erin. Outrageous. These people are lawless. Guanyu also burst into flames after hearing this. Just an unintentional video was actually about to cause someone's death. Because Guanyu's movements were too big, Chinwei had no choice but to see some of the footage as well. Chinwei's eyes were all straight, not realizing that there was such a benefit. On weekdays, Guanyu didn't dress so generously, but today she actually went out wearing such a generous dress. Guanyu's voice made the other guests in the bar look over. When they saw that it was a superb goddess, Those male compatriots all of a sudden had their eyes glowing, and if it wasn't for Qin Wei sitting here, Guan Yu would probably have been accosted all the time. Guan Yu noticed Qin Wei's gaze and hurriedly pulled her coat back, glaring at him, her face blushing as she said, "Pervert. Cough, cough, calm down, my party is not as excited as you." Qin Wei made a dignified appearance and comforted him. After Guan Yu calmed down for a while, she said, "I'll contact my sister tomorrow and ask her. She may not be willing. With your words, I am relieved. Tell your senior sister. Feel free to mention whatever conditions you have. As long as the conditions can be solved with money, I can fulfill them." Qin Wei patted his chest and assured. Guan Yu also instantly became interested when she heard the word money. "What about me? What is the reward for me, the middleman?" The corner of Qin Wei's mouth rose slightly, taking the bait. "For you, why don't I hire you to be my secretary? There are many things in my daily life that I don't want to do everything myself. I see that your hosting the banquet last time was very good." Qin Wei finished speaking and picked up the cocktail ordered on the table and drank it. Guan Yu showed a wary look again. "You're not interested in me, are you? My elder sister can't do it, so you're thinking of me? You are not afraid that I will tell Liang?" Poof! A mouthful of wine from Qin Wei's mouth spat into Guan Yu's face. Fortunately, Guan Yu was quick and picked up the tablecloth to cover it, otherwise she would have been sprayed all over her face. "You're a person, not pure inside." Qin Wei wiped his mouth. "Think about it. I'll give you an annual salary of $10 million. Okay, I promise you." As soon as the $10 million annual salary was uttered, Guan Yu agreed on the spot. Qin Wei also froze for a moment when he heard Guan Yu answer so decisively. Didn't this rich woman just sell the spirit recovery pill? Why did she still look like she was short of money? However, if she agreed, it would be fine. Qin Wei had already planned to increase his chips if he didn't agree, and if he agreed, he would save his follow-up chips. Chapter 82, Red Color Gold. 9 Phoenixes now. She grew up in the Kunlun Mountains, and only stepped into the secular world after she became an adult. In the process, she passed through many mountainous regions, and only until she got out to the city, did she realize how difficult the mountainous people were. So most of these money she earned was also donated to the mountainous regions, and even this time, when she took out the rejuvenating spirit pill that her master gave her to auction, it was also to build roads and bridges for the mountainous regions, so she was basically a moonlighting family. After the two finished their business, they each went home. Guan Yu, who had returned home, had a slight frown between her brows and some doubt in her eyes. "Why is this happening? Obviously not even the last time we met," Guan Yu muttered. She realized that after meeting Qin Wei this time, the gong methods in her body actually began to operate automatically, and the Hotian great perfection that she had stagnated for a long time was beginning to loosen up at this moment, at the breakthrough barrier. Moreover, Qin Wei had an inexplicable attraction to her, and even when she looked at him, she felt that a layer of filter had been added, and her every move was very moving. If she was just an ordinary person, she might have already fallen in. Before, on the ship, there had been a few times that she had seen him, and none of those times had this feeling. She would agree to Qin Wei and go to work for him as a secretary. This was also one of the reasons. "I don't want to think about it. There will be plenty of chances to meet in the future. We will always find the reason." Guan Yu shook off her head not to think about it and went to bed. In the morning, Qin Wei was woken up by a ringing phone. In a daze, he picked up the phone. "Boss, Qin hasn't gotten up yet? I made a coffee date with my senior sister and told her about your needs, and she said she wants to talk to you face to face." A pleasant voice rang out on the other end of the phone. "Which cafe?" "I'll go over now," Qin Wei asked as he got up. "The Star Baba downstairs from you. Hurry." Guan Yu hung up the phone after saying that. Qin Wei was speechless for a while. "How can I say that I'm her boss now? What's the point of hanging up on your boss when you can't move? By the way, I haven't signed in yet today." Qin Wei is still looking forward to this check-in. Every time it will give something unexpected. "System, I want to sign in." Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving $80 million billion of red color gold. $80 million? Qin Wei froze on the spot. But what was the meaning of the red color gold? Ding! Rouge gold is a special type of money that the host can only use on women, and as much rouge gold as is used, an equal amount will be returned to the host's account. Red face gold is not limited to money, meaning, I can't use this money myself. This money can only be used on women through me, and as much as it is used, it will be given to me. But what this not limited to coins means will have to be researched later. After leaving the room, Aaron, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, saw Qin Wei. "I cooked noodles for breakfast," Aaron said in a playful voice. Qin Wei, who was in a hurry, didn't intend to rush, and couldn't live up to the breakfast she made. Honestly, he sat down to eat. "I'm going out later, so wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." Qin Wei himself wanted to bring Aileen along, but then he felt that she might be uncomfortable if she knew about this kind of thing instead. It was better to go by herself, and if Lu Mei made conditions that Aaron couldn't accept, it would only backfire. Eileen nodded obediently. Qin arrived at the cafe, and as soon as he entered, he saw two girls by the window. One had long hair and was wearing a long white dress, dignified and graceful, and could only be viewed from afar but not played with. The other is tied in a high ponytail, tights wrapped under the small peaks that want to come out, jeans under the relocation of thin long legs sitting cross, dull face hangs a look of stranger do not approach, formed a beautiful scenery line in this cafe. Qin threw an insight spell towards Lu Mei. Lu Mei, age, 23, cultivation, pre-advanced innate. Cultivation technique, 6th layer of the fixed spirit decision, stove din technique. If you cultivate this technique up to the 9th layer, you can practice dual cultivation and absorb all the cultivation of the stove din. Hobby, dolls. Development, no. Favorability, 20. Innate? This is the first innate I've encountered, right? What does that question mark mean? The question mark is that the host's cultivation level is not enough to gain insight into the other party's special physique. It can only be seen by a great level higher. The system made a timely explanation. This hearth and cauldron technique looks like it is not a serious technique. It seems that their master, Master Imai, is not a good person either. But this high-strung, male repulsive childlike face actually has a child's heart. Qin used the insight technique on Guan Yu again, and after reading the contents, he was instantly ecstatic. Guan Yu, 9 Phoenix body of Phoenix wing, age, 25 years old, cultivation level, Hotian perfection, cultivation technique, purple moon Dan Jing, hobbies, dolls, clip dolls, development, no, favorability, 70. Guan Yu is actually one of the 9 Phoenix body. This Phoenix wing obviously means that she is not the complete 9 Phoenix body. This is also considered to have an unexpected harvest. Knowing that she is the 9 Phoenix body, Qin can still remember the words of his cultivation of the hegemonic dragonline decision. If you meet one of the 9 Phoenix body and double cultivation with it, you will greatly increase your cultivation, and if you get the complete 9 Phoenix body, you can directly become a god. Although it was said that he didn't know what the so-called concept of becoming a god was, but casually meeting one of them would be able to drastically increase one's cultivation, and it was more of a plug-in existence than those who painstakingly meditated and cultivated. Qin shook off his head, not bothering to think about this for now. He walks straight over and before his but sits down. He hears Lu Mei open her mouth and say, I can go ahead and agree to your request to provide bodyguard services for a year, but my condition is that my annual salary has to be the same as senior sister's, 10 million, and payment has to be made up front. No problem, Qin replied without hesitation, causing Lu Mei to freeze for a moment, even feeling as if she had opened low. But I also have a request. I don't want the person in question to know that you're a bodyguard. I need you to impersonate it. You're my distant cousin who doesn't have a place to stay right now. Stay with her at my place. Okay, Willow agreed after a moment of hesitation. Changing her identity was nothing to her. Just protect the good guys. After discussing the matter, Qin started transferring money. Both people's annual salaries were given separately first. Consumption of red color gold 20 million yuan has been returned to the host account tail number 5339 CCB account. Only hearing a ding, the cell phone received the arrival information. System, I obviously used my own account to transfer money. How is the deduction of red face gold? As long as the host is paying for the opposite sex, the default is to use the red face gold. Qin had a bad idea. So am I just transferring all the red color gold to one person, so I can have them all? Ding! The system will automatically recognize if the payment is for the opposite sex. If not, no bonus money will be deducted. Forget it, it's just a matter of spending it on a woman anyway. Chapter 83, Tang Shan's anger. Boss Qin, I'm your secretary now. Is there anything you want me to do? Guan Yu said from the side. After all, the money had been collected. It was always time to do something. Qin pondered for a while. You first go and quit your job at the famous car club. Then help me to sign over the henteing villa. And then go to register an investment company. The legal person into you. The company name those you also think of it. I first transfer the money to you. You are responsible for the operation of the company. Qin thought about it and decided to use this method to use the red color gold first. After all, with $80 billion of red color gold, you can't spend that much to buy anything. Open a company in Guan Yu's name. Nominally not taking up any shares myself. Let her invest in it. And the only thing that will be lost is the red color gold. And it's all converted into my own money. I've already resigned from my job at the famous car club in the morning. I'm hanging out in there myself, so there's no formalities. I'll find you after I register the company then. Qin transferred $20 billion to Guan Yu, who looked at the amount with wide eyes and counted the long zeros behind it. This money serves as the company's startup capital. If it's not enough, then look for me to get it. With the rouge gold, it didn't even hurt to spend the money. You're not afraid that I'll run away with the money? Guan Yu looked at him in surprise. Since the two of them met, this was only the third time they had met. So casually, he transferred more than $20 billion to her. Qin Wei waved his hand. Use people. Don't doubt them. I trust you. Guan Yu's eyes flickered, and after a moment said, then I'll also tell you a news. Guan Fuzhou family intends to marry with Mordor Li family, and plans to go to Mordor 3 days later to pay a visit, and put forward the idea of marriage. The Mordor Li family only has one daughter, and that is Li Ying. After saying that, he gazed at Qin Wei. Qin Wei's gaze turned cold. It was the Zhou family again, and this time, the target was actually Li Ying. I know. Help me book a ticket to Magic City tomorrow. Qin Wei regained his composure and said to Guan Yu. After saying that, they parted ways. Qin Wei took Lu Mei back to Deep Bay No. 1. While Guan Yu went to do what Qin Wei had instructed her to do just now. After Qin Wei introduced Lu Mei to Irene, he said that she was a distant cousin who had come to join him. The two girls quickly hit it off. The corner of Qin Wei's mouth twitched as he looked at the smiling and cheerful Lu Mei. This woman turns out not to have a cold personality, but is simply misogynistic. When she met a female, she became lively and cheerful. If you guys want to go out, there's a car downstairs. I have to go out first, Qin Wei confided. Eileen waved her hand. Go ahead. Go ahead. With two women, they had already hung Qin Wei out to dry. The saying that 3 women make a play. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Qin Wei drove the car, asked Sun Bin hospital address, on the way to buy some fruit, tonic type, and went to the hospital. At the door of the hospital room, he heard the conversation between Tang Shan's mother and daughter. Shan, how did you get transferred to this hospital, or a separate ward? It must be very expensive. Tang mother asked worriedly. She also knew that the family had no money left, and with the little money left, she had to guard against Tang Shan's covetousness. Mom, it's fine. I met a friend. He lent me money. When you get better, I'll just earn money to pay him back. Tang Shan patted her mother's hand and comforted her. Tang mother breathed a sigh of relief. The borrowed money was just fine. If it was money in exchange for Tang Shan doing something to hurt herself, she would rather not live. Qin Wei listened from outside the door for a while, then knocked on the door and walked in. School sister, auntie, good morning. I brought you some food, Qin Wei said as she placed the things she brought on the coffee table. The independent ward here was considered better, with an area for family members to rest, a sofa, and a bed. Mother Tang looked at the visitor and glanced at Tang Shan in confusion. Tang Shan hurriedly got up and introduced Mom. This is the friend I told you about, called Qin Wei. Tang mother suddenly understood and was about to get up from the hospital bed. Mr. Qin, thank you for letting us mother and daughter get through this difficult time. Qin Wei hurried over after putting down his things. Auntie, you don't need to get up, just call me Little Qin. When I was studying in the past, I wasn't taken care of by my schoolmates. Tang Shan explained. Mom, Qin Wei and I went to the same university and are alumni. The three of them chatted for a while more in a greeting style. Tang mother will look at her son-in-law's eyes, making Qin Wei a bit overwhelmed. Mom, Qin Wei and I will go out to find the doctor to ask about pre-operation precautions. You take a rest. With that, Tang Shan pushed Qin Wei out of the hospital room. After leaving the ward, she pulled Qin Wei towards the stairwell of the safe passage. Qin Wei looked ahead at Tang Shan, whose face gradually turned cold, with a puzzled expression. After arriving at the stairwell, Tang Shan took the lead and said, Qin Wei, thank you for helping me. My mother's surgery was scheduled in the afternoon because of you, and if she was in the previous hospital, even if she had the money, she would have had to wait for several months for a kidney source. But, Tang Shan paused and continued. I asked Wei Wei last night and learned about the deal between you. I hope you promise me to change the role of this deal to me instead of Wei Wei. This is my business in itself. There is no need for her to sacrifice. After Tang Shan settled her mother last night, she called Su Wei Wei to find out why Qin Wei was willing to help herself. When she heard the stuttering voice on the other end, Tang Shan felt something was wrong, and under threat. Su Wei Wei spoke up about her offer to get Qin Wei to help. Qin Wei finally knew why from the beginning of his arrival. Tang Shan was indifferent to him, a cold look, so it was because of this. Qin Wei only burst of laughter. It seems that his own good intentions was taken as a favorable. Qin Wei's eyes rolled and decided to tease her a bit. Since that's the case, it's not impossible to switch to you, but I want you to honor it right here and now. Qin Wei pretended to be vicious as he walked slowly towards her. Tang Shan instantly blushed and stepped backward, retreating until the wall was already behind her and there was no place to hide. She simply closed her eyes, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. When Qin Wei saw the scene, he was at a bit of a loss for words. Just kidding, senior sister. When I knew about your situation, I didn't even listen to Wei Wei's conditions. I only thought of helping you get through your difficulties first, and I didn't think of taking this matter to ask for payment from you guys, so take good care of Auntie here. I'll leave first. After saying that, Qin Wei opened the door and left. When Tang Shan opened her eyes, she only saw Qin Wei's back that was slightly in a mess when he opened the door to leave, and immediately wanted to laugh a little. After leaving the hospital, Qin Wei received a call from Du Chuan. Elder brother Qin, those few people with your card have already come. I've already arranged for someone to do a trick to keep them working at the casino. Du Chuan hailed. After Qin Wei gave his card to Tang Jisan last night, he knew that there were people hiding behind the big tree from Brother Knife eavesdropping. Then he called Du Chuan to explain the situation, and Du Chuan patted his chest and assured him that he would just leave it to him, and he would use legal means to make sure that none of them could come back. Chapter 84 Buying Clothes. Elder brother Qin, that money has been spit out. Let me transfer it to you. Du Chuan was talking about the $1 million that Qin Wei had transferred to that knife brother. No need. Divided among the brothers as hard-earned money. Qin Wei hurriedly stopped it. This 1 million wasn't much money for him nowadays, and he could still get a favor by distributing it to those people. As long as the money didn't go into the hands of those villains, it would be fine. That's fine. It's not a big problem for you, the boss, to give them a bonus. Du Chuan agreed. Big brother Du, what's the situation over there on the Australian island now? Have Shinchi and those people behind him made any moves? Qin Wei then asked about the current situation over there. Du Chuan pondered for a while and then said there is nothing unusual. It feels like nothing happened before. It's just like before. Qin Wei also felt strange. Such a blatant power grab, once failed to wither? It would be impossible for anyone else. Right, let alone Shinchi, who was backed by an ancient martial arts family. Alright then, let me know if you need any help. The two exchanged pleasantries before hanging up. Tang Shan's father's side had already helped her out, and he shouldn't be able to return. The difficulty side of things was considered to have been resolved for her. The next days, let them live on their own. Qin Wei sat in the car and looked at the information. Li Xiao said that manager Zhang has resigned and left. She also does not want to do. Ready to go in cousin business. Both are studying advertising and media. The result is that one is selling cars. One is working as a stewardess. Then she said that she would not accompany Qin Wei in the next few days. She had to go to do some preparatory work, and when it was done, she would come back to accompany him. Qin Wei is more indifferent, but very favorable to her idea. Let her let go and do it. If you have difficulties, look for him. Putting down his cell phone, Qin Wei planned to go buy some clothes, and he had to get a better image when he went to the Magic City in the next 2 days. At this time, Guan Yu called over. Boss Qin, the villa is ready. Do you want to come and take a look? Qin Wei listened to the lazy voice on the other end of the phone and said, Don't call me Boss Qin. I'll get goosebumps. Call me by my name. The villa will go to see it later. You come to Wanxiang City first. Accompany me to buy some clothes. I'm kind of regretting it now. You're such a difficult boss to serve, with so many demands, and the boss isn't allowed to be called, and has to be called by you and waved away. Guan Yu complained. Qin Wei laughed and said, Hurry up. I'll give you a raise when things are done. 10 minutes to, beep, beep, beep. Qin Wei looked at the phone, froze on the spot. This person is how short of money, said processing capital, work efficiency Niso up. The two met in the parking lot 10 minutes later. How does Boss Qin want the clothes? I'll take you there. I'm familiar with this place. Guan Yu lightly led Qin Wei into the elevator by drilling left and right, took the card and dropped it, and went up to the mall. Why did he have to drill? Because there were too many people in the regular passageway, and he had to wait several times for the elevator to arrive. Guan Yu, as a familiar customer here, knew where there was an exclusive elevator, but it required an internal mall card to ride. I don't have any requirements, just the kind of casual with a little bit of formal. Formal and can't have the old-fashioned. Can usually wear. Formal occasions can also wear the kind of. Qin Wei pondered for a while before saying the clothes he wanted. You call this nothing to ask for? I can't satisfy you. I'll take you there. You see for yourself. Guan Yu rolled her eyes. You haven't even tried it. How do you know it won't satisfy? Qin Wei followed up her words with a question. Guan Yu turned around and saw Qin Wei's cheap grin on his face. Her pretty face reddened, rang up the ambiguity of that sentence just now, and spat. She then quickly walked out of the elevator. Guan Yu led Qin Wei into a Hermes store, and a female shopper saw Guan Yu and warmly greeted her. Ms. Guan, you haven't been in the store for a while. There are a few new bags that have come in recently. Should I take them out and show them to you? The shopper asked with a professional smile on her face. No need. This time I'm accompanying someone to buy, not myself. Guan Yu posed looking at the men's clothing hanging in the store. Okay, then call me when you need any help, the female guide said and then retreated to the side. These guides wouldn't catch you pushing hard because most people didn't like to be pushed and liked to quietly pick out their clothes. Guan Yu picked out 6 sets of clothes, 3 relatively formal and 3 casual. Go ahead and try on these sets. The clothes won't come to you if you sit there. Guan Yu did not have the good sense to say to Qin Wei, who was sitting there as soon as he entered the door. Isn't that why I called you here? Wei smiled and took the clothes and went to the fitting room. A minute later, Wei came out wearing casual clothes. Guan Yu froze when she saw it. Wei's posture was straight, as if he were a cultivated bamboo, a casual dress, hanging casually on his body, a badass smiling face with two thick eyebrows attached. He seemed to be wearing a smile all the time, and his curved eyes were like the bright upper Xian moon in the night sky. Is it good? What are you staring at? Wei took his hand and waved it in front of her. Returning to her senses, Guan Yu's face heated up and she slapped his hand away in shame. Go try the other kind that's a bit more formal. Wei shrugged and entered the fitting room again. This time out Guan Yu was ready, and after glancing at it, he said it's okay, do you still want to try the others? Wei also felt troublesome. Buy clothes also have to try. In the past when poor do not try. Let alone now. No more trying. Wrap it all up. Guan Yu again from the shoe rack, picked a few pairs of shoes and walked over. Which size do you wear? 42. Don't try the shoes. Just take the 42s. Pack these shoes too. For size 42. Wei said to the shopping guide. The guide's eyes were glowing. This is to meet a nobleman. Once you come to buy so many, and those new bags you just mentioned, pack them all too. Wei took the card to the shopping guide. The shopping guide took the card with a face full of joy. Yo, still buying bags to pick up girls? Guan Yu teased on the side. That's for you, accompanying me to buy things. It's reasonable to give you a few bags, right? Wei came to buy clothes. Choose the store, pick the clothes. It was Guan Yu who was getting them. Even though she was his secretary, she had to treat her, didn't she? Guan Yu sniffed, her pretty face red. This is she did not know how many times she blushed today, laughing at him for buying a bag to pick up a girl, but it turned out to be a gift for himself, so it wouldn't be picking up himself. With a ding, Wei looked at the text message on his cell phone. It was a message that the red color gold had arrived and a message that he had bought clothes for those. The red color gold returned more than $1 million, and Wei bought those clothes, shoes, belts price is about the same. Chapter 85 The Last Emperor's Patek Philippe. A few bags had offset so many sets of clothes he had bought. After leaving the store, Guan Yu led him to Prada and bought a few sets of clothes as well. These should be enough for you to change for the time being. I sent your size to a top designer in Italy. In the future, all your clothes will be designed and made from his side. Guan Yu lowered her head and pressed her cell phone. Sheen Unicorn looked at her with a dazed face. No wonder when he was in the store just now, Guan Yu asked someone to measure his whole body size. So it was for this purpose. This secretary of yours is still very competent. Wei felt more and more that this secretary was worth every penny. Let's go buy some watches next. Follow me. Guan Yu continued to lead Wei towards the center of the mall. The two of them arrived at a Patek Philippe store with many individual cylindrical glass cabinets containing some collector-grade watches. This Patek Philippe store is the largest in the country, and the watches are all over the place. Guan Yu introduced. Wei visited the watches inside on his own. He didn't have much cognizance of watches, and he usually didn't carry a watch. After strolling around, he still planned to let the guide introduce it. Turning his head to look at Guan Yu, she was standing in front of the glass cabinet in the very center. There was only one display cabinet in that area, and there was only one watch on display there. When Wei was wandering around, he also took a look at the watch, which seemed to have some years on it, and looked like it had traces of age. Wei went over and asked, "What's so special about this watch?" Guan Yu seemed to sense Wei's proximity, so his sudden outburst didn't scare her. "This is a watch worn by one of my elders from a long time ago, an elder I haven't met, but have heard about his life. It was miserable, helpless, and pitiful." Guan Yu sighed. Wei looked at the introduction next to him. Jean Puyi, the last emperor. When Wei used to read, there were some introductions of him, a puppet emperor of that turbulent era. Half of his life was spent as a puppet in the hands of others. It wasn't until later that a great man quelled the turmoil and liberated him. You shouldn't be the only one who's heard of his story. Everyone who's read the books has heard of it. But compared to the ordinary people of that era, he was considered lucky. At least he stayed alive to see the dawn. Wei comforted from the side. Guan Yu nodded. "Hello, can I sell this watch?" Wei asked the guide next to him. Guan Yu was also stunned by this sudden asking price. The shopper guide also froze. She also didn't expect someone to ask this. Usually when they come to see the watches in this display case, they all have a burst of emotion, and they don't even think to say that they want to buy it away. "This watch is for exhibition, not on sale," the guide politely responded. "I just want to buy this watch. Can you accommodate me? I'll pay double the price," Wei said. Guan Yu tugged at Wei from the side. "What do you want this watch for? This kind of watch can only be used for collection. No one will wear an old watch." Wei patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to care. The shop assistant also said, "I'll contact the person in charge and ask him to come over to talk to you." The person in charge of the store quickly came over. "This gentleman, hello, is it you who wants to buy our collection?" A young man in his 30s walked over to Qin and asked, "Yes, I want to buy this watch." Qin nodded. "It's like this. This watch was just auctioned back by our company from an overseas auction house at a cost of $40 million. For the time being, we have no intention of selling it, so why don't you take a look at our other watches?" When Qin heard him say this, he felt as if there was a chance. Even the price was quoted, so it wasn't just a matter of money. "I'll offer $100 million for this watch," Qin said with a pale expression. The guide froze, the person in charge froze, and Guan Yu froze. People had said they wouldn't sell it, but you still offered $100 million. Guan Yu hurriedly said, "You're crazy, spending $100 million to buy this watch. If this watch is not worn by that person, its value is not high. It was not worth it to spend so much money on it." Qin looked at the person in charge without changing his color and said, "If you can't make the decision, you can go find someone who can." The person in charge thought that the watch itself only cost less than $40 million when it was auctioned off, and if it was sold for $100 million, it wouldn't be $60 million. So the headquarters side should be very satisfied with it. Since this gentleman likes this watch so much, a gentleman is a man of honor. There is no doubt about saying more. "I'll let someone go and wrap up the watch here," the person in charge said with a professional smile. Qin also revealed a smile when he saw that the other party was impressed by the ability to pay money. "Let's go arrange for this piece to be wrapped up first, and I'll go look at the others." Qin led Guan Yu to look at the other watches. Guan Yu didn't say anything more when she saw that Qin had already bought the watch. In the end, Qin picked a $70,006,002 watch, and a women's watch from the Aquanaut series, and went to pay for them together. Qin only paid for his own piece of watch. The women's watch and Puyi's watch were the ones he bought for Guan Yu, automatically deducting the red gold. Once he got the watches, Qin reached out and handed Guan Yu the two watches for her. "Even if I'm your secretary, I'm still a girl, right? How can there be a man as ungentlemanly as you, letting me take everything?" Guan Yu looked at Qin with a grudge and said. Qin reached out and took the things in her hand, and then handed over the two watches. "I'm not asking you to take them. These two watches are for you." Guan Yu looked at the two gift boxes in her hand dumbfounded. She didn't expect Qin to spend $100 million to buy this old watch and just give it to her casually. "Didn't you say that this is the watch of one of your elders? Since it's your elders, of course you have to keep it," Qin said without thinking. A complex emotion flashed in Guan Yu's eyes before she handed it back. "This watch is all too expensive. I can't afford it." "Then throw it away. I don't love collecting. You said it belonged to your elders before I bought it. You don't want it. I don't want it either." Qin spread out both hands, with a look like you'll throw it away if you don't take it. Guan Yu bit her lip. "Then you can take back this piece of watch," handing over the other female watch. "Just take it back if you've given it to me. I've taken back $100 million worth of watches. What's wrong with this one?" Qin turned around and walked away after saying that. Guan Yu looked helplessly at the two watches in her hand, then quickly followed Qin. After such a stroll, it was almost dinner time again. The two came to the parking lot, and Guan Yu walked straight towards Qin car. "Where's your car?" Qin asked suspiciously. "I don't have a car. I took a taxi." Guan Yu finished speaking and sat in the passenger seat. Qin looked at her with disbelief on his face. "You work at the famous car club. How could you not have a car?" Chapter 86, Hentang 1. "I'm working as a publicist there, and I have a car to drive for all my trips, so why waste money buying my own?" Guan Yu rolled her eyes. "Fine, then you're not there anymore and traveling can't all be done by taxi. Come over here and drive. Go to that villa you just signed up for and take a look there." Qin went to the passenger side and pulled Guan Yu out of the car and sat up himself. Guan Yu went to the driver's seat with a reluctant face. Qin found that Manager Zhang's phone number and called it. "Mr. Qin, hello." The phone rang with Manager Zhang's voice. "Manager Zhang, I've heard that you've resigned. Where are you working high up now?" Qin asked with a smile. "I'm sorry to make Mr. Qin laugh. I've only just left my job and haven't found my next home yet." Manager Zhang smiled bitterly. He didn't have much of a plan per se, and was just thinking of relying on the customer resources at hand to work as a freelancer first. "I have an idea on my side. I want to open a luxury car club, specializing in buying and selling customized luxury cars for customers. I need manpower. Are you interested in coming over?" Qin casually pulled an idea, and after saying it out, he felt that it seemed to be okay. Manager Zhang said happily, "Really? Then I have to thank Mr. Qin. It's true. I'll send you my secretary's phone number later and you guys get in touch. There's another question. Is it possible for you to order the car I want now?" Qin said and glanced at Guan Yu, who was expressionless as she drove the car. "Yes, what car does Mr. Qin want?" Manager Zhang was puzzled in his heart. It's only been a few days and buying 3 Bentleys isn't enough to drive. But the thoughts of the rich aren't something he can speculate on. A car suitable for a woman to drive. Something a bit more expensive. preferably more than $5 million. Shinwei said after thinking for a moment. I have a friend whose store just got a Lamborghini Aventador. Around 9 million. Do you think it's okay? Yes, let's go with that one. I'll transfer the money to you. Just expedite some formalities and contact my secretary. The car is for her, Shinwei said cheerfully. Manager Zhang on the other end of the phone. The corner of his mouth twitched. Spending more than $9 million. Buying a car for his secretary to drive. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship there was between this secretary and the boss. But it was still rich and capricious. Okay, then I'll go deal with it now. After saying that, he hung up the phone and hurriedly went out. This was the first task given by the future boss. Efficiency must be high. The phone call just now. You heard me. I think this idea is feasible. You do PR. Interpersonal aspect is also wide. Car aspect, Manager Zhang also knows how to do. Open a club and let him take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Shinwei said to Guan Yu, you are the boss. You have the final say. Guan Yu did not have good breath said. Shinwei buy car to her. Also do not ask her to what car. And she used to work in the famous car club. By car resources, she is also more than enough. Self-initiated on the decision. Also do not ask her like it, but for Shinwei to her waving money to her behavior. She is also very used. Is an individual will have vanity. The vehicle drove into the Henteing Villa area. And when entering the door, he confirmed his identity with the security guard. The villa area was located on a hill. And Shinwei's Henteing No. 1, which stood on the top of the hill, belonged to the king of the building in this villa area. The total area is more than 3,000 square feet. This is the developer has been covered not to sell the house. If not the system with do not know what means. So far is still no owner of the house. There is also a gate on the periphery. And there is a small gate in the center of the gate. Guan Yu took out the remote control from his bag and pressed it. And the peripheral gate slowly opened. Upon entering, there was another fountain right in the center. And further in, there was an extra wide garage. The garage's floor height alone was over 9 meters, and it was no problem to drive an RV in. The main door goes into the main living room, which is taller than the garage and even wider to make you feel small. It's well furnished too. Next to it was a Western-style dining room with a long dining table that could seat 30 or 40 people. On the side of the Western dining room, there was a Chinese dining room. Basically the Western dining room was used for receptions. The usual daily family meals were eaten in the Chinese dining room. There were 4 kitchens and a water bar around the restaurant. When Shinwei saw these kitchens, he immediately asked Guan Yu to call a few more chefs of different cuisines to cook. And then he himself called Eileen and asked her to come over here to eat as well. The entire villa is 4 stories high. There is also an underground wine cellar, audio-visual room, complete support, and the master bedroom alone is more than 500 square feet. This place is too big. If you live alone, or a little lonely, soon there will be a chef door. Guan Yu is worthy of being a public relations person. What resources are there? The chefs who came have Western food, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and Japanese cuisine. Japanese cuisine. There is a beautiful woman with a very good figure. At this time, Guan Yu is saying something to the chef of Japanese cuisine. What's wrong? Shinwei walked over and asked. Guan Yu's face inexplicably blushed when she saw Shinwei walk over. Nothing. There's a dish that I don't like, so I told them not to prepare it. What dish? Shinwei looked at her suspiciously. Just return the dish. What's with the blush? Sir, it's the female body feast. This is also one of our specialties. The chef said. Female body feast? It's the kind where the woman lies on top and spreads all over the dishes, right? Only seen it on TV. Shinwei was a little interested, but today's meal was mostly girls, so it wasn't appropriate. And the dish was a little vicious and not very respectful. No need to prepare this. We really don't want this dish. Shinwei only had a disinterested look on his face. Inwardly, he was already thinking that he would try it alone next time. Guan Yu looked at him with a surprised face. In her impression, as long as it was a male, when he heard about this female body feast, that look couldn't wait to eat it right away. On the contrary, Shinwei's look was completely uninterested. Or was it that he had heard himself say that he wanted to back out? So he did so. Thinking of this, Guan Yu's cheeks warmed slightly. Irene and Lu Mei also arrived, and were shocked as soon as the car entered the front door. And then they were like a runaway wild horse, jumping up and down to visit. Shinwei, is this really your house? It's incredible. I've never seen such a luxurious house in a TV show, Irene exclaimed after the tour. So are you going to move in here? It's big enough here and there are enough rooms, Shinwei asked with a smile. Erin hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. I'd rather live over at your deep Bano. 1. It's more convenient there and it's too big here. I'm worried that I'll be scared living here. As much as she liked it, this place was still a bit far from the city, and it was so big and empty that she didn't dare to go out of her room in the middle of the night when she couldn't sleep. Shinwei saw her shake her head, so he didn't say anything else. Chapter 87, The Great Gift Package of Pills. The chefs started serving the food, and since there were only 4 people, they ate in the Chinese restaurant. The long table in the Western restaurant, sitting 4 people is too lonely. By the way, that video of yours send it online normally, composing it in your hands, instead, it makes them feel organic and more dangerous for you. There is no need to take it to the police. When the netizens ferment, naturally the police will find you. During this period of time Lu Mei followed you. It is also safer for the 2 of you to pair up. Xin Wei said while eating. Right? I haven't told you yet. Lu Mei is a provincial martial arts champion. After saying that, he hurriedly winked at Lu Mei, who responded with a blank stare. Eileen, who was eating her meal, heard that Willow Eyebrows was so powerful and looked at Willow Eyebrows adoringly. What about you? Is it going somewhere? Erin heard him and it seemed like she was being followed by Willowbrow for the next few days. Well, I'm going to the Magic City, probably for a few days. By the way, have I bought my airfare yet? Said Xin Wei, suddenly remembering the matter of letting Guan Yu buy the ticket. Bought it? I'll send you the information. Guan Yu, who was drinking soup, pulled out her cell phone and sent the ticket booking information. Xin Wei opened his phone and looked at it. It was tomorrow morning's flight. Right, help me find a housekeeper here. A female, young, pretty and capable. As soon as Xin Wei's words came out, the field came at him with 3 gazes of different emotions. Eileen was annoyed that Xin Wei actually wanted a beautiful housekeeper. Guan Yu was a look that was really like that, and Willow Eyebrows was simpler, completely contemptuous. I just want to be pleasing to my eyes at home as well. Looking for a housekeeper has to be a package deal. You guys are not pure at heart, Xin Wei said vainly. The 3 looked at him with contemptuous gazes. I'll collect resume information. When the time comes, you'll interview yourself. I don't know what kind of beauty you want, Guan Yu said indifferently. Let's go. Let's ignore him and go to the video room to watch a movie. Erin took Guan Yu and Lu Mei's hands on her left and right and went upstairs. Xin Wei shook his head when he saw this. It really was 3 women in one movie, directly leaving him, the master, out to dry. After eating and drinking, Xin Wei also returned to the 500 square feet master bedroom and went to bed early after taking a shower. The 3 people downstairs were still experiencing the various facilities in the house, and in the end, tired of playing, they also went to pick a room to sleep. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room where Xin Wei was sleeping. Xin Wei also woke up leisurely, and now the first thing he does every day when he wakes up is to sign in. System, I want to sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Elixir gift pack. Face resurfacing Elixir *10, Rejuvenation Elixir *10, Marrow cleansing Elixir *10, Spirit gathering Elixir *10. The Elixir gift pack. This face restoring elixir should be the kind in the novel. Youthful forever, right? The spirit recovery pill came with 10 more. According to the previous auction price, 138 billion, Xin Wei's spirit recovery pill is worth 700 billion. However, he will not take to the auction. The system of the elixir is the best, and he is not short of money now. There is a red gold cashback, and everyday breathing money. Now breathing money function has unknowingly risen to breathe once 50 yuan. Every day do not do anything, lying down and sleeping. There are more than 1 million income. To the present Xin Wei did not figure out how to upgrade. Anyway, I think it's a rise from time to time. He is a good person. Xin Wei looked at the instructions for the marrow cleansing pill and the spirit gathering pill. The marrow cleansing pill had similar effects to the body tempering pill he had eaten before, but it wasn't as brutal. This makes Xin Wei a bit angry. The dog system is on purpose. Right, in the first place to give me the marrow cleansing Dan not need to pain wow. Gathering spirit Dan's effect is the cultivation of auxiliary Dan. After taking the effect of cultivation can be doubled more than 10 times, is also a superb elixir. But for Xin Wei is more chicken ribs. He himself does not need to meditate and cultivate. Breathing is cultivation. Do exercise, cultivation faster. After reading today's gift bag, Xin Wei got up and washed up. When he went out of the room, he found that none of them were there. Eileen and Lu Mei had gone back over to Deep Bay, while Guan Yu had gone out to work early. After all, Xin Wei had given her a bunch of work that she hadn't even done yet. Xin Wei could only drive to the airport and take a plane by himself. It was Xin Wei's first time to take an airplane. Fortunately, there were people to guide him along the way, or else he would have really made a joke. Guan Yu was quite competent and booked Xin Wei in first class. After Xin Wei sat down, a pretty flight attendant came over, slightly bowing her body. Her posture matched with the flight attendant's uniform. From the side, it looked incredibly attractive. With a professional smile, she asked, "Would you like something to drink, sir?" Xin Wei looked at the license plate on her chest. This stewardess was called Yu Shu. "Give me a glass of water, please," Xin Wei responded politely. Men would always look at a beautiful woman a few more times, and Xin Wei was no exception. Only he limited himself to just a few glances and didn't do much to strike up a conversation. Yu Shu was not surprised. She had always served in the first class. People who could sit in the first class. At least there was no financial difficulties. The flight attendants who serve the first class are also rotating in a stream, and many of them want to get into the first class, where it is easier to get in touch with rich people than outside. And if they are not careful, they may get married to a rich man, and then retire with honor. Yu Shu was no exception, only that she was a bit more demanding compared to others. Even if it was a king's bachelor, it had to be a young man with a high face value. This led to her becoming the stewardess who stayed the longest in the first-class cabin. People in the airline laughed at her as the Iron Yu Shu, the air hostess of running water. Yu Shu also thought about it. Her own requirements may still be relatively high, so she did not intend to continue, decided to rely on people rather than relying on themselves. After flying this flight, she resigned. On the last shift, she met Qin Wei, a man who could conquer her in terms of face value, which is why she came over to ask what kind of water to drink just as soon as Qin Wei sat down. But Qin Wei's aloofness made her not dare to be too enthusiastic, so she could only resign herself to her fate. The airplane took off, and it would take another 2 hours to get to the Magic City. Qin Wei half laid down on the seat and closed his eyes, thinking about the purpose of this trip to Mordor. The Li family is going to make a trip. The Zhou family seems to be not simple at the moment. In the dark, he and this Zhou family have more or less crossed paths. He has already let the people of the hourly organization to investigate this Zhou family. Know yourself and know your enemy. In order to fight 100 battles without danger, there is also that Ah Bao. Now also in the Zhou family, let him encounter several times dangerous people. Qin Wei is not a person who tolerates. Chapter 88 Arriving in Magic City. Being blackmailed. At this moment, the voice of a man roaring angrily resounded in the cabin. Qin Wei was interrupted from his thoughts and opened his eyes to see that it was the stewardess named Yu Shu from the party, lowering her head and apologizing to an obese middle-aged man. Is it useful to apologize? Do you know how much this set of clothes of mine costs? It's from Prada. A set costs over $100,000. The obese man pointed at her and cursed angrily. It turned out to be that when this flight attendant was serving water to the other party, the man's hand suddenly reached towards her leg, scaring her so much that she didn't hold the water cup steady and spilled it on the fat man's pants. Yu Shu's face changed when she heard the price. Her salary couldn't afford to pay for this set of clothes. Seeing this, Qin Wei had nothing better to do, so he planned to get up and help her, as he had just used his insight technique and could see that this man was a crook, and that the set he was wearing added up to just a few $100s. Qin Wei walked over and gently pulled Yu Shu back and stood in front of her. This gentleman, the plane was a bit bumpy. It's inevitable that there will be accidents. The clothes are just water-drenched. There's no need for someone to pay for it. The obese man saw someone stepping forward, and became even more rampant. What are you? What's the matter with you? I believe that this young lady is not intentional. This way, how much your clothes? I help her out, but need you to provide an invoice. If there is no invoice, it does not matter. You take off the clothes. I have a Prada store manager friend. Let that side appraise it. If it's genuine, then forget it. If it's a fake, I might call the police to say that someone is scamming and extorting. Speaking at the back, Qin Wei's eyes gradually glazed over. Hearing this, the obese man's face changed, knowing that today's single is yellow, so he snorted coldly, forget it, I'll let her off the hook. After saying that, he sat down and closed his eyes. Qin Wei also returned to his seat. He was aware of the other party's clothes were fake, so he could easily solve the problem. If he didn't know, 9 times out of 10, he would have been blackmailed successfully today. Yu Shu took a piece of paper and a pen and came to Qin Wei's seat. Thank you for your help. Sir, can I leave you a contact information? If I have the chance, I would like to treat you to a meal after I get off the plane to repay you for your help. Yu Shu looked at Qin Wei with an expectant face. She thought that after today, there would be no more interactions between the people, but because of his help, they were connected again. Qin Wei reached out and took the pen and paper in her hand, writing down her cell phone number and name. A show of hands, even if I don't go to help you, there will be others who will help you. After Qin Wei finished writing, he returned the paper and pen to her. Yu Shu rejoiced. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Is it convenient to ask if Mr. Qin is going to Magic City to work? No, there are some personal matters, and it's kind of coming over to play. Qin Wei faintly smiled. Yu Shu's eyes lit up after hearing this. Because of my work, I often come over in Magic City, so if Mr. Qin needs a tour guide, you can also look for me. Oh. Qin Wei nodded with a smile. Yu Shu also left happily upon seeing this. It was almost time to land and needed to return to their respective seats. After getting off the plane, looking at the endless stream of people in the airport, Qin Wei sighed in a burst of sighs. It's worthy of being the Magic City. The airport looks densely packed with people. Qin Wei called a car and headed to the Magic City International Hotel to find a place to stay first. He didn't notice that the obese middle-aged man from the airplane had been following him, getting into a civilian car after exiting the airport entrance. Follow that kid in front. Bad for us. Give some color to him, the fat man said angrily inside the car. There were also two of his accomplices in the car, and as soon as the obese man got into the car, he first told them what happened. This group of people specialize in doing these things. Extortion can not money, but also get some color to compensate for compensation. The results of today encountered Qin disrupted their plans. Qin, who was blissfully unaware of this, was chattering with the cab driver. Master, it's my first time in Magic City. Don't give me a detour. Qin joked. How come? This cab of ours has a GPS. Every trip is recorded. If I make a detour, the company will fire me. The driver hurriedly spoke out to explain. Then master, what are the fun places here? There are many fun ones. Do you want to play during the day or at night? This driver master spoke quite cryptically. Day and night are fine. I'll be here for a few days. During the day you can go to the amusement park, museum, safari park, aquarium. At night you can go to the taxi bar. You can often meet celebrities by chance. Speaking of introducing places to visit, the driver spoke eloquently. Qin wasn't very interested in any of the places the driver said. Does master know where the Li family is? Qin asked about the destination of this visit to Magic City. Little brother, what are you inquiring about the Li family for? But it's nothing. Everyone in Mordor knows the Li family. It's one of the top families in Mordor. It lives in the villa area by the airport, called the Dragon Ambergris Palace. Only recently I do not know what happened to the Li family. A lot of Li family members have not come out to show their faces. The driver master obediently said the strange thing about the Li family recently. Dragon Ambergris Palace. Qin muttered. The two chatted and arrived at their destination. Qin chose to get off the bus at the side of the road, bothering to let the driver go around in and out. Thank you master. Qin stuffed 2 pieces of cash to him and got off the bus. Before taking off, Guan Yu had prepared some cash for him. Just in case. Little brother, you don't need that much. $50 is enough. If you don't have any loose change, you can sweep WeChat as well. The driver thought Qin had given him the wrong amount and felt out to stop him. No mistake. The rest is considered the information fee provided by the master. Qin smiled and headed towards the hotel. Suddenly a car quickly drove to the hotel gate, blocking Qin, who was ready to go in. Qin fixed his eyes on it. Isn't this the fat guy from the airplane? The 3 of them got out of the car and quickly surrounded it. Kid, dare to come with us. The fat man arrogantly disliked the car behind him with his thumb. The other 2 leaned in left and right. A picture of racking you into the car if you don't agree. Qin looked at them for a few moments and walked towards the car, incidentally saying, remember to send me back. A few people were frozen in place by Qin's cooperation. The other 2 were ready to get their hands on them, but they didn't expect Qin to bypass them and get into the car by herself. When the 3 saw Qin get into the car, they didn't talk much and drove towards a less crowded place. They stopped the car in an alleyway of an urban village. Seeing the car stopped, Qin took the initiative to open the door and get out of the car himself. He felt that these people should be trying to find a remote place to beat him up. The 3 had no intention of getting out of the car, but when they saw Qin get out of the car, they hurriedly got out again to block him, fearing that he would run away. Kid, you ruined our good thing, and you want to let it go like this? The obese man said aggressively. Qin said innocently, didn't I follow you here? How could I just let it go? The fat man was disliked and became furious. The 2 men next to him said, we are not unreasonable people. You give us $50,000. You can leave, and we won't make things difficult for you. Chapter 89, Spirit Gathering Pill. Qin burst out laughing. This group of hooligans even engaged in the red face, black face routine. I have $50,000, but do you guys have enough to share? 3 people split it, except for the endless ah. Qin smiled and said. A few people also heard his provocation. MD, it's none of your business. You give money on the line. The obese man voiced out. Why should I give it to you guys? Just because your plan was ruined by me? Failed. Just spread the anger on others. Your mentality is not good. Have you guys never thought of failing? Or are you new to this business? No wonder you're still doing these pitiful things at this age. Qin droned on like a monk for a while, then sighed and shook his head. The 3 of them were made to blush. MD. This kid is fooling us. Beat him up and make him be honest. After saying that, the 3 of them rushed forward at the same time. The moment they rushed up, they only saw a flash of figures in the eyes of the 3 of them. 10 seconds later, there were 3 bruised and swollen people lying on the ground. Qin controlled his power to play with them for a bit. Afraid of crippling them, he walked over to one of them and squatted down. What I just said, you still remember it? The person on the ground raised his head and looked at Qin in fear. His open, bruised and swollen mouth responded, remember. Remember, we have a bad mind. We've lived to a dog's age. Slap another slap. making him have another close contact with the ground. That's not what I'm talking about. I told you guys to remember to send me back. Remember that? Remember. I will send you back now, big brother. After saying that, he hurriedly got up from the ground and ran towards the car. The other two lying on the ground pretended not to hear it and pretended to faint. Shinwei also didn't bother with the two people on the ground, so he got into the car. It soon returned to the front door of the hotel, and after Shinwei got out of the car, the person driving the car quickly fled the place. Shinwei looked at the fleeing car and shook his head before walking into the hotel. Sir, how can I help you? Entering the lobby, a tall beauty in a professional set dress walked up and asked, do you still have the presidential suite here? Shinwei asked as he surveyed the visitors. Yes, sir, you come with me this way first, I'll help you check in. The professional dress beauty extended her hand and guided in the direction of the front desk. The presidential suite here was $88,000 a night, and Shinwei had opened it for a week. He didn't know how long he would stay, so he opened it first to bother coming down from time to time to renew the room charge. Sir, I'll take you up. Do you have any luggage? The professional dress beauty asked. Shinwei shook his head. After having the system space, he hadn't taken any luggage. Even the usual car keys were thrown inside the system space. The presidential suite was on the topmost floor, and it was rumored that this hotel was almost 100 years old, built by foreigners during the time of war, and later taken over by an underground emperor of Magic City. It has been standing for a long time, witnessing many historic images, and now the hotel belongs to the state-owned assets, and does not belong to personal property. After Shinwei entered the presidential suite, he looked at the artwork and decoration style inside the suite, which was slightly outdated and with a strong sense of age. This retro style was not something modern people decorated. It was something that was truly precipitated with time. Mr. Shin, this is my business card. You can call me if you need anything. 24 hours for you. The professional dress beauty smiled and handed over her business card. Shinwei nodded, took the business card, casually put it aside, and walked into the room. He planned to go back to the Li family tomorrow, and it was known that the Zhou family was also going tomorrow. Shinwei wanted to contact the other party head-on, mainly to ruin their plans of wanting to join forces. According to the information provided by Guan Yu, the Li family wasn't very interested in this marriage, but it just so happened that Li Ying had also reached marriageable age, so she didn't agree or reject it. Having nothing to do, Shinwei planned to try the effect of the spirit-gathering pill on him. He didn't need to meditate and cultivate. If the spirit-gathering pill could speed up his usual cultivation speed, it would be considered good. After eating the spirit-gathering pill, Shinwei felt that the auras around him were converging this way, but to him, it didn't feel as fast as when he was doing exercise. Just the aura was converging this way. The cultivation speed didn't increase. The only benefit should be that the absorbed aura was more pure. At the same time, in the Dragon's Ambergris Palace Villa area of the magic capital, an old man opened his eyes in his room, and a glint flashed in his eyes. What's going on? The auras are all leaning towards one place. Is there some genius treasure coming out? The old man muttered. A few blocks away from the Magic City International Hotel, in a martial arts hall in an old neighborhood, a girl looked at the direction of the Magic City Hotel in surprise. What's going on here? Why is the aura all going to one place? The girl put on her helmet and quickly got on her motorcycle and drove in the direction where the auras were gathering. At the Magic City Airport, a young man walked in the front, followed by an old man and a young man with luggage. The old man's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he jerked his head up to look in the direction of the Magic City Hotel. Uncle Zhong, what's wrong? The young man walking in front saw the old man suddenly stop. The old man, whose name was Uncle Zhong, narrowed his eyes. Young master, the spiritual chi are all converging towards one place. Either there is some kind of genius treasure coming out, or someone is using a genius treasure to gather the spirit. We need to pay some attention so as not to cause any trouble. The young master nodded, then closed his eyes to feel the aura that Uncle Zhong was talking about. Seeing this, Uncle Zhong hurriedly said, young master, you can't feel it yet. You need to be above the innate cultivation level to feel the movement of the aura. The young master suddenly said, I see. It's because my cultivation level is too low. That's why I can't feel anything. Uncle Zhong was worried that the young master would be shocked, so he hurriedly comforted him. Young master, there is no need to be presumptuous. In this era of the end of the law, you have not yet returned to the ancestral land to receive the baptism of the clan, and you have reached the Hotian perfection at such an early age, so you are already a genius. When you receive baptism, your cultivation will rise greatly. The young master nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. After I finish handling the matters at hand, I will return to the ancestral land. With that, the few people left the airport. Shinwei, who had made a commotion, was still lying on the bed feeling it, and it wasn't long before the gathered aura became less and less, and after 2 minutes, it was completely ineffective. Shinwei looked at the effect, very general. In the future it is better not to use, save for the organization those who use it. Their own use is still too wasteful. The cell phone rang at this time. Qin only look, unfamiliar phone, but also obediently picked up. Hello, who is it? Mr. Qin, I'm Yushu. Oh. Hello. Qin just heard the name and froze for a moment, then remembered that it was that flight attendant. It's like this, I'm flying back tomorrow, and I'm also landing in Mordor now. Is it convenient to invite you for a meal? Yushu said in a playful voice. Chapter 90, Peaceful Posting. Yeah, I'm over here at Magic City International. Where are you? Anyway, it's time to eat. Where to eat? With whom to eat? Let alone a beautiful woman. I'm near the airport. I'll go over to you. After Yushu saw Qinwei's promise, she hurriedly hung up the phone and went to change her clothes. Qinwei looked at the hung-up phone and was speechless for a while. Why did it feel like she was always getting hung up on for no reason lately? After cleaning up a bit, he went to the first floor equal to Shu. Qinwei was sitting in the hotel lobby when he suddenly heard the sound of a motorcycle whistling and looked toward the front door. A woman wearing a tight leather jacket, that all-black leather jacket. Every part of the body outlines the lines. Slender legs, wasp-like waist, the peaks are okay, not too big, not too small, surplus to requirements. Unfortunately, wearing a helmet, cannot see the face. The motorcycle parked in front of the hotel. Looking around, after the hotel security went over and said something, the biker beauty rode the motorcycle away. The person who came was the same beauty who had felt the flow of the aura just now, and she felt that the last place where it disappeared was in this hotel. However, the aura had already dissipated, and with so many people inside the hotel, they couldn't tell by looking, so they turned around and went back. Not long after the biker beauty left, Yushu also arrived. She wore a white t-shirt that was simple yet elegant. The lower half of her body was wearing a pair of slightly tight jeans that outlined the shape of her buttocks and legs. Her long black hair was draped over her body like a waterfall, and she was wearing light makeup on her elegant jade face, which showed a hint of flirtatiousness on her youthful face. Qinwei waved at her, and Yushu trotted over. Is there anything Mr. Qin would like to eat? Yushu asked as she sat down next to Qinwei. After pondering for a moment, Qinwei said, let's eat some local snacks. It just so happens that you're also more familiar with Magic City, so take me for a stroll and enjoy the local customs of Magic City. Good. 2 blocks away from here, there is an old street. Over there is a place with a long history. There are all kinds of snacks. Let's go there. The two of them agreed and went out to take a taxi. After entering the old street, Yushu began to let herself go, running around. Her naivety also infected Qinwei, walking around with her. The two of them tasted all the roadside snacks and finally found a place to sit down. Yushu, 2 hands on the back, holding up the stomach, said, so full. Too many things to eat? Don't dare to eat too much. Eat full, want to sleep. Qinwei was fine, but at this point, it was really suitable for a nap. Then go sleep at my place. We'll go shopping after we wake up. Yushu sniffed and her pretty face flushed. Qinwei hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong. I opened a suite. There are 2 rooms. Only after hearing Qinwei's explanation did Yushu's face look better. No, it's too much of a waste of time to sleep. Let's wander around somewhere else. Is there anywhere else Mr. Qin would like to go? Yushu shook her head and said. Qinwei thought for a moment and then said, call me by my name. It's not comfortable to call me Mr. all the time. Is there a place that sells antiques? I want to go buy something. I'm going to visit someone tomorrow. There's an antique market in the neighborhood. Just walk there. Yushu had noticed this place before, but hadn't gone in. She didn't know anything about it either. The two of them then walked in the direction of the antique market. After walking to the antique market, Qinwei looked up at the words on the doorway, simply hanging a few titanium letters, Cultural Relics Store. It wasn't even called the Curio Market anymore. These titanium words should be the Magic City government unified the signboard style, because the Magic City Hotel also has such words hanging simply on it. The two went in and looked at the wide array of antiques, paintings and calligraphy. Qinwei also does not understand these. He is also the first time to come to this kind of place. After all, in the past is a person who can barely even solve the problem of food and clothing. Where will enter the collection world? Suddenly a burst of noisy sounds came. At the entrance of a store in front of Qinwei, a middle-aged man was arguing with the shopkeeper about something. Refund? I spent $500,000 on a painting. Got it appraised. It's a fake. Didn't you swear that it's the real thing? The middle-aged man yelled as he held up a painting. When did I say it's genuine? Do you have evidence? And 500,000 you want to buy genuine? Want to fart to eat it? The shopkeeper roguishly said. Qinwei looked at the painting and felt it looked a bit familiar. Then he looked at the words in the upper right corner, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Isn't this the evening Chui painting I bought at the auction? From the outside, it still looks really identical. when I spent $50 million to auction it off and gave it to Liang. Qinwei smoothly threw an insight spell over. The content couldn't help but make Qinwei, who was ready to leave, stop in his tracks. This one wasn't the one he had shot at the auction, but another one. Evening Chui 2, pseudo. Inside inlaid peaceful paste genuine. A person with a good intention added a layer of copied Evening Chui drawing to the original Pinyin sticker. Seeing this, Qinwei said, "Isn't this a good gift?" Then he pushed his way through the crowd of people watching and squeezed in. "Let's make peace, don't get annoyed." Qinwei squeezed in with the appearance of a peacemaker. On the side of the Yushu looked at the stunned. This kind of scene, even if I have not seen but also heard of antique market where there is an honest sale, bipit is also a common thing. This kind of situation to squeeze in, is how stupid, but get along for a period of time. Also do not think Qinwei is a stupid person. What are you? Are you also in league with this crooked merchant? The middle-aged man holding the painting looked at Qinwei warily. No, I'm just a passerby who saw the two of you arguing and wanted to come and be a peacemaker. Qinwei said with a smile. I don't need a peacemaker here. Just money. Return the money to me and I'll leave. The middle-aged man said with an impatient face. You think you're beautiful? You can return it when you say so. I also said that this painting in your hand is not bought from my store. The shopkeeper was also not willing to show weakness. Listen to me. Qinwei voiced out to stop the two who were about to quarrel again. The two stopped and snorted coldly. Seeing this, Qinwei opened his mouth and said, It is fate to meet each other. I have fate with the two of you, and I also have fate with the painting in your hand. In this way, if you sell the painting to me, this problem won't be solved. The middle-aged man heard the words. His eyes lit up. Really? I spent $500,000 to buy this painting in his hands. You give me $500,000. This painting will be given to you. The shopkeeper also looked at Qinwei with a puzzled face. But as long as he didn't find him to return the painting, just let them do whatever they want. Of course it's real. I'm a person who also likes to collect. I don't have the strength for real paintings, but I'll still want the copies, especially the late Chui 2. I've liked it for a long time. Qinwei nodded and gave an affirmative look. Chapter 91 Bloodstained Jade. The people who were watching around them were whispering, roughly saying that Qinwei was an ingrate. Qinwei then transferred the money to the middle-aged man. The man received the money, handed the painting over to Qinwei's hands, and skipped away happily. After Qinwei got the painting, he gently rubbed the edge with his fingers until he touched a little warped edge, and gently pulled down. The whole painting was pulled down, and there was a layer of words inside the painting. When the surrounding people saw this, they all shouted, there is something inside this painting. This stupid kid is not a wrongdoer. He has a purpose. Quickly look. Inside is calligraphy. Seems to write peace post. Is the peace post Wang Shiji's peace post? I just don't know if it's authentic. Qinwei was also looking at the peace post as he held it. He didn't understand this, and if it wasn't for the insight technique, he wouldn't know if it was real or not. Little brother, I know a little about calligraphy and painting appraisal. Can you let me take a look at the calligraphy and painting in your hand? An old man in a Tang suit slowly walked over. The passers-by exclaimed, it's Old Man Tang. Quickly make way for Old Man Tang. Qinwei saw everyone's reaction and knew that this person should have some authority in the antique world. Of course, Qinwei handed the calligraphy to Old Tang. Tang Lao took the calligraphy and painting, took out the magnifying glass in his pocket, and began to view it inch by inch. After a long time, Tang Lao put away the magnifying glass and muttered, this is the real one. This peace invitation was rumored to have been taken away by another party during the war, but I didn't expect it to appear here again. Could it be that the one that was taken away in the first place was a fake? Then he looked at Qinwei with fervor in his eyes. Little brother, name a price for this post. Tang Lao's frenzied look made the crowd feel incredulous that this was actually a genuine handwriting. Qinwei shook his head. I don't intend to sell this calligraphy. I'm going to give it to one of my elders. Elder Tang gritted his teeth. I'll offer $400 million. I hope little brother can bear the pain. $400 million? Yu Shu and the crowd present all sucked in a breath of cool air. If anyone else had said this, they would have thought it was a trust. But that was Tang Lao. Whether Tang Lao was in the industry or other fields, he was a resounding figure. Who would dare to say that Tang Lao was a trustee? And who would be able to invite Tang Lao to be a trustee? Tang Lao bid is also higher than the price of this post. To know this post in the market has a price. A little more than 300 million. He bid more than the market price of more than 100 million. The owner of the store intestines are remorseful. This piece of calligraphy and painting he did not know where to come. The store is not his one person. Other bosses will always bring back some things, put in the store to sell. Casually sold a $500,000 he felt earned a lot. Did not expect actually inside the Qianquan. The people have been saying, if the man just know that he put 400 million word post, 500,000 sold out, will regret into what kind. The problem is that $500,000 is still the capital. Not earn $500,000 $000. He just got back the capital. Qin still refused. No, it's not a matter of money. It's that I have no intention of selling this calligraphy post. Tang Lao sniffed, sighed and regretfully gave the post back to Qin. He then had the people following him take out a business card and handed it to Qin. Little brother, this is my business card. If little brother wants to sell it later, you can contact me at any time. Qin took the business card and looked at it. On it was written the chairman of the Tang Group, Tang Fei. If there's any intention to sell the word post in the future, I'll definitely look for old man Tang, but there shouldn't be much of a chance, Qin said after putting away the business card. Tang Fei nodded and left with his men. Seeing this, everyone else slowly dispersed as well. As they left, they all marveled at how lucky Qin was. Yushu's mouth was still slightly open in shock. $400 million. And this man just refused? And from what he said, the reason he didn't sell it was because he wanted to give it to someone else. To give away $400 million in calligraphy. Yushu couldn't imagine how strong this man's financial power was, and then his eyes revealed a hint of determination. Qin greeted Yushu, who was still in a daze, and continued to stroll. Walking along, Yushu stopped at a stall and picked up a piece of red jade, gently stroking it with a somewhat strange expression. Qin walked up and looked at it, realizing that although the jade was red, it shouldn't be blood jade. He had opened blood jade, and it wasn't that bad in terms of color, but seeing that Yushu seemed to like it, he planned to buy it for her as payment for being a tour guide for him, and Qin didn't notice her odd look. Boss, how much is this piece of jade? Qin asked the stall owner, pointing at the jade in Yushu's hand. The owner took a look at the owner of the 400 million word post, and immediately opened his mouth wide and said, 1 million. Qin laughed. This is to him as a fish. Pull Yushu will want to leave. Seeing this, the owner quickly said, small owner, please stay. Let me introduce this piece of jade. Qin stopped in his tracks, wanting to see what he could say. This piece of jade is blood jade, although the color is rather ordinary, but the year is there, at least it's 100 years old. Hearing this, Qin had a disdainful look on his face. It's better to listen to you than to look at it yourself. He then used the insight technique on the jade. The information revealed by the insight technique made Qin frown slightly. This was just a piece of Hetian jade, and it was an ordinary Hetian jade that had been dyed red by blood, and by all accounts, blood-dyed ones were easy to clean off. But this piece, it was dyed by the blood of an innate powerhouse, and it already had innate aura on it. Overall it was still worthless. This kind of thing stained with the blood of a dead person was always unlucky. Forget it, it's better not to. Let's go look at the others. Qin went forward and was about to pull Yushu away, only to have Yushu break free. Master, how much is it? I'll buy this piece of jade. Yushu gazed at the boss. The boss looked at Yushu, then at Qin and gritted his teeth. $1,000. You take it, I bought it for $1,000 in the first place. Qin didn't stop, although he felt that he didn't know where it was strange, but when people like something they want to buy, they can't stop it. After Yushu paid the money, she put the jade into her bag. When the two of them were leaving, Qin heard the stall owner muttering, finally sold that unlucky thing. MD, how long that thing stayed, how long my business was bad. Qin glanced back at him, and the owner noticed his eyes and hurriedly kept his mouth shut. Chapter 92, Creepy Jade in Spring Night. After wandering around for a while and realizing that there was nothing good, the two of them left the antique market and came out to find that it was dark. The two had just gone out not too far, in a not-so-busy alley. Under a slightly dated street lamp, Qin saw that the people around him were slowly increasing. Qin looked at the people. It was the owner of the store that had sold the fake evening Chui Tu at the very beginning of the party. And there were also some store owners from other stores. They were all familiar faces. Qin looked towards the entrance of the alley. People were still coming. When he exposed the peace sticker, he thought that he would be robbed. He didn't realize that it was people from the antique market who came to rob him. It was really rampant. Kid, you know why we are here, right? Said the shopkeeper selling fake goods with a cocky face. Don't know. Qin's unorthodox behavior made the shopkeeper hold back what he was about to say and almost didn't choke to death. Kid, hand over the character post, or else a mouthful of spittle from each person here can drown you. The shopkeeper snapped. Qin smiled, looked around the people. There are more than 20 people. The back of the alley entrance is still coming people. To strike first, although he is not afraid, but this side there is a Yushu. Accidental injury is not good. Handed the hand of the word post to the Yushu. Help me take a moment. As a result, he didn't receive it for half a day. Qin felt strange and looked back. Yushu was standing still. Was she scared out of her wits? Seeing her like this, Qin could only take it himself. With a flash of his figure, the shopkeeper's ferocious expression hadn't even been retracted before he was kicked out. The crowd took a look. Or a practitioner. Coercion can't work, can only do it. All the people forward pressure. only to see the scene: a burst of chicken flying. Some people suddenly flew out backwards. Some people suddenly collapsed. Some people jumped a few meters high. 2 minutes later, the only ones left standing were Chinwei and Yushu. No fighting skills, only slapping, kicking, and hammering. Looks like I need to learn some national arts. At least fights look good too. Chinwei sighed. Where are the people? MD, where's my 400 million? Another rough voice came from the entrance of the alley. Chinwei heard that the voice was a bit familiar and looked outward. Wasn't this the 3 hooligans from the morning? 3 silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the alley, saw the people lying all over the ground, and with their gaze upward, saw Chinwei with a smiling face. The obese man ran at the front. His legs went weak and he knelt down. Are the 3 of you here to rob me of my word post as well? Chinwei looked at them with a smile on his face. This smiling face looked creepy to them. No, I'm here to clean up the scene for Big Brother. Just leave this place to us. Big Brother, you go first. The obese man revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Seeing this, Chinwei didn't bother to make things difficult for the 3 of them and pulled Yushu outside. Yushu still had this dumbfounded look. Chinwei felt that she should have been scared and hadn't come back to her senses. He simply brought her back to the hotel. Anyway, the hotel had 2 rooms. Let her sleep. She should be much better. After returning to the hotel, Yushu went into her room and didn't come out. And even when Chinwei called for dinner, she didn't come out to eat. Chinwei thought she was asleep, so he didn't call her and went back to his room to sleep even after eating and drinking. In the quiet night, listening to the sound of the fast-flying cars on the street and the ground friction, the sound, like a bullet whistling through the ears, piercing the remaining darkness, in the dim shadow of the lamps cut out a beautiful curve. Suddenly the door of Chinwei's room was slowly opening. A relocated thin silhouette was mapped in by the corridor light outside. The silhouette walked slowly to the position beside the bed and carefully climbed onto the bed. Chinwei, who was sleeping soundly, felt a strange sensation in his body. The sleeping Chinwei reached out his hand and touched down, feeling an extra soft mass on his hand. Such a realistic touch made Chinwei instantly wake up. When he woke up, he saw a figure lying on the side of the bed. Yushu, what are you doing? Chinwei finally saw that the silhouette was none other than Yushu, who was sleeping in the other room. You want to me, just say it. Making a sneak attack in the middle of the night will scare people to death, alright. Chinwei thought inwardly. At this time, the red-faced Yushu was naked and looking at him with charming eyes. Chinwei tried to restrain himself and gently pushed her away from his side. But Yushu, who had just been pushed away, lunged up again. Only then did he realize that something was wrong with Yushu, and with some redness in her eyes, like a wild beast, she rushed up and was about to tear at Chinwei. Chinwei's complexion turned cold as he grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Who are you? Chinwei asked in a stern voice. Yushu was strangled by her neck, and a bizarre smile appeared on her red face. Chinwei looked a little creepy at this expression and immediately used the insight technique. Yushu, spiriting physique. This physique is highly susceptible to attracting spirit bodies. Age, 24 years old. Cultivation, ordinary person. Hobby, shopping. Pilates. Development, no. Favorability, 90. Spirit-in physique. Yushu actually also has a special physique. Chinwei looked at the red jade hanging down from Yushu's neck, and understood that it was most likely the problem of this piece of jade. He immediately pulled off the jade, and after the jade was pulled off, Yushu fell asleep. Chinwei took the red jade pendant in his hand and walked to the balcony, feeling that the jade had been irradiated by the moon and was emitting an uncomfortable aura. He couldn't tell what this aura was, it just made it feel uncomfortable. Thinking back to all the things Yushu had shown after seeing this piece of jade, it could be that from the time she picked up this piece of jade, she was already under control, but he himself had never paid attention to it, only thinking that she was in shock. After receiving the jade pendant into his space, Chinwei returned to his room from the balcony and saw Yushu, who was gradually waking up. Chinwei quickly walked up and helped her up. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Do you want to go to the hospital? Yushu shook her head. It's just some dizziness. I'll be fine after sitting for a while. Chinwei took a piece of clothing and draped it over her, but with Yushu appearing naked in his room, he didn't think of how to explain her current appearance. Yushu seemed to see Chinwei's dilemma. I know what happened all along, so you don't have to explain anything to me. Yushu's pretty face reddened. Then a hint of fear appeared on her face as she continued. When I was in the antique market, I suddenly seemed to hear someone calling my name, and the closer I got to that piece of jade, the deeper the feeling became. Unconsciously this piece of jade appeared in my hand. Then I realized that my body was out of control, but I could see what was happening, including when you knocked out more than 20 people by yourself, said Yushu, revealing a look of adoration. Until just now, I realized that my body had entered your room. I was afraid that she might do some harm to you, and desperately tried to take back control of my body, but it all turned out to be in vain. What happened afterward? You also know. Yushu's voice was getting smaller and smaller. her pretty face getting redder and redder under the reflection of the moonlight. Qin Wei, on the other hand, was embarrassed. You sleep over here? I'll go sleep in that room. Qin Wei planned to use his usual escape tactics, but unexpectedly, his robe was grabbed by Yu Shu. Yu Shu, who was red-faced, whispered, although my body wasn't under my control just now, my heart was willing. The clothes draped over her body slipped off as she finished her sentence. Qin Wei looked at the blood-curdling scene in front of him, and could no longer suppress the desire in his heart as he lunged forward. Chapter 93, Visiting the Li family. Early in the morning, the sunlight shone in from the vintage windowsill. After waking up, Qin Wei touched the side and found that the person had already left. Bedside put a note. Looking at the beautiful handwriting, it is written that she has gone to catch the plane. Today is the last trip she flew, the return trip. Today is the last trip she will take. We will meet again when we return to Shenzhen. Qin Wei looked at the crimson on the bed, smacked his lips. Last night was the first time, and the battle was so intense. Actually still can go to work. Awesome. Qin Wei felt himself and realized that he had actually made a breakthrough. Last night's battle made himself, who had just stepped into the early innate stage, directly break through to the middle stage. Sure enough, playing poker is the correct way to cultivate this technique. First, take today's sign-in reward. System, I want to sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Buddha Sword *1 Magic Sword *1. Weapons? This sign-in is actually 2 weapons. Qin Wei clicked on the introduction. Buddha Sword, in response to the emergence of the magic sword. The monks used their lives to breed a sword, which has a restraining effect on the magic sword, and is used together with the magic sword in order to complement each other. If you use the Buddha Sword alone, you will be overflowing with Holy Mother's heart, so please use it with caution. Devil's Sword, a great devil slaughtered a city just to open the seal for the Devil's Sword. Full of devilishness, will be restrained by the Buddha's sword to suppress the devil's nature, both used together, in order to suppress the devil's nature, to maintain rationality. Using the devil's sword alone will be controlled by the demonic nature and become a killing machine. After reading the introduction, Qin Wei understood that these 2 weapons are used together. Single use will have different side effects, but relatively speaking, the side effects of the Buddha's sword don't hurt as much. Warning, warning, the host's current strength does not match. Please do not touch the Buddha Sword Demon Blade. Dog system, don't match, you give me what to do. Can only see, can't use? Do you know how hard it is? Qin Wei was furious. Forget it, there will always be a time when you are strong enough. Qin Wei cleaned up a bit, then went out to take a taxi to the Dragon Ambergris Palace neighborhood. As a result, the gate of the neighborhood didn't even let him in, leaving Qin Wei speechless. Li Ying wasn't there, and he didn't know anyone else in her house, so he had to find another way to get in. Qin Wei walked around the neighborhood and found that he could still climb over the wall, and after noticing that no one was around, he jumped in. After coming in, he realized that he didn't know where the Li family lived in the house, which is similar to the house, and he could only blindly turn around. And the head of the Li family should also live in a king of the building, right, to the largest to find the right. At this time, inside the villa in the center of the Dragon Ambergris Palace district, a young man was sitting opposite Li Yunfeng, the head of the Li family, while beside the young man stood an old man. Uncle, the intention of this visit, I have communicated with you before, and our Zhou family has come with sincerity this time, the young man said softly. Li Yunfeng said indifferently, Zhou Shi nephew, there is no need to rush this matter. Inger is now in the ancestral land. It's better to wait for her to come back before discussing it separately. The two were none other than Zhou Feng, the young master of the Zhou family, and his attendant Zhou Zhong. At this moment, a subordinate came over. Master, there is a man called Qin Wei outside who was seeking an audience. Qin Wei? Li Yunfeng muttered. He felt that the name was a bit familiar. After pondering for a moment, he still asked the subordinate to go and invite the person in. Qin Wei took the gifts he brought from the system space in advance, the peace sticker and 2 bottles of Lai Mao that he picked up yesterday. Before, Li Ying said that his father liked to drink some wine and almost spent a huge amount of money to buy a bottle at the auction house. Qin Wei stopped it because he also had it. The villa came out with the person who had just gone to inform him, and invited Qin Wei in. Qin Wei only entered the door and saw the 3 people sitting in the living room, sizing up the young man sitting on the sofa, plain looking, but all noble, a kind of superior temperament. This should be the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Feng. Then he looked at the old man standing on the side. This look made Qin Wei's alert skill didn't even need to be turned on. He himself could feel the hairs of sweat standing up all over his body. This old man was an expert. Someone who could make Qin Wei feel a sense of crisis should be the strongest person he had seen so far. He had wanted to use his insight technique to take a look at the other party, but he was worried about being discovered, so he gave up. The old man's hawk-like gaze similarly sized up Qin Wei, and after realizing that he was an ordinary person, he withdrew his gaze. Qin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a system in place that isolated his cultivation, he would have been seen out by this old man. "Uncle, I'm Qin Wei, Xiao Ying's boyfriend." Qin Wei said it very directly. Zhou Feng and Li Yunfeng froze at the sudden words. Qin Wei handed over the gift. "This is a gift that my junior prepared for you. I hope you like it." Li Yunfeng casually placed it on the table and said with a displeased face, "I haven't heard Inger say she has a boyfriend." "Kid, don't talk nonsense." Qin Wei laughed. "We've known each other for a long time. We've only gotten together recently. If uncle doesn't believe me, wait for Ing to come back. You can confirm it." Li Yunfeng finally remembered why he felt that the name Qin Wei was a bit familiar. It was the person that Li Ying hung in her mouth every day. That evening tray too, that hung in his upstairs collection room, seemed to be the one that this kid had photographed and sent to him. Thinking of this, Li Yunfeng instantly believed Qin Wei's words by a few points. "Sit down. The visitor is a guest. Let's eat together at noon." Li Yunfeng pointed to the sofa next to him, signaling Qin Wei to sit down. He then glanced at the gifts Qin Wei had brought with him. A ubiquitous red plastic bag contained 2 sticks wrapped in aged newspapers. The other looked like a painting, rolled up and untied, revealing a corner. With some curiosity, Li Yunfeng picked it up and opened it, and his eyes widened. Isn't this a peace post?" Li Yunfeng looked at Qin Wei with a shocked expression. Qin Wei laughed and said, "It seems to be. I picked it up in the antique market yesterday." Yesterday, Old Man Tang offered $400 million to buy the peaceful post, but a young man refused. "That young man is you?" Li Yunfeng was even more surprised. Zhou Feng also flashed a trace of surprise in his eyes. $400 million for something to give away. Although for him, 400 million was nothing. Except that the big families were the kind of masters who didn't see a rabbit without a hawk. Just coming to propose a marriage and giving a gift worth 400 million. He couldn't do that. Zhou Feng's gaze was deep as he looked at Qin Wei. Combining all the things he did after he came in, Zhou Xiao realized that this person was not coming from a good place. "Elder Tang? If it's Tang Lao, then it should be me who's talking about it. I bought it with the intention of giving it to uncle as a meet and greet gift, and Tang Lao has been pestering me to sell it to him." Qin Wei has a light-hearted demeanor. Li Yunfeng suddenly exclaimed. "Wasteful. Such a high-value things, actually so casually holding. How to do if it is rotten? Come on people, hurry to ask a professional framer to come over and frame this calligraphy." Afterwards, he was uneasy again and asked his subordinate to bring a plate over to put the posters, trying not to touch them with his hands. Chapter 94, Disliking Face. Li Yunfeng was originally thinking of letting Qin Wei take the gift back when he left later, but he couldn't resist Qin Wei giving too much, and it also happened to be given to his heart. "World nephew, come. Bring such expensive gifts to do what?" Li Yunfeng looked at Qin Wei with a smile on his face. This gift was very useful to him, and now when he looked at Qin Wei, he felt that his eyebrows were clear. "It's good that uncle likes it. I was afraid that the gift was a bit shabby. I almost didn't dare to take it out." Not shabby at all." Li Yunfeng hurriedly waved his hands. In the side was left out for a long time. Zhou Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Li, just proposed marriage. I hope you can consider it. Our two strong combination. The future of a party in trouble, but also can help each other. Zhou Feng hopes that this matter is quickly finalized. He does not have so much time to waste here." Li Yunfeng was about to open his mouth. A voice next to him said, "This Zhou Young. How? The Kunlun Mountains failed in their quest for a marriage, so they're looking for the second best thing. To find the Li family to ask for a marriage? Is your Zhou family unable to survive without marriage?" The one who spoke out was none other than Qin Wei, who came here with the purpose of destroying the Zhou family's marriage. "It doesn't matter who you want to marry, but don't look for my woman." Suddenly, Zhou Zhong, who was next to Zhou Feng, erupted in aura and pressed towards Qin Wei. Qin Wei's face changed, as if a huge mountain was pressing towards him. Even breathing became difficult. This old thief, engaging in a sneak attack, does not speak of martial virtues, Qin Wei secretly cursed. At this time, within the Li family villa, the innermost room, a stronger breath erupted, pressing towards Zhou Zhong. Zhou Zhong immediately changed his face and withdrew his aura. Qin Wei immediately felt relieved and gasped for air. Li Yunfeng's face was ugly as he said, "This is the Li family, not your Zhou family. Don't bully my guest at will." Zhou Feng looked at Qin Wei, a hidden cold color in those deep eyes. "How did you know that our Zhou family went to Kunlun Mountain to propose marriage? There are very few people who know about this matter." Qin Wei, who had caught his breath, waved his hand. "If you want people to know, unless you do not do." Qin Wei had a bout of fear, just now so provoked Zhou Feng, is that he felt that even if Zhou Zhong is stronger than him, it will not be very far. The result of that aura directly let him recognize the reality. If not for the Li family has an expert in, he may be a lot of bad luck. Qin Wei looked at the innermost room of the villa. Zhou Feng ignored Qin Wei and looked at Li Yunfeng. "Li family master, our Zhou family's sincerity has arrived. How to be behind There will be family elders to communicate with your Li family elders. My nephew will be here to say goodbye. After saying that, he got up and walked out with Uncle Zhong. Li Yunfeng arched his hand and did not stay. After exiting the gate, another attendant brought by Zhou Feng drove a car and came to the entrance. After the two of them got into the car, Zhou Feng's face turned blue. He had been out for so many years. Everyone who saw him was respectful, and Qin Wei was the first person to give him a hard time. Xiao Yun, have someone check this person called Qin Wei? I'll see what kind of backbone he has that he dares to go against my Zhou family. Zhou Feng said to the person who was driving. Okay, young master. Zhou Zhong spoke at this time. Young master, why bother investigating? I'll just go out and get rid of him. It's just that there's a patriarch in the Li family, so we have to get our surveillance people to withdraw farther away. The Zhou family had always sent people in the neighborhood to monitor the Li family's every move. In addition to knowing some of the Li family's information, the same could be squatted on when the Li family's eldest young lady would return. Zhou Feng nodded, calming his anger for a moment, and then asked those people from the Australian island, have they deciphered the information? Not yet. Now those people are diving back into the Australian island again, going to investigate what the message means on the ground. Spent so much money to save them from the hands of the Shin family. Is to think that they are familiar with the Australian island, can quickly decipher the meaning? Subsequent cannibalization of the Shin family's plan can also play a role? The results are a group of waste. Zhou Feng said angrily. Zhou Feng recalled that almost a month ago, the Zhou family's ancestral land passed a note over, which read, in the land of the Australian island, under the red room, the silhouette of people swaying, lifting up the head to look, the double moon in the sky, the gathering of the spirit of the land out, Panglai Island is now. The physiognomist in the ancestral land just got this sentence of foretelling the future, but was not able to know what it meant. After searching for information from many sources and deciphering the first and second sentences, the middle one was nothing. The simple meaning was that somewhere on the island of Australia, a place of spirit gathering was going to appear, and when the place of spirit gathering appeared, Panglai Immortal Island would also appear in the eyes of the world. It is rumored that when the spirit gathering place appears, it will be the first to produce elves that are born due to the richness of the spiritual energy. After obtaining a genie, it would lay the foundation for the body to have a top-tier aura affinity. Therefore, Zhou Feng secretly decided that he must obtain this elf, and after obtaining the elf to cleanse his body, he would then head to the ancestral land to open the inheritance baptism. Let Zhou Ping cooperate with Shin Qi. Prepare some. Start planning in 3 days. The clan elders got the precognitive information is a month later. Time is almost up. It's too late to slowly nibble away at the Shin family. First get the control of the Shin family. I want to be in charge of the entire Australasian island in 5 days. It turned out that the ancient martial arts family behind Shin Qi was none other than the Zhou family. Zhou family in order to this piece of spiritual land. The idea of controlling the Shin family. There will be a series of subsequent operations. In the villa, already to the mealtime, Li Yunfeng invited Qin Wei to eat. Originally predetermined Zhou Feng their meal. The results of their departure. 2 people eat and 2 lonely. Li Yunfeng called someone to come over to eat together, but also pretended to be mysterious to Qin Wei, is to recognize the person. Not long after, a familiar old man's voice rang out of the door. Old Li head. Peace post really to your hands? Qin Wei looked at the visitor. Wasn't this the old man Tang that he had met yesterday? Seeing Li Yunfeng's smug look, Qin Wei cried and laughed a little. It turned out that his purpose was to call Tang Fei over and show off in front of him. Tang Fei was more than 10 years older than Li Yunfeng, but he was very compatible in terms of hobbies and dealing with people, and was considered a forgotten friend. Let's eat first, we'll look at it slowly after dinner. Li Yunfeng pretended to be calm with a proud face. Tang Fei greeted Qin Wei after seeing him. Little friend. Hello again. I didn't expect you to give it to old Li too. It seems that I really have no chance with this pair of calligraphy posters. Into the hands of old Li too. Basically can't come out. Qin Wei laughed. Tang Lao need not be so. Worthy of collection of calligraphy and painting, and not only peace post. Stop talking. Let's eat. The food is getting cold. Go to the wine cellar and bring up a bottle of wine. Old man Tang is here. He can't eat without wine. Li Yunfeng urged the two of them to take their seats while telling his subordinates to get the wine. Chapter 95 Li Ying's news. Uncle, I brought 2 bottles of wine. You and old Tang can drink that. Qin Wei remembered the 2 bottles of wine he had brought. Li Yunfeng sniffed and looked at the 2 bottles of wine in red plastic bags on the table. So that's wine. I didn't even notice. Li Yunfeng snorted. It wasn't that he didn't pay attention. He had completely forgotten about it and only had that peace offering in his eyes. The servants brought over the 2 bottles of wine. Li Yunfeng tore the outside newspaper. After tearing a weight off, the fragrance of the wine began to waft out. Tang Fei, who smelled the wine, also came over to see what kind of wine it was. It would have such an aroma. After tearing the outside wrapped newspaper, Tang Fei and Li Yunfeng froze in place as they looked at the words above the stale packaging. This is the 1935 Limao? Tang Fei said incredulously, then shook his head. Impossible. There are only 3 bottles of 1935 Limao. One bottle appeared in the Deep City auction house last time. It can't be the other 2 bottles. Li Yunfeng also thought it was unlikely. The two looked to Qin Wei, who brought the wine over. Qin Wei does not know the origin of this wine. Not to mention this wine in the world only 3 bottles. His system space there are 10 boxes. Who knows how the system is out? He could only blurt out there are in fact more than 3 bottles of this wine. It's just that there are people with good intentions who want to starve the market and raise the price, so they claimed that there are only 3 bottles to the public. The two nodded. What Qin Wei said was not unreasonable. They were also businessmen. This method could indeed maximize the benefits. Li Yunfeng suddenly didn't want to open it, as if Tang Fei had read his mind. He hurriedly snatched the wine and opened it, pouring it full. Li Yunfeng was furious for a moment and also poured himself full. Old Li too. What's the relationship between little friend Qin Wei and you? Sending calligraphy and paintings and wine. They're all things of great value, Tang Fei asked after taking a generous sip. Li Yunfeng also looked at Qin Wei. His eyes did not hide the gratification. He is Inger's friend. I let him buy some fruits on the line, to make so much trouble. Qin Wei almost spit out a mouthful of old soup. This old man. Pretend very natural usually certainly not less pretend. You didn't even know me before today, right? If I really buy some fruits, this meal shouldn't have anything to do with me. Tang Fei's eyes lit up as he listened. Is little friend married? Qin Wei had the feeling of being treated like prey, and shook his head stiffly. I have a granddaughter who is 20 years old this year, and in the blink of an eye, she'll be at a marriageable age. I see that little friend and I are destined for each other. There's a kind of destiny where you'll have to call me grandpa. Tang Fei grabbed Qin Wei's hand and said. The corner of Qin Wei's mouth twitched. This old man. Your granddaughter is only 20 years old, not even graduated from college. Right, to the marriageable age? Sell your granddaughter and make a better excuse. Go. He is my daughter's boyfriend. What's the matter with your granddaughter? Li Yunfeng hurriedly brought up the fact that Qin Wei was Li Ying's boyfriend. Didn't you say they were just friends? How did they become boyfriends again? It's fine. It's just a relationship. It's not like they're married yet. It's not bad to have more than one option. Tang Fei continued without thinking. Qin Unicorn's face was awkwardly caught in the middle, looking at the 2 old men who were arguing. After the 3 finished their meal, they went up to the 2nd floor together. Li Yunfeng's collection room. The table in the collection room held the freshly framed peace post. Tang Fei came over and took out the inch mirror he carried in his pocket and began to admire it. Little Qin, come with me to the tea room for a cup of tea. Old man Tang is here researching. He won't leave without an hour or so. Li Yunfeng led Qin Wei to the nearby tea room. The 2 of them waited in silence for the first cup of tea to brew and drink before they began to speak. Uncle, where did Xiaoying go? I've contacted her so many times but couldn't reach her. Qin Wei asked one of the purposes of coming to Magic City, to know Li Ying's whereabouts. Li Yunfeng answered Qin Wei's question after pouring out a second cup of tea. Inger and her mother went to Guanlong, the ancestral land of our Li family. Guanlong? Why haven't I heard of this place? Li Yunfeng continued. You should have heard of the ancient martial family. Qin Wei nodded. I know a little about it. We are the ancient martial arts family, the Guanlong Li family. This is just a side branch of the Li family. I have always survived in the outside world. If I hadn't created so much wealth, my lineage might not even be qualified to return to the ancient clan. Li Yunfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. With that said, the outside world calls us the magic capital Li family, but I don't have any brothers and only have one daughter. This title of Li family head is just a title that the outside world calls me because of my business empire. Qin Wei nodded indistinctly. During the party's meal, he hadn't seen Li Yunfeng call out his relatives to come to dinner. Instead, he called out Tang Fei to come over, and at that time, he thought it was strange. To be able to be called as the Li family's family head, there should be a certain number of clans that would be right. Some time ago, 2 clan elders came to the clan, and the clan elders discovered that Inger had the physique of returning to her ancestor, the Taiwu's sacred body. Then they wanted to bring Inger back to the ancestral land so that she could be baptized with the inheritance. Li Yunfeng took a sip of tea and continued at first. Inger was reluctant. The clan elders didn't force her. They just told her about the current situation of the world. The aura is starting to revive. Soon the world will no longer be a world where money is the most important thing. If you don't have the strength, you will be eliminated. And they also promised to leave behind an elder of the clan to sit in the magic capital to protect my safety. It is the one downstairs. Qin Wei recalled the incident earlier when the Zhou family members were pressured to run away by another aura. Her mother was worried that she would be too lonely when she went over there, so she accompanied her. Qin Wei finally realized Li Ying's whereabouts, and it turned out that she had gone back to cultivate. Then was there any mention of how long it would take to go? Qin Wei asked. The clan elder said that it would be as fast as 3 to 5 months, and as slow as a year and a half. Qinwei lowered his head and fell silent. He had only just met and returned. Would he have to be separated for so long again? Li Yunfeng looked at Qinwei's expression and sighed. Little Qin, you are still young. Your destiny with Inger will end here. Qinwei raised his head in surprise. What's going on? Wasn't it always a good chat? The Zhou family is mysterious. They are different from me. I'm a side branch. I basically haven't been in contact with the clan for hundreds of years, but the Zhou family is different. The Zhou family in Guangfu has always had dealings with the ancestral land, and Zhou Feng isn't a side branch. He's the young master of the main lineage. And there's also a saying that the Zhou family's real surname isn't Zhou. Qinwei was stunned. What is the surname if not Zhou? The Guangfu Zhou family was a famous big family. Actually, even the Zhou surname was fake. He didn't expect there to be so much information here. Then he got angry and said, so uncle is going to push Xiaoying into the fire pit? Li Yunfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. You are very good. I also appreciate you. I have also heard about your economic strength. Feng has been together for a while. Your heart and upbringing in terms of being my son-in-law is also up to standard. But, Qinwei looked at him, waiting for his but. Chapter 96, Half-Step Masters Attack and Kill. Li Yunfeng sighed. This matter is not for me to decide anymore. The marriage matter has been contacted by the clan elders of the two clans since the beginning. Guanlong's side recognizes this matter. Zhou Feng and the others are just going through the motions when they come to me. In other words, I can't protect Inger. I don't have the strength or ability to do so, and neither do you. A trace of pain appeared on Li Yunfeng's face after he finished speaking. After being separated from his daughter for so many years, it was not easy to find her back, and then he encountered this incident, giving birth to a strong sense of powerlessness in him. Perhaps, you could really consider Old Man Tang's granddaughter. Old Man Tang's family is also an ancient martial arts family, the House of Concealed Weapons Tang clan. Li Yunfeng continued. Qinwei ignored the words he said later, finally understanding Li Yunfeng's intention to dissuade him. He clenched his fists and quickly loosened them again. It was true that he did not have the strength to fight against the ancient martial family right now, but he had the system. Although the system has let me be a godly hero, but recently there were also more and more things about cultivation above that were rewarded out from the system. As long as he is given time, the ancient martial family is nothing. Uncle, I apologize for my tone just now. Qinwei got up and bowed archly. Li Yunfeng waved his hand unconcernedly. Uncle, although what you said is not unreasonable, I will not give up on Xiaoying. I will use my way to keep Xiaoying and not let her become a tool for the family union. A trace of determination flashed in Qinwei's eyes. Li Yunfeng shook his head. The words were already there. Whether he listened or not was someone else's business. Qinwei bid him farewell and walked out of the Li family. Li Yunfeng asked his driver to send him off, which he refused. He wanted to take a walk and digest the information he had just heard. Unconsciously, Qinwei walked to a park. This time of the day should be nap time, so there was no one inside the park. Suddenly, Qinwei felt his sweaty hairs stand up and his scalp tingle. This sense of crisis that triggered the alertness skill was stronger than any triggered in the past. Kid, you really made me wait. A figure walked out from behind a large tree. It was none other than Uncle Zhong, who had already left. Zhou Feng and the person named Xiao Yun had already taken a plane back. As for Zhou Zhong, he insisted on staying and getting rid of this person who was disrespectful to the young master and to the Zhou family. And then he took a car and returned to the gate of the Dragon Ambergris Palace neighborhood to wait for Qinwei to come out. And as a result of waiting, he waited for a few hours. When he was getting more and more annoyed, he saw that Qinwei finally came out, and was walking out. Then he followed him all the way until he came to this place where there weren't many people, and only then did Zhou Zhong reveal his killing intent. Old man, I'm not a pretty girl, why are you waiting for me? Qinwei pretended to be calm and said. Zhou Zhong snorted coldly. I hope your mouth later is also this hard. What to do? What to do? Qinwei's inner heart panicked a batch. This kind of obvious cultivation than their own high people fight is definitely can't beat. Suddenly, Qinwei remembered that he still had a sect master experience card, and was thinking of taking it out. Zhou Zhong made a flash and appeared in front of him. Qinwei hastily raised his hands and slapped them forward. Zhou Zhong casually waved his hand and violently a figure flew backwards. It was precisely Qinwei who had used his full strength just now. He looked at Qinwei with shock. You are actually a cultivator, and your cultivation has already reached the middle innate stage. Your true qi is actually so domineering. You have such a cultivation at such a young age. Why have I never seen your cultivation? Lying on the ground, Qinwei spat out a mouthful of blood and said stiffly, maybe it's because you're dog-eyed and didn't pay attention to it at all. Qinwei's consciousness gradually began to blur. The level difference was too far. This old dog was definitely not just in the innate realm. Qinwei was about to take out the sovereign experience card when he suddenly saw another thing in the system space and decisively took it out and clutched it in his hand. It should be that you have treasures on you. Treasures that mask your cultivation. Kid, hand over your treasures and I'll leave you a whole body. A trace of fervor flowed from Jo Jeong's eyes. Bah! Old dog thief, come and get it if you're capable. Chinwei spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up. Jo Jeong snorted coldly, but it's only a mid-innate stage. I'll let you see the strength of a half-step sect master. With a flash, he appeared in front of Chinwei again and raised his palm to slap Chinwei's head. A trace of madness flashed in Chinwei's eyes as he shouted, go to hell, old dog thief. A palm mixed with a purple talisman was pushed towards Jo Jeong's chest. Jo Jeong's palm also slapped down. Chinwei pushed forward, and Uncle Jeong's palm struck the back of his neck, causing him to faint on the spot. Jo Jeong looked at Chinwei, who had fallen to the ground, and then looked down at the burning purple talisman on his chest. Suddenly a sense of crisis hit him, and he retreated rapidly. But no matter how he retreated, the sense of crisis did not dissipate. With a boom, a thunderbolt from the clear sky, a purple thunderbolt the size of a tree trunk struck his body. He didn't even scream before he was cleaved to the ground without even a crumb left. Chinwei had used the 5 Thunder Blast talisman that he had gotten for a long time. However, he didn't know that this talisman actually had a pre-shake, and he thought that once he slapped it on, he would be directly chopped to death. If he knew that this thunder still needs time to come out, he would not use it even if he killed himself, and he got a slap for nothing, and his life is almost gone. At this time, a motorcycle slowly stopped outside the park. It was the biker girl that Chinwei had seen in the hotel earlier. The biker girl took off her helmet, revealing her stunning face, and casually placed the helmet on the motorcycle before walking quickly into the park. She had noticed a mysterious bolt of lightning strike this park nearby and came over to check it out. After walking into the park, she saw Chinwei lying on the ground and a black mass on the ground not far away. After hesitating for a while, she picked up the unconscious Chinwei and headed out of the park. Chinwei had a dream in which he was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and suddenly a rope that tied his body. He was pulled up to the sky by the rope, in front of a soft and huge cloud, and violently pulled in. Suddenly the rope loosened and he fell off the cloud, the weightlessness waking him up instantly. Chinwei slowly opened his eyes and looked at his unfamiliar surroundings. A simple room without much whitewash, but judging from the scent of the room, it should be a woman's room. He found that he couldn't move all over his body, and when he looked down, he realized that he was wrapped into a mummy. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Chinwei turned his head to look at the door with great difficulty, and a girl with a handsome appearance, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, walked in. Glancing at Chinwei, who woke up, she didn't say anything and walked towards the closet, pulling out a box, not knowing what she was looking for. After a few moments, the girl took out a file bag from the box and got up to leave. Chapter 97, Yen Shintong. Wait. Chinwei shouted out with difficulty. There isn't a single bone in your body that's intact. If you go to the hospital, they'll send you straight to the morgue. Although I can't see your cultivation, the fact that you're still alive in such a state means that you're also a cultivator. I'm using an ancestral healing method for you now, so you don't have to worry about it. You should get well first. As if the girl knew what Chinwei was going to ask, she left after saying a series of words. Either you don't say anything or you say a whole lot. You look pretty but your personality is so cold. I just want you to help me get the gauze off my hands. System, can you help me take the spirit recovery pill? Ding! The host is taking the spirit recovery pill. Chinwei felt that all the painful places around his body didn't hurt anymore, and he recovered instantly. This medicine worked so fast? Chinwei was surprised. The last time he took it was in a state of unconsciousness, so the process of all that was unclear. Chinwei used his true chi to shatter the bandages all over his body, and realized that he was completely naked. This female hooligan, Chinwei cursed, and hurriedly found a set of clothes from the system space and put them on. After opening the door, Chinwei noticed the vast field. There were a few wooden stakes on the side. This should be a martial arts center. The girl, who was taking a picture of something with her cell phone, turned her head and saw Chinwei walking out. Her face was shocked and she exclaimed that it was impossible. The girl quickly stepped forward and looked around Chinwei and asked, "Do you have any sacred medicine for healing wounds?" "Impossible. Any healing medicine won't recover so quickly." Chinwei ignored her and walked to the tea table, poured a cup of water and drank it down and said, "Thank you for saving me. I have a special physique with a strong recovery ability." The girl revealed a look of so, and then continued to do her thing. This place formed a strange scene. The two obviously do not know each other, but harmonious, sitting at a table, each doing their own things. Chinwei wanted to open his mouth to ask something, but then he saw her doing something with full concentration, so he didn't open his mouth to disturb, idly looking at what the other person was. Yen Shintong, age, 22, cultivation level, pre-advanced, cultivation technique, Wing Chun, authentic, hobbies, fighting, gossip, development, no, favorability, 30, another innate. This is the second one I've encountered, right? One who broke through the innate at a young age. Wing Chun era. No wonder this is a martial arts center. Since you're awake, settle the expenses. 3,000 for herbs, 3,000 for labor. You've been unconscious for a day and a night. 2,000 for lodging, 8,000 in total. The girl fiddled with her cell phone and said. Qinwei was speechless for a while, although he said that the kindness of saving his life was much more than this $8,000. But since he had said so, why didn't he want a little more? Seeing that Qinwei didn't make a sound, Yan Xintong raised her head and said suspiciously, "You don't even have this much money, do you?" Qinwei was about to speak when suddenly a middle-aged woman walked in with a young man outside the door. "My place is 390 square feet in total. It can be used as a warehouse or partition now to live in. It's very convenient." The middle-aged woman introduced to the young man. Yan Xintong hurriedly ran over. "Auntie Fong, didn't we agree that this place will give me some time to gather money to buy it? Why are you bringing someone else to see the house again?" The person who was called Auntie Fong was a bit embarrassed. "Xiaoyan, I also want to give you time, but 2 months have passed and you still can't get the money together. The family is pressing hard. Our whole family has emigrated and will be leaving soon, so I hope to get rid of it in a hurry. Auntie, give me a little more time. I've already put the house up for sale. I'll soon be able to gather enough money." Yan Xintong knew that she was in the wrong, and could only plead to be given more time. "Xiaoyan I can't help it. This gentleman just came to make sure and paid today. We really can't wait." The young man next to him had his eyes glowing after seeing Yan Xintong. "This young lady, my name is He, first name by sign. If the young lady wants this place, she can come and discuss with me after I buy it." He Yu Zhang revealed what he thought was a very handsome smile, and extended his hand to try and pat Yan Xintong on the shoulder. Yan Xintong was already irritated that this halfway decent man had come to rob the martial arts center, and actually wanted to reach out and touch her. Yan Xintong grabbed his wrist and flung it downwards, kicking him in the abdomen. He Yuzhan let out a cry of pain and was kicked until he was kneeling on the ground and couldn't straighten up. "Gu, boss are you alright? Ouch. Xiao Yan Na, why did you just do it?" Auntie Fong exclaimed at a loss for words. Yan Xintong snorted coldly and didn't say anything. After He Yuzhan slowed down, he said to the landlord, I'll buy this place now." He Yuzhan thought since this place is so important to this, he's going to buy it even more. Actually dared to hit me with his hands. I'm going to make her kneel down and beg me. Auntie Fong smiled happily. "Then let's go and do the formalities." After picking up He Yuzhang, he was about to walk towards the door. Ding! Unexpected event generated. Name, Yan Xintong. Age, 22. Appearance, S. Body shape, S. Charm, S. Whether to develop or not, no. Favorability, 30. Overall rating, S. Ding! Mission, help Yan Xintong and buy the martial arts school. Wait, Qinwei walked over at this time. It was only then that Auntie Fong noticed that there were other people in here. "I also want to buy this martial arts center." "This auntie, why don't you even ask me too?" Auntie Fong was pleasantly surprised. There was another person who wanted to buy it, so this house would definitely be sold today. "Kid, do you know how much this place costs? $13 million, do you have money? Just dare to say you want to buy," He Yuzhang said with a disdainful face. He was determined to pin down Yan Xintong through this place. "And here comes another troublemaker." Qinwei smiled lightly. "I'll offer $16 million. Auntie Fong, sell this sweet to me." Auntie Fong's heart was in ecstasy. She was willing to pay another $3 million for no reason at all. By signing with an angry face, "I'll offer $18 million. After saying that, he also looked at Qinwei provocatively. $20 million. Qinwei said indifferently. He Yuzhang's face reddened, looking at Qinwei's lighthearted look. His own public money is not enough for him to embezzle. Turned around and left. The happy Auntie Fong heard that the price had risen to $20 million, and didn't even care that He Yuzhang had left, hurriedly pulling Qinwei, fearing that he would also run away. "Auntie Fong, you don't need to pull me. I'm not running. Let's go do the formalities here." After saying that, he turned back to Yan Xintong and said, "Bring your documents." "My documents are not here." "First borrow your documents to hang for a while." Yan Xintong was still shocked at how rich she was for picking up someone so casually. But the name is sold to others. Not as good as sold to him. At least they have saved him, and so enough money, and then find him to buy back his. The three went to the local housing authority. The three went to the local housing management office to handle the transfer. Qinwei also transferred the house payment to the landlord. The landlord walked away with a happy face. Chapter 98 Wing Chun. The two returned to the martial arts center and sat back at the same table as the party. "This money, I will return it to you as soon as possible." After a while of silence, Yan Xintong took the lead and said. Qin Unicorn was speechless for a while. This woman can't even say thank you. Anyone with eyes could see that he had just bought this place in order to help her, right? Let's not talk about the money first. After all, you saved me. I'm also considered to have helped you. Can you grant me a request? Qin Wei waved his hand and said. A hint of caution appeared in Yan Xintong's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Wei hurriedly explained it's not any excessive request. I just see that you're a martial arts school here and I want to learn martial arts. Hearing Qin Wei say this, she was relieved and then explained this martial arts center was founded by my father. This place carries my memories from childhood to adulthood. That's why I want to buy this place. I don't want it to be destroyed. Yan Xintong said, revealing a sad emotion. Our family is a direct descendant of Wing Chun. This style is not open to outsiders. If you want to learn it, you have to hold a ceremony to pay homage to the master. Qin Wei shrugged. It's okay to worship a master. It's only right to worship a master when you learn something from someone. I'm currently not qualified to accept disciples, but I can accept disciples on behalf of my father. Come with me and burn an incense. Yan Xintong led Qin Wei towards the backyard. After the two of them burned incense, Qin Wei kowed out a few times to pay respects to his master, and then he officially became a Wing Chun practitioner. Senior sister. Qin Wei arched his hand and bowed to Yan Xintong. Yan Xintong also took out a meeting gift, a set of martial arts uniform. After the two changed into their martial arts uniforms, they stood in front of the wooden man pile. The content of Wing Chun mainly includes Xiaoyan 2, seeking bridge and marking fingers. I will first hit the wooden man pile once, so you can memorize it, and you can train it yourself in the future. Training later, Yan Xintong introduced. After saying that, she set up her stance and punched the wooden stake like in the movie. And after that, she let Qin Wei try it out. Qin Wei had gone through the system rewards and improved his physique a few times, and with the fact that he was already an innate powerhouse nowadays, Overwatch was just a basic skill for him. Qin Wei's set of movements flowed smoothly, but he didn't control his power well, and the wooden stake went bald directly. Yan Xintong's face turned blue, then pulled Qin Wei to the practicing ground, where the two of them competed. Take out your normal cultivation and fight me. Let me see what areas you need to improve. Yan Xintong set up her stance and said to Qin Wei. Qin Wei also followed suit and set up his stance, and the two of them were on the verge of a fight. Yan Xintong threw a straight punch at Qin Wei's face. Qin Wei dodged it with his head, but he didn't realize that Yan Xintong's other hand hit him directly in the chest, and Qin Wei was knocked back a few steps. Qin Wei looked on in surprise. Sure enough, there was still a big difference between having skills and not having skills. In terms of cultivation, he was slightly better, but he would only do brute force and couldn't even touch Yan Xintong's clothes. As they fought, Qin Wei became more and more skillful, and slowly he could touch Yan Xintong, but she was so experienced that he couldn't do any harm to her. Qin Wei seized an opportunity to reach Yan Xintong's collar, lifting her up for an over-the-shoulder drop. Yan Xintong jumped up, clamped her legs around his neck, and pulled Qin Wei's hand on his collar with both hands, and the two of them fell heavily to the ground. Qin Wei only felt his eyes go black, and by the time he regained his sight, he had already fallen to the ground. The two of them maintained this blush-inducing position for a long time, and only after Qin Wei finally conceded defeat was he released. After standing up, Qin Wei looked at Yan Xintong's legs, and realized that the legs were very thin. How could they be so strong? Yan Xintong see Qin Wei's gaze, out of the voice of the drink said what to look at. Martial arts practitioners are not small. A lot of physical contact is normal. If just a little touch on the blushing words, small life has long been gone. Senior sister's lesson is right. Qin Wei very much agreed with Yan Xintong. You continue practicing the wooden man pile first. Practice it a few more times. I will spot check your results from time to time. Yan Xintong went back to her room after saying that. Qin Wei seemed to see excitement revealed in her eyes, and he thought he had misread it. Then he thought of something and slapped his head. Yan Xintong's hobby was fighting off. Hasty. No wonder she was said to be so excited. Qin Wei spent the next 2 days in the martial arts school, during which he practiced 3-star stakes, wall-posted sandbags, knives, sticks, and so on. On the third day, Qin Wei was still at the martial arts center as usual, hitting the wooden stake. When the phone rang, Qin Wei picked up his cell phone and saw that it was actually Shin Man calling. Hey, I'm flattered that Family Master Shin is looking for me. Qin Wei smiled and flirted. The opposite side was silent for a few seconds. Qin Wei, don't talk poorly first. Remember what I said. You sell off all the shares of Micromax in your hands within today, and clear the connection with our Shin family. Shin Man's voice was slightly nervous as she spoke quickly. Why? Qin Wei frowned slightly as he felt a hint of something wrong. I don't have time to explain it to you now. I can only tell you that Mi Gao Mei shouldn't be able to keep it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Qin Wei realized that something had happened on Shin Man's side and hurriedly dialed back to the phone, but the sound of the phone being turned off came from the opposite side. It was impossible for Shin Man to turn off the phone, so it seemed that something had really happened. Qin Wei looked through his cell phone, looking for Du Chuan's phone, and called. The phone rang, but there was no answer, and it was like that for several calls in a row. Qin Wei flipped to Chen's cell phone again and called. Boss. A muffled voice rang out across the phone. Chen, Go and find out what happened to the Shin family in AO Island. The faster the better. Good. Shinwei dialed Guan Yu's phone again. Boss, I lost contact after going to Mordor. Is there any orders now? Guan Yu's lazy voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Book a flight ticket for me to Mordor to fly to AO Island. The sooner the better. Shinwei said. Guan Yu heard the anxiety in Shinwei's voice, and without much ado, immediately went to book it. 2 minutes later, the ticket information was sent to Shinwei's cell phone. It was a flight in 2 hours. Chen also called at this time. Boss, on the Shin family's side, it's the Zhou family that has stepped in. Currently the Shin family's head of the Shin family, Shen Man, has been put under control, and for the time being, we can't find out where the control is. Zhou family? Wasn't the Zhou family cooperating with the Shin family? How did it suddenly flip-flop? Shinwei thought with a frown on his face. What is the reason? The exact reason is unknown. We can only find out that the Zhou family has been planning for a long time for today, and the executors are Zhou Ping of the Zhou family and Shin Qi of the Shin family. Chapter 99 G family. Shinwei suddenly realized that the ancient martial arts family behind Shin Qi was the Zhou family. Hidden deep enough. Alright, I know. I'll fly to AO Island in 2 hours and go over to check out the situation. Boss, do you need backup? Tatsu knew that Shinwei was also one of the shareholders of Micromax, and his relationship with Shen Man was not bad. Anyone in the neighborhood? Shinwei thought about it. He couldn't be too complacent this time. Last time, he was careless and almost lost his life. C and Ohio are in Deep City. I'll have them go to AO Island to wait for you to get instructions. Good. Shinwei was about to hang up the phone. Boss, there's one more thing, although it hasn't been investigated clearly, but I think I should tell you first. Tatsu was a bit eager to speak. What is it? A few days ago, you asked us to look into the Zhou family, and we got a piece of information. Tatsu paused. Don't sell it. Hurry up and say it. Shinwei laughed and scolded. The Zhou family isn't a 100-year-old ancient martial arts family. It's a 1,000-year-old family. And they weren't originally surnamed Zhou. It was to hide their too conspicuous surname that they used it for nearly 1,000 years. Tatsu's voice was a bit tense. Shinwei was also a bit stunned. A 1,000-year-old family? This behemoth but the matter of having another surname, he had also heard about it from Li Yunfeng. Only that Li Yunfeng also didn't know what the Zhou family's other surname was. The Zhou family's original surname is Ji, Chen said with some trembling. Shinwei heard this and fell silent. The Ji's surname in history. The most famous is the family that overthrew King Zhou of Shang. Ji was changed to Zhou, which is the name of their dynasty Zhou, and it is 1,000 years of family. So this Ji in all likelihood is the imaginary one. No wonder Chen, the deputy head of the organization, who had seen a lot of the world, had his voice trembling. It was the oldest family in history. It was also no wonder that one of Zhou Feng's sidekicks was a half-step Zhongshe expert. So it seemed that it was no surprise that a Zhongshe had come out of their family. Just why would such an ancient family marry the Li family? Moreover, it was the marriage between the first-line young master and the side branch of the Li family, which made him a bit puzzled. Could it be that the Li family also had some kind of identity? Boss, if not necessary, don't clash head-on with the other side. What should be discarded? Just discard it, Chen advised somewhat sheepishly. Shinwei was still silent. It was true that it was unwise to start a conflict with this kind of big family right now, but so what? There were some things that he would only regret for the rest of his life if he didn't go through with it. Shinwei's eyes began to become bright and determined. I know, I'll deliberate on it myself. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yen Shintong also walked in through the door of the martial arts center at this time. Senior sister, I have something I need to go to Leo Island, so I'll come over to study when I have the chance, Shinwei said to Yen Shintong who had just entered. Yen Shintong looked at him with a somewhat serious look. So she asked, do you need help? Shinwei's eyes lit up. Yes, this senior sister is an innate, and her Wing Chun fist is perfect. Even though her true chi and cultivation are stronger than hers, she hasn't been able to defeat her in the past few days. If she went with her, she would be much more confident. If senior sister doesn't have anything to do, go with me. Going over there might be out of the question. Shinwei added one last sentence. Hearing about the fight, Yen Shintong said with an excited face, will there be a fight? When Shinwei saw her excitement, the corner of his mouth twitched. There's a high probability that there will be. Yen Shintong suddenly thought of something and her mood dropped. I can't leave yet. I just got a call that the real estate license for this place is done and asked me to go over to get it. There are still some formalities to be done later. Seeing this, Shinwei consoled. I won't be able to finish my business for a while, so just come back to me when you're done. Besides, I'm about to catch a plane now, and you haven't even bought your ticket yet. Yen Shintong nodded. Then I'll send you to the airport. I'll go change my clothes and wait at the door in 5 minutes. Shinwei didn't refuse. He had to take a taxi to the airport anyway. Yen Shintong sending him would have the same result. 5 minutes later, Shinwei walked to the door. Suddenly, he heard a roar of a motorcycle coming from the side. A woman wearing a tight black leather jacket rode a motorcycle and stopped in front of Qinwei, saying to the frothing Qinwei, "What are you waiting for? Get in the car. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new car." It was actually Yen Shintong. "I didn't realize that you are that biker girl. Ah, you've seen me?" Yen Shintong asked suspiciously. "I've seen you on the side of the road. You were wearing a helmet and didn't see your face. I didn't think it was you," said straddling Yen Shintong's locomotive. "Hold on, gotta go." Qinwei placed both hands gently on her waist. With a boom, the locomotive accelerated and almost threw Qinwei out, who hurriedly hugged Yen Shintong's waist tightly. Qinwei hurriedly hugged Yen Shintong's waist tightly. The locomotive sped away. 10 minutes later, it arrived at the Magic City airport. "Have you hugged enough?" Yen Shintong's cold voice rang in Qinwei's ears. Hearing this, Qinwei hurriedly loosened his grip and got off the bike. Elder sister rode her bike too fast, purely an instinctive reaction. Qinwei gave a bout of dry laughter. Yen Shintong ignored him and with a twist of the throttle, was about to leave the place. "Senior sister, wait," Qinwei called out to her, then pulled out a box with a few pills inside. "Senior sibling, for a time, I'm giving you something. There are instructions placed inside." Qinwei put 3 pills in the box: marrow cleansing pill, spirit gathering pill, and spirit returning pill. He also wrote the effects of using each type of elixir inside, making it easy for Yen Shintong to understand what these elixirs were for. The elixir of resilience was not given. The cultivator himself had the effect of resilience. It was a waste of time to give it to her. Yen Shintong took it and ran away. Qinwei was left alone in the same place, looking at the tight leather jacket outline lines, sighing. "I did not think that the senior sister has such a hot side." After entering the waiting room, Qinwei's cell phone rang. Qinwei picked it up and saw that it was Du Chuan calling back and hurriedly picked it up. "Big brother Du." A man's voice rang out on the other end of the phone. "Mr. Qin, I'm not manager Du. I'm Xiaobai." "Xiaobai?" Qinwei thought about it. It seemed like he was the one who drove him and Eileen to Micromax. "Where's Big Brother Du? Why is the phone with you?" Manager Du was seriously injured and is now unconscious. "We are now hiding in a place." Qinwei frowned slightly. It seems that it was the Zhou family's people who moved. Du Chuan's cultivation was still passable in the age of the end of the law. Now that the aura is slowly recovering, the people from the ancient martial arts families have run out, and he can't defeat just any one of them. "I'm at the Magic City airport now. I'll be in AUS Island in 2 hours. Which place are you guys in?" "I'll go find you. Our place is harder to find. I will pick you up at the airport in 2 hours. "Good." The two of them agreed on the meeting place and hung up the phone. Chapter 100: Opening of the shopping mall. Arrival at the Australian island. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the emergency. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of disguise. Ding. The skill has been automatically distributed to the host's body and has been learned automatically. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You've earned 500 points. Ding. Points reached 2000. Open the points mall. Finally completed. These days did not receive the completion of the message. Qinwei are wondering if the system disconnected. Look at this time. It should be Yen Shintong got the real estate license belonging to her, so it is considered to be the completion of the sudden event. Disguise. A very practical skill. Just in time for this trip to the Australian islands. Qinwei opened the mall without stopping and looked at the wide array of goods on it. There were techniques, pills, weapons. As long as you wanted them, there was nothing the mall couldn't do. Qinwei opened the page of martial arts, saw the overbearing dragon walking tactics. Actually want 1 million points. The system is still very care. Otherwise, according to his current speed of earning points, this life do not know if there is a chance to get this technique. Wing Chun Fist only needs 100 points. This grade is still far away. Qinwei also looked at the elixir category. The spirit recovery elixir only required 1 point, and the mirror breaking elixir, an elixir that breaks through the bottleneck of the current cultivation level, 5 points. The elixirs were all okay and wouldn't be very expensive. I'll come back to it later and save the points for now. Qinwei then spent 200 points to pick a stretching and bone pulling technique. To go with this rewards transfiguration technique. With both of them, it could be called a transformation technique. Originally, he also wanted to change the perspective skill, the previous 24 hours of experience, or feel very practical. However, at 2,000 points, Qinwei wasn't so big-headed as to spend 2,000 points on a perspective eye for the time being. After getting off the airplane, Qinwei saw Xiaobai wearing a mask at a corner. After the two got into the car, they drove towards the place where they were hiding. Meanwhile, in a commercial vehicle that was in transit, still can't reach Uncle Zhong? The young man inside the car was none other than Zhou Feng, the young master of the Zhou family. Young master, still can't get in touch, and the people over in Magic City haven't seen any sign of old man Zhong either. Xiao Yun replied from the side. Zhou Feng frowned tightly between his brows as he had an ominous premonition. Someone in the clan had said that the current spiritual chi was not enough to support the emergence of a strong person above the level of a Zhong master. The strongest was only a Zhong master. And Uncle Zhong had said that his cultivation should have no problem escaping in front of a Zhong master. Now that he couldn't be contacted for a few days, 9 times out of 10, something had happened. Zhou Feng didn't think that Zhou Zhang would die at the hands of Qin Wei. He only suspected if it was that patriarch from the Li family who had struck. Young master, the informant who was staking out the airport found Qin Wei. Someone picked up the plane and took him in that direction towards the residential area. Xiaoyan turned his head to report to Zhou Feng after picking up a call. Zhou Feng sniffed and clenched his fists. Uncle Zhong had disappeared into thin air, but Qin Wei was still fine, and he was even more convinced that it was the Li family's patriarch who had stepped in to preserve Qin Wei. Good you Li family. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth. In the residential area of Ao Island, Xiaobai was leading Qin Wei back and forth through the alleys. The two came to a silo, where the people living here were complicated, making it more convenient to hide their identities. After entering a room, it was simple with only a double-frame bed and a round dining table. Duchuan slept on the bottom bunk of the double-framed bed, and when he opened his eyes and saw Qin Wei, an excited look appeared on his face. While Xiaobai withdrew from the doorway and watched outside, Qin Wei quickly stepped forward, took out the long-prepared spirit recovery pill from his pocket, and stuffed it into Duchuan's mouth. Duchuan glanced at Qin Wei, then swallowed the elixir and instantly sat up from the bed. Brother Qin, what did you give me to eat? How did my injuries instantly heal? Duchuan clenched his fist. I actually broke through directly to Hotian perfection. I feel like I'm only one step away from innate. Duchuan looked at Qin Wei excitedly. It's just a rejuvenation pill. It should be the aura inside the pill that fueled your cultivation, Qin Wei said in a cloudy voice. Duchuan's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Wei. It's that spirit recovery pill that was auctioned for $38 billion? I ate 38 billion in one bite. Duchuan felt unbelievable. Qin Wei waved his hand and laughed. What's 38 billion if I can save you? Let's talk about the current situation first. Duchuan recovered his excitement. It was Shinshi, with an innate expert, who captured Missy. I went up to stop them and was seriously injured by a move. Fortunately Xiaobai brought me here after they took Missy away. Qin Wei pondered for a moment. So do you know where Shinman is now? I know. Xiaobai is from the intelligence department. He has his channels inquiring for information. Missy is now in the Shin family's old mansion. Shinshi needs to get Shinman's equity transfer signature, so he shouldn't be making a move against Missy yet. And Shinshi's mother is also blocking them from hurting Missy. Qin only face odd. Shinshi to Shinman. Shinshi's mother in the protection of Shinman? This is when Shinman dog blood plot. Duchuan smiled and said Shinshi's mother is a kind person. When the master married her, it is because of her simplicity and kindness, and then gave birth to Shinshi. She has been surrounded by Shinshi. The family internal anything she does not take care of, only focus on Shinshi. That's why Shinshi also became spoiled. And since ancient times, loving mothers have failed their children. I see. Qin Wei nodded. Where is the Shin family's old mansion? I'll go over and take a look. Duchuan discouraged brother Qin. There are innate experts there. Let's think long and hard. Qin Wei shook his head. There's no time for that. A minute of procrastination will put Shin Man in one more minute of danger. Moreover, the innate is able to defend himself even if he can't beat him for me. Don't worry. Duchuan heard, hesitated for a moment, then set out of this residential area. Go west 5 kilometers. There is a manor, very conspicuous. There is the Shin family's old mansion. Xiaobai came in from outside in a panic at this time. Seeing Duchuan leaning on the edge of the bed like a normal person, he instantly froze. What's wrong, Xiaobai? Duchuan asked. Mr. Qin, Manager Du, we may have been exposed. A lot of Shinshi's people have appeared outside. Duchuan sniffed and revealed a picture of ruthlessness. It just so happens that we have recovered and increased our cultivation, so we can practice with them. Must not. Qin Wei stopped. Now is not the time to make a move. Moreover, their people are constantly coming over. Our geographical position is easily surrounded. Instead of wasting our physical strength, why don't we hide for a while and plan properly? Duchuan felt that it also makes sense. In this case, Big Brother Du and Xiaobai, you two go and find a safe place. Then send a message to me. I'll go to the Shin family's old mansion first. Good. Then Brother Qin, be careful. Duchuan and Xiaobai both quickly ran outside. Chapter 101, Beautiful Young Woman Lu Yaru. Qin Wei also went out the door, walked to a corner where no one could see, began to exercise the stretching and bone pulling gong, adjusted his height to 1 meter 7, and then from the system space, took out the disguise art tool that was exchanged in the Points Mall, and smeared it on his face, changed his clothes a bit, and completely turned into a different person. Subsequently calmly and slowly walked downward. During this time, he saw many young people rushing towards the upper floors. These should be Shinshi's people. After Qin Wei left the residential area, he walked towards the old mansion of the Shin family. Now in this extraordinary period, he can even get off an airplane and be exposed, let alone take a car to the Shin family. He can only stroll and walk over. After walking for a full hour, Shinwei arrived at the manor that Du Chuan had mentioned. Shinwei observed the outside of the manor for a while, walked to a corner where there was no one, lifted the disguise technique, and then leapt up and flipped over. One disadvantage of stretching and bone pulling technique is that it will limit cultivation, although it's not particularly restrictive, but there's an innate in there, so it's better to return to the original state and stay in the best condition. After coming in, I realized that this place is too big. Daily life will have to ride a battery car, right? Shinwei quietly walked towards the house in the center of the manor. It's a good thing that there is no surveillance installed outside, otherwise he would really have to fly there. Shinwei walked close to the front door, jumped onto the big tree at the door. There were 2 people at the gate, and he didn't know how many people were inside after entering the gate, so going through the gate wouldn't work. Shinwei was observing the surroundings when he suddenly saw that there was an open window on the second floor at the corner of the house, and that position was blocked by a tree branch, which was just enough to cover the sight of the 2 people on this side of the gate. Shinwei quickly groped to that position and climbed up, and smelled a fragrance when he went in. This should be a woman's room. I don't know if it will be Shen Man's. He walked towards the door and pressed his ear to listen to the movement outside. Suddenly the restroom next to him opened its door, and a woman in a halter V-neck dress came out of it, and when she saw Shinwei at the door, she froze, and then was about to shout. Seeing this, Shinwei quickly went around behind her, wrapped one hand around her and covered her mouth with the other. The controlled woman could only whimper. Shinwei listened outside the door. There was no movement, so he pulled the woman into a corner. I'm letting go of you now, but don't scream. Even if you do, I'll be able to break your neck before anyone arrives. The woman nodded her head in terror. Shinwei slowly loosened the hand covering her mouth, and when he saw that she didn't yell, he dropped it completely. The other hand, because of the urgency of the situation, when it encircled her, it encircled on top of the towering peaks, and it was only now that Shinwei felt the softness. The woman was also filled with the fear of the party and didn't feel it, and now that she realized that Shinwei was willing to let go of her, which meant that he didn't mean any harm, she also felt the flattened peaks, and her cheeks reddened. She had just changed into a nightgown and was ready to take a nap, and as a result, she had barged in on a man. Shinwei pretended as if nothing had happened and let go of her. Shinwei sized up the woman, a head of hair cascading out, a dimpled figure, wearing a sexy nightgown, the 2 long legs exposed leaning together from nervousness. Although from the looks of it, it was a woman in her early 20s. Shinwei could tell from the details that her age shouldn't be what it appeared to be. He remembered that a man who had read a lot of women had said that it was hard to tell a woman's age from her face, but could be seen from her neck, hands and feet. Shinwei could tell from her jade feet that she should not be as old as she appeared. Shinwei dryly coughed twice and asked cough, where is that Shin Man? The woman looked at Shinwei with surprise. Are you here to save Man? This address sounded like the woman and Shin Man were on good terms. Yes, Shin Man and I are old friends. You are? Shinwei nodded. My name is Lu Yaru. I'm Man's aunt. Aunt? Could it be that she was Shin-Chi's mother? Man is locked up in the innermost room on the first floor, and there are a lot of people on the first floor that Kai brought back. There's no way you can save her from getting out, Lu Yaro said. Shinwei himself had come to see if there was a chance to save Shin-Man out, but now that he had come in and walked to this place, of course he had to try. Is Shin-Chi here? And that expert beside him? As long as that innate realm one wasn't here, it would be much less difficult for him to save people. Although he wasn't afraid of that person, he couldn't help but be outnumbered. And if there were still heavy firearms or something like that, then he would still have to be planted here. Kyer. Lu Yaro was just about to say something when a knock sounded outside the door. Mom, are you sleeping? While saying this, he twisted the door handle and realized that it was unlocked. Shinwei heard that it was Shin-Chi's voice. It seemed that this woman was really the kind and simple person that Du Chuan said she was. Lu Yaro was startled when she heard the knock on the door and hurriedly looked at Shinwei. Shinwei slowly walked to the corner of the doorway and nodded at Lu Yaro. I'm not asleep. I'm changing clothes, Lu Yaro said nervously. Shin-Chi sniffed, so he didn't twist the door handle anymore. Mom, Mr. Joe and I are going out to pick up a big shot. Do you want to come with us? A big shot? Could it be that someone from the Zhou family was coming over again? Shinwei guessed that it might be Zhou Feng coming. Kyer, Mom won't go. Mom is a bit uncomfortable and wants to sleep. After Lu Yaro said these words, Shin-Chi began to twist the door handle again. Mom, where are you uncomfortable? Open the door and let me go in to take a look, Shin-Chi said anxiously. Shin only array speechless. This two-mother and son relationship is not bad but this Lu Yaro proper piggyback, said not to go on the line. Why out of body is not comfortable. This is not add to the chaos, but these people are out. That Qin Wei saved Shin Man out much easier. No need. Just a little dizzy. Sleep a little will be good. You go. Lu Yaro hurriedly stopped. Okay, then if you have any discomfort, just tell me. Got it. Go. Lu Yaro anxiously urged him to go. Qin Wei paused at the sound of footsteps outside the door getting farther away, and the sound of cars rattling downstairs. After making sure it was all gone, he planned to open the door and go out. Wait. Lu Yaro opened her mouth to stop. I'll go out first and come back to tell you about the surroundings and people outside. Saying that, she walked to the door intending to go out. Qin uniquely looked at her with an odd face. You're just going out like that? Lu Yaro looked down and her pretty face reddened. This halter nightgown was too revealing. Casually lifting her hand, she would be naked. Qin Wei didn't know how much welfare he had earned during this period. Chapter 102 Rescuing Shinman. Lu Yaro hurriedly went to the closet and took out a coat and put it on and walked out. A few minutes later, Lu Yaro returned to the room and said to Qin Wei, there are 2 people downstairs, 2 at the front door. I only see 4 people in this building. 4 people? It was much easier for Qin Wei. However, there were still a lot of Shinchi's people in those houses outside, and solving the 2 people at the main entrance might scare the snakes. While Qin Wei was thinking of what method to use, another knock sounded outside the door. Ma'am, open the door. I now suspect that an outsider has come in. I need to go in and check. A rough voice rang out from outside the door. Qin Wei and Lu Yaro were both startled at the sound. Could it be exposed? Then another voice is heard beside them saying, Brother Feng, let's get out of here. This is a madam. If the young master knows about this, his life will be in jeopardy. What are you afraid of? When I conquer madam will beg for mercy for me, and I can still be the young master's cheap father. The one who was called Brother Feng at the doorway swallowed and said. Qin Wei turned his head to look at Lu Yaro, who had a face of shame and indignation. The state of the sky outside looks like he's drunk. Watched too many small movies. Right, and still thinking about conquering the madam. But Qin Wei listens to the voice outside with some familiarity. Brother Feng, you're on your own. I won't accompany you. The other man said and hurriedly ran away. The drunken man shook off his hand and continued to tap on the door. Madam, open the door. Qin Wei's eyes lit up. As if she thought of a solution, she approached Lu Yaro's ear and said to her, open the door to him. Don't worry, I'm here. Lu Yaro felt Qin Wei's hot breath and blushed. She then got up and opened the door, while Qin Wei hid behind it. The drunken man walked in with an excited look on his face and didn't forget to kick the door shut with his foot after entering. What do you want to do? Lu Yaro snapped. Madam has been alone for so many years. She must be lonely as hell. Let me comfort madam, the drunkard said with a cheap smile on his face. Qin Wei shook his head behind him. What kind of people are these Shinchi's men? Then at the moment the drunkard pounced on him, he dodged behind him and broke his neck. The drunkard fell with an excited smile on his face. Lu Yaro covered her mouth with both hands and watched in horror as Qin Wei easily killed the man. Qin Wei looked at the drunkard and was furious. Wipe. So it's you. Such an easy death is really cheap. He recognized that this man was the same big man who had knocked him down and shot him with a gun. Qin Wei went over and kicked him more than twice before he started to strip the clothes off his body. The big man's name is Su Feng. Early followed the Abao, and then the clear rat action reversed to follow the Shin family. After entering the Shin family, Duchuan and Shin Man do not care to deal with this kind of 2/5 of the boy, so he left him out to dry. This time, the action, and then turned against the Shinchi, a natural anti-bone people, to death did not expect, actually because of a little drink. Life is gone. Lu Yaro was beside him with a shocked face. What are you doing? Qin Wei stopped the action of the hand. Thought about it, or from the mall exchange a bottle of incense. Lu Yaro sprayed spray. Lu Yaro instantly rolled her eyes and fainted. Qin Wei was going to use transfiguration to pretend to be this big man that he had killed, and he felt that it was better not to let anyone know his secret, so he fainted Lu Yaro. With that, he looked at the big man's body and face and started the disguise, then changed into the clothes that he had just stripped off of him, carrying Lu Yaro to bed and covering him up, then storing the big man's body into the system space. He opened the door and walked out. When Qin Unicorn went out, the 2 people downstairs looked upwards, and one of them quickly ran to the stairway. Brother Feng, you didn't do anything to madam, did you? Qin Wei pressed his voice with real gas, mimicking that Su Feng as he spoke. What can I do? I said I was going to see if there were any outsiders in her room. I came out when there were no outsiders. The man was skeptical, but there hadn't been much movement upstairs since he'd gone in, so it should be that Su Feng had the heart of a thief but not the guts. Qin Wei crossed over to him and walked straight to the innermost room on the first floor. Seeing this, another person hurriedly ran to Qin Wei and stopped him. Brother Feng, you really can't touch Missy here. Young master said that you can't stimulate her, otherwise it will be very troublesome if she doesn't cooperate later. Qin Wei only pushed him away. What are you talking about? Young master has instructed me that he went to fetch a big person over. During this time Shin Man can't have any trouble. Madam told me to transfer her to her room. Really? He looked at Qin Wei with a skeptical face. If you don't believe me, just follow me. Only then did the man dodge away without skepticism, allowing Qin Wei to walk over. Shin Shi had explained that as long as Shin Man didn't come out of this house, she would still be free. After opening the door to the room, Qin Wei saw Shin Man leaning against the window, a few strands of hair falling down, slightly haggard. Missy, Madam asked me to fetch you up to her room. She wants to talk to you. After saying that, Qin Wei also used the corner of his eye to look at the people behind him who didn't follow him up. Shin Man did not look at pleased Qin Wei. After leaving from the window, walked straight up to the second floor. Qin Wei quickly followed behind. After entering the room, Shin Man saw Lu Yara sleeping on the bed, and violently turned around, looking sternly at the man in front of her. Who are you? What do you want to do? Qin Wei intends to scare her. Walking towards her with a cheap smile on his face. What do you think I want to do? I haven't tried 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes yet. Shin Man's gaze was like a knife as she looked at the person in front of her. She realized that although the person in front of her spoke harsh words, there was no malice showing in his eyes. You don't have to scare me. I don't see malice in your eyes. Qin Wei shook his head helplessly. How boring. It's worthy of being the head of the Shin family to be able to distinguish between good and evil in a person's eyes. Shin Man exclaimed in shock at the sound. You're Qin Wei? Qin Wei turned around and went into the bathroom, appearing a few seconds later already in his original form. Shin Man looked at Qin Wei with a surprised look on his face. Why are you here? And what's with that look just now? My Shin family head. Now is not the time to talk about this. We have to hurry and escape. Qin Wei thought, what's wrong with this woman? Is curiosity more important than safety? Shin Man's pretty face reddened. Who is your Shin family master? She muttered. But when she looked at the sleeping Lu Yaru, she turned her head to flirt again. Didn't you say 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes? Why? Even my aunt is not spared. Qin Unicorn's face was embarrassed. Just kidding. Afterwards, he walked to Shin Man's side and picked her up in a princess hug. Shin Man exclaimed, what are you doing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. But we have to wait until it's safe. Qin Wei subconsciously picked up the conversation. Shin Man's face flushed red and she spat out. Rascal. Qin Wei hugged her and leaped down from the window, landing steadily on the ground. Shin Man only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and then she was outside the house. She knew that Qin Wei was stronger than Du Chuan, so she wasn't too surprised. Chapter 103, The Zhou Family's Purpose. Qin Wei hugged her and returned from the same way he came in, and soon came out outside. Only after coming out, he was lost because Du Chuan hadn't sent him a message so far. He didn't know where to go now, so he just walked for now. Suddenly a luxury car appeared at the corner of the road. Shin Man exclaimed, that's Shin Shi's car. Qin Wei looked at the front and back and cursed asterisk 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 asterisk. Why live in such a big place? There is no place to hide. The front and back is a straight road. There is no place to hide. Qin Wei turned around and pushed Shin Man to the wall and kissed her, while he turned his back to the road and blocked Shin Man with his body. Shin Man was directly frozen in place after being kissed by Qin Wei. My first kiss is gone just like that? If Qin Wei knew what she was thinking, he would definitely be surprised that a beautiful young woman in her 30s actually had her first kiss. The vehicle slowly drove past the two of them until it entered the manor, and only then did Qin Wei let go of his mouth and pulled Shin Man to hurry up and run. Only after running out of the manor's range did Shin Man come back to her senses and screamed, "Ah, you actually. Shin Man viciously wiped her mouth. Qin Unicorn's face was incomprehensible. Wasn't it just a kiss? At that time, one could only confuse the past like this. Humph. Shin Man hummed. Miss Shin, where should we go? Qin Wei knows that when a woman is angry, don't cajole, don't be confrontational, just change the topic, and the topic must be something she will answer. Sure enough, Shin Man fell into deep thought after hearing Qin Wei's question. Indeed, nowadays, the entire Australian island was basically in the hands of the Shin family, and now that Shin Shi had seized power, it wasn't safe for her to go anywhere. When Qin Wei saw her like this, he knew that there was nothing she could do. If there's no place to go, then follow me first. Qin Wei looked around a bit familiar. He hadn't come to Ao Island for a long time, and hadn't been to many places, and happened to think of a place right around here. Just don't know what's going on there right now, so he went over to take a look first. Shin Man nodded and followed behind Qin Wei, who passed by some small stores and even went in to buy her a dress. Who knows if her clothes will be the only ones on the island? If that's the case, this outfit is a GPS. Shin Man didn't squirm, and after getting the clothes, she found a deserted place to change. When she changed, she even asked Qin Wei to turn around. Qin Wei sighed with regret, thinking that Shin Man would be unrestrained and let him feast his eyes on her. After changing clothes, Shin Man walked out, and her hair, which had been draped all along, was now tied in a high ponytail, and her usual gowns and long skirts were replaced with white t-shirts and jeans. Let Qin Wei, who had seen many beautiful women, was stunned. Why are you frozen? Let's go. Shin-man looked at Qin-wei's frozen look. Her heart was happy. It seemed that her charm was still there. The two of them came to the residential area. Qin-wei followed the route in his memory and walked inward. Through the streets of red lights. Arrived in front of an old building. Qin-wei surveyed the surroundings. The seal on the front door was still affixed, making sure that no one lived here and no one was inside. Turning towards the basement. At the doorway leading upstairs, he ripped the door open with a forceful hand and led Shin-man inside. What is this place? Why are you so familiar with it? Shin-man queried. Qin-wei also recalled what happened here before I was caught and locked up here for a while. Then I escaped and was shot. The route that Fong brought you in is the route I escaped from. Here is exactly Wen Abao's territory, which is surrounded by the red light district. At night a lot of girls in the roadside waving. Qin-wei think this place is still belong to the more chaotic, so in this feel more secure. Later, it was sealed up after being taken over by the Shin family. The two of them came to the upper floor. The whole building here is only 3 floors, but each floor has thousands of square feet. It feels like it was used for small casinos in the past. After a little bit of organizing, Qin-wei sat on the sofa and sent the location to Si and Hei, letting the two come to this place to look for him, and buy some food over by the way. They are not convenient to go out anymore, and it's easy to be exposed if they walk too much. Why did the Zhou family take action against you? They can be called the Guangfu Zhou family. They are superior to your Shin family in every aspect, right? Qin-wei asked the question that he had wanted to ask all along the way. Shin-man sat down on the opposite side of Qin-wei. Shin-chi has always wanted to seize power. This I know. And this time the Zhou family helped him seize power. And before that there was also a warning. When the rat cleaning operation was launched, the Zhou family used the investment in the port to keep those rats. I felt that something was not right, but not being able to associate the two, I didn't think about it in detail. Qin-wei was also pondering the connection between the two. But Auntie told me, there's a treasure on Ao Island. The Zhou family wanted this treasure but weren't sure where it was, so they got the idea of controlling the Shin family, that way they could find the treasure in the first place. What treasure? Qin-wei instantly became interested. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but Auntie said that she saw Shin-chi pondering over a note for a long time, and even showed the note to Auntie. It reads, the land of Ao Island. Under the red room, the silhouettes sway, the twin moons are in the sky, the spirit gathering ground comes out, and Panglai Island appears. Qin-wei mumbled and read along, then said, this is very literal. Just find where the red room of Ao Island is. The problem is, there are no red houses on the entire Ao Island. Shin-man's gaze suddenly narrowed for a moment. Then it's not literal. The two fell into deep thought. Suddenly Qin-wei's cell phone rang with the notification sound of a message. Qin-wei opened it and saw that it was from Du Chuan. They were now on a fishing boat. They had nearly been caught several times before. Luckily now Du Chuan's cultivation had been raised and he had easily escaped. Qin-wei sent the current location to him and asked him to find a chance to come over once he confirmed it was safe. What's the plan for family Master Shin? Shin-man pondered for a moment. No plans. The world has changed, and I really should be pushed out of the stage of history. Shin-chi and the Zhou family are keeping me locked up because they want me to hold a press conference to tell the public about my abdication, as well as to account to the country for this event of the Shin family changing leaders. Our Shin family's position in the Australian island was given by the state, and although the state does not interfere with us changing the family leader, the person who wants to change must write the paperwork and report it to the state, and only after the state approves it can he truly inherit the position of the family head. Qin-wei looked at Shin-man with surprise. So there was this heavy relationship. No wonder Shin-man was only put under house arrest and didn't suffer any harm. So it turns out that if you want to usurp the throne, you still have to have her consent to do so. Now you can plan how to say that I am also one of the bosses of Micromax. I will not allow you to retire so early. Shin-man knew that Qin-wei did not mean what he said, and a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. Chapter 104, Successive Breakthroughs. At this time, Qin-wei's cell phone rang and took it out to find that C and OHI had arrived. Handing them over, they came up from the basement. Qin-wei looked at the two people who came up outside the door. A small, round, fat man, after dropping what he was holding, rushed over. Boss, stop. I can't stand up to your meatball chariot. Qin-wei hurriedly stopped. The fat man was none other than Ohio from the organization. The other woman who was twisting her waist in 1,000 different ways was C. Yo, the boss disappeared for so long. I thought he didn't want us anymore. C said with a sly grudge on his lips, but his eyes revealed an unconcealable excitement. Qin-wei embraced Ohio, and then walked over to embrace C. The first time I saw him, he said, I'm not afraid that I'm going to be resentful, and I'm going to put poison on my body. If you don't have this trust in my little snake, then I'm not doing this boss for nothing. After saying that, he also hugged her. Their memories were implanted by the system with that memory about Qin-wei, and Qin-wei also had a memory of them at the same time. So it wasn't that Qin-wei was being sympathetic, The 12 hours corresponded to the 12 zodiac signs, and C corresponded to the snake, and she also happened to specialize in potions, so Chinwei had always called her little snake before. Boss, what are we going to do now? Ohio was rubbing his fists on the side. C's eyes also shone with brilliance. Neither of them had acted with their boss for a long time, and when they received Tatsu's notification, the two of them rushed this way without stopping. Chinwei looked at the cultivation level of the two men. Hey Hotian 9, C Hotian 10, shook his head. This kind of cultivation, if it was in the situation when the ancient martial arts family did not come out, it could run through the city, but now it was different. This kind of cultivation, even as cannon fodder, could not last a few seconds. No action first, let's help you guys raise your cultivation first. Chinwei took out 2 marrow cleansing pills and told them to each find a room and eat the pills. The two of them ate the elixir Chinwei gave them without hesitation. At this time, Shen Man also walked over, and Chinwei saw this and introduced them to each other. The two people who had eaten the elixir felt their stomachs turning over and hurriedly greeted each other before running off to find a room. What's wrong with them? Shen Man looked at the two of them in a hurry and confusion. Having eaten the elixir to enhance their physique, they should now be going to expel the impurities from their bodies. Chinwei explained and glanced at Shen Man. He was considering whether to let Shen Man eat one as well. He had plenty of this stuff on hand and it was only 1 point for mall exchange. Shen Man's eyes lit up when she heard about this magical elixir. She had also heard of elixirs, and rumor had it that the elixir refined by the one taste master in the Kunlun Mountains was even more immovable for tens of billions of dollars. I also have another kind here, an elixir named Resident Face Pill. Eating it can make youth last forever. Chinwei pulled out a face residing pill. Shen Man's eyes revealed a hint of fervor. Youth forever. Was this something one could refuse? Name a price. This elixir. I'll take it. Shen Man seemed to have transformed back into the powerful woman in the shopping mall. Chinwei stuffed the elixir into her hand. Take it. You have nothing now. You can't take it out at whatever price I offer. Shen Man's face reddened with anger at his words, and she grunted and held out her hand. Since you're so generous, give me one of the elixirs to improve my physique as well. Chinwei shrugged and pulled out a marrow cleansing elixir and gave it to Shen Man. He himself had thought of giving it to her. Even if he wasn't a cultivator, eating it could strengthen his body. Shen Man took the 2 elixirs and went back to the room. The two of them, C and Hei, finished taking them and walked out. Chinwei gave them 2 more pills, also exchanged for 2 points in the mall. Named Peiyuan Dan, aiding in cultivation. One of them can make an ordinary person's go straight to Hotian perfection. Originally, he wanted to exchange it for the Super Warrior Serum for them to boost, but that thing might fail. Not as effective as this elixir. He also gave them 2 cultivation techniques, Vajra Zen, and Poison Doctor's Talisman, both of which were selected based on their own foundation. Ohio is on the defense route. Vajra Zen is a good match for him. C is an apothecary, but he uses poison more, so the Poison Doctor's Talisman is more suitable for her. After letting them take the pills, with the Gongfu, they can directly on the innate. After the innate, Chinwei is not going to give them pills. Let them cultivate on their own. With the use of medicine, pile up the cultivation, will cause the foundation is not stable. Soon, Duchuan and Xiaobai also came to this place. Chinwei gave them the same pills and Gongfu. Xiaobai had been following Duchuan's cultivation, so the two of them had the same Gongfu. Chinwei gave them the Big Dipper decision, and let the two of them cultivate to the innate before saying anything else. After the two of them found a room to cultivate, Shen Man walked out of the room and looked at Chinwei with a grudging face. After she took the elixir just now, black impurities emerged all over her body, dirty and smelly, and she blamed Chinwei for not telling her beforehand. Chinwei looked at Shen Man who came out. She changed back to her previous consistent clothing. Her hair was still dripping. A droplet of water slipped down from her snow-white face. I don't know whether it was sweat or water left behind by her hair that hadn't dried up. The effect of the 2 pills had made the fine lines on her face disappear before, and nowadays, it was as if Shen Man was a young girl in her early 20s who was new to the society in general, but the temperament of her body, however, was still there. Cough, cough. Chinwei looked at her for a long time, then returned to his senses and coughed dryly twice. Ding! Unexpected event generated. Name, Shen Man. Age, 36. Appearance, S+. Body shape, S+. Charm, S+. Whether to develop or not, no. Favorability, 88. Comprehensive evaluation, S+. Ding. Mission, help Shen Man to reclaim the power of the Shen family head. Here it comes. The task is coming. Chinwei had wondered if there would be a mission when he knew that Shen Man had encountered difficulties, but as a result, he had never received a system prompt. Finally, he waited for it, although he said that even if there was no quest, Chinwei would still help her. After all, the Zhou family sent people to kill him, and it was already a deadly feud, so if he couldn't beat the Zhou family, he could always do it by disgusting them, right? But this Shen Man's rank, last time it was still S. This time how come it is S+? Is it because of those 2 pills? And the good sense has risen so much, 2 points short of reaching intimacy. The next 2 days, 4 people one after another broke through to the innate. The first breakthrough without surprise is Du Chuan. Although he is old, the future achievements are limited, but he precipitated the longest. The cultivation is the most solid. The latter breakthrough is C. Xiao Bai. Hi. The breakthrough of Ohio is the slowest. Xinwei knows that this little fat man must be lazy, small white because it is still young, so the breakthrough is faster than the little fat man. A few people discussed tomorrow. They will go to the headquarters of Micromax, so that Shin Man can take back the position of the Shin family head. Before Shin Man was under house arrest, Shin Chi declared that Shin Man was seriously ill, and he acted as the head of the family power. Chapter 105, The Death of Ah Bao. After Shin Man escaped, Xinwei was worried that the people around him weren't strong enough to be sure, and it wasn't until today, when the 4 of them had broken through to the innate, that he had a few moments of certainty. Xinwei also went out a few times in the past 2 days, pondering the meaning of that sentence, but the result is still not much of a clue, and during the period also gave Yen Xintong called. The result is that Yen Xintong said that encountered other martial arts hall to challenge. The next few days are being challenged by the lineup, cannot go for the time being. Xin only a ray of speechless. People challenge you to receive awe. He also thought that there is a senior sister over to cover themselves. They also have more confidence, and now it seems to be better to ask for help than to ask for help. He stood on the 3rd floor balcony thinking, looking at the girls downstairs, in the light of the silhouette reflected on the wall, as if dancing. Dancing? Xinwei suddenly thought of something. Were the silhouettes swaying talking about this? What about the red room? Xinwei hurriedly ran downstairs. He suddenly had a feeling that the meaning of that sentence was not exactly literal, but it was certainly related to it. Xinwei went down and looked around, but he didn't find anything related to the red room. Just as he was walking back, he looked up at the place he had been in for the past 2 days, illuminated by those red lights, turning it into a red house. Ha ha ha, I got it. I finally got it. Really stepping through iron shoes and finding no place. It's no trouble to get it. Xinwei laughed loudly and ran back. Running to the balcony on the 3rd floor, he looked towards the sky. The moon was reflected in the opposite window of the sunshade roof, as if it had been split into 2 halves. This way it was all aligned. Meanwhile, the Shin family's old mansion. In the center of the hall there were 2 people kneeling in blood. MD, one person can't even watch over you. What use do I need you for? Actually let a man enter my mother's room and make my mother faint. Really killing you all won't even relieve your hatred. Shin Shi stood beside him with a stick. When the fire came in the past 2 days, he beat these 2 people. Looking at the position of the head of the family is about to come to hand. These people are actually so negligent. Everything has gone down the drain. Alright, all come over here. The young man sitting on the sofa in the living room shouted. Shin Shi dropped his stick and walked over, standing respectfully in front of the young man, who was none other than Zhou Feng. Shin Chi, you don't need to be anxious. Now that Shin Man is in hiding, our purpose has been achieved. After this night, I will help you seize the position of the Shin family's family head. Zhou Feng pacified. Now put everyone out. I want people all over the entire Australian island. Find unusual places and report back quickly. Then surround the unusual place. Don't enter. You are not cultivators. You will die a violent death directly if you go in. Find the place and wait for me to go over. Zhou Feng told the crowd surrounding him to go out and look for it. Tonight is the last day of the prophecy, and it just so happens that the moon is at its fullest tonight, corresponding to one of the points in that statement. When the crowd received the order, they went out. Inside one of the cars sat Pao and Red Lotus. The 2 of them sped down the main road of Ao Island. Brother Pao, starting today, will we be able to return to live on Ao Island? Red Lotus asked. Ah Bao was silent for a while and said, Alien, we follow Zhou Xiao. Wherever Zhou Xiao tells us to go, we have to go. But if we perform better and apply to Zhou Xiao, there should be no problem. Aha, I miss our old turf. That place has all my good memories. I want to sit on the 3rd floor balcony and look at the moon separated by the windows. Red Lotus said longingly. Separate moons? Ah Bao slammed on the brakes. Red Lotus also reacted to the moment. The 2 shouted in unison, 2 moons? Ah Bao slapped his head. I'm so stupid. This did not think. Red room is not our place? At night, those stores with red lights shining on our building. Is the red room Ah Bao hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Zhou Feng, but the result was that the line was always busy. Zhou Feng was arranging manpower at this time, and the phone was ringing non-stop. Ah Lian, I'll go over to guard the place first. You call a car to go back and tell Zhou Xiao. Ah Bao hurriedly told Hong Lian to get out of the car and go back. Okay, brother Pao. You pay attention to safety. Run if you encounter any danger. Red Lotus said with concern. Ah Bao waved his hand and signaled Red Lotus to get out of the car. Inside the car, Ah Bao was full of excitement. He himself was a thin-skinned person, A momentary favor could only move him for a moment. He didn't believe Zhou Feng's words that the anomaly would die a violent death or something like that. He was sure that there were definitely treasures in that place. If he got it, then his fate would be completely rewritten. Qinwei's crowd only knew that the place the Zhou family was looking for was here, and did not know what treasures were here and when they would appear. It didn't take long for Bao to arrive downstairs. He found that there seemed to be someone in the house. There was a faint light flickering inside, and the seal on the door had been torn open. He carefully walked in. Just at the moment the door was pushed open, the crowd on the second floor, except Shinman, heard someone, but the crowd didn't care. When they knew that this was the place where the Zhou family was looking for, Qinwei had already let C spread poison around the house, as long as the people who entered this building would be poisoned, while they had taken the antidote in advance. So when the people downstairs stepped into this door to start, the end has been doomed. And oblivious to the fact that Bao had already gone up to the second floor, and was about to push the door when Duchuan opened it. When Duchuan saw that the visitor was Bao, he was instantly happy. Bao, it seems like you didn't manage to kill you last time. You're going to die in my hands after all. Seeing that the person who opened the door was Duchuan, Bao quickly backed away while feeling towards the gun on his waist behind him. Seeing his movement, Duchuan didn't give him a chance and directly kicked him in the chest, causing him to fly out backwards and hit the wall. Bao felt a huge force explode in his chest, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he felt his vision start to blur, and everything in front of him was spinning around. He couldn't even stand, and after struggling for a few moments, he collapsed, with only outgoing air in his mouth and no incoming air in sight. Being poisoned itself is not far from death, but also being kicked by Duchuan, who has already reached the innate, directly made him quickly poisoned. Qinwei just wanted to stop Duchuan. The result of the words did not have time to say out. The person was Duchuan dead. He still wanted to know some news from the mouth of the Bao. Now he could only shake his head helplessly. Brother Qin, Bao is the Zhou family's henchman. The fact that he found this place means that the Zhou family's people already know about this place. We need to make preparations early, Duchuan said seriously. Oh, what makes you think that? This is his former territory. Maybe he just came back for nostalgia, Qinwei said in disbelief. Duchuan shook his head and continued. Impossible. In the past few days, the Zhou family has been going crazy, making everyone look for this place. According to my understanding of him, he won't be lazy at this juncture. What's more, Red Lotus is not by his side. After going to the Zhou family, the two of them have never been inseparable. Maybe Pao is just a pioneer, and the people behind him are preparing to come over. Chapter 106, The Zhou Family Attacks. Qinwei nodded at his words. Regardless of whether what Duchuan said was true or not, he had to make preparations in advance. Then he said to see you take Shin Man away first. She's just an ordinary person. I'm worried that I won't be able to protect her later. I'm not leaving. Who wants you to protect? If you all fail, what's the point of me living on my own? Shin Man protested loudly. Qinwei was about to say something else when a car's brake sounded outside the door. Come on, it's too late to leave. See, you're responsible for looking after her. Qinwei handed over a sentence before walking towards the balcony to look downstairs. The entire road had been blocked by densely packed cars, and a young man came down from the car at the front. It was Zhou Feng, who also sensed the gaze from the second floor and looked up. Suddenly his gaze went cold. Qinwei, you have a big life. Uncle Zhang went to kill you and still hasn't returned. While you are here, what did you and the Li family's patriarch do to Uncle Zhang? He still thought that Zhou Zhang was killed by the Li family's sect master. Qinwei was also confused by the question. What's the matter with the Li family's Zhongshi? He then thought that Zhou Feng must have thought that the Li family's patriarch had made a move, and then explained what's wrong with the Li family. That old dog you said came to kill me, and was blown away by me to the dregs. Zhou Feng snorted coldly. He didn't believe in the bull that Qinwei was saying. A person of his age being able to kill Uncle Zhang was ridiculous to say the least. Come up and say it. My neck is weirdly tired from looking at you with my head so low. Don't bring too many people up here. This house is a bit old and can't take it. Qinwei touched the back of his neck and shook his head. Zhou Feng walked up to the second floor with a dozen or so people. Among them, other than Red Lotus, all of them were his Zhou family's close friends, while the ones in the back were scattered around the building. As soon as he entered the door he saw Abao's dead body. Zhou Feng only glanced at it and crossed over to the body on the ground. Red Lotus, on the other hand, rushed over and hugged Abao's corpse in a frenzy, crying and shouting. The cries made Zhou Feng frown. Then he waved his hand. A person beside him then walked forward and threw Abao's body through the window. The crying Red Lotus was too late to stop it, and could only turn around and look viciously at Zhou Feng's crowd, as well as Qinwei's crowd, before rushing down the stairs. She wanted to remember these people. They were the ones who killed Bao. She also studied pharmacy. As soon as she entered the door she felt that the air in here was filled with poison. She wanted to tell Zhou Feng's crowd, but ended up seeing Ah Bao's body, and Zhou Feng's actions made it even more hateful, so she didn't intend to tell them. Red Lotus ran outside with Ah Bao's body in her arms. At this moment, the two parties were facing each other. Qin Wei sized up the people Zhou Feng had brought with him. His alertness skill was not activated, indicating that there were no people here who made him feel dangerous. On the other hand, the person on Zhou Feng's side sensed that there were 4 innates around Qin Wei and lowered his head to Zhou Feng's ear and said, "Young master, there are 4 innate powerhouses on the opposite side, but judging by the aura they all just broke through not too long ago, my cultivation is 1 level higher than theirs, so I'm able to entangle myself with them, but it'll be more difficult to win over them." Zhou Ping's implication was for his young master to see if he could get them out in some other way. Zhou Feng sniffed and frowned slightly. How did so many innates suddenly appear? Could it be that Qin Wei was also from one of the ancient martial arts clans? If I had known, I wouldn't have let the clan elder go to the harbor. The person who came with him this time had a Zhongsher level powerhouse. That clan elder felt that with Zhou Ping around he could set everything right. He first went to the harbor to observe if there were any visions in the vicinity. The end of that sentence was saying that Penglai Island of Immortality would be revealed after the emergence of the Gathering of Souls land, which should be tonight. Zhou Feng also thought that the current Ao Island could not create any threat to him, so he let it go as well. Hasty, now he could only avoid a conflict with Qin Wei Feng. "Qin Wei, you make a price. This place is important to me. Let me have this place." Zhou Feng opened his mouth and said. Qin Wei smiled and laughed out loud. "Don Zhou family's young master, is this begging me? And do you think I lack money?" Zhou Feng's face flushed red as he eagerly said, "I can let you worship our clan elder as your teacher, so that you can become a strong person in this world." Qin Wei said carelessly, not interested. "Our clan elder is a patriarch. You have to realize that the world's aura today cannot support the emergence of strong people above the level of patriarchs. Nowadays, patriarchs are the strongest people in this world." Zhou Feng looked at Qin Wei with a proud face. Qin Wei's face was surprised. There was such a thing. Earning another piece of information. Zhou Feng saw Qin Wei's surprised expression, then thought Qin Wei agreed. After all, to worship a master as a master is how many cultivators dream of things, then waved his hand at Qin Wei and said, "You all go out. Wait outside. When I finish, I will take you to see the clan elders." Qin Wei looked at him with a disdainful face. "Who are you commanding? Did I say yes? Having your clan elder worship me is more like it." "You." Zhou Feng was furious for a while. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the entire building. Qin Wei felt this aura for a while and was surprised. It was the first time he felt such a rich aura. And Zhou Feng roared, "Zhou Ping, make a move and drive them out." Zhou Ping took the lead and rushed towards Qin Wei, who was originally sitting, immediately got up to meet them. And Zhou Feng's other henchmen also rushed up. Duchuan 3 people also began to meet the battle. Si then stood in front of Shen Man, to protect her. After practicing Wing Chun, Qin Wei was incomparable, and with just a block and a push, he knocked Zhou Ping back. Zhou Ping frowned and said, "You are actually an innate." Then he realized that he was poisoned, although the poison could not kill him, but it was also weakened a lot, and his body could not use his strength. He hurriedly shouted, "This is poisonous. Everyone be careful." At this moment, a shining object suddenly came up from the ground. "Quickly, grab that thing." Seeing this, Zhou Feng seemed to have gone crazy while shouting and rushing forward himself. Qin Wei took a closer look at the glowing mass, and it was actually an elf with small wings. "What is this thing? Looks like a ginseng fruit." Qin Wei spat out. The elf's stance was so nimble that none of them caught it, and it ended up stalling in the air for a moment and quickly dashing to the corner. Shen Man, who was standing in the corner, was startled by the object in front of her and closed her eyes and screamed. Chapter 107. Did I let you go? The elf rushed into Shen Man's body. Shen Man closed her eyes, and all of a sudden her whole body was glowing with light, and her body was slowly rising. The crowd stopped and looked at the glowing Shen Man floating in midair in dismay. Zhou Feng angrily roared no. Seeing that the elf had already rushed into Shen Man's body, there was nothing he could do. He clenched his fists and turned to walk out. He was angry but still rational. Now that the thing was gone, there was no point in tangling with Qin Wei anymore. "Did I let you go?" Qin Wei's voice rang out coldly. Zhou Feng slowly turned around and said in a cold voice, "Do you know who you are talking to?" "I'll remember what happened today. Qin Wei, I'll let you know that our Zhou family is someone you can't afford to offend." Noisy Qin Wei's voice was still ringing in the same place, but his figure had already appeared in front of Zhou Feng. Before the crowd could react, Qin Wei had already kicked Zhou Feng in the chest. Zhou Feng flew backward with a grunt and hit the wall hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Qin Wei was about to go up and make up for a few more blows when Zhou Ping's figure appeared and fought with him. "How dare you hurt the young master? You're finished. This world will have no place for you." Zhou Ping roared madly. "Silly X, watched too many middle-aged dramas." Qin Wei laughed and cursed out. Qin Wei punched him in the chest, causing him to kneel on one knee, instantly feeling out of breath. and was about to get up when Qin had already appeared in front of him, punching consecutively towards his head. Each blow contained the overbearing true qi in Qin body, and by the time the last punch landed, Zhou Ping had already lost his breath. After finishing Zhou Ping, Qin looked towards the location where Zhou Feng had just fallen, and there was no longer any figure of him. Not knowing whether he had been rescued by someone or had escaped on his own, Qin looked at Shinman, who was still floating in mid-air and glowing, so he didn't go after him again. Qin hurriedly approached Shinman, and the moment he got close, Shinman fell down from mid-air. Qin caught her with his quick eyes and hands, and then he put her into the room. Qin used his insight technique to look at her status. Shinman, age, 36 years old, cultivation level, pre-advanced innate, cultivation technique, none, hobbies, chasing dramas, reading books, development, no, favorability, 88. Qin looked at this information with surprise. Actually 2 question marks. Is the meaning of 2 kinds of physique? And the cultivation level is actually directly innate. Could it be the effect of that little elf just now? Qin couldn't help but TSK and TSK at Shinman, who had become a kind of holy temperament in her entire being. Shinman's eyelids fluttered a few times and slowly opened her eyes. She surveyed her surroundings and realized that only Qin was beside her. So she opened her mouth and asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Something good has happened. You are now an innate powerhouse," Qin said carelessly. Shinman sniffed and froze. She did feel a little different. How did she suddenly become an innate? Qin continued, "That little elf just now should be a treasure. It chose you and made you become an innate powerhouse without any foundation." Shinman quickly accepted it after a brief moment of shock, and was even inwardly overjoyed. She herself loved watching TV dramas, and when she saw the fairies inside those fairy dramas eliminating evil and promoting goodness, waving their hands and overturning rivers, she had always aspired to it. The 2 of them went out of the room, and the rest of the few people saw this and walked over. Shall Bai call someone to clean up these people? Should be sent to the doctor? Should be locked up, and then invite the people in the area of the peace out? Should be compensated? Should be paid out or recorded first? When the time comes to give it to me, I first go back to the old mansion," Shinman said indifferently, that queenly confidence returning to her. Within the people that Zhou Feng had brought, there was no Shinchi, thinking that he had only brought his own people in order to get that treasure. Qin let's see, and hey, 2 people stay here to cultivate. This place is currently erupting with rich spiritual qi. It is the best place to cultivate. Qin, on the other hand, went to the old mansion with Shinman and Du Chuan. After entering the gate of the manor, he happened to see Shinchi, who had just gotten into the car and was preparing to escape. Du Chuan rushed over and carried him out of the car. Shinman walked straight into the house, did not even look at Shinchi, walked to the living room and sat down. Du Chuan carried him into the house and threw him in front of Shinman. "Sister, spare me. I was compelled by that Zhou Ping. He said to bring me to cultivate and make me a strong person. You also know that there is not a single cultivator in our family. I became a cultivator also to help you. Sis." Shinchi rolled and crawled towards Shinman. Halfway to the ground he was pressed by Du Chuan. Shinman closed her eyes and did not speak. Du Chuan saw the situation, thought Shinman began to soften again, then persuaded, "Miss, this time you cannot be soft." When he did those things, but did not take into account that you are his sister, collusion with outsiders itself is a big taboo. Shinman did soften her heart. Mainly she did not suffer any harm, and this is her father's only remaining son. At this time, Lu Yaro also ran down from upstairs, kneeling in front of Shinman, choked and said, Man, do not kill your brother. He did something wrong. Should blame me, is that I did not educate him well? If you want to kill me. Let him live." When Du Chuan saw this scene, he was worried that Missy really couldn't do it, and stretched out his palm to slap at Shinchi's head. Seeing this, Xinwei hurriedly blocked his hand and looked up at Du Chuan, who at this moment was full of red eyes and a hostile aura emanated from within his body. Shinman also opened her eyes at this moment, looking at Du Chuan in surprise, although Du Chuan thought of her in everything, but never had a preemptive approach. Xinwei stretched out his hand knife and slashed at the back of Du Chuan's neck, knocking him out. "What's wrong with Uncle Chuan?" Shenman asked. Xinwei squared Du Chuan on the sofa and said, "Big brother Du should have gone off the deep end. His cultivation level has increased too quickly. He is old and his body doesn't absorb the skyrocketing power that quickly." "Then what should be done?" Shenman asked anxiously. "Just let him sleep for a while, and don't let him get involved in fighting and killing recently." Xinwei Fong saw that Du Chuan still had sense. Shenman hurriedly had someone send Du Chuan back to rest. Xinwei looked at the two people kneeling on the ground, sighed and then persuaded Shinman, "Your aunt has helped you after all. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been able to save you so easily. Give them a chance." Xinwei's persuasion let Shinman have a step down, then said, "The two of you leave the island. From now on the Shin family and you have no relationship. The Shin family belongs to all the things left behind. Then go." After Shin Man finished speaking, he went back to his room. Chapter 108, Penglai Immortal Island now. Thank you, Man, and thank you Mr. Shin. Lu Yaro gratefully picked up Shin Chi who was on the side, and the two of them walked out of the Shin family with their arms around each other. When walking, Lu Yaro looked back at the place where she had lived for most of her life. Her eyes slowly changed from despondency to anticipation. It is the anticipation of the future. The first half of their lives are doing the bird in the cage. Now they are completely free. The next unknown life is what they should look forward to. Shinwei sat in the living room and waited for the mission completion tone, which never appeared. He wondered if any part of the process hadn't been completed yet. Shin Man went back to her room to change her clothes, then hurriedly came out and said, "Stao Bai just called. An island has appeared out of nowhere 80 nautical miles to the west of Australia Island." Shinwei also remembered the last paragraph of that sentence at this time. Penglai Island appeared. The two of them glanced at each other and said in unison, "Penglai Immortal Island? I'll go take a look." Shinwei got up and headed out of the house. "You wait for me," Shin Man behind her hurriedly shouted. Shinwei turned back to look at her. "I don't know if there will be unknown dangers in that kind of place." "You'd better not go." "Humph. I am also an innate powerhouse now, at the same level as you. How come you can go and I can't?" Shin Man grunted. Shinwei shook his head helplessly. "Let's go then. You go and have someone prepare a boat. You can't swim across 80 nautical miles. That's for you to say." Shin Man arranged for a car to carry them to the harbor. On the way, Shin Man had been making phone calls and arranging things, derailed for several days, and only used this time on the road to successfully get the company back on track. The two arrived at the harbor and boarded a yacht. After getting on the yacht, Shinwei finally received a notification that the mission was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the contingency. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've been rewarded with 5,000 points. Ding! Points have been awarded automatically. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've earned 500 points. This time actually reward points, but also, want what directly from the mall exchange. Even want to eat Magic City small dumplings, can be exchanged. Shin Man also put down her hands and stretched her waist, the peak that was almost bursting, making Chinwei's eyes look straight. Shin Man noticed Chinwei's gaze and hurriedly covered it up. Chinwei dryly coughed twice and pretended to be fine. Cough, cough, actually so busy. Still follow to why. I've been through it when I was busy again. What's this? Shin Man said with a proud face. It would take another 2 hours to get to the destination, and the two spent their time in your words and mine. Not long after, a huge island covered in mists appeared ahead. The mists on the island gave people a depressing feeling. Around the island, a number of boats had already appeared, and on the beach of the island, a number of people were standing. After Chinwei and Shin Man docked, they got off the boat together, and as they got closer, the island seemed to be covered by a protective shield. Chinwei stretched out his hand to touch it, but his hand passed through the protective cover. A man walked up next to him and arched his hand. This brother must also be a cultivator, right? My name is Lin Yu of the Tsangdong sect. I don't know what your name is? Chinwei also followed suit and arched his hand. Wing Chun School. Chinwei, no problem. He was indeed from the Wing Chun School. Lin froze for a moment as he hadn't heard of this sect. However, out of politeness, he still said long time no see. Long time no see. Brother Lin, what's with this island? Chinwei asked. Brother Chin, this should be the legendary Penglai Immortal Island. The immortal island that has disappeared for nearly 1,000 years has now suddenly appeared in this place. These people and I all received the news in advance that Penglai Immortal Island would be appearing in the near future. That's why we're in this place just after the immortal island has appeared. I guess Brother Chin must have received the news as well. Lin with smiled and said. Chinwei stiffly said. Exactly. He had received a hairy piece of news, and he knew about it all by chance. Brother Lin, what's the current situation here? Lin pondered for a moment before saying, as far as I understand it, there was a Grandmaster level expert here who tried to enter but was bounced out by this shield, while others with innate and below cultivation went in. Only no one has come out so far, and I don't know what the situation is like inside. Chinwei pondered for a moment. Can only those below the sovereign level go in? Is there some kind of danger inside? Or is it that you can't get out after going in? As of now no one knows. Nowadays they are all waiting for their respective clans and sects to come. Right now these are the vanguard. Chinwei and Shin Man exchanged a glance. Shin Man understood what he meant and then said, do whatever you feel like. You don't have to think about me after I'm done with my business. Chinwei nodded. In itself, he thought that Shin Man was so day-to-day. Should he go back first and forget about it? Since she had said so, then he should stay here first and observe. Brother Chin, I have some talismans here. See if you want to take some for defense. After all, the situation inside is unknown. We are destined to be together. These only need 10 spirit stones. Lin with suddenly revealed a pleasing expression. Chin Unicorn was speechless. It was his first time to deal with people from the cultivation world. He also said why he was so enthusiastic. so he waited here. But this is the first time he's heard of spirit stones. Sorry brother Lin, I was in a hurry to go out this time. I didn't bring any spirit stones. I only brought some money from the secular world, Qinwei said with an apologetic face. He didn't have any spirit stones at all. Even if you sell one, I can't afford it, Qinwei muttered in his heart. Lin and his face was also filled with disappointment, and then said with a smile, brother Qin, then let's add a WeChat. If you need talismans, you can find me. WeChat? Aren't these cultivators isolated from the world? Qinwei watched in surprise as Lin pulled out his cell phone from the cloth bag hanging on his body. The two of them then added each other's WeChat, and Lin sent a talisman to Qinwei, saying that he was letting him experience the effect. When some more people came to the shore, and Lin hurried over to sell his talisman again. When Qinwei and Shinman saw that there was nothing more to see around, they planned to go back to the boat to take a rest. He didn't intend to join in the fun, and he also didn't intend to enter this Panglai Immortal Island, so he came here purely for leisure and to satisfy his curiosity. Uncle Ming, he is Qinwei. Uncle Zhong and Zhou Ping were planted in his hands. My injuries were also inflicted by him. A familiar voice sounded behind Qinwei. Qinwei turned to look and saw Zhou Feng standing with an old man who was somewhat similar to Zhou Zhong. Zhou Feng's face was pale. It seemed that he also had the holy medicine for healing. Underseas poison and his feet containing domineering qi. Only a few hours had passed. They were all able to move around normally. Just his face was a bit ugly. Qinwei was about to flirt with him. Suddenly hairs stood up. Vigilance skills were launched. The last time this kind of chilling feeling, or Zhou Zhong wanted to kill him that time. This time is even more than ever. Chapter 109, Patriarch of the Zhou clan. Run! Qinwei yelled, pulling Shinman's body backward rapidly, taking out the Patriarch experience card from the system space as he retreated. Before the card could be used, the old man's figure had already appeared in front of him. Injuring my Zhou family's young master and killing my Zhou family's children. You go to the netherworld to find them to make amends. Qinwei only felt a huge force hit his chest, and his entire body flew out backwards, directly into the inside of the shield. Qinwei! Shinman screamed and rushed in as well. The old man stood still looking at the place where Qinwei disappeared and shook his hand. Zhou Feng walked over and gritted his teeth. He escaped inside. Count him lucky, Zhou Ming said indifferently. Young master, don't worry, after being hit by my palm, he won't survive. On the other side of the shield, Qinwei was lying on the ground dying. The moment he was hit, he took out the spirit restoring pill and ate it, but it only relieved the effect a little bit, so now he is still lying on the ground unable to move. System, is this spirit recovery pill expired? How come it has no effect? Host, please interpret the description of the spirit recovery pill in detail. Spirit recovery pill, it has the ability to turn the dead into white bones. All diseases and injuries can be recovered instantly. There's nothing wrong with the description. Why isn't it effective? The host's injuries were caused by the master, so the spirit of return is not effective. No effect not said earlier. Qinwei hurriedly opened the system mall, on which he searched for medicines he could currently use, and finally saw the small return pill. The effect is almost the same as the spirit recovery pill, but the points needed are 100 times more than the spirit recovery pill. Gritting his teeth, he first bought 3 of them to protect himself. After all, now that he had entered this misty shield, he didn't know what dangers he would encounter in here. Qinwei ate one before his body recovered well. After recovering, he began to look around. Gray weather. The surrounding forest is full of sky-high trees. Qinwei has never seen such a big tree, but here are basically all. Even a grass is taller than a person. And this inside the aura is very rich, maybe because of the reason of the aura of this place. So these flowers, plants and trees are growing so big. The aura is rich, should not be bright sunshine. How also gray and cloudy. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. Unsurprisingly, there was no signal and time had stopped. Qinwei pushed aside the small grass and walked forward. Suddenly, the bushes not far away were swinging, and it seemed that there was something over there. Qinwei watched vigilantly. The bushes suddenly stretched out a slender jade hand. Then Shin Man walked out from it. The two had different emotions on their faces when they saw each other. Qinwei was stunned while Shan Man was pleasantly surprised. Why are you here? Qinwei asked in dismay. He was beaten in by that old dog, and vaguely remembered that he had already let go of Shin Man's hand at that time. It couldn't have been pulled in by him. I saw that you were beaten by that person and flew in. Didn't think so much. Also followed and rushed in. Shin Man said with a slightly reddened face. Qinwei didn't pay attention to her slightly red face, and could only helplessly say just, don't stay too far away from my side. Something doesn't feel right in here. I'm afraid that there will be some danger. Let's go. Walk and see to know. Qinwei greeted Shin Man and walked forward. After the two of them walked for a while, Qinwei realized that the corner of his coat was pulling down a bit, and when he looked back, it was Shin Man who grabbed him. Looking at Qinwei's puzzled eyes, Shin Man's pretty face flushed and she stammered. I'm afraid of snakes. Shinwei was happy and said with a smile, don't worry, there won't be any ordinary snakes in here. Moreover, you are a person of the innate realm. You are still afraid of snakes. He really wasn't wrong. The richness of the spiritual chi here, combined with the growing shape of these flowers and grasses, even if there were snakes, they wouldn't be ordinary snakes. After Shinman heard this, he put down his heart and loosened his grip on the corner of his coat. Shinman also seemed to have thought of something and said, right, I obviously followed you in at the same location, but as a result, after I came in, there wasn't a single person around, and instead, I walked for a while before I met you. Shinwei fell into deep thought. The situation here was very similar to the formations he had read in previous novels. Could it be that this place was shrouded by a huge formation? The two of them walked to the place where the shield was. Shinwei looked at the shield. It was a layer of mirrors that could be mapped back, but could not see outside. He reached out to touch the shield, but was bounced back. It seems that the previous guess was right. The people who came in were not unwilling to go out, but simply could not get out. The two of them could only turn around and walk inside. Shinwei found a tree that was considered the tallest in the neighborhood, and climbed up it in 3 or 2 tries, leaving Shinman staring blankly from below. Shinwei climbed to the top of the tree, looked around, only to see the distant mountain top. There is a Taoist temple-like building, away from some distance. Walking over will take some time. With that, he went down and spoke with Shinman. Also can only go over there first to take a look. Now out and can't get out. Better than in this primitive forest, right? Shinman was also in favor of going over there to take a look. She had also heard of Panglai Immortal Island from mythological stories, so maybe she could even see an immortal when she went there. The two of them walked towards that place. Fortunately, the current Shinman was an innate, so there was basically no problem in terms of physical strength. After walking for a long time, Shinwei stopped and looked up. He realized that the weather here didn't seem quite right. What's wrong? Shinman asked as he looked at Shinwei, who had stopped walking. Have you ever felt that the sky here? It seems like it hasn't changed since the beginning. Shinman also looked up. Just now she hadn't been paying attention to the sky. Now it seemed to be a bit strange. Even the clouds didn't move at all, as if the sky was all fake. This sky should also be caused by the weirdness in here. We should not be able to see if it is day or night when we are in here. Take a rest and eat something. Shinwei looked at the beads of sweat sliding down from Shinman's face. After continuously walking through the primitive forest for a few hours and crossing mountains, even an innate would be tired. The two of them sat on the ground, and Shinwei pulled out 2 roasted chickens and 2 bottles of drinks. These are the system mall exchange. Is too expensive. The cheapest are to 1 points. This mall is still not very humane. Shinman watched Shinwei change food like a magic trick and asked blankly, where did you get these things? I got a Sumeru space by chance, which can only be used by me. And these are the ones I put in it in advance. And now they are also put to use. Shinwei thought of numerous excuses to hide his ability to take out food. And in the end, it was better to make one up. Chapter 110 Deserted Panglai Immortal Island. After all, except for the two of them, not even a single life has been seen in here. And being trapped in this place, there is no telling when they can get out. How stupid is it to not eat or drink for such a long time in order to conceal this thing? You don't tell others. This secret is only known to you now. If anyone else knows, I'll be sliced up and studied. Shinwei added. When Shinman heard this, she was inexplicably a little happy in her heart and then flirted. I want to slice you up and study you now. After the two finished eating, they continued to walk forward. Shinwei. Shinman's voice sounded behind him. What's wrong? Shinwei looked back and saw Shinman blushing and wanting to speak. I want to go to the restroom. Do you have any paper inside that space of yours? Shinman said with her voice getting smaller and smaller. If it wasn't for Shinwei's ears being sharp enough, he really wouldn't have been able to hear what she said. Big or small? Small. Her head lowered even further after she finished speaking, as if she was about to bury herself into the abyss in her mountain peaks. Shin Unicorn froze. He was asking whether he wanted a large paper or a small one. Shinman answered, obviously not a question. Shinwei took out a small packet of paper from the system space and gave it to her. Shinman hurriedly got it in her hand and walked towards the distance. Turning back to Shinwei, she shouted, "Don't come over here." Shinwei was dumbfounded where he was. Shinman's scream rang out not far away. Shinwei immediately dashed over and ran right into Shinman, who ran out. Shinman ran towards Shinwei with a terrified face. When Shinwei saw Shinman running over, he couldn't help but feel his nose getting hot. After Shinman was frightened, she rushed out, and although she didn't forget to put her pants back on, a corner of her skirt was rolled up inside, revealing a long, white leg. After Shinman ran to Shinwei's side, she hid behind him, her 2 hands grasping his sleeves. There's a bone there. Shinwei was speechless. He thought that he had encountered some beast, a big snake, and was thinking that he had finally encountered other beings, but it turned out to be a bone. Walked up and took a look. It was a corpse that had been dead for an unknown number of years. It had already turned into a pile of white bones, half leaning under a tree. I don't know if it was killed or starved to death in here. The time was too long. The bones were starting to weather. This was the first person they found after they came in here, although it could no longer be called a person. Qinwei also felt strange. Didn't he say that there were other people who came in? Not a single one had been encountered along the way. It's just a corpse, nothing to be afraid of. Qinwei comforted. Shinman also slowly stuck his head out from behind him to look at the corpse bones. Isn't this an immortal island? How come there are still bones around? Do immortals also die? Shinman said doubtfully. Qinwei looked at the surrounding area, frowned and said, here already do not know whether it is still the immortal island. We have walked for so long. A flying bird walking beasts have not encountered. Obviously is a place of rich spiritual chi, but everywhere seems to be dead. Qinwei dug a pit in place and buried the bones. Sighing, he said, it's said that it's better to be in the ground, but I actually encountered it, so let's do a favor. After burying the bones, Qinwei and the two of them went on their way. Soon, the two came to the foot of the mountain of the Taoist temple, and what met their eyes was a stone pagoda with the words, Panglai Immortal Gate, written on it. As Qinwei gazed at the pagoda, it was as if he saw the Panglai disciples entering and exiting below. He shook his head, trying to clear his head. This pagoda is a bit evil. Don't stare at it, Qinwei said to Shinman. As a result, there was no response, and he turned around to look at Shinman, realizing that she was already dumbfounded. Qinwei hurried over, blocked her view and patted her face. Shinman woke up and looked at Qinwei in shock. I just saw a lot of people walking up here, and then you took my hand and walked inside as well. Qinwei didn't dare to keep staring at the pagoda at this moment, and took Shinman's hand and walked upwards. Only a short distance into it, he found another corpse, this time collapsed on the steps. This time, Qinwei didn't choose to bury it. He felt that there shouldn't be fewer bones like this, and he didn't have so much time to bury them slowly. I don't know what happened here. A fairy island in myths and legends has now turned into a place of death. Continuing to walk upward, unsurprisingly, I saw many bones. Qinwei took a closer look at the clothes on these bones. They were all the same Taoist robes. It seemed that these were all disciples of the Panglai immortal sect. Shenman was also shocked speechless along the way. As they neared the Taoist temple at the top of the mountain, the two suddenly heard someone else's voice. I found this thing earlier. Why should I draw lots to share it? An exasperated voice said. Didn't we all discuss this? This place is weird, so we will all partner up to find the treasure, and draw lots to decide who belongs to what we find. Another voice also shouted. Since it was found by Brother Li before he was partnered, there is naturally no reason to take it out and draw lots. That's not true. Since it's all said to draw lots to decide the belonging, naturally it's all the treasures. I also found a copper mirror just now. I'm willing to take it out and draw lots. Several other people look at him with a face of contempt. A mirror taken out to draw lots. The other hand that is obviously a weapon. May still be an immortal weapon. A few people at the same time noticed the Qinwei duo walking over not far away. The two of you must also be sent in by the clan to fight the vanguard. Join us in the treasure hunt, so that we can take care of each other. The person who was going to take the mirror out to draw lots said. Qinwei looked at the 5 people in front of him. They should be the ones who came in at the beginning and ended up not being able to get out. What's the point of getting the treasure here without finding a way out first? Qinwei looked at these people doubtfully. Can treasure hunting be more important than life? A few people looked at each other and smiled. One of them said, I think brother's family should not be a big family. Oh, how can you see? Although all of us are not important tasks within our respective clans, we all firmly believe that our clans will definitely not give up such a treasure land, and will surely use all means to open it in. All we have to do is to collect the treasures first, and when we go back, we will still be able to receive a considerable reward. Haven't you guys thought about what if you can't open this place? Qinwei then splashed cold water. Another person showed disdain on his face. A small clan is a small clan. The depths of our clan are not something you can imagine. Qinwei looked at his face and wanted to go up and smack him twice. After carefully observing these 5 people, there were 3 mid-Xiantian and 2 pre-Xiantian. Chapter 111 Great Shifting Talisman. In the ancient capital Qin clan, Qin Xianglin. I don't know how Brother Li is addressed. A person who had helped Brother Li speak earlier stepped forward and cupped his fists. I'm also surnamed Qin, with a single name, Jia, but it's not a big family, just a casual cultivator. This is my wife, Shen Qiong. Qinwei also cupped his fists and replied. Shinman's body trembled slightly when she heard Qinwei's introduction. However, Shinman didn't reveal him either. Who didn't have some status when going out? 2 of the 5. After hearing that Qinwei was a casual cultivator, coupled with the fact that they couldn't see his cultivation and assumed that he was just an ordinary person, looked at him without even glancing at him anymore and walked inside. The other 2 who didn't go also came forward to introduce themselves. Under the Guanlong Li family, Li Daoji. Guanlong Li family? Wasn't this the family of Liang? In my Shun Tian Fuzhu family, Zhu Shi Gui, Pig Gui? That's a good name. Qin Shanglin went on to say. The other two who left. One is Lu Maobing of the Fengdu Lu family, and the other is Sima Fei of the Sima family in one county. Sure enough, they were all big families, although Qin Wei had never heard of them, but their names sounded so powerful. Some of us no one was sent in by the family, while others came in on their own, and after coming in, they realized that they couldn't get out, so they could only go inside first and wait for the family to send someone to rescue them. Zhu Shiguei added, I believe that Brother Qin and his team have also seen those bones on their way here. The Panglai Immortal Island nowadays. I don't know what kind of changes it encountered back then. There are corpses and bones all over the place, and not a single living person can be seen. Qin Shanglin said, Brother Qin, why don't we travel in pairs? It just so happens that we don't want to be with those two anymore. Li Daoji invited Qin Wei and the two of them to team up to explore the treasure. Qin Wei didn't have much interest in exploring treasures, but he still agreed. A few people walked into the mountain gate in company, and during that time, they also heard them say that the other two saw Li Daoji picking up a treasure sword next to a corpse bone, and had him take it out and draw lots to decide the ownership of the sword. This should be the thing that Qin Wei heard them arguing about just now. Within a short time, no one came to the central hall, with a 9 heavens plaque hanging at the door. Worthy of being an immortal sect, the names were all so immortal. Instead, there were no corpses and bones in the Great Hall. It should be the reason that no one was in the Great Hall when the incident happened. A few people strolled around. Besides the corpses and bones all over the place, there was nothing else to be found, and even the treasures they spoke of, they didn't see a single one. 3 brothers and sisters. We didn't take much rest along the way. We plan to clear a room here to rest. The treasure hunting the two of us won't participate. Qin Wei arched his hand and said to the 3 of them, Good, then the 3 of us will go for a walk first. This way over. The 3 of them also saw Qin Wei's generalized interest in treasures and whatnot. When they saw something similar to treasures, the 3 of them would rush up at the first opportunity. On the contrary, Qin Wei's 2 people were indifferent every time. After the 3 left, Qin Wei brought Shin Man to the backyard and picked a room, pushed open the door. Although some simple, but vaguely still can see that this should be a girl's room, and there is no bones in here. Other rooms also went to see. Basically there are bones, even if it is not in the room, but also in the door. The 2 then decided to take a rest here and packed up. Let's both stay in one room first, so we can take care of each other, Qin Wei said to Shin Man. Shin Man blushed slightly and nodded. Rest first? We don't know the time in here, and there's no difference between day and night. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor, he said and made a place on the ground to lie down. Qin Wei lay on the ground, thinking about how to solve the current predicament. He was not the kind of person who waited for others to save him. He was not the type to wait for others to save him. It was better to rely on others than to rely on himself. According to Zhou Feng, the strongest person that could come out of the current world was a grandmaster. And at the moment, even grandmasters couldn't get in. So how did he expect those clans to be able to break through this shield system? Is there a way to escape? Redeem the Great Nomination Talisman in the mall. No matter where it is, it can't trap the host. Qin Wei felt like opening the mall and searching for a Great Nomination Talisman, but the points displayed on it made him give up. Great Nomination Talisman, crack any space and teleport to 1,000 miles away. Requires 10,000 points. Qin Wei looked at the 4-digit number of points inside. There was nothing he could do. There were no points to be earned in this. Qin Wei, are you asleep? Shin Man's voice sounded beside him. Not yet. What's wrong? How about you come up and sleep? This bed is also big enough. Shen Man whispered. She had seen too many corpses and bones along the way, and she had gradually become somewhat numb from panic, and since entering the mountain gate, she had vaguely always felt as if someone was calling her, yet it wasn't a voice but a feeling, and after coming to this backyard, the feeling was even stronger. She wanted to ask Qin Wei if he had the same feeling, but after observing him for a while, it seemed that he didn't have that kind of feeling, which meant that she was the only one who had it. Shin Man became more and more afraid, not knowing whether she was hallucinating or being targeted by something unclean. Qin Wei saw the flash of fear on her face, and didn't say much nonsense, directly went up to the bed and lay down beside her. Sleep. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Qin Wei softly comforted. Shen Man leaned toward Qin Wei and grabbed his arm before slowly relaxing and gradually falling into sleep. Qin Wei looked at the sleeping Shen Man and fell into deep thought. From the moment he entered the mountain gate, Shen Man started looking around and then became silent. Now she had only just come in. If she was here for a long time, she would go crazy, right? Thinking about it, Qin Wei also fell asleep. After a long time, the two of them were woken up by the sounds of fighting outside. You guys actually killed Brotherly just to snatch his treasures, and now you're actually trying to kill me to silence me. Shu Shigui roared angrily. MD, I've already said that we didn't kill him. He was lying here when we saw him. What are you on about? Sima Fei scolded angrily. Qinwei brought Shen Man and Qin Shanglin over in different directions at the same time. When Zhu Shigui saw the two, he hurriedly said, Brother Shanglin, Mrs. Shen, quickly come over to help. These two have such poisonous methods. Keeping them will only put us in more danger. Zhu Shigui didn't call Qinwei because he couldn't see his cultivation and thought he was just an ordinary person, so he chose to call Shen Man. Qinwei wasn't clear about the situation and didn't choose to make a move, pulling Shen Man backward. And without saying a word, Qin Shanglin rushed up and the two parties tangled. Qinwei walked over and probed Li Daoji's nostrils. He was indeed dead. Looking at Li Daoji's somewhat purplish lips, there was some residue on the side of his mouth, which seemed to be something like cookies. Then he lifted his clothes and looked at the place where his chest was sunken in. Chapter 112, Another Hidden Story. Qinwei felt that he should have been poisoned before being killed. At this moment, the two parties were in a white-hot battle against each other. Qin Shanglin and Sima Fei were both in the middle innate stage, while Zhu Shigui and Lu Maobing were in the early innate stage. Zhu Shigui appeared to be no match for Lu Maobing and was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Shanglin immediately rushed over to rescue Zhu Shigui, eager to save others. He was hit by Sima Fei's solid punch on his back, while Lu Maobing saw Qin Shanglin being knocked over. He also rushed up to try to wrestle with him. Just then Zhu Shigui on the ground suddenly catapulted up and pulled out a dagger from his body and stabbed it towards Lu Maobing's head. Lu Maobing's attention was on the front. He didn't react and was directly stabbed through the head and fell down. A hint of surprise flashed under Qinwei's eyes. Seeing this, Sima Fei flew away from the scene. Shen Man was shocked by the scene in front of her and vomited on the spot. Qinwei was doubly uncomfortable when he saw the scene, only that he had also experienced killing people, so he didn't react that much. Qin Shanglin spat out a mouthful of blood and sat paralyzed on the ground. Zhu Shigui rushed over to assist him and walked outside. During this time, he didn't even look at Qinwei and his duo, seemingly complaining that the two of them didn't step in to help. Qinwei returned to the room. He instructed Shen Man, you try not to leave my side. It's too dangerous in here, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Shen Man nodded obediently. He recalled that the moment Zhu Shigui stormed up on the ground just now, the strength he displayed should have been in the middle innate stage as well, but he hid his strength and deliberately showed weakness. It seems that Li Daoji's deaf. There are some problems. Then he thought that Qin Shanglin was staying with him now. Would he be preparing to make a move against him as well? Thinking of this, Qinwei decided to follow over and take a look. Let's go over to see Brother Qin. Qinwei led Shen Man outside. At this moment, Zhu Shigui helped Qin Shanglin into a room and took out a medicine from his pocket and handed it to Qin Shanglin. Brother Xianglin, this is our clan's healing elixir. This time out the clan only gave me one. Now that you've been injured because of it, take this medicine. Qin Xianglin hurriedly refused since there is only one. Brother Zhu should keep it. I am not seriously injured. I will be fine after resting. Seeing this, Zhu Shigui did not persuade, then pulled out another bag of cookies and handed it over. Brother Qin shouldn't have brought any food with him. I have some cookies here. You should eat them first. You can't recover well until you're full. Qin Shanglin didn't refuse this time. The pills were too valuable for him to accept, but he could still accept the cookies. Zhu Shigui watched him take it, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Qin Shanglin tore open the package and was about to bite on it. Brother Qin, it shouldn't be too good to eat cookies when you're injured, and it's still a cookie with poison. Qinwei walked in from outside the door and looked at the two. Qin Shanglin froze for a moment. What does Brother Qin mean by this? If I'm not mistaken, Li Daoji should have been killed by you. Qinwei gazed at Zhu Shigui. Zhu Shigui looked at Qinwei with an ironclad face. Qinwei continued, Li Daoji was poisoned, and was killed by someone punching him in the chest, and the cookie at the corner of his mouth that wasn't wiped off should be the cause of his poisoning, and it's exactly the kind that is in Brother Qin's hand. When Qin Shanglin heard this, he hurriedly dropped the cookie and took a few steps back. That's just it. I wanted to get rid of you guys easily, but since you guys know about it, I'll just take a little bit of effort. Zhu Shigui looked at the three of them sternly. Qinwei was surprised. He was just guessing per se. He thought Zhu Shigui would have weaseled his way out of it or asked Qinwei to come up with evidence, but he didn't expect him to directly admit it. Brother Zhu, why are you being like this? Qin Shanglin asked angrily. Zhu Shigui snorted naturally. It's for the sword in Li Daoji's hand. The entire sect searched all over and didn't find a second treasure that looks like a weapon. How can I get it if I don't get him killed? You are actually so vicious. Qin Shanglin stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at him. A seriously injured, an ordinary person, and a pre-advanced innate pussy. It's a bit of a painstaking task, but I had to use some force. Zhu Shigui revealed his mid-innate cultivation and rushed towards Qinwei's side. Mid-advanced heavenly stage. You actually hid your cultivation. Brother Qin, be careful, shouted Qin Shanglin. Qinwei knew that he had hidden his cultivation. He had seen it when he killed Lu Maobing. Our Zhu family kung fu has its own ability to hide its cultivation. It has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but as a result, you broke my plan. I will kill you first. I will take your wife. Zhu Shigui hated Qin Wei the most at this moment, disrupting his deployment. He could have settled Qin Shanglin without much effort. Qin Wei saw Zhu Shigui rushing towards him. Then he clenched his fist and pulled it back, storing up all his strength, and blasted his fist on his chest. You, Zhu Shigui, who was hit, was shocked but couldn't say anything. Qin Wei's fist blasted his head, and Zhu Shigui slammed down hard on the ground without moving. Qin Wei shook off his fist and led Shen Man outward. Qin Xianglin froze on the spot. He also thought that Qin Wei was just an ordinary person. He didn't expect that he was actually so strong. 2 punches solved Zhu Shigui, who was also in the middle stage of innate with him, because of the Gongfu method, coupled with the rich spiritual qi of this place. At this moment, Qin Wei was already infinitely close to the late innate stage. Even if it was the middle innate stage, it was still not a match for him. What are Brother Xianglin's plans? Continuing the treasure hunt? Qin Wei looked at Qin Shanglin, who followed him out, and asked. Qin Shanglin pondered for a moment and then shook his head. No, I'm going to go back to the shield and wait for the family members to come in. There's nothing more to see here. Good, then it's goodbye once again. Qin Wei arched his hand and saw Qin Shanglin off down the mountain. Brother Qin, truth be told, I'm actually not surnamed Qin. I should say that none of our good Qin family are surnamed Qin. Qin Shanglin said to Qin Wei with a serious face. Oh, Qin Wei looked at him with interest. I am a member of the ancient capital Win family. Win Xianglin. If it wasn't for Brother Qin saving me just now, perhaps I would have already followed in Brother Li's footsteps. Xianglin felt that he shouldn't hide his identity from the person who saved his life. Qin Wei looked at him with an odd expression on his face. How come all these ancient clans like to use fake surnames? The Zhou family's surname is Ji, and the Qin family's surname is Win. It's all the big clans that are being mysterious. Brother Qin, if you need help in the future, just ask. Win Shanglin arched his hand and said, Brother Xianglin is overstating things. I'll refer to you as Brother Xianglin from now on. Brother Win sounds weird. My name is Qin Wei. This is Shen Man, and the two of us have also used pseudonyms. Qin Wei arched his hand and smiled. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. By the way, Brother Qin, this Penglai Immortal Island is still someone involved with our Win family, and I think that if you want to continue exploring, it's better to know some information than not. Win Shanglin seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 113, Su Fu. I wish to hear about it. Qin Wei was worried that he knew nothing about this place, so having news was certainly better. Back then, the ancestor of the winning family sent a man to this place to seek the elixir of immortality, and that man's name was Su Fu. Su Fu did not return to the ancient capital after seeking the elixir and fled to the east. The ancestor had sent someone to capture him back, but was unsuccessful. Later on, the ancestor sent other people to this place to seek the medicine, but they never found the immortal island again. Hearing this, Qin Wei sort of understood the meaning of this piece of information, indicating that more than 2,000 years ago, Penglai Immortal Island had disappeared. I hope this information can be useful to Brother Qin. I won't stay here anymore. Farewell. Win Shanglin said and descended the mountain. After sending Qin Shanglin away, Qin Wei looked at Shen Man and realized that Shen Man had been staring at the direction of the back mountain. What's wrong? I always feel like there's something calling me from behind there. Shen Man's eyes looked at Qin Wei with a hint of fear. Then go and take a look. It wasn't a solution to keep on being so fearful, so it was better to go over there and see what exactly was there. The two of them walked towards the back of the mountain together, and soon they came to a small mountain, next to which was placed a stone tablet with the word forbidden written on it. There was a cave not far in front of them, which was so dark that you couldn't see anything, and gave off a weird aura. Could it be that there was something haunting this place? Qin Wei looked at Shen Man, whose body was trembling slightly, and decided to go in to find out. Qin Wei spent 1 point from the mall to exchange a flashlight, pulled Shen Man's hand, and walked towards the cave. After entering the cave, there was nothing special about it except that it was darker, and Shen Man grabbed Qin Wei's arm more and more tightly. After walking for a while, Qin Wei realized a problem. It felt like it was going down all the time, although the slope was not very obvious. The further he walked in, the more he felt that there was an air that made people feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a large pit appeared in front of them, and Qin Wei shone downward with a flashlight, but he couldn't see the bottom, and it also gave off a bizarre aura. There's no road in front of us. There's only this deep pit. It looks like we won't be able to find the cause, Qin Wei said to Shen Man. Shen Man also nodded. Such a deep pit, even in the outside world, one would have to prepare a few days' worth of tools before going down to find out what's going on. Right now the two of them have nothing. Even how to go down is a problem, and they don't know what kind of dangers will be underneath, so there's no point in taking the risk. The two were about to walk back, when suddenly a sound of air braking sounded at the back. Qinwei immediately protected Shinman behind him, and blasted out a fist, and matched the incoming person with a punch. Both of them retreated 2 steps back, fixing his eyes. The person coming was that Sima Fei, only to see that his eyes were red, and his mouth let out a burst of hissing sound. Qinwei frowned. There is really something strange here. This Sima Fei seems to have been eroded by that weird breath. Just now when he was sparring, he could feel that the other party's true qi was mixed with an evil qi, and it even wrapped around Qinwei's true qi, but it was dissolved by the true qi in his body. If it wasn't for the fact that the hegemonic dragon walking true technique he practiced was a divine level technique, he might have also been eroded and turned into Sima Fei's current appearance. But why was Shinman fine? Qinwei turned back to look at Shinman and realized that there was nothing unusual about her. Just in the moment Qinwei turned back, Sima Fei rushed up. Qinwei hurriedly turned back to his senses, but at this time, Sima Fei quickly bypassed Qinwei and attacked Shinman. Wipe! This is unconscious and still knows how to bully. Qinwei cursed and flew up to stop him. Shinman looked at Sima Fei who was charging towards her, and backed up in fear, but she didn't realize that there was already a deep pit behind her, and with her feet in the air, she was about to fall towards the bottom of the pit. When Qinwei pulled her hand in time, Sima Fei, who was fighting with Qinwei, saw that he had revealed a break and struck Qinwei's back with a palm. Qinwei and Shinman fell down to the deep pit at the same time, and Shinman's scream resounded throughout the cave. Qinwei took Shinman in his arms with one hand and flipped her over on top, while he himself was facing downwards with his back. With his other hand, he took out a spirit recovery pill and held it in his mouth, intended to swallow it the moment he fell to the bottom, just in case he fell to pieces later, and then he would really be powerless to return to heaven. Shinman's screams also slowly stopped, tightly hugging Qinwei, because the process of falling was too long, so long that Qinwei doubted whether there was a bottom here. Suddenly, Qinwei's back seemed to hit a solid bubble, instantly bouncing up and falling down, and then his entire body slowly sank in on the bubble. After his body had passed through the solid bubble, his body then quickly fell again, only this time he didn't fall for a long time, just a few seconds, and then he fell to the ground. Qinwei climbed up from the ground with Shinman in his arms. He observed his surroundings. In front of him was a stone door engraved with inexplicable runes, and on both sides of the door were 2 candle flames. Qinwei looked at the candle flame and scared in wonder. From what Lin had heard, Panglai Immortal Island had disappeared for 1,000 years. Could this candle flame have been lit all the time? What reason to renew the voyage can maintain so long? Qinwei and the 2 of them looked at each other to see if there were any injuries, and their eyes collided and smiled at each other. Shinman's gaze was soft like water, gazing straight at him with affection filling the bottom of her eyes. After this walk, Qinwei's subconscious act of protecting her melted the iceberg in her heart again and again. Let's go. Since we're here, we'll be at peace. Go in and take a look. Qinwei placed his hands on the stone door and pushed inward. Boom boom boom. The stone door made a sound of rubbing against the ground. After the door was pushed open, it was found to be a very large stone room, with a very large altar right in the middle, while at the very top there was a huge stone statue of a female with her hands resting on a mirror-like stone statue. The 2 of them, Qinwei, were shocked by the scene in front of them, and suddenly, the altar began to glow, gradually coalescing into an old man. It's been 2,000 years, and finally someone has come in. The old man sighed. Qinwei looked at the old man in the immortal atmosphere, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. There is no need for the 2 young friends to be like this. This seed is the sect master of the Panglai Immortal Sect, Su Fu. Qinwei's face was shocked. Only a short while ago he heard Wen Shanglin tell the story of Su Fu. Didn't he say that he had gone to the east? How come he is here? Looking at little friend's appearance, it seems like you've heard of this seat? Su Fu asked after seeing Qinwei's expression. Qinwei organized his expression the name Su Fu. There are few people who haven't heard of it, right? Oh, I didn't realize that after more than 2,000 years, there is still a story about this seat. Can you tell what kind of story it is? Little friend? Su Fu said with interest. Entrusted by the emperor, he led 3,000 boys and girls to Panglai Immortal Island to fetch the elixir of longevity, but as a result, he never returned. Rumor has it that he fled to the east. Qinwei spoke of the Su Fu that the world knew, and then glanced at him again. Su Fu said with an angry look on his face, would this seat go to that barbarian land? Chapter 114 The Death of Panglai. After gathering his emotions, he talked about his past. I was originally the master of the Panglai Immortal Sect. After my cultivation reached half-saint, I have been stagnant, so I went to the secular world to experience the state of mind, and by chance I met the then winning emperor, and the 2 of them hated each other, and soon became close friends who pushed themselves to the edge of the world. Later on, he had been by the winning emperor's side to relieve his worries, until one day, the winning emperor was seriously ill. This seat knew that there was an immortal medicine in the door, so he explained to the winning emperor. The immortal medicine is desirable, but one must bring 3,000 disciples to the door for the Panglai immortal sect in order to convince the elders of the sect to take out the immortal medicine. Qinwei watched Su Fu reminiscing about the past, and didn't try to tell if it was true or not, just listened to it as a story. Su Fu continued, I returned to the sect with 3,000 boys and girls before realizing that something had changed in the sect. Said looked back at the stone statue, a trace of hatred in his eyes. There was the establishment of the Holy Maiden position in the sect, and the Holy Maiden is equivalent to the sect master. When I came back, I found out that the Holy Maiden was practicing magic, and her cultivation had even broken through to the Saint realm, and her devilish claws had already reached out to the disciples in the door. In order to prevent the devil from coming out, there was no choice but to open the island sealing formation and hide Panglai Immortal Island from the world. Su Fu wept as he said this. Hearing this, Qinwei could also basically match what Wen Shanglin said, only now knowing the reason why Panglai Immortal Island disappeared. After sealing the island, they gathered all the disciples and sealed it here with the help of the island sealing formation. That stone statue is the phantom of the Holy Maiden. This seat's cultivation is not enough to kill the Holy Maiden, can only sacrifice themselves to the formation, forming an altar to seal the Holy Maiden. In the process of sealing, also due to insufficient cultivation, cannot form a seal. It was all due to the fact that later on, one by one, the disciples of my sect sacrificed themselves to the formation before this demonic maiden was completely sealed. Su Fu's eyes revealed sadness. Shen Man also shed tears emotionally. Such a grand sect was destroyed by a holy maiden who practiced demonic kung fu. As Qinwei listened, he always felt that there was somewhere he seemed to have missed, but he couldn't recall. The two young friends should have seen the bones of quite a few people from the sect on their way here. They all fell in the sacrifice. The two Qinwei nodded. I acted as the eye of the formation, so I was able to leave a trace of my consciousness here, only for the sake of bringing out the legacy of my Panglai Immortal sect when someone comes in the future. Su Fu gazed at the two of them. Qinwei was creeped out by the look. This time it wasn't because of the alertness skill, but his own reasons. Who wouldn't be creeped out by a big old man looking at them hungrily? Strange, this seat can't actually see through your cultivation. It seems that you also have a not-so-small secret on you, Su Fu-sked. Qinwei didn't answer because he didn't make it up and could only shrug. This girl child is only at the soul refining realm, and is actually an advanced spirit Dao body. Su Fu looked at Shen Man in surprise. Ancestral spirit Dao body? The two Qinwei said in unison. It seems that you guys don't know about this physique. The prior spirit Dao physique is a physique that is born with a perfect affinity with aura, and cultivating any technique is twice as easy with half the effort. In the past, the Immortal sect had also produced an early spirit Dao body, and it was this holy maiden behind me. Saying this, he looked at the stone statue behind him. Qinwei looked at Shen Man in surprise. Didn't that mean that Shen Man would be able to reach that height in the future as well? Senior, I would like to ask, how were the cultivation levels in your era divided? Qinwei had just heard Su Fu talk about half-saints and saints, and these were a realm he hadn't heard of. Forging the body and refining the soul are the first entry into the cultivation realm. Shedding the body and molting the mortal is the real entry into the ranks of cultivators, and then after that, it's half-saints and saints. The sage realm has already reached the highest cultivation level in the earthly realm, and further up is after ascension to the immortal realm. Qinwei pondered over these corresponding cultivation realms. Hotian was body forging, soul refining was innate, deliverance should be grandmaster, metamorphosis was grandmaster, semi-saint and sage were the realms above grandmaster, and nowadays in this era, it was not known if there were still any saints. This seat passes on the sect's techniques to you, I hope you can pass them on. Su Fu interrupted Qinwei who was thinking. Qinwei hastily refused. I already have my own cultivation techniques, so I may not have the means to cultivate other techniques. What a joke! His hegemonic dragon walking true decision was a divine level gongfu. Running to practice your mundane sex gongfu, was he full of food? It was like throwing away a large lobster and running to eat river prawns when he was clearly eating a large lobster. What you cultivate is only the method of practicing qi. Right, this seat here also has a method of soul refining, which does not conflict with the method you cultivate. Saying this, his finger shot out a ray of light that entered Qinwei's brain. Qinwei rummaged through his mind for a while. Sure enough, it was a soul refining method, and indeed it did not conflict with it either. Su Fu shot out another ray of light in Shen Man's brain door. You are a pre-spirit Dao body. Only the techniques before the Holy Maiden are most suitable for you. Shen Man looked at the immortal spirit decree that appeared in his mind. A burst of joy. Go, this seat has opened a cave for the two of you. The two of you will be able to cultivate in it. Here there is this demonic maiden. Under the erosion of her demonic qi, it will be difficult for the two of you to quiet your mind. When the two of you have accomplished your cultivation, I will open the formation to send you out. Su Fu pointed to a small door that opened at the side. He then condensed 2 pills from his hand and flew them to Qinwei. This is the meditation pill. After taking it, it can help you resist the demonic aura of the demonic maiden. After catching the pills and taking them, Qinwei and the two of them thanked Su Fu and headed for the small door. The moment they turned around, a hint of gloom flashed under Su Fu's eyes. After entering the cave, Qinwei had an absent-minded look while Shenman was studying that immortal spirit decision, and within a short time, he noticed Qinwei's appearance. "What's wrong with you?" Shenman asked softly. Qinwei's brows were furrowed. "I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't think clearly about what's wrong." "Don't think too much. Now that we've gotten the technique again and have a way to get out, isn't that a good thing?" Shenman pulled his hand to comfort him. Qinwei's appearance, however, was still like before and did not accept Shenman's comfort. Seeing this, Shenman also lamented. Sect Master Su Fu was also pitiful, trapped here for his whole life, only because the Holy Maiden practiced the devil's power. The whole sect was destroyed with him. Qinwei suddenly had a flash of insight. "Yes, this is the place that's not right." Shenman looked at Qinwei suspiciously. "We've seen many bones along the way, and we've basically traveled throughout the entire sect. But don't forget that the 3,000 boys and girls who followed Su Fu back also disappeared at the same time. The other sect members may have made sacrifices, but the 3,000 boys and girls were just ordinary people. How could they make sacrifices? The corpses and bones we saw only added up to about 100, and Su Fu didn't say a word about where those 3,000 people went." Chapter 115, Dragon Leaping Phoenix. Could it be that those 3,000 people were just ordinary people themselves? So the bones weren't preserved for as long as the cultivators, and have turned into dust and dissipated into the air? Qinwei shook his head. "Impossible. The aura in here is so rich. What can keep the bones from weathering away is the aura here, not their cultivation." The two looked at each other. A hint of fear appeared in Shenman's eyes. "Then the story he told is false?" Shenman said in horror. Qinwei pondered for a moment and said, "Half true, half false, although I don't know which is true and which is false, but he has designs on us." "This is true. Jia. I didn't expect you to be so smart. This seed is obviously all well hidden. The place where tears should be shed, the place where chagrin should be chagrined, but actually still be recognized by you." Su Fu's voice sounded from all directions. Qinwei immediately protected. Shenman looked up and asked sternly, "What exactly do you want?" Jia. What does this seat want? Wait until you accept the gift that this seat gives you." "Gift?" Qinwei turned back to look. At this time Shenman's face was full of red, tearing his clothes. His mouth murmured, "So hot, so hot." Qinwei's body also began to heat up, and there was a fire in his dantian that was about to emerge. "Oh no, it must be the meditation pill that I ate just now that has a problem." Grandma's leg. I clearly felt that Su Fu was a bit off, but I actually ate what he gave me. Qinwei inwardly regretted. "System, what's wrong with me now?" Ding. Scanning the host's body. There is a drop of demonic blood in the host's body, and the demonic blood will cause the host to fall into a seizure, so please exorcise it in time. How do I get rid of it? Qinwei hurriedly opened the system mall and searched for things to drive away the demon blood, and a bunch of them came out that Qinwei couldn't afford. At this time, Shenman's body had already pounced on him, and Qinwei's last trace of consciousness collapsed instantly, and the two of them quickly hugged each other. Su Fu, who was outside, laughed maniacally when he heard the sound. "Ha ha 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 ha, Yao Xiener, you've caused this seat to come to such a pass, and now that I see that someone with the same physique as you is suffering, this seat is doubly happy." Su Fu was kind of hating the Holy Maiden. In the eyes of the stone statue at this moment, a tear of blood actually flowed down. "Don't worry, when this seat gets that brat's body and goes out, that woman this seat will stay by her side, transform her into your appearance, and torture her day and night." While Su Fu was mocking at the Holy Maiden, the two of them, Qinwei, had already begun. A wave of energy also appeared within Qinwei's body, gradually dispersing the drop of black demonic blood, leaving behind the essence of refinement but remaining in his body. The two were unaware of each other in their epilepsy due to the demonic blood. As the epilepsy in the demonic blood was dispelled by the energy, the two began to wake up and saw each other's appearance. Shenman inclined her head with a shy face. Only with today's appearance, Qinwei would need extremely strong willpower even if he wanted to stop. He himself had no self-control in this regard, so it was simply impossible to stop. A day and a night later, Qinwei opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. "System, scan my body." Ding. Scanning the host's body now. Ding. The host's body is unharmed. The demonic blood has been cleared. Cleared? How? The host has entered the state of Dragon's Leap, which can dispel all negative states. Dragon's Leap? Qinwei looked at Shenman and used insight on her. Shenman, Phoenix nose of the 9 Phoenix body, pre-spiritual Taoist body. Age, 36 years old. Cultivation level, late innate stage. Cultivation technique, immortal spirit technique. Hobby, chasing dramas. Reading books. Development, yes. Favorability, 100. And didn't it say that special physique can only be seen at one level higher? How come it can be seen now? When the host combines with it, it will no longer hide the special physique. So that's how it is. Shen Man's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and Qin Wei smiled and joked. How much longer do you plan to pretend to be asleep? Shen Man's eyes opened and looked at his smiling expression. Her pretty face flushed and she sat up. Qin Wei took out clothes from space, and after the two of them put them on, they fell silent at the same time. Although his cultivation had grown at the moment, the Sufu outside had once been a sage-level existence. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wei revealed a touch of determination in his eyes and pulled Shin Man outside. This wasn't a place where they could hide, so they might as well just go out for a showdown. Sufu saw the two out, grimly laughed jia, like this seat to give you a gift? Ha! This girl child actually has two types of physique. Two types of physique appearing on the same person. It's really unheard of, and actually broke through. Qin Wei didn't pay any attention to him and opened the door to ask Say It. What do we need to do to let us go? Sufu revealed an expression of you know what you're doing. You come up to the altar and this seat will tell you what to do. Sufu beckoned to Qin Wei. Qin Wei felt that Sufu should want to help him lift the seal himself. He recalled what Zhou Feng had said. The aura in the world nowadays could not support the emergence of a strong person of Grand Master and above, even if he was let out. So what if he was let out? As long as he left this place, a large number of people could deal with him, and the sky collapsed and the taller person would take care of it. Don't! Shen Man hurriedly pulled Qin Wei back, worried that he would be in some kind of danger if he went up. Sufu's face turned cold, and he extended his hand in the air. A stream of aura formed a hand around Shen Man's neck and lifted him up. Stop! You let her go. I'll go up now. Qin Wei walked over, and when Sufu saw this, he waved his big hand, and the aura that was choking Shen Man's neck disappeared. Qin Wei walked over to Sufu. Don't sell yourself short. What is it that you need to do to release you? Sufu grinned. Who said it was to release this seat? What this seat wants is this skin of yours. He then turned into a ray of light and rushed into Qin Wei's mind. Jia. Your kid's body foundation isn't too bad. After this seat takes complete control, you'll be back to your peak in a short time. Sufu's figure materialized in Qin Wei's mind. Compared to Qin Wei's soul fire, one was a candle flame while the other was a large fireball, an existence that could be extinguished with a single hand in front of it. Qin Wei instantly felt that he had lost control of his body. Chapter 116 Yao Xiener. Ding! Alert! The host is suffering from a takeover. Please expel it as soon as possible. I'd like to exorcise it, but you should give me away. Qin Wei roared inwardly. Ding! 5,000 mole points have been deducted. It can be dispelled. Deduct immediately. Grandma's leg. Life is almost gone. What's the use of keeping the points? Ding! Deduction successful. It's being expelled. The soul fire in Qin Wei's mind was irrigated by the system and instantly turned into a huge fireball, devouring towards Sufu. What is this thing? Why is it like this? No! Sufu completely dissipated into the world after a wail. After devouring Sufu's soul flame, Qin Wei's soul flame also began to gradually shrink, slowly turning into a torch-like size. Qin Wei sat on top of the altar with his eyes closed, and Shen Man anxiously ran up. At this time, the stone statue above the altar began to slowly shrink until it became the size of a normal person. The stone statue began to crack, and an immortal chi-floating absolutely beautiful woman walked out from the cracked stone statue. Seeing this, Shen Man stretched out her hands in front of Qin Wei. Although she knew that Su Fu was not a good person, this holy woman in front of her had always been called a demoness by Su Fu. If it was true, then the two of them would really be handed over here. You don't have to be alarmed. What Su Fu said isn't true. He's the one who was sealed. A pleasant voice rang out. Shen Man had experienced Su Fu's superb acting skills, and now she didn't believe anyone. Yao Xiener side Su Fu was indeed the sect master, and he did go to the secular world to travel. He obtained a secret book of magic skills in the secular world. He deceived the winning emperor, and those 3,000 boys and girls, he brought to this place and sacrificed them, and then he also sacrificed the entire Panglai Immortal Island. And when I returned from my trip, all the life within the immortal sect had been drained by the altar, including all the magical artifacts and spirit stones on the island, which had also been drained of their spiritual chi. I opened the immortal gate formation to isolate the immortal island from the outside world, vowing to trap it here. Shen Man listened to Yao Xiener, gradually relaxed his vigilance. The hand that stopped also let go. Yao Xiener now said is more logical. After all, many of the corpses and bones are on the steps, indicating that our walking on the road is gone. I came here to use myself as a medium, took out the sect's town treasure Haoyan mirror, sealed it on top of the altar. In these 2,000 years, there hasn't been a single moment of slackness, and I'm close to running out of gas, so I can't maintain the immortal sect formation to bring Panglai Immortal Island back to life. Fortunately, now that Su Fu is dead, I can feel that he has truly dissipated. Only when he has truly disappeared will I be able to undo the seal that suppressed him, Yao Xianer said, looking deeply at Qin Wei. What about Qin Wei? Did Qin Wei die as well? Shen Man had seen Su Fu run into Qin Wei's body with her own eyes, and anxiously ran to Qin Wei's side. You don't have to worry, he's receiving a creation. His life is not in danger. Yao Xianer saw this and comforted. Only then did Shen Man put her heart down. I'm also going to dissipate in the world. You and I share the same physique. Before I leave, I'll also send you a creation. A trace of relief flashed in Yao Xianer's eyes. Then she turned into a ball of light and rushed into Shen Man's body. Shen Man closed his eyes and also sat cross-legged on the ground. Both of them sat cross-legged on the altar, and time passed little by little. 7 days later, the two on the altar slowly opened their eyes. Qin Wei felt himself. Now his divine soul was already in the saint realm, but his own cultivation didn't change. It was still in the half-step sect master realm. His divine soul was strong, which meant that his cultivation to you all the way up to the saint realm wouldn't have a bottleneck anymore. Points of starlight flew out of Shen Man's body and condensed into a person, precisely Yao Xianer. At this moment, Yao Xianer's figure gradually blurred. I have stored my lifelong learning and the only power left in your body. In the future, as your cultivation rises, the power I have given will be slowly lifted. Today's you can't bear my power. Yao Xianer looked at Shen Man and said, Thank you, senior. After the rehearsal in her brain in the past few days, Shen Man had already been able to skillfully apply her own spiritual power, and what Yao Xianer had instilled in her was not only spiritual power, but also many experiences. Yao Xianer recruited a mirror and said this Haotian realm is the most precious treasure of the immortal sect. Through this treasure, I was able to seal the saint realm Su Fu for such a long time with my half-saint cultivation. This Haotian realm needs a large amount of spiritual power to catalyze it. You can't catalyze it for the time being. I will deposit it inside your divine soul. When you have the cultivation to be able to catalyze it, you can naturally invoke it out from inside your divine soul. Sad hands sealing, Haotian realm slowly shrinking into the center of Shenman's brow. Now that the Haotian realm is no longer in my hands, the immortal gate formation outside has been lifted with it, so you guys can go out. As Yao Xianer spoke, her figure gradually disappeared until it dissipated. Shen Man looked at the dissipated Yao Xianer, tears filled her eyes. Although the time of acquaintance was very short, but under these few days of living together, there was a very deep feeling. Moreover, the spiritual energy that Yao Xianer had instilled in her also contained fragments of her life's memories, making her, as a woman of the same gender, feel heartbroken. Being chosen to join the immortal sect at a young age, competing for the holy maiden, being elected due to her special physique, the precious spirit Dao body, dedicating her entire life to the immortal sect, and even turning into a stone statue to seal Su Fu for more than 2,000 years. Such an outcome would be a relief for her instead. Qin Wei held Shen Man in his arms and comforted her softly. Shen Man nodded as she sobbed against Qin Wei's embrace. At this point in time, on the outskirts of Penglai Immortal Island, many people had already gathered, and all the major clans had come. Even other countries also came, but these families did not let those foreign people ashore. The rice people carrying heavy weapons to come to a beach landing, the results of several families to join hands, will be sunk their boats. The Chinese government also sent people over, and when the people of the government saw this, they thanked them. Thank you to all the clans for stepping in, otherwise it might have turned into a national war. An officer at the head of the group arched his hand at the clans that had stepped in. Humph. The matter of driving out the Tartars is certainly incumbent on the men of my generation. An old man snorted coldly from the side. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that the globe had entered the end times and the ancient martial arts families had to return to their ancestral lands, where would they have allowed those barbarians to start a war on this land? The shield is gone. The formation is gone. It's okay to go in. I don't know which person yelled out, and everyone looked at the slowly dissipating shield. Then they felt the aura that rose up to the sky after the shield disappeared. The aura within the island instantly filled the entire heaven and earth, and many people began to rush in, while some clans had helicopters and flew directly to Penglai Immortal Sect by helicopter.